Hello and welcome to FWL X London 2025. We're live from the Great Hall of Goodenough College, and we're actually getting right into some fencing. Is this on? Is the actual stream up though?
Did you check the YouTube also?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. We are live. Okay, perfect.
Okay, but
And can I hear myself?
you might need to visualize.
There's a little bit of a delay, I think. Why can't I can hear the beeping? Oh, there's just a little bit of time lag, which is okay. As long as it's up. That's not counting down, is it?
Yeah.
Do you have to manually start it?
I'm trying, but nothing's opening.
Okay, just hide it then. Yeah, we are live. We're just making sure everything's going okay. There's a little bit of a time lag in the stream, but that's understandable.
The timer
okay.
also isn't counting, but it's not essential.
Yeah. Yeah, on guard. Pret. Alley. Nice off target there. Okay, so just keep fencing. Yeah. I can't do commentary and breath at the same time. I think that would be very hard. Folks, here we've got our very own Nima Abase and Kent Grant getting us started with our first bout. They've both been training for this event for a couple of months now, but and we've got our first point for Kent. Well done. Yes. Whoops. Right. We're still getting things figured out. Sorry, folks. All right. You don't have control of that now. Just close it. It's not worth anything, honestly. If we can't make it go, we can't make it go.
Okay.
I am trying to do 5 things at once. Yeah.
Okay. Shall I? Wait.
Off target. Kent tries to disengage, misses. So, if you guys don't know, and you're tuning in for the first time, this is a charity live stream. We'll be live for 12 hours. We're starting a little bit late, but that's not a problem. And another off target. Nice hit from Kent. It's gonna be a long day. I'm sorry, step on Kent. Nice stop hit, Nemo. It was a bit unkind, but if it gets the point, it gets the point. And there we go, that's 5. Are you guys going till 10? All right, looks like they're going to 10. Stefan's trying to find his distance again. And Nima gets another point. Advanced nice lunge. Okay, yeah. I should be. Has it not been picking me up? Because there is a time delay. So it won't be 1-to-1. Am I not coming through? Do I need to speak a bit louder? Okay. Yeah. We're still getting our technical stuff figured out, both on the strip and off the strip. I think it was, I think it was Stefan's lunch. Yeah, oh, there we go. Oh, we are lagging. That's not good. Nice try there, Stefan. A little bit more offense. He's getting pushed and off target. Yep. Yep. Grant gets an off target there. He's got to catch up, and yeah. And Nima gets that point. We are lagging. Okay. Last hit. And folks, that's our first bout of the day. Well done to both our fencers. So for those of you tuning in, we're supporting 5 charities today. Of course, Goodenough College has been very kind to lend us their magnificent Great Hall, and as they are a charitable organization, they'll be taking a little bit of the cut. Goodenough is an educational charity who are hosting Fencing Without Limits London. They provide a home and community for postgraduate students in London, regardless of situation, country of origin, or a particular academic discipline. We're also partnered with a few sports charities that will be given to. Paralympics Great Britain supports British Paralympic athletes to compete at all levels. They foster inclusivity and excellence in sport and inspire the nation through elite performance. SportsAid provides financial and mentoring support to young British athletes, helping them reach their potential. Many of Team Great Britain's top athletes have benefited from their backing. Sport in Mind uses sport and physical activity to promote mental health, recovery, and well-being. The programs help people experiencing mental health challenges by improving their confidence, connections, and overall health. And finally, Right to Play empowers children in vulnerable communities worldwide by using sport to break down barriers to education and equality. Their work helps children stay in school and develop skills for a better future. And those are our 5 charities for this event. We'll be getting right back to the fencing just as soon as our fencers complete their setup.
The scorers or something?
Yeah, mind the camera. No worries, mate. Okay. Okay, and we are back, folks. I'm just going to reset the timer. I don't know, and I don't want to touch it.
Tell them to also enter because they have these details, but they're not going to as to who's going next. So I'm just going to
So that should be 9-6. Actually 9-7. The final one was. Yeah, that's fine. Looks good.
When it streams, how does it,
It
is it
looks.
giving it at a fast stream?
So
Oh, beautiful. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great. Because the first time we did it, it didn't do it. So, but good. Okay.
I'm thinking the mic gain might need to be turned up. It's not picking me up too well, I don't think.
Okay. You can look over amongst here.
So the
don't
yeah,
change that.
that's the distance. Or
Yes. We want it to be on
Yeah,
affecting everything. And with this, I think the overall.
yeah, see, that's all it's coming through for me,
Okay.
which isn't very loud.
Then if you might try changing the gain on this one.
Okay, let's try that. See if it does any better. Okay, this is just a test, see if we're actually going to come through any louder.
No, just like when you want to do about.
No, that actually.
You're gonna have me right now. Oh wait, who are these guys?
It's still kind of quiet. I'm wondering if it's on. I wonder if you can turn the gain up. No, it's as far as it will go. Okay. Yeah, because see, that's the monitor right there. So obviously, it's not spiking very loud at all.
Yes, you can go up here.
Yeah. So if I turn up main and really turn it up.
Yeah,
Because as long as it doesn't, but even if I'm talking right at the mic, it's still not really picking up much, I don't think. Of course, if we change direction just to be back and forth,
Try that too. Yeah.
because
Essentially,
that might help it. No, that's not helping. Okay, yeah, let's. That looks like it might be helping quite a bit just by the monitor. That's better.
just better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just still need to go higher.
Yeah, just a bit. Because if it's as long as okay,
that's
there
better
we
too,
go.
yeah.
That's going to be way better. Because from my experience with OBS, as long as it's not going into the red and it's hovering out around the yellow, then that should be fine. Of course, you know more about audio engineering than I do, so.
Yeah, no, it looks.
Yeah, that's still maybe fine for this one. So yeah, that's totally
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that helps. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Leaf. Okay. So, our next, now that we've got our mic issues figured out, our next bout's going to be between Kent Butt and Zara Shikarchi. Let's see how they do. They're just doing some testing. It works. Come on, let's go. And we are dealing with tech issues again, because I didn't repair those correctly, apparently. Well done, me. Okay. Now, we're very proud of some of these fencers because some of them have only started fencing at the start of this year in September, and they've never fenced on a piece this big before. So we're still getting some of that figured out, but so oh yeah. Yeah, it's sort of hard to multitask with the commentary and everything else. So if you want to do that for a bit, that'd be great. Okay. Don't forget to start the clock when the alley goes off too. Well done. Nice defensive effort from Zara there. Yeah, we're in good shape. It's a solid stop hit she's got there. She's really figured that out. No. Nope. And again. It's a strong parry that she's showing today. Looks like we're going until 10. Nice lunge from Kent. Good effort. Okay, picks up a bit of momentum again, figuring out that distance. Well done. Kent's really figured out that distance now. That I think that lefty sword he started picking up is helping him confuse the opponent. There we go. Nice disengage on his part. Zara, loosen up that arm. You're. Bit of an odd exchange there. We'll see what our coaches have to say. Simultaneous. And Zara shows another solid disengage and gets that point. Well done. Yeah, this is going to be a tight bout. Oh, walked right into that one. Kent's leveraging that additional reach and the fact that he's fencing left today. Again, another weird one. And that cinches it for Kent Bunt. But very good exchange there. 10-8. Nice rally from Kent. And we'll just take some time to get this set up. What's that? Oh, yeah. I think you have to input it. It's fine. Okay, so for this, you'll want to just swipe out of this, and then go to that note card, the note cards. I think so. There you are. Yeah, and then if you type in the yeah.
What? Yeah.
All caps your last name.
You have to command this.
Sorry?
You have to save each text
Okay.
file. So you have to click on it and then say commanders.
Okay, thanks.
Now swipe it should have been.
Oh, that's fine. That works too.
Now
Okay.
How do we get the
Oh, you've minimized the just.
Okay.
What's that? Oh, you got it.
We'll just
Okay, see you
try
later.
to sort everything out.
So our next bout is between Rishikesh Mystery and Aurora Crane. Looks like they're about to start. Let's see. And they're off. Off target there. Nice attempt there from both, but Rishikesh gets the point. Aurora's pushing in. And stop hit. It's that high guard that's going to get her. Well done. Walked right into that one. Nope. Got a jammed reel. There we go.
Is that Aurora's? Or
No, that was his. And she gets one. Off target. We stop. All right, time out on that clock. Well done to both.
Next bout.
Good point. We will need to find the next bout.
And we should take a look at the reel as well because that's something.
Yeah, we do have a backup as well, so that's okay. It could also just be that he's used to having non-sticky equipment, and there's nothing actually wrong with the wrong with the reel. It does look like it's sticking though. That's annoying. But this is why we rented backups.
You want to go leave? I know you haven't gone yet.
Not get. Same guy.
And we're getting another bout set up again. Rishikesh is back, and Stefan's going to go up against him. Where's my mouse? How's it going? There we go. Off target. He got chased off. Oh, some little bit of vicious infighting there. Well done. Off target in the end. Ooh. Off target.
Do you want it?
Yeah, sorry, what was the issue?
No, I need to update the. I'll do it after the round. The donation count.
Oops. Yeah, I'm trying to multitask. I'm not good at multitasking. Nice. Off target. Stefan's getting it figured out. Ooh. Yeah, that was a weird one. Off target. Well fought, well fought. Going 5-6 is a very respectable showing for Stefan. Well done. And to Rikesh, well done as well. Very good fencing shown here from both sides.
It's his attack.
You want to announce the funds that we've raised?
Yeah, so looks like up next we've got Kent Butt and Leaf Haley here for another bout as soon as we get everything reset.
I don't want to ref anymore. Okay, RFI ref is no longer coming.
Oh,
Doing very well.
that's too bad.
That's okay. Theo, if you are watching this, hope you feel better. And see you soon.
Computer's lagging. Just. It's fun.
How's my computer doing? Is it still keeping up? Is
It
crash
seems to be doing okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it was lagging a second ago, but it's also this mouse is a little bit sticky, so it's hard. Okay.
I don't want to ref, so. Rich, do you want to ref?
Yes, parry there. Does it? Okay. I didn't know that. See, I gotta click this like 3 times before it actually starts because the mouse. Oh, that does stop it, okay. Come on. It's the mouse.
Is it the mouse?
Yeah.
Do you want to ask if someone else has another mouse?
Oh yeah, and the button's just a little bit sticky. It's
Sorry
no, that's not your fault. I mean, if you want to run the clock, then you can use it on the trackpad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so just click the plus button, and that'll give them a point.
Ooh, okay.
That's easier, yeah.
Point 2.
Point to leave. It says we've got 3 viewers, but one of them might be my account. So we've maybe got 1 external for now. It's still pretty early in the morning. I expect we won't get much traffic until noon, both in person and on the stream. And that gives me time to wake up and actually figure out how to commentate. So, yeah, sure. So, Nima, want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Nima. I am. I guess should I do the full introduction?
No, wait for now.
Okay.
This is Nima. He's our organizer.
Yes, I am. Yeah. So this is Fence Without Limits. You know that. No one told you. These two both learned to fence here. Actually, they're part of the GC fencing club. So Leaf is one of the coaches, and Kent just started this year. I think for the amount of experience they have, they're much better than I think they should be. They're much better than I was with the amount of experience they have. So I'm very proud of both of them. Yeah. I don't really know how to commentate on foil because I'm not a foilist.
Yes.
But yeah, nice Leaf. Good deep lunge.
And since I got taught fencing 5 years ago and really have been out of it for a while, I've forgotten all the terminology.
Yeah.
So I'm just making stuff up as I go and listening to the rep.
Yeah, but I mean Noah is a good, he'll never say it out loud himself, but he's a good coach, very good coach. He has a good presence when he coaches. Feels good, and I think he's a big part of why Kent especially has come as far as he has in the last few weeks. Yeah, that's it. 10-2. Pretty good, classy showing from Leaf. Just a dominant.
Yeah,
Leaf has
well
that,
going.
That second in that he does.
Yes.
That it's just impossible to do anything about.
That defensive stance. He needs a bit of work on the offense, but rock solid on defense.
That's
He's
my
got a
problem.
really
I
strong
have to
parry.
really trick Leaf if I want to hit him.
Yeah, you gotta pull out the tricks with Leaf, and if we haven't, which is why he's so hard for some newer fencers to fence, because the newer fencers haven't figured out those tricks yet. He's just a wall.
Yeah. Zara, can you guys tell Mathilde that you're fencing? Just tell Mathilde that you guys are fencing. Yeah. So just tell Mathilde. Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of these folks only have 3-4 months of experience here right now, and we're really happy with their progress.
A lot more of the experienced fencers are coming at 11.
Yeah,
so
in about an hour.
We got about an hour, but I think it's going well.
It's fine. Get some people to warm up.
Yeah.
I'm half inclined to just throw on my whites and get a couple of bouts in before people get busy, and
do it. We can throw somebody else on commentary for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll leave my phone here. I'll leave my phone on this side.
So, I'm gonna step away and get my gear on. You'll see me fencing maybe next bout, and I'll try to find somebody to tap in for commentary for a bit. Leaf, do you want to try your hand at commentary? Just introduce yourself, talk about the program, talk about Goodenough, talk about yourself, just a minute. Keep all one of our viewers in the paper while I get my gear on.
I was 210, right?
Yeah.
This is our first bout with both women fencers.
Yeah. Oh wait, just touching there and starting a new bout. Was it a simultaneous hit? So no point yet? That was off target. The ground, yeah, the ground isn't working. Pausing for some technical difficulties with the sword.
We do. Oh no, I removed it because it wasn't.
It doesn't work.
It does work. You just have to start it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, because of that. Did you delete the time, or is it
No, no, I just hit it.
Let's fix that. 'Cause I don't want to do that. Can you tell me how much time there is until? We'll go till 90 seconds.
Okay.
We'll go till 90 seconds.
All right, resuming here. Which mouse?
Wait, can we do this? I'll put it on.
Sorry.
What is it? 6 4?
5
Nice. A close match there between some of our newer fencers.
52.
11 hours, 53 minutes? No, 10 hours, 53 minutes. Okay. 10 hours is 36,000. Yes. We're fencing, just give me 1 second. We're fixing the time. What'd you get?
10:52.
Okay, so 52 minutes is what it is. We're 52 times 60. Yeah, sure.
Why do we need to do them 60?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We need the seconds. We need the minutes. 36,000 minutes.
Oh.
2 times 60.
Oh, you've got the bout numbers, but not time scale.
3120.
39. Yeah. Here you go. Okay, you have to go in here. In tools, scripts. Yeah, sorry, you didn't know that. Okay.
Hello, it is Kent on commentary now, and we have the match for the ages. Coach versus coach. Nima on the left and Noah on the right. Get ready, folks. This will be a big one. I will do my best to explain what's going on, but I learned how to fence in October, so the answer is I won't know much. Nima typically fights. Oh, does he fight? Is it foil or saber? Or sorry, saber epee. Epee. Nima on the left typically fights epee, so he's using a different type of fencing right now. Epee you can hit anywhere in the body, whereas this foil one you can hit those metal pieces. As you can tell, we don't trust the tech. Never trust the tech. Or your shoes. How many people do we have in the live stream right now? I guess there's one of you.
Maybe 2 with materials.
Maybe. All right, and they're getting ready. Oh, and the technology's failed us immediately.
Honestly, that one might just be close.
Let's see. And Aurora runs to switch out the swords. Goodenough College, when we bought our last set of swords, we decided to buy the cheapest sword, save some money. Turns out, sometimes things are cheap for a reason, and these swords have taken so much maintenance. Would not recommend. Next time, buy middle quality swords. That is my professional amateur recommendation. Okay, let's see what's happening, folks. All right, it looks like Nima got that point immediately. We have Noah here doing some fancy blade work, and Nima goes through it. Nima's getting bouncy. Nima sometimes will do these leaping attacks. Let's see if he goes for one. Ooh, and they both get off target, so they hit something that was not the metal part, which means they start from the same point. Oh, a nice lunge. Nima's up 3-0. Okay, they're bending the swords, making sure everything's ready. The swords should only bend one direction, and sometimes people make sure they're forced that way. Ooh, let's hear what happened from the judge.
Before I actually leave the area,
Noah's point. I guess Noah had the priority. Priority is whoever has an attack, or both at the same time, whoever's priority status, whoever's attack it is, gets the point. If you're attacking and somebody blocks and they attack back, and that will switch the priority from you to them. So this is a rule that encourages advancement to make sure you're not just fencing defensively. And now we're switching out another sword that is 2 swords down with 2 minutes 30 to go. Will we get through the match before all of our swords break? Stay tuned to find out.
There's 4 people in the stream, and one of them's from him. Okay, now we haven't even done it.
Down to 1 person on the stream, which is probably just our test case. Matilda, keep up the great work. Got any commentary, fellow commenter? My partner in crime here is very silent. But you never mess with the tech guy. They are the most important part of the whole event. Them and whoever cleared out the gym for us. Because we put up the chairs, but somebody else took all the tables away ahead of time. And that would have been like half an hour work that we were spared. So thank you to the Goodenough facilities team.
I mean, I don't mean to lie, but it's getting dark. We can have lights. Yeah, I don't want to turn the lights on.
Ooh, lights are going on. The fencers want more light. There is no arrows until commentary on my commentary. Look at this. Ah, yes, I'm supposed to mention when it's getting spicy. All right, let's see. Oh. Look at that shuffle and a parry. I can't follow the party there. Let's see what the judge has to say. Judge says point for Noah. All right, in that lightning fast bout, somebody with faster eyes than I called it. Nima's doing a classic jump and scored the point. Oh, I love to see it. Those jumps, so annoying to fence against. Not that I have a chance to get Nima to begin with, but like, every time. Again, no idea what happened there. Noah got another point. Very nice. Look at this. It's a close match with 2 minutes left on the clock. Oh, Noah just decided to give himself up to the blade. Commit seppuku. Let's not have any more of that. Referee's being accused of being on the phone. Let's see where this goes. Ooh, you can hear the swish of the blades. At least I can. I don't know how good the mic is. Oh! Nima got 2 pokes, but neither quite landed, leaving us off target. Nima only has like a meter of space to go before he's out of the game. Oh, another off target. Not quite making contact here. There we go, a solid hit. Now they're both going to reset to the center and start afresh. With 2 minutes left on the clock. Oh, a very nice lunge. All right, let's see if Noah can pull off a catch-up here. Noah's going in, going with this. Some nice footwork. Oh, Noah avoids Nima's jump. Some infighting there when they're moving close. And what does the ref call it? They're turning me down a little bit, I guess. I am.
It's not you.
Not me? Okay. Ooh. Some low blades. I think this is Nima's FA skills coming through. And Noah lands the point. All right, 4-8. It's going to be tough to catch this one up, but I've got good confidence in Noah here. Can we even the match? Nima got back to a corner, but managed to land a hit. Ooh, and Noah again walked into it, committing seppuku for a final 10-4 score. Very nice. Aren't our coaches impressive here at Goodenough? All right, let's see who we have next. Looks like two fencers not from Goodenough are getting ready. That is, pardon me? Two UCL boys, okay.
We have 3 UCL people here so far.
Nice.
And then the other 2 are over there.
You're one of the UCL people? Treason.
Noah goes to UCL as well. It's just he doesn't fence for UCL.
Yeah. Technically, in the fencing records, everybody at Goodenough is unaffiliated.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Because we don't have an official club over here yet.
It would be too much effort to be an official club, so we are unofficial, like the vagabonds we are. I'm not supposed to stay on the live stream, folks, so that will be cut. Don't take a record on this. Just gotta give Nima a little heart attack here. All right, now, why don't you remind me who we have on either side coming up next? We got Rakesh Mistry on the left, Rishikesh, and then Merlin on the right. Okay, both UCL fencers. And are they also fencing foil? Yes, because otherwise you have to switch the annoying beeping sound. Our machine, when the swords are connected, just have to beep consistently. So when we're think this will be a long pause, we turn it off, but sometimes we just kick back and wait. It is extremely annoying though. I don't know if it comes through on camera, but that beep every... Oh, there we go. They got their swords in. They're helping hook each other up, getting ready for a good match. I'd wish them a clean match, but I don't know what the difference between a clean and dirty match yet. So we're just gonna wish them a match in general. Let's go. And they're testing the swords. They both seem to work.
More than we can say for ours.
More than we can say for ours, absolutely. This is how the professionals do it, boys.
It's what happens when you have a non-trained armorer without a kit to work with.
We do have a non-trained armor without a kit to work with, but honestly, Noah has done a fantastic job keeping our swords together. With Nima as referee. Okay. Ooh, really backing up, and off target. Left managed to take out right's wire. And they're off again. The right does not have very much space. That is what Merlin on the right. Merlin's advancing. Can you remind me how you pronounce last name? Rishikesh. And Rishikesh is going. He seems to really like advancing, taking up all the space. Oh, and that looks like a wiring issue?
Yeah, it's a wiring issue.
Unfortunate. All right, we're down, and oh, we'll just keep going. We might be down to their sword, boys. Let's see what happens. Oh, Merlin's advancing and retreating again. Merlin's, almost falling over to an off target stuck in the back of the field. Well, at least we had no falling over. Listeners, to the best of my knowledge, no one here is studying medicine, which I think means I have the best first aid after that. I'm hoping a doctor will show up just in case we get incidents, because I don't want to be the one to do first aid. So let's keep the match without injuries. So far, Goodenough Fencing Club has had 2 very minor injuries, and I want to keep it that way. All right, 1-0 for left. 1-1. 1-1? I have not been paying... 2-1. Dang, the scoreboard hasn't been updated. You know, I've got a math master's, but counting is really difficult. When we try to keep track of our score without the scoreboard, I just lose it every time.
So I was a little bit too early on the, their swords are working fine.
You were a little bit too early on, but their swords are working fine.
Do they need to borrow one? Tape, okay.
If I was superstitious, I'd say Noah had jinxed us, but luckily I am not. So this was inevitable, fated from the initial conditions of the universe. This is how things have happened, how things will always go. Block universe theory, folks. Let's start talking philosophy, as everyone does once they get too much of a following. All right, we've taped the wire in.
Okay.
Nah.
Broken.
And they're off again. These two are enthusiastic, ready to knock the wire out with a strong flick of the blade. We're gonna need a new sword, folks. That's my call.
It's time to stop.
Yeah. Apparently this is a foil-only issue. Nima, why is this a foil-only issue?
Commentary insights.
Yes.
Okay, so well, it's not a foil only issue; it's a foil and saber issue. But the way that the scoring machine works is in fencing. The whole thing is about completing a circuit. So in épée, this might be backwards. I'm not an electrical engineer, but in épée, when you press the button on the end of the sword, there's a button on the end of the sword.
Yeah.
If you press the button on the end of the sword, you complete the circuit. No, sorry, you break the circuit. Yes, okay, yeah. You break the circuit. And so breaking the circuit makes the light go off. But in foil and saber, you complete the circuit, which is why they're wearing conductive jackets. So if that circuit breaks by not touching something conductive, which is what happens when they hit off target, then the white light goes on. Which means if there also isn't a sword plugged in, the white light also goes on because the circuit is still broken.
Makes sense.
So that's why the machine goes ballistic when people leave. It has abandonment issues. So yeah, that's the because.
Yeah.
Your phone is very black and white.
My phone is very black and white. I desaturated it to not check it as often, which I feel like works.
Maybe I'll do that actually.
Would recommend. Yeah.
All right, this has been your brief little interlude. We're getting you a wire, Merlin. Merlin. We're getting him a wire. Yeah. Or it's a wire problem. It's a wire problem. Yeah. 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 So this has been your brief little self-help tips with Kent. Anything else? Drink enough water?
I am drinking lots of water. These
drinking lots of water.
fencing uniforms are so sweaty, and I've had to keep it on until my next bout because I don't want to have to put it back on again later.
We're like doing cosplay as a jacket potato right now.
Exactly. Yeah, just broiling in here. There are so many layers to a fencing uniform, folks. There is, what's the chest piece called? Just a chest piece, right?
Chest protector?
Chest
Are you
protector.
wearing one?
Yes.
Really? Wait,
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh, yeah.
So you are. Holy shit. Get you a guy who's protected. Like
Oh, you know it.
Oh my god.
I am always prepared.
So you can wear a chest protector. If you're a woman, you have to wear a chest protector, as FIE mandated. But if you're a man, you can choose to. And Kent is doing it because we recommended. It's a good idea when you're learning how to fence to not be scared of getting hit. And this is good.
It's good.
Yeah.
And then above that, there's the
Suplastron,
Suplastron.
which is like a half jacket. We can do like a modeling shoot later. There's like a nice runway.
Oh, yeah.
Half jacket, which I don't know if you know why it exists, the half jacket.
It is so that you can't get stabbed through the seam of the other jacket.
Correct.
And then killed.
Wow. Who told you that?
You did.
Oh.
You are excellent.
Oh, I forgot that I told you that. Wow, good job.
Yeah.
And then the jacket, which is to protect your body.
Yeah.
There is an urban legend that they're made out of Kevlar. I don't think that they are, but they might be.
There's probably a material scientist somewhere good enough that can check that for
They
us.
can take 800 newtons of force.
800 newtons of force. Oh, we got somebody in the corner. Come on in. Come on in. No. And he was going to go claim them. All right. Well, Lima goes and deals with that. So we got the jacket, and then we got the metal part on top of it, which is called a lame, which is what completes the circuit when a sword hits. So that is our kit. Oh, plus a helmet, because getting stabbed in the head would suck.
Yeah, so the mask also has a patch of conductive foil on it. This is because that's a legal target in foil. But a saber mask has a full metal mesh as the whole mask, so the whole thing is conductive. That's because you can hit somebody with the saber on the top of the head and it will count as a point.
Oh, neat. Gotta try saber one of these days.
Yes, it's fun. It's a more agile. Imagine a foil, but much more aggressive, where saber engagements will usually be decided within 2 to 3 actions, whereas foils can go. Foil engagement can go for a little bit longer, whereas saber's very fast. To the untrained eye, it kind of just looks like they're running at each other and hitting.
To be fair to the untrained eye, all of this looks like we're running at each other and
Yes,
hitting.
that's true.
I have such a hard time following the priority there. It's very impressive.
Yes.
And you and Nemo were fast. Your sword's
Yeah.
flicking around. Oh yeah.
Well, I have to get tricky against Nima because he's got a really fast sword arm.
He does.
I struggle against that, and he hits from weird angles.
He likes the jump, which is
Yeah.
always throws me off.
Yeah, it's definitely something where I'm like, I gotta turn the lights on. I can't track his blade, you know. And even then, yeah, that was he's hard to fight for me. I don't
Oh
know.
yeah, yeah.
I got good matches against some styles of fencing, but his is not one of them.
No. All right, and it looks like our contestants are getting ready to fence again. Swords are working. Excellent.
Very good.
Yeah.
It's nice when things work.
It's nice when things work. So yes, back to me wearing the chest plate. Always be prepared. There's that first aid kit down there. We did bring it up just in case things go wrong. So we're all prepared here. Some of the new fencers, myself included, have a habit of trying to bring our ungloved hand forwards to catch swords, which would not recommend. I think I've broken myself of the habit. At least my first match seemed fine. But you will see occasionally people still bring their hands up, which is as risky as it looks.
And illegal.
And
as
illegal.
well. That can get you carded in a proper match.
Okay.
We're not doing cards.
We're not going to do it.
We're not doing carding.
I feel like we should get somebody who's really good at throwing cards, just have a set of them, and then just whip them out whenever they do anything silly. When you try so hard and you don't succeed. All right. I don't know what that was priority-wise.
It was simultaneous.
Simultaneous, so they stay in the same place, with Merlin being pushed back and back. Noah, how far back do you have to get before we call it somebody else's point, but them falling off the court?
Their back foot takes a step off of the piece,
Okay.
and then it's a point.
Oh, so we got more range than I thought we did.
Yes, or at least that's how we're calling it. The actual danger zone, they're pushing it a little bit. Really, the end of the danger zone should be that stripey area. We haven't been enforcing that so heavily because we're not real referees. And the only real referee we had pulled out, so.
Well, I think we're real referees if we believe we are real referees. Who's
Yeah,
to say
that's-
that my call is less valid than someone who's been doing it for 20 years, you
Yes.
know?
What you've just seen is one thing you can get with a weird foil engagement where people are trying to bring their blades back around because they're so close.
Ah, yeah.
It's a very advanced form of infighting, which I have just started teaching everybody.
Yeah, and so infighting is where you hold your blade, like, in more, right?
It's
That's what
at a
you do.
different, you change the angle of your sword to get a better, it's almost, if a normal sword strike is more of a straightforward stabbing motion, infighting is more like you're trying to, you're in a close quarters knife fight and you're trying to shank your opponent.
Shanking your opponents, folks. That sounds very British. Haha. Almost brings up the story of the alley that was closed behind Goodenough because someone got mugged there. And so we've nicknamed it Stabby Alley.
Sorry.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. This is great commentary. I feel like we should post a highlights reel.
What about the rest of the gear? Are there different types of swords?
Oh, that's a good question. Are there different types of swords for the different fencing styles outside of just the tips?
So, the three core blades, so foil, epee, saber, are all the same, or they all have a single pattern, more or less. The grips can change, so you've got your French, Belgian, and pistol grips are the most common. So that's the main thing that can change with sword construction. People prefer different kinds of grips.
What's the score?
Sorry? That was definitely his point.
With 35 seconds to go. Oh, I don't know what that was.
Off target.
Off target. Simultaneous?
Yeah, simultaneous. See, they're running down the clock, and now things are getting tense because,
Ooh. Needs 2 points in 15 seconds to tie the match. Merlin.
It's Merlin on the right. Yeah, Merlin's trying to tie it out or get ahead. But
Yeah.
with that 2-point deficit and 30 seconds left on the clock, that's going to be difficult.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, that's not Merlin. That's point left.
Yes. I think
Wrist catch, thank you.
Wrist catch. Yes, I think that pretty much cinches it unless you can get 4 points in 24 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, that's one.
Ooh, very nice stuff.
At this
And
rate,
that's,
1 point per 4 seconds, he can do it.
That's Tucson prep. Well done.
And the fencers are not allowed to walk past each other.
Off
Yeah.
off the edge. So that's. Now they're just fooling around. Now they're just being silly. Now they're being really silly.
10 seconds to go. More chaos ensues.
Target simultaneous.
3 seconds.
And that's time.
Well done to both of them.
And Rishikesh has it with 9-7.
Some really interesting fencing techniques on display and some very silly ones.
Some stuff I don't know.
That's
quite
the
something.
kind of stuff that you can see with high-level fencing, where it does get a little bit sillier, a little bit less straightforward as you go on. That's these two guys have been training a lot longer than most of us.
Yeah, so Rishikesh was saying he's been doing this since he's 11, right?
Sorry?
You said you've been fencing since you're 11. That is, what, 12-ish times longer than me. Each other? No, not yet. Be ready. Ooh, it's a challenge.
Be ready,
What do you
yes.
think? Can I get a single point?
Can you get a single point? That is the challenge.
That is the challenge. We shall see.
Don't let them push you back.
Well, while we are waiting for the next group, Noah, why don't we talk about the fencing a lefty versus fencing a righty?
Yes, so fencing a lefty versus fencing a righty is very strange especially for right-handed people. A lefty versus a lefty is a little bit more like a righty versus righty fencing each other, so that doesn't really change. But if you're right-handed and you fence a lefty, their attacks are going to be coming from weird angles. They're going to find it way easier to defend against a straightforward attack. So if you're fencing, if you're a right-handed fencer fencing a lefty, what you need to do is you need to get really tricky. You need to get really technical. You need to start dropping. You need to start dropping to the right hand. So if actually this might be easier to demonstrate. Let's turn on.
All right, thanks Noah for that overview. It's also important for me because about a month ago now, I switched from right to left because I'm somewhat ambidextrous and fencing a lefty is just so chaotic that we figured, hey, why not give it a shot and just be as unpredictable as possible, including to myself.
Well, Kent, you're a really good choice for this because you've got the fencing a lefty who also has a height and reach advantage over most people is really hard because they'll be just able to reach right out and get you. You want to come in?
Yeah, so that's what you've been training me up a bit, and so I'm starting with left this morning, and then if my arm gets too tired, I can switch back to right. You normally in a tournament have to sign up in advance which hand you're going to use?
Yes.
But because
you have to pick one, and you aren't allowed to switch.
This is fencing for charity, we can do almost whatever we want.
Well, it's not a real tournament, so.
Exactly. Yeah. I probably won't be throwing myself with two swords against anybody yet, but that would be fun.
That would be interesting, to say the least. I'm not sure how effective it would be. Dual wielding weapons is often not quite as effective as you would see in video games or movies.
Unfortunately not, no.
The best example of a more historical fencing style that does use a dual wield style is sort of the older Italian styles where you are actually fighting with a dagger in your offhand. But the dagger's not really a stabbing weapon, it's a parrying weapon. So it's actually more effective if you're fighting with a dagger and then a small buckler on your wrist, which is a very small shield, which does kind of the same thing where you're basically parrying with your offhand. And here we go with another bout. It's Leaf versus Zara.
Leaf versus Zara, okay. Leaf has been fencing for just about 2 years now, to my understanding.
Yes.
He has been instrumental in keeping the fencing club going forwards, and he's just progressed phenomenally, I'm sure, from starting at 0. He's a very skilled fencer with excellent defense. Zara here has started in October, with most of us in this room. The room is emptied out. Not most of us in this room.
Still most of us in
Still most of us in this room, yeah. All right, Zara got a point on.
She's got a very strong offense, but sometimes her defense isn't quite as strong. So we've got a very strong defensive fencer versus a fairly strong offensive fencer, which is a bit of an odd matchup. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, we'll see if it means Zara can't just get all those points back to back, or if they've got a third. Quite a lead to begin with. Let's see if Leaf can catch us up.
I'll be right back.
Absolutely. All right, and Noah's out, so it's just me giving some commentary and see if I can follow this priority right now. Unless you want to chime in. All right, again.
No help from tech support.
No help from tech support. Tech support is too busy making sure everything's working for us to commentate. They gave me the easy job, which I appreciate, because I do not mind hearing myself talk. One of the effects of having taught swimming lessons for 8 years. And we got some movement. Let's see. Zara's backing up. Oh, and she got another point on Leaf. I thought Leaf had that one. Let's see. It's interesting. It's a bit of rock, paper, scissors here, because did I beat Zara earlier? Is that it? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, so I beat Zara, and looks like Zara might beat Leaf, and Leaf beat me, so.
Yes, so this is the interesting thing about fencing matchups, is the various styles of fencing, or the way somebody approaches fencing can be very different, and their style can be can make a big difference. Like somebody who can beat one person very easily might struggle against another person, even if theoretically their skills aren't the same. It's a very sort of rock, paper, scissors almost style of fencing, where the way I see it is you've got somebody like Leaf, who is a very defensive fencer, but doesn't excel necessarily with offense. Whereas if you watch Zara, she'll just keep going and going and going. Like she's relentless. But if you can get her on the back foot, she's not a strong fencer. But Leaf struggles with that because his offense, his ability to go forward, disengage, and attack isn't quite as good. Whereas, yeah, you see, she's completely relentless. She just keeps going. She keeps re-attacking. Now there we go. So Leaf's instinct here is to keep parrying, but she's not really giving him room to riposte. So she's just bludgeoning him down until he eventually loses the point. Now, this doesn't necessarily work for a 10-bout thing because she's going to tire herself out a lot faster than Leaf will. See, now Leaf's got a reserve of energy that he can now use to push the advantage, which works fine. She got 5 points on him, no problem. But in a longer 10-bout match, he's got reserves of energy that she's just not going to have. So I think we're going to see a bit of a turnaround here where that sort of rush-down style of fencing really shows its weakness.
Yeah, and this is probably the disadvantage of the fact that we usually train to 5 in the club just for time's sake, so we can get everybody doing more fencing.
Now, this is just because it's. You got him in the mask, which normally would be a point, but we haven't wired ourselves up with mask wires. We do have mask wires, which I'm wondering once we get into some of the team bouts and matches later in the day, we'll probably want to get those set up just so everything's a little bit more fair when we're keeping score and everything.
Oh, absolutely. Especially for the people who've trained at, say, UCL, where they use all the gear all the time and are a little more used to having the full kit.
Yes, especially if they're aiming for the neck as an instinct. I do that sometimes when I'm fencing you folks, where it's like, no, I got them in the neck, that's my point. just because it shows it off target when it's not electrified, of course.
Absolutely. But I think here, we may just see the clock run down before Leaf's extra stamina.
Clock run down before anything quite happens.
Oh,
very
Leaf has a
nicely.
point.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's where his real defensive skill comes at, where she's waning, so he has more time to parry now, which is where he's going to start showing some of his quality.
Do we know who's fencing next after this?
I don't think we do yet.
All right, then I might go give it another go if somebody's interested in fencing me.
Yeah.
I know Aurora owes me a match.
And I can take back over commentary.
Awesome,
Come
awesome.
back anytime, Kent.
Absolutely will.
I think this works better when we've got two people playing off of each other anyways. So he's really narrowing the gap. See if he can manage 2 points in 10 seconds to tie it up. Off target. Very nice. And Leaf gets a point. Ooh, this is Leaf, rusher. Get her. Oh, and he ties it up with 2 seconds left on the clock. Let's go.
That's time.
That's time. Halt. She doesn't listen. Yeah. So we're gonna put 1 more minute on the clock. See if they can't break this tie.
I don't know how you were doing commentary and keeping score together. This is like
Yeah,
a
no,
full-time thing.
it's I was struggling with it. I was like, I can't do both of these at the same time. Oh, do you have a coin? Here, pull up. Look it up on your. Just open a tab and click coin flipper.
Did you catch that?
Yes. So Leaf has priority. If they're going to go for another minute, if neither of them score in that time, Leaf will win. And they have to be very cautious. This is sudden death. Ooh. And that's Zara's point. A very good bout on both of their parts. Well done to the two. Huh? Yes. Oh. You can come over here. Yes, I'm doing a bit of commentary. We had a few people earlier in the day. We're expecting more people around now to kind of start trickling in. Some of the residents, it's a Sunday, some of them aren't even up yet. More people will start trickling in, and I think, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I'll come back later this afternoon.
Sounds good. Okay, Kent and Aurora are back for our last foil bout for a bit. We're gonna switch to epee because we've had a couple of epees trickle in over the last couple of minutes. See, now that I'm back on my own, I gotta start matching Kent's energy again because he brought a lot of enthusiasm to the role. Hopefully he comes back. Okay, so let me just check. Do we have any new viewers? Of course, all of this will be recorded, so the commentary isn't going to waste or anything. But we still got the same people watching as we did before. Hopefully we'll have a few more trickle in soon.
This is the last throw that for
Yep, I've announced that. And here they go again. It's Kent and Aurora up again. Kent, the man who's just been commentating for the last 20 minutes or so. They're both still learning, but they've gotten quite good. There we go, and Aurora gets the points. A little bit of a clash in the middle there. And Kent's advancing and goes off target. Aurora's trying to tack in, and that's a stop hit. They're fighting in the middle. Aurora's going to struggle to get around the lefty guard attacking like that, and Kent gets the point on a parry. It looked simultaneous. Simultaneous off target or, yeah. And Kent gets a hit on a parry. Yes. The Kent's really using that extra reach to his advantage, unfortunately. Very nice. Beautiful disengage there. Well done. Yeah, she's closing the gap a bit. Off target. Yeah, now she's getting the idea. She's attacking out. Ooh. Oh, some vicious infighting as she's tied it up. Do or die. Ooh. Well, that was quite a turnaround. Ooh, she might have his number. Let's see if Kent can't figure this out. She's getting him in the shoulder now, which is where he's not able to parry quite as easily. He's going to need to start parrying up. She's getting him slightly off target, but she's got the right idea, just not quite the right angle. She figured it out at one point. Let's see if she can't do it again. Though Kent seems to have her number a little bit more. We're seeing a lot of on targets, which means they're both struggling to find the range of the target at this point, which is common against fighting a lefty. You'll often get them in the arm. Yeah, that's okay. So she's just off target, just by a little bit. We'll fix that. That might be the blade. I think that might be the one that keeps going off. Just put it in the bag. And we're back. Equipment issues abound. This may or may not be my fault. Ooh. Nice. Parry. Oh, and he ties it back up. They've really got each other's number now. Now they're just going to have to figure it out. See, now they're both winded, and she's got him in the leg again. In the leg, looks like. Oh, and he gets her. Tucson prep. Again. That was the ground. And that finishes it. Very solid showing from both of them. I thought Aurora was really on that streak there, but you can't keep doing the same action all over and over again, which is what she did for those 6 points, which he eventually figured out how to parry, which became a problem for her because he started throwing her off target. And we may have gotten more off targets in this bout than we got hits. And now we're switching over to epee. Now we've had some epeeists show up. The room's really filled up. We've got 6-7 more fencers now from different clubs. Very exciting. So you'll probably notice with some of these call-outs that we're switching a little bit between French and English. and that's because some of our organizers are from the Canadian School of Fencing, which uses French, which is a bit of a legacy of our French colonial past. That's never really left. So all our callouts are en garde, prêt à aller, touche en prep. Just these little legacies. Where here in England, you see more English callouts, just ready fence, which I think is less exciting than using the French to a certain extent. Yes. Sorry? They're gonna go to 15. Okay. So we're gonna put 6 minutes on the clock, or we'll just run down the clock twice because I'm not sure if you can put 6 minutes on the clock. Yes, so for our viewers at home who haven't seen an épée bout now that we switched to it, we're going to be the light's going to be going off. There won't be any more white lights because in épée, when you're fencing, any touch is a legal touch. Doesn't really matter where on the body. So it's a slightly slower, more deliberate form of fencing, because you have to be a lot more defensive. You have to be a lot more aware of where things are going, because as you can see, he just got him in the leg, which is something that would not be workable in foil, but is perfectly legal in épée. There's a lot more play. There's a lot more distance here. And again, he's attacking low, which is, so Nima likes to aim for the leg. He likes to aim for the foot. He tends to attack a little bit lower, which is why in foil sometimes he gets random off targets because he forgets that. Oh, and there he goes. Nice advance, nice lunge. Just slowly closing the distance until he hits the right point, and then he sees the lunge and goes for it. Again, it's a stop. I'm not sure what happened there. Stop hits are also a lot more important. And there we go. Picking up the pace a little bit. And then I think that this is, I believe Merlin's primary weapon is in fact foil. So sometimes the instincts of a foilist do not translate all that well to an épée match. Oh, and there's another stop hit. He's coming in a little bit too fast. He's not watching his neck. Of course, that instinct's fine because he's expecting a parry before that lunge goes through, but. Nima, that was mean. He dropped his center of gravity, dropped his blade, and then went in real fast. Ooh. See if he can't keep up that momentum. Come on. And he's on the back foot. There we go. Ooh, nice parry. And Nima gets it. And another point for Nima, going for that almost flesh. Didn't quite. And that's a stop hit, which leaves us at 10. We're going to 15 on this one, folks. So that timer is going to reset for another 3 minutes. Again, it's that expectation of the hit. When he's coming in, he's expecting a parry, and then it's not coming because he's just stop hitting. Nima's got a bit of a reach on him, too. That doesn't help. Oh, there we go. He's figuring it out. You tried to get a little bit too low. That sometimes those tricks will put you on your arse. Stop hit. Oh, very nice. Sometimes it just takes a while to figure out distance. Sometimes it takes just letting your opponent get winded, and that was a simultaneous, which means they both get a point. And we're resetting to the next 3 minutes. I highly doubt that we're going to need all of them. Nima only needs 2 points to win. But we've really seen quite a comeback from Merlin at 6 points now. Well done. Now he's really getting the distance figured out. Nima's winded himself a little bit, I think. Sometimes it just takes a while to gauge that distance, where somebody's coming in from, and then counter hitting them on the point. Commentating epee is so much easier than commentating foil. With the lack of priority, you can just say what they're doing, and you don't have to wait to see if the ref's going to call priority or try to judge it by yourself, which is something that can be quite difficult, especially if you're like me and you've never actually commentated. And Nima gets that point on a parry. Final point for Nima, and he tries to charge in, gets a bit greedy, and pays for it. 14-8. Wouldn't be the strangest thing. I have seen turnarounds at this kind of point deficit. It's harder in epee because all Nima needs to do is that, a simultaneous, and the bout is over at 15-9. After a solid 4 minutes of fencing. Well done to both of them. And that was our first example of epee for the day. Next up, we've got Alex Telfer and Christiana Chi. I have no idea what clubs they are of, but we have invited a number of clubs here to Goodenough College today. If you haven't been around since my first announcement, Goodenough College is an educational charity. They've very kindly hosted us in their great hall for the day, and they provide a home and community for postgraduate students living in London. The students here come from all over the world, and they are taken in regardless of financial situation or personal circumstance. So we're very grateful to Goodenough for allowing us use of their facilities, and we're also donating to a number of mental health and sport charities as well for another 4. I don't know what's been done here. Go back to the timer. Okay, interesting. You gotta click on that, and then, what the hell? Down? I got it, I can see it. There you go. Okay. A little bit of technical issues today. We've basically set up our tech setup with sincere prayers and a little bit of redneck engineering. Yeah.
How late were we here last night setting up?
How late were we here? We were here until like 10:20. It was quite late getting all this set up. We used up all of our tape. I tried to repair all of our weapons and failed with most of them. And then we tried 5 different ways of getting the timer up. You on stream cannot see it, but the timer is projected on the left-hand side beyond that curtain. The reason is because we were originally going to put it on that screen there, but the projector had a bad habit of shining in our fencers' lights in their eyes, which is let's just say it's not very practical for fencing, being blinded by a bright white light coming from the projector. So we've got our time clock and our score up on the wall there, which has actually worked out quite well. I'm going to be honest.
I'm really impressed. I was doubtful to begin with, but no, it's working.
Yeah. So yes, obviously you on stream cannot see it, but we've rigged it so the timer can be seen on the screen as well. So it's a little bit of technical finagling that we've done. But back to the actual commentary on this bout between Telfer and Shi. We're currently at 2-2 with 2:23 left on the clock, and it looks like that's a nice stop hit to the leg.
And so Telfer and Shi are from which club here?
I have no idea.
Absolutely. All right. They're not from Goodenough, which means
They're
that
not from
LSE or UCL, two of the big
Yes.
universities here in London, England.
Yes, we've got a few clubs, both from school and private clubs here in London, including manufacturer clubs like Leon Paul. Yes, the piece you're seeing was rented from them for the day. Bit of a trek out there. They're kind of on the far north end, and they've both tied it up. This has only been a minute of fencing, and they're at 4-4.
Yeah.
I look away for 1 second, and they've already got to the point where a normal fencing match would be over. But we are going to 10 for practical reasons, mostly because it's kind of a pain to keep resetting this every
It
time we
is.
want to do something else. So.
And it's fun to go all the way to 10, as you saw between, it's Kent again on the mic, my match with Aurora, we went from one of us up to the other, back to up, so you can really have things swing around through a long match.
That was a very interesting match between the two of you. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can really feel my own limitations in matches like that, but it's definitely a good lot of fun. I was trying something at the beginning that just seemed to not work at all, and I finally figured out how to adjust to Aurora's style and getting around her arm.
Yes. She figured out that one outward lunge that racked her up like 6 points
It did.
in a short amount of time, and we're at 7. This is really good epee as well. We should focus on this because it is really quite good fencing.
Yeah. And epee is not a sport that we have access to at Goodenough College because we don't have any epees. So to see it here is quite impressive. And so now could be match point if we get another.
Yes. Well, and the thing about match point and epee is all you need to do is to do it simultaneous.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because 10 points is 10 points. Oh, and she's got it on that Tushan prep.
So epee, can you have both points go up at the same time?
Yes, you can. If you hit at the same time, it's not simultaneous. It doesn't reset. You both just get the point. See, now he's cinched it, so that takes us to 10-7. I think they might have decided to go to 15, and they have decided to go to 15. Okay, here we go.
Yeah. And so it's an attempt to attack the foot, which is legal in this version of fencing.
Yes. You'll see a lot more lights going off on both sides. There is no white here, which is something that in your previous belt we saw a lot of, just because you were both trying to figure out sort of each other's guard and how to best hit each other. So it's a very different style and approach to fencing as opposed to foil, which has to be, which is a little bit faster. It's a little bit more. There's a little bit more accuracy. Where epee, well, not this epee, they're going very fast. But for most epee bouts, you'll see people being a little bit more cautious. They'll take things. They have to keep a guard up, or down. Really, the order, the attacking order for epee is just so different. And in the previous match we saw with Nima and Merlin, you'll probably note that Merlin is primarily a foilist. So he's instinctually attacking, assuming that that Nima's going to have to parry in order to attack him, and then Nima's just attacking him, and that's confusing for a foilist because their instinct is, okay, I have attacked. that attack requires a response in the form of a parry before another action can be taken, which isn't the case here.
Now we're up to 12-11.
12-11,
so it's very close.
yes,
Like,
it's very
is that-
close, and that's another
Oh.
simultaneous. So
Yeah.
that brings us up to 13-12. The thing about simultaneous is that functionally it's the same as an off-target because both don't gain anything. The only time it's actually worth doing is when you know you're going to win, and you can just easily do a simultaneous because it takes you to 5, 10, 15 points, whatever your threshold is for winning.
But
So
now
you
that we're on
they've tied it up.
13-13,
Yes.
two simultaneouses would tie us up. Is there an overtime, or how does it work? if
Yes,
they
there
both-
is an overtime, and it's a sudden death, basically.
Okay.
So we set it to, we set the clock, we decide, and then it's just a minute,
Yeah.
and then whoever gets the point is the winner.
But we only have 4 seconds left, so I think.
Yes,
a
and that
clear
is 15. That
13.
leaves us, but they have gone
Very
quite a
impressive
while.
from
That is
both fences.
very good fencing.
Yeah,
on both
absolutely.
sides, yes. Yes, 15-13 is very respectable score. And if this was a team bout, 15-13 wouldn't be that bad because you would have another team member on deck and could easily make up that deficit.
Have we explained team bouts yet to the
We
audience?
aren't going to yet because we are going to do some, so it would be
excellent.
better just to wait. Do you mind grabbing my backpack down there because I'm out of water? Thank you.
Yes. Now it looks like we've got a lot of people coming from other clubs right now, so maybe I should
Yes.
take all this sweaty stuff off, give myself a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like my gear's going to come on and come off and come on
Yep.
throughout the day just because, and I'm almost thinking it might be worth getting geared back up for another round if you're willing to sit here and talk for a bit.
Absolutely.
But we'll let the next. I think it looks like we've got 3 more scheduled, and maybe I'll take the one after that. And we're switching back to foil temporarily. Looks like. Here we've got Winifred Careless and Christine Lee, who's calling. Who is calling? Yes. Does somebody want a ref? Does somebody want a ref? Okay, we have found our ref. We have tested our weapons, and now both of them are ready to go. And we're off. And Careless pushes Lee fairly hard, but good recovery there. They're keeping their distance. They're having a bit of play. This is where you'll see with a lot of women's fencing, there's a little bit more distance keeping. There's and then there's sort of the sharper, faster movements, as you saw here. And we're back on guard, and we're off again. Looks like Winifred is a more aggressive fencer. Let's see how Lee deals with this, and it's off target. Very nice. Tushan prep. That looked like an attempted disengage, but she got her when the blade went up. Off target again. Again, we try for infighting, but it looks like there was an overbalance there, and a very bent blade as well. This is why we wear 3 layers of cloth, folks. You can get hit rather hard, and it can hurt even over those layers.
Mm-hmm. Especially if you get it in the neck or whatnot. So you can sometimes get really, what do you call that, bound up?
Yeah, so they got pretty close. What we saw was a disengage up and then down. And
it looks like some donations are coming in. So
yes,
thank
indeed.
you to the
How
audience.
much do we have, Nima? 186 is our current donation. We've got a target of 1,000 pounds today. This is in pounds, so for our American or Canadian viewers, 186 actually is somewhat impressive, a little bit more impressive than it would be in Canada.
Especially Canadian, because what is the dollar today? Something like 0.6.
Oh, I don't want to think. Oh no, it's way worse than that.
Is it worse than that now?
I would imagine. Yes. Our Canadian commentators are in pain.
Yes.
And back to the match, they're off again, and we're seeing a lot of off targets as they both try to figure out each other's guards and defenses. That can happen. You can get a lot of, figuring out each other's styles. We were talking about that sort of style compatibility. Certain styles of fencing can beat out others, and this is where you have a bit of play. You need to shake things up and try some things. Now, 10 points allows you a lot more time to figure that out, but it also allows you a lot more time to wear yourself out as well.
There's a lot of, would that be infighting there?
That is infighting, and that we haven't necessarily taught this to the fencers yet, but that over the body kind of and in is a interesting technique. It's used by a lot of people when they're infighting. That sort of blade mobility is something that comes into play a lot when you've hit your second or third year of learning how to fence, where you're playing with your blade and you're figuring out what angle to attack from, whereas fencers when they first start training are very straightforward, which is how they've taught, because really you have to figure out the fundamentals, and that was a very good parry.
So now I'm curious to ask you about hand position. Because I know some fencers keep their hands very far back. You sometimes keep your hand a little up behind you. And both of them are sort of keeping their hands beside their bodies right now. So what's the sort of strategy there? Or is it just whatever feels natural?
It really is just whatever is most comfortable for you. I don't like my arm down by my side because I don't like where it's trailing. If I keep mine up and a little bit more rigid, then that's where I like it. The one thing you never do, and I think a lot of people do it because they think it's cool, is they tuck their arm behind their back because they've seen it in movies or anything. The problem with that stance is that it really limits your range of rotation, because you're locking your lower sort of abdominal muscles too much, because you're sort of holding everything in place when your arm's back. So that's something you never do, and it's something that a lot of beginner fencers do because they think it looks cool, and it does look kind of cool. But it's but yeah, it's very much something they've seen in film or they've seen it in pop culture, but it's really not a good idea.
It does look cool, and it feels like your hands were protected that way, which I suppose it is, but in theory you should be able to keep your hand back and not have it linger forwards anyway.
Exactly. And that's a very natural human defensive reaction, and I think that's the other reason people do it, is they don't want to accidentally get their hand in the way. But when it's up or to the side, it's usually pretty safe, because unless you're fencing somebody who's really incompetent, they're really incompetent, they're not going to hit that hand, because that's really not where they're aiming.
Yeah.
If they're aiming properly, they're aiming for center mass.
And so they've got 7 seconds left on the clock, and it's 9 to 7.
9 to 7.
I think we'll have a clear winner here.
Left. And I think it will be hard to make up those 3 points. There's a bit of a deficit here, so she could just run down the clock and win.
Oh, absolutely. And she
Time.
did.
Can we just keep going?
Yeah, you can keep going. You want to go to 15? They want to go to 15. Let's put another 3 minutes on the clock.
Nice. And so let's see what this longer back has to do now. They both figured out each other's styles a little bit more.
Yes, and that's the thing about distance keeping. That sort of play. Now she's pushing her, and if she's lucky, she'll either get the point or she'll push her right off the piste, which is what happened there.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit hard to see, I think, for this current view of the camera for those on stream.
Yes.
But
our interim ref is paying very close attention, so we're giving her
she's
the
doing
front view,
a good
essentially.
job.
I'm always impressed by good refs, just how fast they can watch the blades.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard with that back and forth, the parry. Sometimes it's easy to miss a parry or a disengage or something. when people are throwing in tricks.
Now, for stuff like the Olympics, are there slow-mo cameras? Do they use that these days?
Yes, yeah. So there are playbacks which can help, and you'll have them on multiple angles so you can see exactly what the action was for those tricky calls. Now, of course, the rest they're getting for the Olympics are very, very good. So
Oh, absolutely.
for the most part, that doesn't happen. But
Yeah.
that does, those sort of tricky calls have been assisted by cameras.
It's fun to see the evolution of technology in fencing. It's nice to have the electrics for sure. And I mean, nobody fences till first blood anymore.
No.
Wonder, do you know offhand when the last first blood match was?
The first blood match was so by the Napoleonic Wars, dueling had been made quote unquote illegal.
Okay.
By most military regulations, people in the same army were not supposed to be dueling each other for honor debts. Now, it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It happens all the time. But even by that point, they were sort of trying to phase them out. So it eventually became to the point where people were more commonly dueling with guns. Instead of swords, and duels to the death in general became a lot less common until they were functionally outlawed. With the Americans being a lot more trigger happy, let's say. Their duels with guns lasted until they were very harshly legislated out. But military dueling sort of morphed into the fencing that we know around the late 19th century, with those first blood duels being phased out about 50 years before then.
Okay.
There's a really good film, actually, by Ridley Scott called The Duelists, which is set in the Napoleonic Wars, and it's about two gentlemen who I sort of refer to them as murder soulmates because they keep running into each other, and one of them offended the other's honor when they were very young officers, and they keep having duels about it even until they are both generals and have retired. And it's a very good film. It's called The Duelist, so I'd recommend that one for fencers or for people interested.
Yeah, absolutely. So the other thing to talk about is they're bending their swords quite often here to try to keep the swords in the right angle. So we want our swords to bend downwards. Is that
Downwards, right? Yes. So, and that can be quite hard. Some people like a more straight blade. You can see Careless's blade there. It is more straight. Getting to the point where they've both really figured out each other's guard. They're probably a little bit tired now that they've been fencing for almost 6 minutes.
Yeah.
They've gone to 13-12, which is a very impressive score to keep.
Yeah.
Especially since Lee has actually made up quite a deficit here.
Oh, absolutely. And it's so tiring to be fencing for that long. Any type of really combat sport, you use your whole body, and it's so incredibly draining with a little bit of adrenaline, and you throw your whole self out there. So you can see they're slowing down a little bit, being a little more careful. And we got another off target. Let's see if, remind me of the name of the right again?
So that is Christine Lee.
Let's see if Lee can make up 2 more points in, and she got
And
one.
she might
One
just
more
be
point
able
in
to.
44 seconds. It is possible if she takes the offensive here a little bit. Oh, and she has made it up.
They have tied it up. So this is sudden death now. Very good fencing here.
Absolutely.
See, now there's a bit of play. They're both keeping, the appropriate distance, though Lee is being pushed back. Though she does seem to like fighting on that precipice. And let's see what the call is. And the bout goes to Winifred Careless. And
15 seconds.
15 seconds
they
left
called
on
it.
a
Absolutely.
6-minute clock at 15-14.
Very nice.
Very solid, yes. The next bout we're looking at Elena De Rossi and Xingxing Hyong. Sorry? Okay, you can pronounce. Sorry, I'm trying. We'll get the correct
pronunciation for you,
correct
folks.
pronunciation
absolutely.
there, folks. I'm trying. Ingsing.
So that is
Insing Yang.
Insing Yang, and our other is
That would be Eleanor de Rossi.
Eleanor de Rossi and Insing Yang.
Apologies for that pronunciation. My rural Canadian accent sometimes cannot handle it.
Pronounce my name.
Sorry?
Yeah.
That's how I pronounce my name. It's Ingson.
Insing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies for that.
Oh no, don't worry. At least you asked.
Yes, we're both from Canada here, our commentators, and so curious to see how many of the audience can tell from the accent. Of course, some of you know both of us individually, I'm sure. But some people can tell apart the Canadian accent from, say, the American one or the different parts of Canada. But I know here it's not always that common to be able to tell apart sort of the different areas of North America.
Yes, because I tone it down quite a lot, but my natural accent is actually southwestern Ontario, which is a very kind of heavy trawl.
Can
where-
you take over for a couple minutes?
Yes.
On the score?
I'm going to pop over and run the score box where Kent will take over primary commentating because
Absolutely.
Because it's quite hard to do both at the same time.
And yeah, we're trying to keep the score, like even just refereeing and counting scores, as I mentioned before, is too much for me. Well, admittedly, refereeing in general is very tricky still. So we'll see who refs for this one. Hopefully one of our excellent long-term fencers here. There's as we said, we were trying to get an official referee, but they couldn't make it last minute. And we've got both the swords tested, and they work. And so let's see how Ong and Rossi do, with Rossi on the left. Oh, and on her jacket from Italy. That's very cool. We have a few people with named jackets. Ooh, very nice. A point on the defensive.
Indeed. Nice parry there. Off target.
Off target. Not even sure what that hit. Was it the floor?
No, it leg.
Leg. A lot of hitting legs. And some excellent shuffle steps. You'll notice the footwork of the people who've been fencing for a long time is much cleaner than us beginners.
It's always interesting to hear different people call it. So she's calling ready fence. Sometimes we do on guard pret aller.
Yeah, as we were talking earlier, this is more of the British influence versus Canada, which has enough of the French language that we still make our fencing calls in French.
Yes. Well, we've inherited a lot of that culture from the original French military.
For those of you who don't know, who are watching elsewhere, Canada is an officially bilingual country with one of our 10 provinces being French and a lot of French language groups interspersed throughout Canada. And some lunges into some infighting right there. Now they're keeping some distance, very touch and go, and an off target. So again, whenever it's off target, they are supposed to reset from the same position. 5-2. I'm going to call it simultaneous. Let's see what the ref has to say. Thinking about it, can't tell.
Simultaneous.
This is where it would have been great to have that slow-mo clock, but we are obviously a charity, and so we're not going to rent out a slow-mo clock for this. Some very clean parries. So post. Oh,
Ooh, very nice.
yeah, that was what? A clean hit to the shoulder from the looks of it here.
Saw what they tried there with that, with their stop hit, but didn't quite make it.
No. So a stop hit is when somebody's coming towards you, you just sort of put your sword out in the right place and they run into it.
Yeah, that's a lot more common in épée, obviously, because it's a risky maneuver in foil.
Absolutely. Unless you have substantially longer arms, it's one of the places where these two seem to be fairly even in height.
Yes, yeah.
So-
When you're even in height, that can be quite. That kind of evens the playing field a little bit. Though actually, I've also found that somebody who is smaller and a lot faster than you can sometimes duck into your guard before you can do anything about it. So there is some advantages to being smaller than your opponent in certain cases.
Oh, absolutely. And this is where we get back to the rock, paper, scissors of fencing again. Small and fast can help, but also sometimes you get somebody really big who can knock your blade out of the way just a little bit better.
Yes.
And so there's many different strategies you can employ here. Is there...
Dead spot. So point. Got it. Sometimes you get that too with older LeMays. They'll just be straight up dead spots on the LeMay where the wiring's just gone.
And so it was hitting the dead spot again, so 1 more point for left there. Yeah, we also got some dead spots in our floor. So our floor is wired up so that if you hit it, it doesn't go off.
Yes, but the same principle applies where it's like a LeMay, where the conductive bit. It's in a weird spot because it's negatively conductive, whereas the LeMays are positively conductive.
Yeah. And so you can't see it from the camera, but our floor is a little scratched up in the center.
We're going to 15, it looks like, again.
We're going to 15. Ooh, and we have another donation coming in. Excellent. We are at, what's our total? 211 pounds.
We will update that as we go.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. And let's just see, do we have any names for these donations? I will pull up our link here. Do you know where the donation link happens to have gone to? Oh, I've got it scanning right here, of course. Oh, lots of infighting here. It's the sort of, I'll call it a higher order skill for fencing. It's very impressive to watch.
Whoops.
All right. Yeah, so our recent donations, we've got some anonymous. We've got Lisa Cortegano. We've got William Burnfield. William happens to be my neighbor here. We have Olive, who is also volunteered to help work the event. Mathilde, who is also working the event with us. Richard, who wishes us luck for not being able to hear. Before that, last night, actually before we started, anonymous uncle and aunt, who say switch hands midstream, throw your foil in the air, clap your hands, twirl around, and then catch it with the other hand. By the time your opponent figures things out, you'll already won. Good luck. I'm not quite sure, anonymous uncle and aunt, that will be a successful strategy here, but I do hope somebody tries it. And before that, Pete hopes we all have an enjoyable and successful day. And before that, Anonymous, which was, I believe, our Tess Nima donating. So thank you, everybody, for those donations. I really appreciate all of your help to make this event a successful fundraiser. And that, again, is going to ParalympicsGB to support British Paralympic athletes. It's going to SportsAid to provide financial and mentoring support to young British athletes. Sport in Mind, which uses sport and physical activity to promote the mental health recovery and well-being. Right to Play, which empowers vulnerable children through sport and uses sport to break down educational barriers. And then, of course, Goodenough College, which is an educational charity which provides subsidized accommodation to people who need it, as well as providing an excellent overall experience to everybody who comes here, including this amazing venue, this great hall. So I'd like to thank everybody who's donating to our great charities, and especially Goodenough for providing the venue for us today.
And we'll just take a few minutes to update the screen and the board. But
Absolutely.
yeah, we need to set up. Just a minute.
Yeah. And so is that Elena and
Sorry about that.
Winifred? Huh, I can feel a bruise. I definitely got one. I think it was Aurora who got me stabbed very well in the leg.
Yes, which would have been perfectly fine in Epee, but
In Epee, yes. We should all just switch to Epee, I think is the conclusion here.
yes.
Yeah. fencing definitely has potential for some bruises, but I think the injury rate's probably fairly low.
Yes, actually. The actual injuries from weapons are very minimal because it's actually one of your safer sports, even though you're sword fighting. Really, the only way that you'll actually take damage from a blade is if that was a really good Tushan prep there, where she's coming in, she's trying to attack, but we have an interruption before. Sorry, who is this?
This is Sylvia on the left and Winifred on the right. Other way around?
Yeah, it's the other way around. That's all right. It's just because Winifred was fencing before, so she didn't bother
I see.
flipping. So we're flipping, for those of you on stream, we're flipping the names, but that's quite all right.
But yeah, so you're saying that fencing is a fairly low-risk sport from the blades.
Yes. The worst thing you're going to do when you're fencing is knees and joints.
Yes.
You're putting a lot of strain on your knees and joints, which can have long-term cumulative effects similar to arthritis. It is arthritis. It can give you arthritis, like most sports. But so it is a high-intensity sport. It demands a lot on the body. But the actual act of fencing, is actually quite safe, unless a blade breaks, and if a blade breaks, it is a pointy, sharp tip that can go through lights, and it has happened. Sometimes it's almost less safe for the audience because if a blade breaks and goes flying off, then that can cause issues. But that often does not happen, and it's uncommon. So yes, very safe sport overall for something that does involve sword fighting.
And those muscle injuries from overuse are kind of avoidable in almost any sport you take to a very high level.
Yes.
I know even something that's considered very gentle like swimming, competitive swimmers often have issues with their shoulders dislocating.
Yes.
Or for the front crawl or butterfly, and then for something like breaststroke, you get knee issues. So any sport has its risks if you take it to the extreme. But that's what you give up when you want to become a world-class athlete in something.
Yes, well, and even after only fencing for 6 years, my knee now hurts when it gets humid.
Horrible. Yes.
Yes. So there are trade-offs to this sport, just like any, but it really is a fun time.
Oh, it's so good.
And so worth it as well.
Absolutely. And then this is where I think, again, I have the optimal strategy of switching hands as I go, so that at least my body will be damaged equally.
Yes.
Symmetry is the choice of life.
Yes, I've been playing around a little bit with left-handed fencing just because I've been trying to demonstrate some concepts when I'm coaching. So I'm trying to figure it out as I go. Like, okay, how does this actually work? It's a different mindset, and it's actually kind of fun. Maybe on a practice or another.
Yeah.
I will maybe try left-handed fencing and see how that goes.
Hey, do it today. Yeah. Now we have Winifred up 4 points, up 5 points on Sylvia here.
Yeah, she just walked right in. That sort of slowing down, that sort of changing the tempo. She just walked right in and hit, which was a really interesting approach. It can have its downsides because it does open you up more to Tushan prep.
Tushan prep being?
When you prepare an attack, but your opponent gets to you before, gets a hit in on you before you can finish the attack.
So sort of an interrupt then?
It's an interrupt, yes.
All right, we have 10 to 4. Are they going to 15 or are they stopping here?
We have been going to 15 for the last couple of bouts, so it's quite possible that they will continue to do so.
Yeah. And it's amazing to say that it's almost noon already. We've been fencing for 3 hours now, and it's been a very good time. And great to see our audience, and the audience is emptying out, but the crowd is filling up. We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 20 people in this room, most of which are fencers, plus 3 people who volunteered to support us. So, quite an excellent event. that would be Sylvia in with a quick point right there. 5:10. Hard to recover from here with 30 seconds left.
I think we'll be going for 3 minutes.
Okay, going for 3 more minutes. Then they've got some time. And they also have a tied shoe. I know I need to get new shoes because since all this fencing, I've almost worked a hole through one of my runners. So,
Wow.
yeah.
A lot of people use what's called court shoes. So there are dedicated fencing shoes.
Yeah.
Right. But they're very expensive and often don't actually do anything other than what a good tennis court shoe would do.
Okay, yeah.
So usually it's just a good idea if you're on a budget to. I have a pair, but I didn't
Yeah.
bring them from Canada. I've just been using my runners, which aren't quite as nice for fencing, but they're okay.
Absolutely, they'll do the trick. And I'm in the same place there. I don't want to get more than one exercise shoe, but I run and I hit the gym and then fencing, so I got to find something that sort of works for all three. So it might just be another set of runners.
Yes, and especially if you're running around outside.
Yeah.
You know, a court shoe would be fine if you've just got an indoor track. But
Can't imagine how much it costs to go to an indoor track in London.
yes,
And when we have good weather all year round, this is coming from a Albertan here, which gets very cold. Having good weather all year round, I certainly wouldn't want to try to find a court here to run indoors.
I'd say running friendly weather as opposed to maybe good,
Listen,
especially in January.
anything above like -5, it's good weather.
Yes. Well, it's actually shaping up to be actually quite a nice day out here in London. Blue skies,
Oh, absolutely.
sunny skies.
Yeah, we've got what I think supposed to get around 10 today.
Is it?
Yeah, and so I'm definitely have to sit outside for a bit, eat my lunch.
I don't know about you, but my parents' place has been absolutely pasted with snow.
Oh, yeah, so let's get up to 9 degrees today, so great here in London. Edmonton doesn't get quite as much snow. Alberta's a little drier, but even still, lots of snow, and it's warmer today, but I know there was a really cold week a couple weeks ago where it got down to -20 for most of it, a little close to -30 with air and then plus some wind chill, so it's nice to be here, especially now that the sun's shining. London winds get a little dreary sometimes with no sun, but now that the sun's back out, it's just gorgeous. And now it feels very British talking about the weather on mic when there is amazing fencing going on in front of us. And that was off target there, so we've got 14-8.
Ooh, let's see what that call is, and that puts us to 15-8. Well done, both of them.
Yes, and that's Winifred's match, having done
Two in a row.
2 in a row.
Going 30 points, my God.
Yeah. That is just extremely impressive
That
fencing.
is some impressive endurance.
Oh,
Teal
yeah.
50.
Well done, both of them.
Well done to both.
Yeah.
Left.
And we're going back to Epé, and Nima's back
Absolutely.
up.
And so left versus right is just to make sure on the right side of the screen here. But it does matter when you have a lefty because you want both people to be facing the open side of their body to the camera so that both us and the referee can see what's going on. And it's noon.
It is a noon.
Noon here in, it is indeed, noon here in London, England.
Oops. I'm just trying to.
Oh, this is so high.
I'm gonna post something in the WhatsApp group, see if we can get more of an audience.
Absolutely. We can even record some more commentary if we want.
Who's calling?
This is, we don't need a ref for this one because,
There's less of a need for
yeah.
a ref with
So
the Epé.
with the epee, if it goes off for both of them, they just both get a point. So it's very straightforward, which is, would be nice. Foil, I still don't always follow.
It's a lot easier to commentate on Epé.
Absolutely. I just be like, they stabbed! And what a great stab from Nima. Where did it stab? I didn't even quite see, but it went off, and that's all we care about. And I know we have people who are cheering us on everywhere from Edmonton in Canada, where it's 5:02 a.m., to Australia and New Zealand, where it is 10:30 p.m. in Australia. So appreciate having such an international community here. And now it's 2-1 again for Nima. Oh, and Nima got another quick point. Not even sure where it landed. I don't know if you caught that, Noah.
I was looking at my phone, just putting a message out, but
Absolutely. Ooh, and this time for the shoulder, Nima managed to.
yes, you went over the top on that one,
Exactly.
literally and metaphorically.
Oh, and that was a quick point for
very
Alex,
nice.
just as Nima was trying to go in.
Nice sharp attack.
Let's see if Alex can get this, and if Nima will pull off any of his jumping tricks. Nima keeps the sword low as Alex keeps it high. Different positions there.
You watch as he changed up the tempo there and threw Alex off a bit. He was kind of going back and then quickly switched direction, changing his tempo and coming back in.
Yeah. We practice those quick changes of direction really often, but to actually pull it off like that is quite impressive. And that's, I think, the shoulder, which feels like a very foil move. I'm waiting to see more leg hits here now that we're on épée. Oh, right in the chest. And look how light Alex is on his feet. Very mobile. Oh, what a clang. And then Nima there managed to parry outwards, which is outwards is 6, right?
Sorry? Yes.
Outwards is 6. That would be a 6 parry and then slid around and right into the chest. We're at 10-3. I believe we're going to 15 again. Absolutely. So that slap on the leg is when they tell each other ready to go. It's how you practice without a ref. Ooh, that was almost contact, but not quite. And some excellent parries there. Oh, and he managed to get around the blade, and Alex just couldn't quite get there in time. So let's see if Alex can pull this off and recover. Alex is going in. Looks like he's going to take the offensive. And into Nima's blade, unfortunately. Okay. Ooh, and they both got out without a scratch. They're going for each other's wrists, and I think that was contact on like a wrist. Excellent. Alex has another point. And we're just advertising into our group chat.
And that's a
Double
simultaneous, which is fine for Nima. And he tries it and completely misses.
Yeah, love those tricks Nima likes to pull, and it's nice to see them not work for once.
And that's a simultaneous, which will finish the bout for Nima.
15-6
indeed.
A very fast bout, okay. And we'll just update that on our spreadsheet. We're keeping track as we go. We're not yet doing any type of official tournament stuff, but it is fun to see everybody's score. Who is next?
Leave it on the right.
Sylvia and Leaf, our next contestant. Leaf, yeah.
And I'm going to leave you to commentate because I'm going to get my gear back on and put myself on deck.
Absolutely. So it'll just be me, Kent, here on the mic for a bit. Does anyone else want to commentate with me?
Or you can call someone for an interview.
Any of the fencers want an interview? That's a great idea. Yeah, what's your, get some water in you for sure. Yes, please.
He's from the University of Kent, and you are?
I am Kent, and you're from the University of Kent. It feels predestined. All right, it's nice to meet you.
Alex.
So you got Alex here. So Alex, how do you find the matches so far?
Tricky. I fenced Nima quite a few times over the last few months. He always beats me. He's a very good fencer.
He is a very good fencer. It's been interesting seeing him pick up foil so quickly when he's not so much a foil guy.
Yeah, I
too.
think it's like the footwork translates quite well. So
Absolutely.
usually if you have good footwork,
Yeah.
tends to be a pretty good fundamental ground base for any weapon in fencing, to be honest with you.
For sure. And so, how long have you been fencing, Alex?
1.5 years.
1.5 years.
Quite new to the sport in terms of most people on the university scene have fenced for since they were children.
Yeah.
It's quite a long time.
Well, you definitely picked it up quickly since then. I'm only on, what is this, October till now, so like 5-6 months myself.
You're
so-
really new.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get used to losing quite a lot.
Oh, absolutely.
Losing makes you better. Losing is improving, right?
It's been nice to hear because I'll be able to fence so many, really advanced fencers just to learn.
I think the best way to learn is just to like fence people who you know better than yourself.
Absolutely.
And then just go to them and go, so how did you beat me this time?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
And they'll just give you good advice off that.
And so, what drew you to fencing?
Well, truth be told, my friend literally dragged me to a taster session at university.
Nice.
And from there, just made friends. And,
Yeah.
I find the sport quite enjoyable, but I think a lot of people are really nice and big to as well, which is quite encouraging.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I found quite a community here at Goodenough picking it up.
Yeah. I mean, how big is your club at university, UCL?
So I'm just with Goodenough. So UCL,
okay.
I think, is a little bigger. Goodenough, I think, is around 10 of us that are here regularly.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah. And so we've got Nima, Stefan, and Noah, who are quite experienced.
Yeah.
And then Lee's been doing it for the same as you, about a year and a half, 2 years.
Okay.
And then everybody else is new, just picking it up. So it's been a fun environment with all the new
Yeah.
people.
I think you find actually, with fencing in the UK in general, it's like such a small scene that somebody always knows somebody.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
There's a lot of mutual connections.
Yeah.
Because it is such a small sport in the UK. You do find these links pretty easily.
And it was all mutual connections that put this event together.
Exactly.
Yeah. We sent out invites to, I think, everyone, and it's mostly people we knew in person who came to join us.
I got here from a university match like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
He basically just dragged me aside and was like, "Do you want to come to an event in 2 Sundays' time?" I'm like, "Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Yeah,
Well, it's great to have you.
yeah."
And so as you're looking at this bout between Sylvia on the left and Leaf on the right, what are you seeing?
Yeah, you can see Fencer on the left is like very like, kind of like there's like a tempo to the footwork. I can't really describe like exactly what I think about it, but it's like very like smooth tempo.
Yeah.
So yeah, so she's trying to bait the attack, right? Yeah. So she hit the parry and just missed the riposte that time.
Yeah.
See if she does it again.
You can tell that Leaf's a very defensive fencer, and so she's trying to force him on the offense to take advantage of it.
I think it's weird when you foil, obviously, with like a parry. You're technically at advantage in an attack, but it's like when you parry with Saber. Saber is basically if you have attack, you get probably 8% of the points will go your way, whereas foil can be a bit more 60-40 kind of.
Yeah.
But you do get people who are defensive in foil, despite the big priority in the weapon.
Yeah, absolutely.
I need to try and shoot this.
Yeah, so we had a lot of
Safety first, guys.
undone shoelaces here today.
Yeah. I always get told that because my shoelaces are quite loose.
Yeah. And my shoelaces are a little long, so I step on them sometimes, which is,
Yeah, I have the same issue.
a bit of a problem. Yeah. You can really tell who's from Goodenough because all the other clubs have the full-on pants, whereas here at Goodenough, we're just in sweats.
Yeah, it's just the breeches are a sign of everyone else, and the lack of breeches.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a nice way to keep track of everybody, but
Yeah,
if we're a little more competitive, we should probably upgrade to the proper pants.
I'm not sure what the ruling is behind it, to be fair. I think you need them to compete, I'm pretty sure.
Probably.
I assume it's to do with like the padding, but I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, actually, no.
Interview's great. Alex here is a great host. We're
We're talking about foil now. About how you picked up foil really quickly.
Did I?
yeah.
Yeah.
I think you did anyways.
I guess.
I mean, I had done it before I moved.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
I'm hiding my skill. I fenced in foil for my university, but
Oh, I
yeah.
thought you were.
That's a story I can tell.
Yeah.
So I'm an epéist, and I've been an epéist for 10 years. But I started in foil when I was 11.
Okay.
Because that's how you start fencing. You learn foil first. Mostly because it's lighter, but also because it's a good way to pivot into the other weapons.
I think fundamentally wise, it's
Yeah. So I, when I started fencing, I did foil, and then I did it again when I was 15 because the club that I was at 2 clubs because there's 2 clubs in my hometown. I was at both of them. One of them was run by the university, and of the children, I was the only epéist. So when the students went home, the varsity team, it was
Yeah.
me and the varsity. When the varsity team would go home, it would just be me by myself. So I would have to fence foil. So then that happened, and I got sent to an épée club, and then I trained épée, and I never did foil again. And then come time for the university championships in Ontario, it's individuals and then teams. So it's like an individual knockout bracket and then teams the next day. And it was during COVID. So I was supposed to be the 5th for the épée team because I was the 5th best épéist. And then, so I was going to go as the alternate. And they were going to take one guy out and put me in for the other one. But because of COVID, they wouldn't let us bring 5 people. So but she put my name in the list, so I still had to come anyways. It was a whole thing of like, I still had to be there, but I couldn't fence.
That's horrible.
It was
Yeah.
weird.
What a mess.
But then, like a perfect storm happened, a kind of misfortune storm for these two people. But for me, it was a perfect storm, where the third choice foilist got COVID. He's okay, he's fine, but he was sick that weekend. And the fourth choice foilist like broke his ankle or something. So they were just like, you're here already.
Yeah.
Like, so morning of the tournament, they just put a foil in my hand and they're like, go do it. So I came 39th out of 42. So I didn't come last.
Yeah.
But I was put in a pool with 2 of the medalists, which was really fun. And then on team day, I decided, screw it, I'm just going to fence épée. So I just did fleshes and stuff. And it was really fun. And my 2 roommates were on the team with me. And then another guy named Darren. He was a defensor as well. And yeah, we did pretty well. We came 5th that year out of like 11 or something.
Okay,
Pretty good.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what's going on. By the way, anybody who wants to know about more fencing, if you go to fencingtimelive.com, you can find the Ontario University Championships happening right now, and all of my friends are there.
But don't watch those because we're way better, right?
Yeah, you can't watch it, but you can refresh the page. Like I will.
I've been doing that for there's a competition in Northamptonshire as well today as well, an épée competition.
Another donation, so I'll take that when I get a chance.
Absolutely.
So I'm also refreshing.
Sylvia, are you okay?
Looks like our fence is getting a little burnt out. Leafs' excellent defense is
Leafs defense is
so tiring to fight us against. Sylvia is in the league by quite a bit.
Yeah, but Leafs defense makes it very difficult to fence because
Yeah. Oh, and we got a few more donations. Okay, so since the last time I updated us, we have Ricardo with $10. Thank you very much. Pounds. Oh, right, pounds. Yes, I forget that I am not in Canada. Ricardo with 10 pounds. And Christine with 20 pounds. And Anonymous with 5 pounds. I may have already mentioned Anonymous. So thank you all for supporting the event.
So much.
What's the total?
The total now is 241 pounds.
Ingson and Christine, by the way, want us to watch out for their bout, so we will. Unless it happened already, I mean, this day.
Yes, Yingson and Christine.
I really hope that's not what happened. Of course, yeah. It's impossible to hit Leaf because, like, he just doesn't want you to hit it. Which I guess is the goal of
typical about fencing.
That's kind of how fencing works, but like his strategy is not based on hitting you. His strategy is not letting you hit him.
Yes. Which works to a point, but at some point you need to score points as well.
But
That is
that's
the
how
thing.
Zara beat him, I think, was just
Yeah.
because Zara's attack was able to just counter
Yeah.
his defense. But he's a good fencer.
Yeah.
He's doing commentary.
All right, and so for an update on that money, so like if you want to use the wrong currency, those 241 pounds are the equivalent to 438 Canadian dollars. The exchange rate's not doing so well right
Any
now.
other currencies? that
We
can
do.
change to?
We have 291 euros,
Okay.
or 2,200 Chinese yuan,
Okay.
274 Swiss francs, 3,000 Swedish kroner,
I don't know when.
or
you
also
tell me
around
when I'm
3,000.
When I'm fencing.
Can we tell you when you're going? You, Nima, have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bouts, and you got 2 in a row.
All right, I'm chilling.
You're chilling, yeah. Well, I talk about currencies.
That's interesting.
Polish,
Yeah, you gotta pick new currencies every time.
yeah. With 1,200 Polish. So, does Poland still use its own currency? Is it not in the Eurozone yet?
I don't think they
That's good to know, because I'm heading to Poland at some point. So I was going to buy euros, and I should not get euros if they're not using euros.
Does Poland not use the euro?
No, I don't think so.
It appears they don't. Interesting. All right. Next time, I will report this in gold ounces. Next donation. Remind me, gold ounces is the next currency we're going to use.
Gold ounces.
And back to the match, which is them taking a water break because it's tired.
We should do like a thing of like
they're
how
letting
many
the time
how many
around
fencing
this.
swords can you buy for that amount of money? I don't think I think
not very
one.
much right now, yeah.
At the current time.
How many? Yeah, how much equipment can we buy?
Depending on
The
quality.
record
Yeah.
FWL one. So this is technically the fourth FWL,
Yeah.
but events that are called FWL, this is the third one. I can get into the history of FWL later, but in FWL events, the record is 4,087 Canadian dollars and 81 cents.
Okay.
Which translates to like 22.40.
Are we
pounds.
continuing?
So if we can
We
break
are.
that today, that would, make my entire life. If we can't, no problem. But yeah,
So you does quite well then.
yeah, it goes pretty well.
Yeah.
And this is, I don't know if you've mentioned this yet, but this is the biggest FWL ever.
Oh, biggest FWL ever. That's
They
great.
are the so maybe not so far, but
Yeah.
there are the most people signed up today. There are 34 people
Nice,
signed up today
nice.
To fence, and that would be the most we've ever had.
Awesome.
Yeah, the biggest record is 27.
Yeah. A fun fact about charity events. This one, I think, will probably raise good money for charity. But there was one in the UK that was raising money for the NHS a few years back. And they were doing, I believe, skydiving. And yeah.
Really?
And so somebody, I think it was rolled a broken ankle. And as such, the net effect on the healthcare system was negative because it costed more to treat them than they raised.
Okay, well let's hope that doesn't.
So
Let's have no Brexit.
Speak that into existence. I don't want anyone to get hurt. We do have a first aid kit.
we do a first aid kit. And as we were talking about earlier, I'm hoping that there are now people who are studying nursing or medicine because otherwise, I think I am the best first aider.
Like a lifeguard.
I was in Canada. I was a lifeguard. Yes.
I don't think that's potential here. Unless someone starts swimming.
Yeah. Exactly. So.
We have students in this room. I think we can make it happen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure.
And I am a certified first aider until
Okay.
May.
Yeah.
As is Leaf. So
Perfect.
We have enough first aiders on
Yeah.
site.
Excellent.
Just in case anyone.
Just in case. Yes.
Very professional.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This is what happens when students run an event.
Yeah. Now, are any of us certified in the UK? No. But.
Leaf is, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. I want to get pre-certified here at some point because just so many people seem to get injured around me that I then have to take care of. Outside of work, I think I had to call 5 ambulances. Never mind the workplace stuff that was, I expected because we was being paid for.
And so we get one more. Or can Leaf get 7 more?
Leaf, 7 more. You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. 2 seconds.
Oh, 2 seconds. Never mind. Clock is out.
I want to get off anyway. Nice talking to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Take care, Alex.
Thank you.
All right, and I will check our donations again, see if we're up at all.
241 you said.
Yeah, 241 last time, right? Yeah.
Still 241.
Still 241. With 11 supporters so far, so thank you, 11. The charities is being evenly split 20% for each. Can't remember how these charities are chosen. I'll have to bring Leaf or Noah back for that. But currently everybody's talking about bouts and getting organized. Bit of a hubbub here while we work this schedule. And at some point I shall have to find another commentator because I will need some lunch, but I figure I've got a little bit of time before that. Back at home, I was doing phenomenally early lunches at like 11:30, just because back in my school child days, lunch break was weirdly early, and that's what my body wants. So I'm getting hungry. I don't know about all you on camera. Well, I don't know where our viewers are from. Do we have any viewers right now?
I have to see. But is that a lunch or is that really a late breakfast?
Well, I had an early breakfast. I guess I had a late breakfast at like 8:30 when I woke up, and then I barely made it here for 9. The benefits of living in the building across the road is that it is very easy to get here. But then I can have lunch and turn off my presentation voice. So my presentation voice has been on for a while, and it is starting to tire.
We have 5 viewers.
5 viewers. Oh, awesome.
One of whom is me.
One of you was you, one of you was Matilda. So 3 viewers. If you're a viewer, do we have comments on the YouTube channel? Probably. Feel free to send the comments and I'll talk about it. Or if you're from Goodenough, send me a text. Yeah. Head to my website, add a comment. Yeah, you know how it is. I'll put some of this up on my website later. supercuts of me for the 5 people who will watch it. All right, looks like the swords are working, and that is Aurora on the right, and
There is a live chat.
Yahweh Wang on the left. Hoping I pronounced that right. I should have grabbed that ahead of time. To 10?
Okay.
Sounds good.
So it'll be till 3 minutes then.
So we're going to 10. And this is again our foils. Ooh, that was definitely both hit. Priority goes to Aurora. 1-0. Ooh, and they both hit nothing. That was kind of astonishing. Oh, and Aurora with a second point. 0-2. Off target. So that means they can start where they were. You always want, when you're in the match, you always want to back up again, but no, you can just keep pressing, push somebody off target once more. This is where I'd say we should remind our contestants where the targeting is, but I am just as bad myself, given that I often like to poke shoulders instead of the actual foil. All right. Attack off target. Reminds me that when I break for lunch, I should probably email my folks and tell them that I'm spending a lot of time on commentary because I think they'd enjoy that. Hopefully you, the viewer, also enjoy my commentary. Or maybe you've muted me and are just watching the match. Hard to say. Is that a sword issue again, or are we good? Perfect. Ooh, did somebody hit the... All right, that's a 2-2. Two for Yahweh. Yep. See Wang's moving in and off target. Off target again. Feels like everybody, myself included, needs some targeting practice. That was a drill we did where we just tried to poke each other and one person only had to be on the defensive. Felt very useful. Got some visitors coming up. Off target, okay. So again, even if what happened there was while Aurora had to hit, Wang had priority. And so if you have priority and then you hit as well and your hit is off target, then it's no point, the attack is off target. So the priority rule really tries to balance out foil. That was simultaneous. These complicated maneuvers here give a referee a run for her money. So she is excellent. I believe that is, can't remember who the referee is. Is that Sylvia? Anyways. And that is a clean point for Aurora. Oh, and a clean point for Yahweh. Hey, excellent. We have a camera expert in the house. You're welcome to sit anywhere, move around. Yeah. Taking some photos, doing some video. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen, but the quality should go immensely up here.
Because it's a little bit bright.
Ah, yes. You're right. All right, so we're going to switch. Ooh. Yeah, much better already.
Oh, the color definition. Yeah.
Look at that.
Thank you so much, Maria.
Thanks to Maria for being on camera.
We do not know how to use this camera.
But she does.
But she does.
And she's been excellent in setting up this event.
Nice,
She was here
Aurora.
last night setting it up, and here again this morning making sure everything's working. So we could not do this without our supportive team of friends, pretty much.
She's fencing in like Stan Smith sneakers. It's very impressive because I find it very difficult to fence in like shoes that aren't like court shoes. But like some people do. I don't know how they
Some people do.
Yeah. There's PBT. PBT is one of the fencing equipment brands. They're from Hungary.
and they make shoes, like fencing shoes, and then they make some that like support your ankles, but they just like look like basketball shoes.
Neat.
And some people like them, and I don't know how they wear them. But yeah, I'm very impressed with Aurora just taking UC offensive to task right now.
Yeah. Aurora got tons of points right at the start until the UCL offensive gets figured out her moves. The challenge of being a new fencer is you've got a very limited move set.
Yeah.
And so once you're figured out, you're just like, well, I'm predictable now. Yeah. But Aurora was winning for the first, what was that, 4 or 5 points, something like that? 9-5. Aurora does not have enough time to make up that, I think. But we'll see if she can get a few more points. And the blade is being a menace. It's good to know it's not just good enough that it's blade problems.
Yeah, it's the thing with, because there's 4 points of failure in this system. Or like 5 actually. The scoring machine could break. The wire that connects the reel to the scoring machine could break. Like a bunch of stuff could break. All of your kit could break. So it just becomes what happens at that point. But it's okay.
Yeah.
We're making it through the day. We're 3 and a bit hours in. What time is it?
It is.
3.5 hours in.
Yeah.
Look at this thing.
Do you know?
Did book that
Do you
thing.
know who's who?
That's Arthur.
That is.
On the left, Arthur Gibois. Oh, are they on the wrong side? No. That's okay. Just switch it in the spreadsheet then. I'm glad we're like recording all the scores so I don't have to go through the live stream after and count.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to, but
Yeah.
yeah, I did that for the last 2 FWLs. I watched 12 hours of live stream.
Horrible.
Yeah.
I just
like
let
2
them-
times speed to just count all the
Yeah.
points. Because it's nice to like record
Oh,
those
absolutely.
numbers.
I want to pull out some like the key moves and some of the fun commentary and just like make a little short clip of it.
Okay,
It'll be
we can
fun.
do that.
Yeah. I say this and then I have so many projects to do the next 2 weeks.
I'll
But
give you more. I saw your website yesterday.
Oh,
yeah.
excellent.
We found the Kent City ranking
Yeah.
website, and I was like, this London, Ontario is not on that ranking. What the hell?
it turns out you just
What's up?
Do you have access to the UCL fencing?
I don't.
Can we give you access for the day?
Sure. Do you want to do it?
I mean, sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I guess because Sachi, who's our social channel,
Yeah.
like, why is this so much advertised? And I was like, Sachi has been in the WhatsApp group, but she's like, we can give someone else.
Okay. Don't give it to me just because I'm already running it.
Oh,
But if you want to give it to Merlin,
Yeah.
or do you want to do it until you get to go?
I'll just like maybe do a story with like the link.
Yeah, I can give you the. Do you have the link?
Yeah, I have that.
Okay. And then if you want to tag Goodenough College in there as well, that's the host of this.
Play this time.
yeah, happy this time. Did they remember to switch the thing?
So she can't fence by herself.
Yeah. The UCL Saber boys are coming at 1.
Oh,
So,
okay.
but yeah.
I mean, I'll fence her.
Ooh, the lunge for the feet. Oh, that was an impressive.
You have points for most colorful fencing outfit.
Yeah. Oh. From a person who's never watched, Epee, right? Epee until today. Very impressive. Have you watched much Epee?
No, not at all. I've only ever seen Nima do anything.
Yeah,
It looks fun though.
it does. Ooh, so who's on our left? Arthur lunged for Giuseppe's leg, missed, and Giuseppe just bopped him on the head. That was clean, I think. Or maybe it was dirty. I can't tell. Either way, I liked it. A lot of gentle blade play here. Getting tired too. I'd say I should take a nap after lunch, but I think it'll be a mistake. I do have a easy For what? Pre-made pizza, I'll pop in the oven. Should be good. I'm gonna make everybody hungry on the set, just talking about food. You get foods from like all around the world here, which is great. I mean, same with Edmonton where I'm from, but would recommend food. Love the little scurry past the camera. Okay. And our fencers are off again. Keeping the blades low to try to point each other's feet. Man, that's some serious squatting. That's gotta be tiring.
It's been a really athletic one.
Yeah, absolutely. How many more matches do we have booked today? Is everything sort of... All right, we got another 10 or so planned out already. Everybody's enthusiastic. Where's Noah? Noah's still a little bit, I think. Yeah. Sometimes I gotta him back up here for commentary, or you gotta take over.
Can't do it all.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you on tech. Oh! And our first fall. I say first, assuming there'll be more. I don't know if I should assume there's more or whatnot, but you know, I'm expect as we get more tired, we'll see more stuff like that. Because we are on hour 3.5 of a 12-hour fencing day for charity. Let's see, are we on track for our charitable target? We are at 16%. We are... what's 12 divided by 3.5? Quick maths.
I became a little
Well, 12 divided by 3 is a quarter. So we are certainly not on... not a quarter, sorry, 4. Anyways, we're certainly not on track since we've had a quarter of our donation so far. So if anybody is feeling generous and wants to bring us back to our schedule for a 1,500 pound target. Oh, the target's even larger than I thought. Okay. But again, we are currently at, let me look, 0.11 ounces of gold worth of currency. For anybody who loves the gold standard out there, if we've got any mercantilists in the crowd, we are at 0.11 ounces of gold. And if anybody has some extra gold ounces to donate, or equivalent in fiat currency, I'm a real fiat fan myself, please feel free to step up.
What is it in crypto terms?
In crypto, all right. Got a favorite crypto I should look up?
Is Dogecoin still a thing?
You know, given that it's named after the government, given that there's a government department named after it now in the United States of America, I'm sure there is. Let's see, Doge. A Doge is worth 0.299 of a Canadian dollar, so that's 0.3 times 440. $132. Oh, did I just do that in the wrong direction? A second fall. Wow.
It's a real comeback in the works.
What, $1,500 worth, roughly? A third fall. All right, this is quite the dramatic match. Again, I hope that I don't have to deal with injuries. In particular, broken bones. Well, okay, broken bones in this scenario is kind of easy. The common practice is that as an individual first aider, you do not splint a broken bone if you're within ambulance distance, because the paramedics will have to undo your work to redo it when they get here, since they'll do it better. So if there's a broken bone, we just immobilize, tell the person, well, ambulance will be here eventually, and then leave it at that. A fun fact about this area of London is that they have bicycle paramedics. So if you are injured, a bicyclist on an e-bike can get to you faster than the ambulance can. So they may send a paramedic with a trauma kit on an e-bike to you first to make sure you're stable while waiting for the ambulance. I got very sick in the fall, and that's what they did for me. So congrats to the NHS for some ingenuity given London's narrow streets and honestly not horrible traffic. Traffic's not great here, but the congestion charge has been doing wonders. That's my official opinion. Yes for congestion charges, as somebody studying local economic development here. And we have a gap between fencers. We are next going to be looking at, what is that? Going to be Locran and back to Merlin, I think. We'll see.
Merlin the other side.
Merlin should be on the other side. Merlin, can you take that side? Thanks. All right, makes it easier than correcting it in our notes. Being proactive, let's go.
Okay, did we got the scores in?
Yeah. This makes things actually into podcasting. What do you think? Would podcasting be fun?
I guess.
I guess. Would you listen to my podcast?
Yeah, sure. No, you're really good at it.
Oh, thank you. Wasn't sure if it's that or I'm just full of myself, you know? Do you want to come on the podcast? Someone I thought was talking to me is actually on the phone, trying to encourage them to join the podcast. But we have Noah back here.
Yes, I'm coming back.
Hello.
You're doing a podcast.
We're live streaming the whole thing, so you can head online, listen to my and Noah's excellent commentary.
You really do have a voice, though. For
I do have a voice for it. Oh yeah, my presentation voice has been on all morning.
Have you done this before?
Not podcasting like this, no. I've done some like important semi-professional speaking and then taught swimming lessons for like 8 years. And though this is not my swimming lesson voice. Some of the swimming lesson voice is more like, I had a tiny turtle.
There's quite a long science sheet right
Yeah,
at the moment.
we've got so many fencers, so I had...
People signed up for like an hour of notes.
No, I'm talking to you. Our commentary has not been purely match focused. We've gone on some tangents given the long day.
A little bit about the history
History
of the
of
sport,
fencing.
a little bit of technicality, a
Yeah.
little bit of good enough.
Talking about our charities. We are currently at... Talking about our work, yeah, everything. We're currently at 0.11 gold ounces. If that is your currency of choice, if you are a mercantilist. As somebody who prefers fiat currency, though, that is 241 British pounds or 438 Canadian dollars. Ooh, that was right in the crotch. That might have hurt. For the audience, getting stabbed in the crotch with a sword does indeed hurt. Don't recommend. I wonder how many people wear like proper protective cups versus just chancing it and be like, should be fine.
Is there a cross guard? You have it for cricket.
I mean, I'm sure there is, but as an amateur, I never got into buying one, so I'm just risking it. Yeah, I've fenced a few times now.
I've mostly been on the commentary and technical setting
Yeah.
up on the fence once, but maybe later we'll get a couple more bouts in.
And that's a point for Merlin. 2-2. Merlin and, what is that, Lorcan? Very evenly matched. And the offense is slow. Everybody's getting tired. It's only 12:41 local time.
No, it's
Yeah.
one of their first bouts in Merlin's hand of February.
Yeah. We'll see how fast we go at 9 p.m.
It seems like they're gauging each other more than.
Yeah, testing each other's strengths, seeing how they react. Ooh. Didn't even think that landed. Impressive.
Yeah, so this one is easier to understand because any hit goes. So if they
Just overhearing from Nima there at the side. We got quite a crowd with more people coming at 1. So that'll probably be my lunch break. And my voice getting tired, so I may want to leave commentary for a bit. I had quite a good set of vocal cords, well trained when I was teaching swimming lessons, because lots of yelling over a noisy pool. But now I've just been studying for the past 6 months. All right, and that was straight to the chest, a very solid hit. It's a good thing we use dull blades, and it's not the pre-1900s era to the blood, as we were talking with Noah earlier. Fencing is now a fairly safe sport. Ooh. I didn't even think that would hit. Very impressive. All right, and we have another point from Merlin. Another point for Merlin.
Seriously, I think we've only got a few viewers.
Ooh, some aggressive plays there. The thing about fencing is if you try to stab towards somebody's face, they usually want to block it. Nobody wants to be stabbed in the face instinctively, so it's a good way to feint somebody out. Even in foil, where you don't want to hit the face, you'll stab towards the face, duck down. But this is épée, so stabbing in the face is a valid point. If you smash somebody in the head, you get a point. And there we've got, who is that? Merlin again with the, what do you call it? The point where you catch somebody when they're going towards you, whatever that is. And Merlin going forwards. 8-3 is going to be hard to catch up. Don't know if they're going to 15 or 5 or 10. We'll let them decide as they go, but it's been quite a match so far. I appreciate the little Irish flag. Okay. And they're both gauging each other up. Who's going to go forward? A lot of attempts at the leg. Ooh, and was that the leg? Merlin's leg by Lorcan. Okay. We got a couple parries. They're very light on their feet, especially Merlin, whereas it looks like Lorcan likes more of those lunges, and Lorcan has that point. Yeah, let's make sure we get the right person at the right point. Hardest part with keeping score, giving the right person the right point, especially as they make outrageous calls. Luckily, this is again épée, which does not need a ref because it's very straightforward. You get stabbed, you lose a point. Well, you stab somebody, you get a point. Don't stab yourself. You know how it goes. And we've got our floor wired up, so hypothetically, if you hit the floor, it should not hear it. But our floor has a lot of dead spots, so you just got to watch for that. That's the only thing a ref would really be doing right now. And neither of these two are pushing each other front or back enough. We definitely about somebody running off the mat, which again would be a point against.
It is picking up pace.
Yeah, it is. They've sort of figured each other out and they're going for it now. Yeah. And we have Noah back joining me on commentary.
And yes, I am back for a bit.
Noah, how do you see the match having gone so far?
Well, it's been close. It was close up to a point, but now we see Wright pulling quite a bit ahead. Mm-hmm. Those simultaneouses are really going to start racking up points over time and we're getting to the point where we're seeing a lot of stop hits. Who's on the left?
Left is Lorcan with Merlin on the right.
Okay.
So yeah, Merlin just needs to do a few more of those simultaneouses, and he's got it.
Yeah,
like
we're seeing a very different bout as opposed to Merlin versus Nima that we saw about an hour ago. We saw about an hour ago with him being able to be a little bit more offensive and to use that really strong defensive counter parry he's got.
And that is our bout. So next up is probably going to be Alex and Giuseppe. We've got the next 10 bouts all lined up. So Noah here has some time before his next bout.
Yes, and I'll have to find an opponent for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to decide when I should go for lunch, actually.
Yes, I was wondering about that myself, though. Yeah. If you wanted to go first, I wouldn't mind holding down the fort a little.
All right, I think I'll grab that. If I'm not... Oh yeah, I'll give it one more funding update before I go. Let's see. Let me reload, see if anybody else has been generous. Ooh, and we have had Interesting. One of the amounts is not loading. Okay, so we have.
Maybe it's a big one.
Maybe it's a big one. Well, I have math. We could just subtract all the other ones and figure out what Anonymous donated. But given that they're trying to leave it anonymous, maybe I'll just leave it that way. We have Anonymous with $5, Aurora with $20, and then Anonymous with an anonymous amount of money. I don't know if that just hasn't loaded yet, or if I'll have to do some quick maths there, but we're up to 269 British pounds, which is equivalent to 10.87 silver ounces for the mercantilists out there, or perhaps 1,620 Romanian lei, if there's anybody watching from Romania. Of our however many, 5 or so viewers, I don't expect there are any Romanians in the audience, but our fencers are from across the world, so there very well could be. And that is Kent signing off for a bit. I'm going to go have some lunch and give Noah the floor.
And we'll see him in a bit.
Absolutely.
All right. Enjoy your lunch. Yeah. Why didn't you eat breakfast? Okay. All right, and we are back. And who are we fencing right now? We have Alex Telfer on the left and Giuseppe Continuo on the right. I couldn't. It's hard to read letters at an angle. It's hard to read letters at an angle and figure out what I'm going to say because words are hard, and I'm not sure why they allowed me to do this. But we're already at 2-6, and we're only 30, almost 40 seconds in now, and there's another simultaneous. Well, without another commentator, I have nothing better to do than fully commentate on the matches. So, and that's a nice defensive touch. Looked like a parry there, and they've just slammed right into each other there. Another simultaneous as Giuseppe backpedals, but nice defensive. Nice bit of play keeping the tempo there, and we have another point for 5-10, and we're going to go to 15 as we have been for the last couple of bouts. And point for Alex. See if he can't catch up to that 10. 11. Now, generally, it's harder with a deficit like that for an epist to catch up as opposed to maybe, say, a foilist, just because of how the sport works. But it's not impossible for Alex. Let's see how he does. Ooh, nice stop hit there. He saw him coming. And another one. We'll have to see a little bit more play. See if we can't keep the distance. Alex can look for his opportunity. There we go. He slowed down the pace a little bit. Let's see if we can't keep that up and surprise him. And we have a simultaneous. 7-14 with a minute left on the clock. Here we go. And a simultaneous finishes the bout. Well done to both of them. Just going quiet for a minute as I check up on our live stream. Everything seems to be going. Hello to any new viewers. Looks like we've had a little bit of a spike, so welcome to you who have joined. If you've missed the first bit of it, we're in London, England at Goodenough College. This is a charity fencing marathon that will last until 9 o'clock p.m. here, British time. We're supporting our host organization, Goodenough College. They're an international postgraduate dorm, and a number of sports charities supporting both the Paralympics, mentoring for underprivileged youth, and mental health. We're just now getting set up with another go. We've got Yingsing Ong on one side and Christine Lee getting set up for what's sure to be an exciting bout. Do we have a ref? That is a very good question. Some people have just been reffing from the chair. Yeah, you can do it there. You're pretty much out of the way there. And they're off. Again, Ong showing a light on her feet, aggressive style of fencing, really rushing down Lee there. See if she can't keep it up. And we're slowing down the pace a bit. Lee's coming in, she's playing an attack, no, And they're playing the distance, they're playing the blade, attack, and re-attack in for a point for Lee. Ooh, attack on prep, and then a parry, one of the two.
Why do fencers do that as a taunt?
Sorry?
Why do fencers do that as a taunt?
Oh, the beating or the So if you put your blade out, it's a bit of a invitation, a taunt. Also, just sort of showing distance. It's a way of gauging distance and saying, okay, don't come at me. I'm figuring things out. So it's also not a bad place to parry from when an attack starts. So there's a couple of different reasons you can do it. Ooh, nice parry there. Here we see two fencers who have thus far been pretty evenly matched. They both got strong attacks and good parries. They really got to keep the distance, watch themselves, and for that nice, solid parry. Well done. And they're back at it. Ooh. Nice straight lunge there. Well done for Lee. And that's an off target. simultaneous. We'll see how they call it. Very riposte. Very good for Lee. We'll let them debate what that was. It looks like it's going to be off target. Ooh, that's interesting, but it goes to Lee. A little bit of play, a little bit of distance keeping. Can we? No, not quite close enough. And they're back, and they're back, and they're back. Let's see. Long's playing for a little bit of time. And, ooh, nice attempt, but not quite quick enough. Ooh, a little bit of infighting there. Both of them simultaneous, off target, both to the arm.
We continue.
And Ong shows a point for the first time in a bit. Maybe she's figured out the distance. And we're going to put another 3 minutes on the clock. That was lefts. Sock. That will happen. And we are back up 4-8. 3 more minutes on the clock. Let's see. We're going to go to 15, or the clock runs out first. We will see which one. Off target. Nice straight attack there. Very nice. Parry. Riposte. In. 5-9. Ooh, a little bit too aggressive there. Came in a little bit too hard. Watch your distance. Nice. Very good, parry. Sorry, did you give a point to right? Or sorry, to left? There you go. And another one. Looks like she's starting to figure out that distance. Lee's going to have to watch herself. There's a little bit of a comeback. Changing up stances and distances, and ref's trying to make a call on that one. It might be simultaneous. We'll see if we can't communicate with good old fencing sign language, which is more or less, here's my interpretation of what's happened. I'm going to wiggle my fingers and see if that makes a little bit of a difference in the ref's judgment. They're gonna argue their case in a court of law, and it looks like Yingsing has successfully. No. Okay, it's called simultaneous. That was a close legal argument there. Well done. Tappy feet there a little bit, trying to throw the pace off, and that might be another hard call. Off target. Again, Ong's playing with the distance there, but gets a little bit too close and pays for it. Good attempt. She came in fast, and now they're playing and off target. Not sure where that hit. There might be a dead spot on that LeMay. There is a dead spot on that LeMay. That was on target, just equipment. So, point for Lee. Showing some aggression and attack. And another hard call, but it is going to go to Lee. Parry riposte, attack no. Very nice lunge. Disengage in there. And that will bring the bout to an end at only 42 seconds left in the clock. Very interesting, well-paired and defensive match there with Lee just pulling ahead on points and just by watching that distance a little bit more, I think. Well done to both. And coming back on now is Nima Abase and Giuseppe Contugo. We're doing 15. Okay. And they're testing their bells. Nothing going off. Very good. And they're off. I think we're going to see a fairly intense bout here, and they both keep attacking and going, and Giuseppe takes first blood. Ooh, nice wrist hit there, Nima. It's getting tricky. They're both pulling out some interesting moves, trying to get around each other's guard. Both solid defensive there, and they're getting pretty aggressive, coming in at the high, both attacking from a pretty high angle for Epee. Again, that upper arm is going to be a real striking point. Ooh, bit of a stop hit there. He came in too hard. He's trying that run again. Sometimes he pulls it off, sometimes he doesn't, and that's just a wrist hit. Coming a little bit too aggressive there, Nima. Gotta have a bit more play. There, like that. Getting a bit tricky, drop down, and back up inside the guard. They're slowing it down a little bit from the initial aggression we see from the first couple of hits. Having a little bit more play, trying to figure out each other's defenses. Let's see who's the first one to crack it, and it's Nima. Ooh, very nice parry there. They're both getting winded. It's been a high intensity bout. Lots of motion, lots of attacking. Bit of back and forth, a little bit of play, and he misjudges that. He misjudges that timing a little bit and takes the hit. Again, walked right into that one. Gotta watch the distance a little bit. Ooh, simultaneous there. Another one, another simultaneous. They're both figuring out each other's distance a little bit too well. They're wrist hit under the wrist. Can you hear that clang? Ooh, again, that distance is going to get him every time. Very nice. Drop down, use that same hit he did around point number 5. Again, it's been a very high guard, and then he gets over the guard for that one and into the inner arm. Bit of play there, going off each other's bells, and Nima gets in with a disengage. 11-11. Only 20 seconds left on the first clock before we switch over to the second. Though I doubt that we'll get too far into the second before this is over. They're both seeming pretty winded, and Nima tries to go low again, but pays for it at this point. Maybe use that trick a few too many times. Let's see if he can't mix it up and try something else. Ooh, again, a bit too aggressive. Watch that distance. 11-13. We're getting back to play, playing with distance. Let's see. Simultaneous. Which is better for Goodenough than it is for Nima right now. All he needs is another simultaneous, and he's got this one in the back. And that's not a simultaneous, but that will put it in the bag for another point. 12-15. Well fought, lads. Well fought. Nima staying on. Is that a mistake? give him a second to catch his breath there as we switch over as Lorcan O'Kane comes on to take him on, and he'll be on for the next 2 rounds with Giuseppe coming back after that. Clang. And they're off again. Bit of distance finding never does harm, and that was a nice try coming in low, but Neiman managed to dodge it by taking a nice quick step back. Ooh. And Neiman gets him in the foot. It's a hard angle to parry from if you're already that close in, and they're off again. Ooh, Nima gets that nice stop hit. Right to the wrist, I think. A bit of play, slowing down the bout a bit. Nima's creeping in, but comes too close. With that nice counter attack coming from O'Kane. Playing in the center, playing for time. Let's see who gets that distance in first, and Nima gives it a shot and pays for it on the parry. And O'Kane getting inside that guard for another point. Simultaneous on that one, bringing us up to 3-4. Nice parry to riposte. A little bit of overbalance on O'Kane's part, helped with that. Oh, and Nima does that drop down again to hit him in the shin. And he pulls it off. That nice fast coming in. It's that point on the shoulder. Wasn't expecting it. Well done. Good judge of distance there. We're up to 6-4. Quarter of the way through the bout. A little bit of play, slowing it down a bit for a simultaneous. Nima gets that parry riposte in. Ooh, he tries it again, but misjudges distance. Nice stop hit for O'Kane. There we go. Beat and a disengage for that point there. Ooh, nice couple of beats, parries, ripostes, and then in. Well done. Nice straight attack there from Kane. I think he's figured out the distance a little bit, which is going to help him. Yep, that's nice quick coming in as soon as Nima hits that distance for the simultaneous. They're slowing the bout down a little bit after that lightning fast couple of exchanges. A little bit of an overbalance there from Kane. Wondering if the piece is coming up a little bit. Looks like he might have pulled a little bit on him. Nima gets that point, bringing the score back to 10-10 for a tie. Playing around a little bit now. Both are tiring out, I think, so they're slowing the bout down. A little bit of more positional fighting, as we can see. Yeah, I'm not sure how he pulled that one off, but it was a bit silly. Simultaneous again. King ties it back up, 12-12, 15 seconds left on the first 3 minutes, and then we'll carry the clock over. Nima baits that out, and Kane overbalances. He's a little bit winded. That was a nice bait that he pulled out there. And another simultaneous. And one final point needed for Abase as he comes in, but Kane's not too far behind, and he cinches it with. All right, 3 minutes left on the clock, 15-13. Good match on both parts. We're next. O'Kane is staying on. Goodenough coming back for another round. I think I pronounced this poor man's name 3 ways, but I think I finally figured it out. I'm a professional. This. And how are we doing on our viewership here? We're down a little bit, but it is lunchtime, so hopefully, me. And do we want to... Yeah, we can always check our donations as well.
Up a fair bit.
Oh yeah. Looks like we've jumped up again. We've got some very generous donations. Go up so I can see the newest ones. Yeah. So we are currently at a grand total of £379. We have 2 very generous donations from Rob and Laura, both £50, and one from Dana for another 10. Thank you all for your donations and for your generous support of these worthy causes. We'll be updating the stream with the updated numbers after this bout, which has already gotten started. We've seen one simultaneous, I believe, while I was looking down at the phone. And another simultaneous there. Thank you all to our, thanks to all of our various generous donors. We've already had a great turnout, both from fencers and from donors in the last couple of hours. We're expecting a few more folks to come through the door in the next little while, and a few more college members will come out to cheer on our fencers. I expect at around, I don't know, after lunch or closer in the afternoon when most people finish their studying for the day or wake up from their hangovers. You never know in England, to be honest, especially after a Saturday night. It's been a nice couple of weeks here, so. Spirits are a little bit higher around the college than they normally are, despite the fact that exams are coming up. And another simultaneous, they've been pushing each other pretty hard. Ooh, good try there from O'Kane to get around, but Goodenough comes around and gets his number for that point. Another point for Goodenough. A little bit of back and forth, overestimated that lunge, came in a little bit too deep and wasn't able to recover in time. Again, pretty much the same there. Gotta watch that upper corner, he's getting him in the shoulder. O'Kane, after going a couple of rounds with both Nima and Goodenough, Needs a bit of a break, which is perfectly understandable. He's been fencing for a bit now. A little bit of collegial advice, and we'll give them a couple of seconds to catch their breath. They've all been fencing quite hard without too much time to recover, the three of them. So, and it looks like they're starting up, and they're off. Ooh, yes, attack. No, that did miss, which cost him that point. There we go. The thing he was just trying. He's managed to pull off. Well done. Again, that disengage in is a little bit harder to pull off when you're talking epee. So, got to be careful with that follow up. Ooh, walked right into that one. Bad luck, mate. And 14-7, last point for Goodenough. Can he manage it? I expect he can, and that's a simultaneous to end the match. Only 2 minutes. Nice, short, sweet one there. Will, I think, be switching back over to some foil, or possibly not. I'm not sure. Looks like we're sticking with epee. With Christiana Chi coming back along with Merlin Leichtke. They're on the wrong sides. Maybe switch them. Some of our fencers are stepping out for lunch, which is perfectly understandable. It is getting to that point of the day. It's 1:25 UK time, which means some of our international viewers might be coming up in a little bit, and some people who are maybe working or are looking at things are hopefully coming back to start viewing some of this again. So I'm not just talking to empty space and myself. It's going. Want to come sit down and commentate?
Even not commentate, just chill.
And we're back off. We're on epee again. So let's see here how they do. It's been a full 30 seconds and we haven't seen a point yet. There's been a lot of distance keeping, a lot of play. We'll see how they manage. They're doing an excellent job at keeping each other away from each other, but we can't just sit here all day. So hopefully somebody gets a point soon so I have something to say. Well, this really is quite impressive. They're both doing quite a good job at keeping their distance.
Got a good radio voice.
Thank you. I'm really getting into my groove now, I think. We've got our first point for the day from Merlin. Again, we're seeing really solid distance keeping from the both of them. It's a lot more important when you're fencing epee is that sort of figuring out what your opponent's distance is so you can then duck in through their guard and then get the hit on them, which we've seen here really well demonstrated. Ooh, nice sharp attack from Chi there. Another point, that one a little bit lower. Stepped into that a little bit. Nice exchange of parries. They're still keeping each other at a good distance. Merlin tries to get a little bit lower, but she's wise to his tactic, and now they're got a simultaneous on each other. Well done. We're at 51 seconds already. This has been a relatively low-scoring bout, which is actually quite interesting from a fencing perspective. Sometimes you get two people who are relatively well defensively matched. But we'll have to see if they can pick up the aggression, especially on Christiana's part, as Merlin starts to establish a bit of a points deficit there. A bit more aggression might be in order. Ooh, walked right into that one, I'm afraid. Eight seconds left on the first part of this timer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're into the next 3 minutes. With Chi getting another point, we'll reset that clock and see if they can see how many more points they can rack up. Another one for Merlin. Nice straight attack there. Ooh, misjudged distance there. Nice straight attack from Chi. Well done. And she gets under his guard with a nice straight lunge there. They're both slowing down a little bit at this point. They've been fencing for a good long while, relatively evenly matched, especially defensively. Been a few slip-ups, people walking into that, and she is catching up a little bit as she figures out that distance. Ah, there we go again. Yeah, she's figured out where he's attacking from, and is managing to get those parries or two-shot preps before he can make it in. There's another simultaneous. We'll see if she can't tie it up in the last for the last 5 points in this bout, or the last minute 40 if it comes to that. Again, all movement is sort of stopped as both of them tire out, and we're back into distance keeping for the next little bit until one of them figures out what the distance is supposed to be, and Merlin's the first one to figure that out, so he gets a point. Bit of a point deficit here again, but we've seen it. Wow. And that's another point for Merlin. Only another 3 or another minute 10 to go. And we'll put it on hold. We've got some more generous donations coming in. We're getting pretty close to halfway to our overall target for the day, which is quite exciting. We're glad for all of your donations, of course, and they're going to quite worthy causes. Let's see, last one. Last one for Light K. Let's see if he can't pull it off. But she scores another point as he misjudges that lunge. And he cinches the belt. 15-11, 42 seconds left on the clock. Very close match overall. Very well paired defensively. We've seen a lot of really interesting play with it not being a high intensity bout, but they played off of each other nicely, and it was quite interesting to see that sort of more deliberate technical fencing going on. So let's refresh the donation page so I can take a look, because I have it on good authority that we've had a couple of new donations coming in. So we are at £3.99, so we've gone up another bit. So thank you very much to Rishikesh, who is here fencing today, for your generous donation. And we are almost, as I've said, we are 7% nearer to our final donation target. So thank you all for donating. Thank you all who have just joined us on stream. I think we have a few new viewers. So thank you for checking us out. We're raising donations for sport with underprivileged youth, mental health, and Paralympians, and also for our hosts at this beautiful great hall at Goodenough College. They're an international postgraduate dorm who hosts talented scholars from all over the world. And who's up again now? Well, Merlin's remained on, along with Giuseppe Catugno. That's, I think, the 5th way I pronounce his name. Is probably the closest one I've gotten so far. I am very excited for myself. Do we want to update? Oh, you have updated it. Well done. All right. The room's cleared out a little bit as more people have ducked out to go eat, but we've still got fencing on. We will have fencing on for the next 7 hours and 39 minutes. So there's still plenty of time. We're well towards our donation record, and are we paying attention to this score? Yes. Timer.
Sorry, who got the last point?
Stop the time. Or not. It's all right. Ooh, that is a nice series of parry and riposte there. Some really intense action right at the end of that piece, with Giuseppe taking the point for that one. Well earned. Again, we're seeing a lot of distance keeping, looking for angles, looking for low spots and blind spots. Sometimes you don't find them. Sometimes you just get a simultaneous, which is what has happened here. And they're back at it. Nice stop hit. He saw him coming. Watch that distance. And I see Kent coming back, which is very exciting for me because I will go for lunch in a couple. Not before the sleep's still here. Okay, so welcome back, Kent. How are we doing?
Hello. Pretty good. Had lunch. Did not make those pizzas I thought I was going to. I went down to Goodenough's little cafeteria thing called Freddy's instead.
What are they serving today?
Today they are serving breakfast still, which is nice. You can also get a burger with a chicken patty, which is mediocre. And you can get eggs on avocado on toast, which also, to quote could have done better myself from somebody who had it. So reasonably hearty, reasonably healthy food, but not impressive, which I think sort of sums up our food here at Goodenough.
Well, maybe we shouldn't say that because this is still on stream.
This is still on screen.
Yes.
But you know, I said it was hearty. I stand by that.
I've got leftover burritos left in my, and I'm wondering if I should have that for lunch. Take about an hour break and come back, but we'll see. We've seen some quite good fencing in the last little while. Most people continue to go to 15 points, which is fair, but this has been a rather intense bout.
Yeah, look at that.
Merlin's already gone 15 in a nice long bout, so he's maybe a little bit tired out at this point. But they have been going for almost three. They've been going for almost 2.5 minutes now, and it's been a very solid showing from both of them.
Yeah.
8 to 12 is quite good, and we've seen a lot of simultaneouses and a lot of good distance keeping. That one, not so much. That was a nice wrist hit right there.
And so this is Epee again. Has anybody brought sabers? Is there any saber fighters?
We do have saber fighters, and they haven't come up yet, but we do have 2 over there, and I'm hoping that they'll get up and fence. Are they up for fencing soon? I think they are. So we'll see them shortly, and we'll see a display of saber fencing from the 2 saber fencers we have here today. And that's a nice stop hit as he tries to go low, but doesn't quite make it, and that will end the bout 9 to 5 with 3:30 left on the clock.
Okay. Oh, so those are different uniforms then. That must be the sabers coming out.
Yes, I think we are finally having our first saber bout of the match, which I have no idea how to commentate. Commentating epee, as I've said, it's very easy.
Yeah.
I understand enough about foil to commentate it pretty effectively, and but saber is very hard to call, and I'm hoping that I can just go off of our ref's judgment, because otherwise I will be very confused, so will the audience.
All right, well, I don't think anybody has switched the buzzer to saber yet, so I will go and do that.
I see, looking at the stream here, that we've had a bit of a pickup in viewers. We have 8 whole people watching right now. One of them probably is my phone, but welcome to you who have just arrived. This is Fencing Without Limits, London. We're raising funds for a couple of worthy organizations. We're fundraising for Paralympics Great Britain, SportsAid, Sport in Mind, and Right to Play, as well as our hosts here at lovely Goodenough College. We're here in the Great Hall, which is quite an excellent venue for hosting fencing, surprisingly. Big, nice, long space, wood paneling. I couldn't really ask for better, and they very generously given us the hall for the whole day. So for those of you who are here, we are taking donations. The link should be in the description or on that QR code that you can see in the top corner of the screen. So please, if you are able, donate. They are very worthy causes, and we are very excited to be hosting it here today.
Have we updated on who's donated recently?
Yes, we have.
Excellent.
Yes, and we have had another couple of very generous donators. Thank you to Patrick and Rupert. Very glad to have you out today. I think one of you was out earlier, and yeah, thank you for your very generous donations. We are 30% of our way to our total goal for the day, and we still have plenty of fencing left to do, plenty more to show you. And from this 12-hour marathon, we are not even halfway through. We've got more viewers turning up in the chat, and I should get back to commentating this because
it looks
as
incredible.
You can see, they are going very fast, and sometimes those they'll hit simultaneous, but there'll be very small differences, and we have a loose wire. That will happen in Saber more often than it will not, because they're hitting their blades lengthways instead of stabbing, so there's a little bit more impact on those weapons, so that can happen. As you can see, as I was mentioning to you a couple of hours ago, they're wearing those full mesh masks because they've got head wires attached. So the entire mask is electrified, the entire mask has a very gentle current running through it, so when that entire sword blade hits, they can both again, this is a very, very hard thing to call sometimes because they can come in so quickly.
Yeah.
And it's really whoever has given more obvious preparation into their attack is the one who's going to get that point. So in this case, she came in, and finally made her attack. So that's more preparation on her part, which gives her priority. And again, you see,
yes.
that's in the middle, but she's going ever so slightly faster forward, which means that she's going to get the point. And you can see there's tons more. And in a way, it's easier to ascertain priority because it's so much faster they're coming in, and there's less of a... See, she fully overstruck, so she missed, and that's a really good time. You don't see as many parries coming in.
Yeah, I've noticed there's been no blocks or parries of any sort so far.
No, it's whoever's faster, whoever preps their blade, and then whoever gets the point.
Okay. And so, that's an interesting difference from foil and epee we've got there. Just the sort of
Yes.
lack of general blocking.
Yes, those parries are coming in sometimes really because because saber is such an agile weapon. It is often very hard to parry, especially since you can see that their wrists are very exposed, right? So it's quite easy to get a wrist hit on even after a parry, where you can just angle your blade a little bit more and get that point. So it can be quite hard to parry and quite hard to defend against, which is why you're seeing them opt for more high speed, trying to gain priority through being faster, being ever so slightly faster, gaining that priority that way. So sometimes it's a little bit easier to call because you don't have that sort of very vicious infighting you can get with foil once they get and they're trying to parry and block and get that point, whereas you don't really see that here. So it's a very different. That's the first off target. Also, that I think that's because the wire's disconnected again.
Yeah. Judges talk through a complicated call there.
Yeah, so as I understood it, what happened is there was an attack prepped with the first step. The attack went through with the first step. The attack missed. There was a re-attack in there, but at that point they had lost priority. So once they lost priority and that second attack was the attack from Song was faster at that point.
Yeah. And so with those swords doing so much more slash and with more force, I was chatting at lunch actually with some of my fellow fencers about the new bruises that we have uncovered today.
Yes.
You think you get more of that from Saber?
No, because the properties of armor in general, because what we're functionally wearing is cloth armor, is that cloth armor is actually a lot more resistant to slashing attacks, especially that sort of wire Kevlar mesh that we wear as a lame. That does do a pretty good job at blocking and preventing any potential bruises, and we can see that Song's actually really pulling ahead at this point with that. It's a tiring style because it's very fast. You're constantly moving. You don't really have a chance to catch your breath with Saber. You're just going until somebody gets the points they need. So that can be quite a hard thing, actually, defense to 15, which we've been doing. Anyways, what was I saying about the cloth armor? Yes. So cloth armor historically has been very good at defending against slashing attacks and less effective at defending against piercing attacks. Really nice stop hit there, actually. Again, that one's hard to call because there was a lot of back and forth motion there, but I think that was the right call.
Yeah.
Oh, and we are actually seeing a bit of a turnaround from Durasi. That can happen a lot more commonly. Once you've got a deficit in epee, it can be very hard to come back from. It's harder in foil, but not impossible. And Saber, you can actually get quite a run going. Like we're seeing here, where she's really bringing she's really closing that deficit. So let's see if she can't pull it all the
And
way
so
up
is
to a
that
win.
because her opponent got tired, or has she figured out something about strategy and read her
It can
opponent
be
better?
that because it's about distance and it's about knowing where that block C, right?
yeah.
She's holding back a little bit, so she's making Song overcommit at that point, which can be right. So and Song is getting tired. She's losing confidence, right? Because DeRossi's figured out the distance, and it can be at the point where you play. You lose a couple of points, but you figure out what your opponent's distances are. Again, he's explaining the same thing where your attack starts at an arm extension. So if you pull back and then re-attack, right, you've lost priority, which is something I don't think DeRossi's main weapon is saber. So it does take a little bit of a trick to figure out.
Oh, absolutely. I'm especially impressed by the referee here, because just following that with how fast the blade's moving.
Yes, he's
it's
doing
really
a very
challenging.
good job.
And to be able to also explain it all rather than just having to go the way we sometimes do in the club is on vibes.
Yes, on vibes, indeed. Well, it's easier with the buzzer, but it's also an experience thing.
Absolutely.
And they're doing a very good job.
Ooh.
You see that?
Yeah.
That was an attack, no. And that little bit of hesitation because they thought they might have gotten enough target, but whew.
Wow.
And DeRossi actually closes it.
Yeah.
Very interesting bout where you see actually quite a comeback, which isn't the same thing that you see in epee or foil as much, but it can very much happen in saber, especially since it's a stamina and mentality thing, especially with saber. So a very good bout, very good showing of saber for the first time today. Hopefully we'll see a few more rounds of saber fencing soon. And
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
actually going to get in gear, and I'm going to let you take over because I've got a match coming up after this,
Absolutely.
and this will be my match, and then I'll go for lunch.
Yeah.
Where is Nima?
Oh, Nima is down at lunch, so we can skip to the next match with Nima.
No one leave.
We can skip a few matches then if need be.
Are you good to go now?
All right, we've got Noah gearing up for another excellent match, and Nima is in the dining hall. Last I checked.
Yeah, I think he may have underestimated or overestimated.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, there's the strategic error of eating right before a match. I know. So, again, I talked too much about swimming on this.
I just need my gear. I'm good to go. Because I think we're next.
Are they going? There's someone else lined up.
Yeah, that's fine. They'll
All right.
give me more time to gear up.
Can you tell us who's who?
That's a good question.
Nima is not here.
Well, I can go ask. Oh, is that more? Another saber? Ooh, very nice.
Another saber match.
Fantastic. I don't know where.
We'll be going back. I'm not sure why I'm still talking. I don't have to talk like this.
You know, it's so hard to turn off. Sometimes, same thing with teaching swimming lessons. I would stay in like swim instructor voice, especially with the kids,
I got it. Yeah.
and then just not turn it off afterwards. Yeah.
I think I've done that a couple of times in practicing where I've turned to someone like just who's just wandered in
Yeah.
and like get kind of stirred. And I'm like, oh, are you here?
Yeah, yeah.
Are you here to watch or are you here to fence?
Yeah. Yeah. Do we know who we have up there yet?
Oh,
I wish I could put on that sort of performance for my podcast.
You got a podcast?
Yeah.
will. Yeah, please. That'd be great. I'll try to remind him to grab it. Nice. Oh, cool.
We have an update on donations. We're up to 464.
I don't know if you caught that, Mike. We're up to 464 on donations, and it's 464 pounds for you, with Anna. How would you pronounce the last name? Ilashenko, I believe, having donated 15 pounds. So thank you, Anna. All right, and do we know who's up right now?
Just confirmed in.
All right, yeah. All right, and that's Noah out preparing for his own match. So you're just with me, Kent, for a bit again, getting my the hottest takes on this side of the Great Hall. All right. We're sitting here in the Great Hall. Let's see, can we see on the feed? We've got the paintings of, I can't even remember who's up here. Behind us. Who's that? Goodenough? One of the Goodenoughs, yeah. Frederick Crawford. I think Frederick Crawford of Freddy's. I believe Freddy was a banker. Actually, Noah would have been the person to ask about this because Noah is Goodenough's archivist. Keeps track of all of our what's happening. Goodenough also has a small library, which including a few quite fine books, which I should know more about, but I don't. And looks like the sword check is ready. We don't have a referee though, and I really don't have the skill to do this, so I can give it a try if need be. Does anyone know how to referee saber here?
I just fenced it, but I have no idea what's going on. I can try.
You would be better than me, so please. All right, we got a volunteer ref, which is excellent, so I don't have to do it because I have not ever even watched saber until today. All right, here we go. And it's just so incredibly fast, these saber moves. And that's a point on the left, and that's for song. And now a point for, what, Zhu? Zhu on the right. And again, you just make the fastest calls because it's all about whose attack finishes and who has more of the preparation on the attack. Priority here is even more complicated than foil, or maybe it's because they don't know it. Ooh, wow. Fast hits. Okay. A block. This is slower pace than the previous saber match. Another point for Zhu. Ooh, and that was a clean hit. Okay. 5-3, not a huge lead. Or 4-3, neck and neck. Gotta say, having the mask where people will be aiming for your head feels like be much more intimidating than foil. Those blades go fast. Yeah. But at least you're not getting leg hits. And the disadvantage of having been in sweats early means I do have a nice bruise forming on my leg. That seems like it was a fairly clear 5-4, yeah. Or that's one call even I could have made. Ooh, and another straight. Looks like I'll be getting a proper Koshu commentary, so you won't just get my wild ramblings, though I'm sure y'all loving them. I was talking to Noah about his podcast when I got the link. We did recently.
Yes.
There's more? No?
No, that's the number.
Excellent, excellent.
You guys are doing great.
Thank you.
How are your energy levels?
Pretty good, though I may lose my voice if I keep this up. I have not done long days of talking since I stopped working at the pool in, like, August.
Everything you guys have done. Sorry.
Point.
Two. Yeah.
All right, yes, they thank me for what I'm doing, even though all I'm doing here is talking nonsense and having fun. I have the easy role. I'd like to thank Tech who's doing a much more important role than me.
Who's also struggling to follow referee calls.
Oh, yeah, even following the ref here is hard. Never mind what I'm doing. Yeah, that was straightforward at least. It's nice when they don't both hit at the same time. Okay, I think that's swatting underneath first, and then Zoo's arm came down afterwards.
Watch and learn.
Yeah. These bouts are just so fast. Okay, yeah. I'd say I disagree with calls ever, but I don't. That was very well called. Ooh, just a block, and the block wasn't enough. A bop, 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 and a hit. I think that was on the head. I wonder how that feels. There's probably not enough force behind that sword. It does not have a lot of weight to it, so it's really momentum that's the thing that you don't like, right? So that is, what is momentum?
Who's going?
Mass times, ooh, I don't remember physics. Do you remember what momentum is? The formula for momentum is? What are you studying again? Law. All right, so we got a law lawyer and a statistician / economist. So these are not great people to talk about physics, which is too bad because I miss physics. Oh, massive acceleration is momentum. Or is that force? Yeah, I should really redo my physics. I have not touched physics since high school. Yes, thank you. And somebody's turning off the buzzer, which I appreciate because it's really annoying, and switching it back to, I think, foil. But it was fun to see some sabers. At some point, I would love to try that once Goodenough gets some more equipment. The Goodenough Fencing Club is also open to Goodenough alumni, too, and our events are open to the public, a lot of them. So, like, next year, I plan on coming back. I won't be in Goodenough, but I will be kicking around. And we have Nima now on tech.
I'm here.
At least in the interim, though he's all suited up, ready to do some more fencing. Our whole system is run off of Nima's laptop with a second laptop here for a spreadsheet. It's just all bodged together, barely held together with, twine, effectively. But it's been working so far. We have had
What are you trying to say?
no major issues. What am I trying to say?
What are you trying to say?
Listen, I don't hold back in these podcasts,
It's not a podcast. We're doing
live stream,
live
whatever.
content.
This commentary is as
The Kent Geography Podcast. We can do an episode of the Kent
exactly.
Kent City Planning Podcast later.
oh gosh, I have so many thoughts on city planning in London, which I can share
One
at some
comment
point.
in the live chat.
Excellent. What do we have to say?
Let's go.
Let's go. I agree. Let's
Did you
go. Let's go.
I think so.
Yes, she did.
Oh yeah.
She was my
Wow,
place.
She fenced very. It seems like I wasn't here. I
Yeah,
wasn't in the room.
one strong win and one loss by one. So
Pretty good fencing.
Song did well. And now we have Noah and Leaf. So this is where we get to see Leaf's excellent defense
Yes.
against Noah's sort of all-around skill.
Strange offense. I mean, I'm doing this. Does someone want to ref these two?
Do we the foil
Any
ref?
foilists?
Calling a foil
I
ref.
can't do it, so someone's gotta.
Excellent. We have Chorus to volunteer to ref us. Merlin.
Yeah, you are.
Otherwise, it's got to be to me, and I do not know.
Okay,
I don't
we
have the
got it.
skill.
We got it. She's doing it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
3 minutes.
All right. And here we go. Noah moving up, as you'd expect, with Leaf's very defensive style. And Leaf successfully parries several attacks in a row, and then one just slips through. So the slight issue with the defensive style is that at some point, to get a point, you must poke the
But I
opponent.
have to do something.
You got to do something.
Yeah.
And Leaf's excellent, Leaf parries stuff that I cannot imagine how. But then he never attacks back. Like you see, parry.
Leaf is.
Oh, there we go. Leaf moved in and got a point. And
Leaf
now
is
it's
very-
1-1.
His style is very patient, which fits with Leaf as a human being.
It fits with Leaf as a human being, and it fits for long matches where Leaf's not going to tire as fast as his
I
opponent.
think, fencing Leaf is as a fencer. I would say fencing Leaf is very difficult.
It is.
You have to really think about what you're doing.
Yeah.
And you have to think about how you're going to find a way in. I don't know what the call is going to be here. I think it should be attack touche point to the left, but we're going to see what Sylvia wants to do because Sylvia is in charge.
Sylvia is in charge. And we are not, elementary school soccer parents who fight with refs. That's the thing that happens a lot.
Handle
Yeah.
what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Alright.
we just let the refs deal with it. It's great being in such a friendly environment too, because we're all here for the charity and here to have a good time and practicing fencing. So there's no, it's all good energy. Yeah.
The sun has moved a little bit.
The sun has moved a little bit. We may have to close another blind.
Yeah, we
You
might.
can't quite see it on the screen, but the sun is now coming down to the left, and so if
I think it's coming from here.
I do believe so.
Let me do that.
Yeah.
I don't want to knock anything over.
And so we're thinking if Noah, you may be stuck doing that for a bit. Next match we'll switch it. But if Noah backs up too much, he may get a beam of sun in the head, which is would be at a disadvantage. How do the windows work? All right, I will just do the window because commentary is probably less important than keeping the score going.
I got commentary. Oh.
Lonina may try to do both.
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I think that makes it better.
Very easy, yes. One more.
Leaf once again. Just fending off everything that Noah's throwing at him. Except Noah's blade is now breaking. It's been a bit of a theme of the day so far that just none of our blades seem to work for very long.
Some very long rules here, Nima. Do they pull the blades?
They might. Yeah, that does look better though.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can close that gap there.
See, this is one of the benefits of Leaf's style, is on that long attacking exchange, he managed to not give up anything. Now, he did eventually lose the point because Noah's attacks are absolutely just relentless, but Leaf is successfully able to fend stuff off, which is a very good skill to have as a fencer, just because a lot of people know how to get hits, but they don't know how to not get hit themselves. But Noah, once again, is just a little bit feral, and he breaks through his with his attacks. He's got a very strong arm, which every time I fence Noah, it becomes a bit of a challenge, just because I have to, I have to make sure that having a weaker arm, I have to move a little quicker. I don't know who we're talking to. I don't know if anyone's actually listening. This is Sylvia gives the fact that Noah tried, and eventually ends up with a hit. This is Noah trying for his revenge now. Oh, crazy. Noah, I think you just hit a little flat. No, you can't hear me. Hello, you're on camera. You're on camera.
This is the directoire technique.
Yeah. That's you are on camera, by the way, aren't you?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
one I saw.
It's fine. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Be careful with this long poking blade.
Now I'm using the spear instead. No one likes it.
Okay, chill. Kent has a very long stick right now. We are fencing, but we're fencing from a set distance away. That's alright. I feel like Leaf missed his calling as an epist because his style is very epee, where he's just waiting for a stop hit. That's the hit that Leaf got just now, is a stop hit, and that's a very epee thing to do. I'm gonna just reset the clock. I feel like we don't really need this clock right now, just because we're just kind of vibing. But when we start doing teams, we will need it later. Do we know how high they're going? Are they going 15?
I don't know.
Okay. It's just past 2 o'clock, so we're just about entering into our 6th hour of this.
How many fencers do we have in the queue right now?
A few. Yeah.
At some point I want to fence Brian.
You are in the queue.
Come on.
Yeah.
I am in the queue already.
Yeah,
In the queue. Okay, time to keep track of this.
Oh my god.
So,
That was crazy.
what just happened?
I don't know.
Doesn't want to hit.
At least for me, it has a dead spot. Or just
No, but even if it had a dead spot, right, it would still like turn on. Just
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
it would just.
like how.
That it must be
just
noticed.
immune. Like he.
Yeah, no, that's
Like
the,
the traffic
that's
is
the
on
real
it, like,
tactic.
just
Just
become
become immune to getting hit.
Become immunity hit.
Yeah, it's like, you know when you go play in a video game and you try and attack a boss that you're like not ready for yet,
Yeah.
and like your attacks do no damage. That's
Yeah.
this right now.
That's this.
No, but what if? Hear me out. What if you took like piece, right, material,
Yeah, yeah.
and you made a lame out of it? So like anytime you hit, nothing would go off, right?
Ooh.
Is that not how it works? I don't know how.
I
it
actually
works.
don't know how it works.
Like, but like you could traffic your lame in a weird way where like it's grounded and like any hit would just not go off.
Probably.
Bro has like the cheater
Yeah.
lame or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My hand, man. Oh.
That's kind of a rough hit.
Yeah.
Audience, we're talking about a minor scratch that
No,
Nima
we're
got.
good. I'm good.
You want to show your minor scrape to the camera?
I feel like that's okay.
I feel like
I feel like we don't need to do that.
We don't-
Put a
Sorry.
little content warning.
Little content
Yeah.
warning.
We're
A
gonna
slight
keep this
scratch.
one, you know, it's PG.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going well. Should we check on any donos?
We should check on any donos.
Just to make sure we got the full numbers.
Man, I feel like I've missed calling as a live streamer. This is great. We're
Yeah.
at 31%. No news ones.
No news.
Is there
And-
audio on this live stream?
There is audio.
There is. We are the
You're
audio.
part of the commentary now, right?
Yeah. Welcome to our commentary.
Yeah, this is Arthur Gibbon.
Yeah.
He's from Switzerland.
Hello.
We're gonna fence in the next 5 minutes. Me and him.
Oh yes, you, Noah, and Leaf is what's up right now, and then you're afterwards. Yes. And then I've got a few to commentate, and then I'm heading.
How many countries do we have represented at this thing? So
That's a good question.
oh, Brian, you missed the other Irish guy. There's another Irish guy here.
Yeah. He had a flag on his helmet.
He did. Yes, we got
10-3.
Ireland, Canada, U.S., the U.K., Switzerland.
Switzerland,
France.
France, Italy.
France? Who's French?
Me.
Oh, I thought you're Swiss.
I'm Swiss, French, and British.
That's a classic.
I'm a very original mix, but you know, it's there.
Jules is French, though, so that counts.
Is Jules coming? Is he
He's
here?
coming. He'll be here at
All right,
3.
excellent.
Yeah, notable celebrity, Jules Virgo, will be here soon. Merlin's from Luxembourg.
Okay.
That's another country we can add to
Ooh,
it.
Luxembourg's fun. There's not that many people in Luxembourg.
No. It's a small country.
Yeah. I can't even remember what the population of Luxembourg is. It's not quite Liechtenstein, but it's close.
Well, that is just a different place.
Yes.
That is just the name of it.
No, but I mean small European countries. You know? Yeah.
It's actually 2 million? Yeah. Something like that.
Oh, okay, that's bigger than I
Liechtenstein
thought.
is like 500,000, right, or something
Yeah.
like that, and around this area.
This thing actually does work.
It works very well.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, no,
I'm
it's,
happy with our setup.
like it's very small but very dense. So yeah.
We've changed my laptop background to black because it doesn't fit. Like the thing doesn't get any bigger than that.
Yeah.
So
Ooh, the blades in a bind.
no, it doesn't. If you make it full screen, then this is also full
I
screen, and then it. Oh, so that is what we call.
Is it just
hang
that,
on,
like,
I'm going to get the terminology wrong. Was that a redouble or a reprise? So there's a bunch of
It's foil, it doesn't matter.
Oh, it's true.
I think that's
Foil's not
best.
important.
Best
Foil's opinions don't matter.
Dang.
Yeah.
How rude.
Hashtag foil doesn't matter.
Foil doesn't matter.
Eventually, when we get Merlin on strip next, can we get hashtag Merlin in the chat, please? That's a UCL tradition where every time we have a Bucks match, Rish streams it on his Instagram. Or no, not on his Instagram, on his Twitch. He streams it on his Twitch, and we get hashtag Merlin in the chat.
Hashtag Merlin.
Hashtag
Okay.
Merlin.
Getting ready.
right?
This is just
Starts
an example
very
of
soon.
Noah's good technique and tip control. Oh, 15, sorry.
As
I
we are
forgot to
spending
add
too
one.
long commentating
Yeah,
and not enough time
15.
keeping track of score.
We're waffling a little bit over here.
Waffling a little
That's
bit,
all
yeah.
right. Okay.
It's
Me
a
and you.
2 p.m. We've just
Do
eaten.
this because I am busy.
All right.
I think Kent, you're the more experienced defenseman than me.
For what? For keeping track of score? Absolutely not. Brian, come on in.
I'll do it.
Well, we should have a different referee. Yeah.
Sorry? Oh, I forgot to need different equipment. Yeah.
All right. Brian, you want to come do the buttons?
Lock the entire street.
Yes. Now we reset our score here. Oh, that's not it. Is this it? Does that look like reset? I can't even see from here.
Jesus. Yeah, I don't have eyes. Can we not? Is there a way we can tab out or do we fuck it up? Well done. What? I don't even know what
Oh,
the
there we go.
timer is.
Yeah.
Or do they just fence until the timer's done?
Yeah. And we'll do 2 timers to go to 15.
Wait, so is it
Okay.
first to 15 or timer?
Yeah. So you plus the fake score, you tap the clock to start and stop it. So when they start, just tap the clock.
And do I pause between bouts?
Yes, exactly. Now they'll probably be fast enough to go with the timer, but we'll keep it running just in case. And then I can try to keep track of commentary. To 15, Cat. So we go to 15. You can only set a timer for a maximum of 3 minutes, so we'll do an extra.
Do we need to change the names?
The names? Oh, yeah. Sorry, audience. This is Arthur on the left and Nima on the right. Changing the names is done by a text file. All right, Brian, your commentary.
I don't know how to do that.
Okay, these people, you may just have to remember that Arthur on the left and Nima on the right are fencing right now because the names may not get changed since I forgot to do it in advance and that's 1 point for Nima. All right, excellent. Okay, and let's see. Nima's coming in really low when Arthur gets a toe touch. All right, getting stabbed in the toe is indeed a point. That's the benefits of epee. And we're backing up, back and forth. Okay, let's see what do we have here. Just kind of stand in the middle. Oh, a lunge straight under Nima's guard. Probably under. I can't even really tell where those swords went. All right. Oh, and for the update with that big stick I was waving around, audience, the beam of light is reduced, but there's still a bit of a blinding spot that I left because the curtain isn't quite closed. So if I had a ladder, I'd fix it, but I don't. So good luck. Up on 1 foot.
Nice one.
Arthur gets a point on 1 foot. Very impressive. All right, Arthur's 2 up, so I'm waiting for Nima to put out some of his tricks, see if we can even the odds here. But Arthur might just run away with it. Some nice ducks. Arthur loves to go low. His lunges take him way down. Ooh, and again. Okay, 5-1. I love to see this encouragement. Oh. Ooh. I don't know if Arthur knows that if he backs up too far, I'll get a beam of light in his eyes. He's at a slight disadvantage. There's 1 trap on the clock. Hey. 5-2.
I was going to ask if Neiman knew the goal is to hit the other person.
Hey, and we got Brian's witty retorts on commentary. I like it.
God, can they hear me?
Let's see. Talk.
Hello.
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hello.
Just project slightly more. Our mic is apparently set up to take noise in a straight line and avoid the crowd sides. I have no idea how that works, but at some point I'll listen to this, maybe put together a supercut. And that's another point from Arthur. Arthur is just wiping the floor with Nima. We are Ooh. And you can see the tips of the weapons just duck around each other. Those are called disengages, crowd, as you try to dip the sword underneath your opponent so you can get a clear line to go poke them. And you went for the toe poke and missed. Now Arthur went for a leg poke and also missed. There may be fancier words for these, but I don't know them. Okay, and straight for the body. Nima went all the way through Arthur's guard. I assume it's called a guard. I don't really know in this style of fencing. What do you think, Brian? As the other completely novice fencer here.
I think guard is fine.
Brian thinks guard is fine with a bit of a shrug. All right. And I like this little thing. It's almost dancing. The hop, the forwards, back, like they're just playing. Great show for the audience. But I worry that if you do too much of that, you'll burn out. All right. Yeah, and a miss.
And a moan.
Miss and a moan. Some lunges that don't quite get it, and Nima slides. Was that a poke in the neck or head?
No,
Looked like to me.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's still a point.
No, I know, but
You may have.
I thought it was low.
Could have been lower. I am wearing my sports glasses, crowd, and not my proper glasses, so my eyes are a little worse than usual. 7-4, and with 3:20 on the clock, because since they're going to 15, we give them another 3 minutes. And is that a sword out of the hand? I think so. Commentary is hard. I have a lot more sympathy for referees now. Even this is just sports commentary. Never mind that you have to ref something. Yeah. You know, I was listening to a piece recently.
Is that Simon?
Yes, one each.
One each.
Yeah, for Epee it's one each, which makes it way easier to ref. Anyways, back to the commentary. I was watching a piece on hockey. Obviously, I'm Canadian. Hockey's a big thing, but hockey is losing popularity with younger Canadians and immigrants. And the question is, why? Well, the thing about hockey here is the hockey commentators haven't been so super media savvy, super passionate about like the way young people watch sports, and so that means hockey's been losing it to basketball and soccer. Soccer being football for you people in Europe. Beyond that, hockey also has this advantage where the equipment's super expensive. When it's like soccer or basketball, we really just need a ball. Of course, fencing is a niche sport to begin with, but my favorite niche sport.
Going to need you to help reset the clock with how to.
Oh yes. Once it runs out, click on it, or click down on the timer button. Down. Yeah. Nice. And then left. Yeah, that thing. 3 minutes. Close. All right. We've got our tech working again. This one is because we never trained ourselves on this stuff, which, like, honestly, working perfectly. This event, fantastic. Look at that. Yeah, 10-10. They both have an even shot here. Though, if you're being a Bayesian, maybe you consider Nima to have a comeback. Brian here is laughing because Brian is doing a maths PhD, and so it can appreciate all my math and stats jokes. Yeah. Brian, me, who else on this crowd? You know, if my brother and my dad listening, both got a lot of maths.
Nima's a space scientist.
Nima's a space scientist, so he gets some of the jokes, but not all of them. And I don't know what Arthur does. I think he told me, but I cannot recall. And again, folks, this is Nima on the right, Arthur on the left. Noah and Leafs match. We just did not switch the names in time, and now we're kind of stuck. Stretching. I should remember to stretch for my next match with Brian here. Brian is actually a lefty, and I just play one on TV, so our match between us will be really interesting. Or I should switch to right. Let me know in the comments. There's nobody on comments. Oh, there's one person. All right, the people watching, the one or two, let me know if you think I should fence this next bout left-handed or right-handed.
How many people are watching?
We've had definitely between 2 and 5 viewers, so I don't know. And then we have a few people hang out here watching in person. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in person watching. So not bad. Yeah. What's next? Let's see. We got a bunch of... Would those be a feint so you don't quite go in? I guess they would. A bunch of feints. Ooh. Some little disengages. Ooh. And a tap on the head from Arthur. So he clutches the match with 15-11.
Wait, no, I gave it
Oh, you gave him the point. Never mind. One more point. I'm too excited, folks. Ooh, and they move side to side a little bit. Fencing is a fairly linear sport, but you do have, what is that, like a meter of width to play with?
There we go.
There,
Good
15
game.
to 11. Good game on both of them. Arthur comes in clutch. And now, if you can go to the text files, we'll try to get the next. Nope. Undo.
You have to like undo, it's like global undo.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, some tech issues, folks. Now when you go to, if you click on the bottom, there should be a text file. Oh, yes.
On the other monitor. There we go.
There we go. That's huge.
It's so weird having a second monitor there.
Up there, yeah. Up at the top of the room. All right, now there should be left fencer, right fencer.
Okay. Yeah.
And we can also see we updated the total raised. We've given the excellent
I could have
donation.
updated that. I didn't realize it was so easy.
Yeah, it's a pretty good system we got worked together, actually. Oh, we do have another donation. 2 more donations. So thank you to, pronouncing this, Kyra?
Kent, is there style? Like, should I keep all caps for surnames?
Yes. Yeah. So thanks to Kyra, who says it's an amazing initiative, and also thanks to Anonymous, who donated £6. We've got 23 supporters so far, and are at 32% of our goal, so keep them coming in. And as usual, I gotta figure out what a good currency to talk about that in is. So let's go to.
What is round count?
What is round?
Worry about it?
No. We've been ignoring that.
If you save each one, click in the text box and hit Command S.
Text box here?
Did that work?
Yeah, it just worked.
Okay, good.
So that's the equivalent of 325 euros now. All right, that beep's really annoying. If the other friends don't plan on starting quickly, I've got to fix that for them anyways because they are switching to. Is the Sabres coming out? Looks like it. Looks like they are set up, so we'll let it beep for a few more minutes longer until they get their swords plugged in. Just so I don't have to get on my chair again, because now after just some fencing this morning, I'm tired. These people who go, so hard is very impressive.
How do I see number of review?
If you go onto the YouTube channel on your phone, you can see it. I'm sure you can see it there somewhere, but I don't actually know. Okay, the fencers look like they're ready. And we have the equivalent of, what is that, 545 Australian dollars donated, so thank you to the crowd. They got the right conversion rate? I don't even know. No, I did not. I've forgotten about $200. Never mind, my math is off, folks. Yeah. All right, and we are. Oh, we need to reset our score.
How do we reset?
Just move the minus. And we're at. Was that 1 for? Yeah. 2 to 1. Yeah. Okay. These saber belts go fast. Extremely fast. Hello.
Are you guys incrementing the scores?
Yes. I'm doing commentary. So why don't you come around to this side so you've got not in
You are
the
on screen.
frame. And if you want to, welcome to introduce yourself and join me on the mic. We're live streaming. We have silenced our guest, absolutely.
There are 2 people watching.
There are 2 people
You
watching.
really don't have to worry too much.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi.
2 people watching, and I'll cut some of it, we'll probably put it online.
And one
at
of
some
them
point.
may or may not be me on my phone. So
And the other one may or may not be Mathilde. Okay, it may just be people in this room watching the feed ourselves. I'm commentating to myself. Not as bad as talking to yourself, but feels like roughly the same.
Really short videos walking around. Maybe I could put something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nima, is this different style?
Yeah.
Just making
Oh, do I need to score difference?
Yeah.
Was that still a point each? No. Okay. Sorry. Oh, she's graphic. Okay. Yeah. I have no idea if I have the score right so far because I wasn't doing it.
All right, so we're reviewing how the reffing works here. It's good we have so many excellent people in the volunteer as refs, because this for Saber, reffing it is impossible. Ooh, and the beam of sunlight, yes, the one I was not able to fix with the blinds. And despite of that, still didn't lose the point. I feel like we should almost open the other blinds. They both get a beam of sunlight and are equally disadvantaged. Luckily this is England, so we've got 3 more hours of sunlight?
Did I get the sides wrong for the names?
Yes, you did.
Well, that's how they were in the sheet. Apologies.
If you catch it early, have people switch. Otherwise, yeah. And I forgot to announce this match was with Merlin and
Was that it? Was it just first 10?
yeah, I just did 10.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to turn that off because that is annoying as heck.
That was 2-10, right? Or 10-2?
Yeah.
To Rishikesh. Or to... That was to Merlin. That was 2-10 to Merlin, right? Yeah. Okay. Good. I just...
Oh, how long till our match, roughly, you think?
What do you think?
Oh gosh, I'm tired.
I don't know which is which. Is the sides correct?
No, other way around. And we have another Saber match. All right, excellent. That's Gawa? I should have asked her to pronounce that. And then Elena. Boop, 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 boop. It is all booted up. And it looks like they're ready to start with some stabbing. Okay. Well, slashing, this is Saber. Oh, yes, this is so fast. Look at the two of them go. 1 point for Zoo. One point for Rossi. This is just incredibly paced. They're spending like a second every time they... Yeah. We don't even have the time to start the clock. They go so fast. It's great. It's no jab on you. I could not keep track either. That's
I tried to reset it.
yeah. Hey, one, yeah. Ooh, and a block, a miss. Just gauging some distance there. A lot of really quick shufflings to reposition. So 4 to 5. What do you think, Brian? Got a favorite weapon?
The stabby ones.
The stabby ones. So not these. These are slashy.
No, I've never used a slashy one.
I do have distinct childhood memories of my brother going out with a foam battle axe. He managed to use the foam battle axe to drive my glasses into the face. I need to go to the hospital for stitches. I still have a slight scar from it. So I'm much happier to do this here with protection. HEMA would be cool too, but it's kind of intimidating. HEMA, for those who are not in the know, is historical European martial arts, which like beating each other with battle axes and that kind of thing. Watch it on YouTube, it's good stuff. Ooh, very nice. 10 to 4. Rossi is running away with it. 11 to 4. Yeah. Oh yeah, just smashing this. 3 more points. Might even get it within the 40 seconds of our original 3-minute timer. Ooh, and
Did that increase?
yes. Okay. Another point, this priority thing. Rossi's run away with it. She got that one because she was definitely on the offensive there. It was a fairly clear call. And Zoo got 1 point. They do have a lot of time. Oh yeah, never mind. That's match point. Quite a quick match, very impressive. Other way around.
No, it's that way.
No, Zoo's on this side. Other way. 5. Elena got.
Oh, wait. Oh, you switched it?
Someone Olive probably did. We are trying our best to keep track of score so everybody knows what they got. And then Brian here is studying graph theory. And so when you got a bunch of people with connections in them, that's a mathematical graph. And so I'm sure Brian can put up some nice stuff for us afterwards.
Means I'm not very good with numbers.
It means he's not very good with numbers. That is the fun thing about math. What is a mathematical object? Not only numbers. There's a lot more to math than that.
I'm going to inquire of all of Sissy's direction because that's very helpful if she is doing it.
Yeah.
It's good to know that. 'Cause
Absolutely.
Otherwise, I will get it backwards.
I will go move our score. Oh, that's the wrong. Okay. All right, team, I'm going to be off for a second while I try to switch the scores around. And Brian, make sure everything works. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. You can see the mouse in the live stream. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, next we're going with Leaf and Yahweh. Hello. Kent, nice to meet you. Absolutely.
Rather than just, you know.
Yeah. Do we have somebody else on score right now?
Have we changed the names?
You have not. No, I'm sitting behind here. Brian's
Okay.
trying to do some technical stuff, so I get the driver's seat right now. Here we are.
Just, how do you change the names?
Yeah, we're using text files here. It's
All right, that's
not
good.
the most elegant thing, but who's that on the? That's Leaf on the right.
Yoway and Leaf on the right. Yeah, so Yoway is why, yeah.
Yahweh is the left.
Yaowey. I should say. Y, sorry,
And then last name.
It is Wang.
W-A-N.
Perfect. All right.
Wow, is that as simple as that?
Yeah. If we go back to our live stream,
Hey.
as updated. Perfect.
Okay.
All right, and we will also check with our. You're back to the chair, Brian?
If you want. Sure.
Please, yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep track of that, and also.
Just can't get
Oh, we'll let you just slide through here.
straight. Yeah. I can duck through the
Alright,
cable.
yeah.
It's fine.
So,
We found it's somewhat too difficult to both keep track of the score and talk at the same time.
and tell me, is that mic both good for us? Is it
I have access
Yeah.
to
distance wise?
Oh,
I think that's fine.
yeah, I think that'll do.
Okay.
Yeah, so that mic can hear us fairly well, and it can, to my understanding, kind of hear the blades. So,
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we are ready.
So I will. Got my podcasting voice on, and
So where have you? So I'm Rupert Davis Cook. I'm the coach at UCL.
oh, excellent! Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. And you're
Kent, Kent Butt. I'm from Canada,
Yeah.
and I just started fencing this year with Goodenough.
oh right.
Yeah.
Okay, right. But you do podcasts, do you?
This is my first one. I've done enough public speaking. I taught swimming lessons and lifeguarding for a while, so I've got the. I like to imagine the voice for the crowd, but this is the first time to do a live stream like this, which is lots of fun.
Well, let's have a look. So Yue, I know from Central. She's a fencer who started about 2 years ago, maybe 3.
Okay.
And she's coached by Graham Miles and myself. And Leif is recent, isn't he?
Yes, he's been at Goodenough 2 years fencing. Yeah.
Okay.
And so we're a fairly casual club. We train once a week
Yeah.
on Sundays. And so it's been really cool to see how fast I progress and everybody does just with that limited time. I'm sure UCL team, what would you do, 2-3 practices a week?
Yeah, we do beginners on Wednesdays. We have a term for beginners. You can kind of like learn how to go through the basics, and then we move you into the intermediates.
Nice.
And so we have an intermediate session on Thursdays. Whoa! Okay, that was. Okay. Let's have a look at this.
So I've noticed Leaf fences very defensively.
Yeah. At the moment, he does a lot of counterattacks into the. So it's about timing wise. Oh, bad luck. Okay. So yeah, that was a counterattack into Yue. I mean, she's just got to get her speed up.
Yeah.
She was. Whoa, Parapos was good.
Wow.
So, yeah. I think fencing's a remarkably easy sport to get to grips with. It takes a lifetime to learn. I've been fencing now for 50 odd years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I started when I was 13, but my mother was a fencer. Yay!
Very
nice hit.
nice.
Very nice hit, that.
I find I'm not quite fast enough to follow the priority for foil all the time when I'm watching it, but...
Oh, I see. So you find the priority is difficult to know.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and so when I'm watching fencers,
okay.
that's obviously fairly clear because only Leaf set it off, but when we have those attacks where they both light up the buzzer, I'm not always sure what is happening.
Okay, well, it's very easy. If someone's moving forward, they're the attacker. If someone's moving back, they're the defender. The defender has to make the attacker fail. All right, that's the simple rule behind it. And there are 2 ways that can make them fail. It's either by stepping out of the way or by using their blade. There is another way. They can do a counterattack into, but that's a risky move. So Leaf tends to do counterattacks into the attacker. So Yue kind of like has to attack and be fast because Leaf has got a long reach. Oh, so that was a counterattack. So he didn't make her fail, but he kind of like stepped in just as Yue was going to start her attack. As soon as you meet the blade, it becomes your defense nowadays. When I started, it was like a proper, you had to deflect the blade off the target. But nowadays, if you meet the blade, it's you suddenly okay, so off target. So that's really the simplest way of dealing with it.
And have the rules changed much over the years?
Yes, so the big one is this attack with the blade high. And so as you're going forward, you'll see some fencers literally keep their blade out of reach. Now, in the past, that wouldn't be seen as an attack because you haven't got your blade over the target. So how could it be an attack? But now, you have to find that blade by touching it, and then it becomes your defense. And it also developed a new kind of style of defense where you actually do it. Oh, okay, so that was an attack which didn't fix. So Yue did do a good attack, but it just not enough pressure.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's a new defense which is to hit first, parry afterwards. And
oh, that's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and Sylvia started 3 years ago. She was on one of my beginners courses, and kind of like she has actually come along. Sylvia is a referee on this match.
Yes.
So she's from UCL as well. Whoa, that's a good attack. Sylvia?
What do you think?
Sylvia, what do you think? Sylvia, who attacked? Yes, that's a good.
Okay.
That's the easy part of it. If you see someone moving forward, they're attacking. If you see someone going back, as soon as you go back, you're not attacking, are you?
Yeah, exactly.
You're defending. So the danger is, for some, for a fencer who does a kind of staggered move, comes in, goes forward. You've got to recognise that if they don't continue to go forward, they are breaking their attack. And as soon as they step back, the other person is attacking, whether they like it or not.
Yeah.
It kind of passes through them. I gave up for nice parry riposte. What's the score so far?
We are up 12-10.
Okay, nice and close.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know it was up on the wall.
Yeah, we tried to put it on the screen, but we found we couldn't get the projector anywhere that wouldn't shine right in the fencer's eyes. So we had to move it. Yeah.
Oh, but that's good.
It worked really well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Leaf is good. Oh, good one over the top. So it was a feint low, change direction, and hit high.
Okay.
So, did you see that? Kent, you're doing a good job. Oh, wow.
Very nice, yeah.
Nice attack. Yeah.
This often turns more into like general sports commentary than actual commentary on the matches, but I think that's what our two audience members seem to enjoy. So, and we'll probably cut this up. I'm hoping to take out some highlights and see what happens. Yeah. I know Nima's got this upload on YouTube as a stream already, and then we'll see what he does with the rest of it.
No, it's good. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
And Leaf is, so you said how long has he been fencing for?
He's been fencing for Leaf. You started, what,
when did
2
you
Septembers
start,
ago,
Leaf?
yeah? You started fencing 2 Septembers ago when you came to Goodenough? Is that it?
It was like January.
Okay, so you've been fencing for a year and a bit?
Can I just ask, is everybody here Canadian?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's there. Yeah.
Is there anybody else in this who's a resident who is not Canadian? Is this a Canadian mafia here?
Of the 700 of us, 43, I believe it is, are Canadian.
And they're all fencers?
It seems like this is our thing, yeah.
I'm assuming you're Canadian, eh?
I'm from the US, but from New York State.
So close enough. Close enough, okay. I just wondered. Are you Canadian as well?
Irish.
Irish, thank you.
I've never been to Canada.
Have you fenced?
Yeah, I fence.
Are you fencing now? Or?
I will. Yeah, I'm going to fence him.
Yeah.
In 5 rounds.
So it'll be good for you to take over commentary.
I'm a lefty.
Oh, good for you.
And
Well
he's,
done.
he's,
I'm lefty
he's
by
pretending
choice.
to be lefty. So we're going to do a lefty bout.
Yeah.
Are you both foilists then?
Yes.
Yeah, I've only done
Or do you only do foil at this club?
Yes, we only have
We only
enough
have the
foils
equipment
and
for
stuff.
it.
So.
Yeah. Nemo always gives out about it because he'd rather do
Epic.
Epic, yeah.
but I kind of agree based on what I've heard.
Do you
I'm
mind
gonna be doing it since
switching the
January,
names?
Oh yeah. Yeah, stop talking to us. You've got a job to do. Okay.
Yeah. So yes,
Okay.
it's been interesting because I switched from right to left about a month ago.
Who are we?
All right.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, what was the score? That was 15-10.
Oh, so two left hands.
And then
will be
Yeah.
interesting.
is that Elena on the left?
Oh, Eleanor is on the left and Sylvia is on the right. Okay.
Can someone keep track of the score in their head?
1-0. Okay.
So as I was saying, Sylvia here, who refereed last time,
Yeah.
she's done it for 2 years now, and it was kind of like new. Oh, Parapost Bella. But Eleanor here is
2-0.
yeah.
Thank you.
Eleanor is in our women's team, and she's an Italian fencer, and she's kind of like she is one of our youngest fencers actually still. Oh, off target. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
So 2-0 still.
I'm glad you're back. Brian and I'll be fencing in about.
Could you fill in 15-10 on
Oh yeah.
I want to.
Okay.
I'm overstimulated with paying attention to. Thank you.
There we go.
Oh,
Very nice.
well done. Parapost was good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done, Sylvia.
And so, how big is the UCL team?
Oh, the team or the club?
Let's say the club.
The club is about 160.
Oh wow.
Wow, that's huge.
Yeah. And we have, and we get people who we never see.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. You're are you UCL or no? But I'm meeting UCL fencers here who I've never seen.
Yeah.
Because they kind of like don't get up on Saturday mornings.
So you're the Saturday morning coach then?
I coach their Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. So I do the beginners course, and then we change them into intermediates.
Yeah.
And then we kind of like focus at the moment. We had 2 medals in box individuals.
Oh wow. Very
Yeah.
nice.
And this Wednesday, Eleanor with the team is up against Nottingham for they're in the semis of the Bucks teams. So at least they have got a bronze, which is great.
Yeah.
So this has been one of the most successful years for UCL.
Very nice.
Parapost off.
Yeah.
This is great. I'm not ready to watch Sylvia but her Parapost is good. When you see someone new who's just taken on fencing, 2 years, and who can come up against someone like Sylvia who's been fencing now for about 10,
Yeah, absolutely.
and hold their own, you just think that's good. I'm one for good footwork,
Yeah.
as you might notice.
Yes.
Bent knees and
Everything's perfect, crisp. Yeah.
well, if you don't have any energy in the back leg, you're never going to lunge properly or deeply. So
Yeah.
we do a lot of footwork exercises nowadays.
Oh, absolutely. They're both taking their time right here.
Yeah.
I don't know if. Yeah, the one light beam. You see, we have this blind here, which we close, but there's just a little bit of a
I see.
gap in it. So I took the big spear and tried to close the blind. I could not get it closed. Yeah. So exactly. There's a slight blind spot now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Sylvia, you've got an advantage here. She's blind.
Yeah. Press her into the light.
And that's counter parapost. So kind of like if you've got someone who's strong on the counter on the parallel post, you set up as the attacker. So that's what Eleanor's now doing. So she's going in and she's waiting to be parried, and then she's parrying with the cross. So, do we have a video replay on that one?
Not set up well enough that we can pull it up now.
We can't tell you. I think it is off target. I think it's Sylvia stepping in. Yeah.
No point.
I would. I don't know. Too far away, and I haven't got my glasses on.
And the blades move so fast. Yeah. I'm glad we've got the colored tips because that helps.
So this is a residential hall.
Yes, it is.
And do you have this? Do you have these facilities?
We do. It's incredible. So Goodenough was established in, I believe it was the 1930s.
Okay.
I only figured
as a residential hall to try to bring people from across Europe together. Kind of as an idea of, rebuild after the war, stop future wars. Obviously, that kind of failed. There was a World War II, but had lofty ambitions, and so Goodenough gave a whole bunch of land in the square to build residential halls. There's this building, and there's a building across the square from it. 700 people in total. We have.
How did you get in?
You write a nice application.
You write a nice application.
And how long do you have here? Just 1 year, or do you? Because I know my daughter only went for a year, and then she had to find her own places.
Up to 4.
Up to 4.
So
what a
you can reapply as a PhD to keep going,
or 2-year masters.
Or 2-year masters or whatever.
Are you doing masters?
I'm a master's, and then he's a PhD.
Oh God, you're far too bright for me.
So.
What's your PhD in?
Mathematics.
Mathematics?
And I'm taking a master's of economics.
All right. Okay. So basically, you're running the world.
That's the goal. I'm focusing on
trying not to sound like so finance to go into finance.
Yeah, same.
Well, just sell it for a bit.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Is this all going live on the stream?
It is indeed.
So you can view the camera there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Camera there.
Yeah.
And then it's on.
All this indiscreet conversation.
Yeah.
I'm sure the audience loves it. The
audience of what? 2 people.
2 people. I need some.
Actually, I think I might be on it at the moment. It might be me. Am I still there? Yes.
How many other people do we have? Let's see.
Okay, let's just.
4. So 1, 2. That means there's 2 other people somewhere in the world. Give us a comment, people.
I want to know who the butter doctor is.
Yeah. Tell us how we're doing.
Yeah, you'll have to.
How do I do the loves?
Let's see. Oh, this is half an hour ago, so we're a little. We can scroll forward, yeah. Yeah, very nice.
This is going to have some feedback if I do this.
A little bit, yeah. But I think it won't be a big deal.
So we do have. It's at a delay of how long? Like 10 seconds, 30 seconds, somewhere in there.
Yeah,
so it prevents any bad feedback. Yeah.
Take the bad language out.
Theoretically, we could have an editor doing this live, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I don't see any reason for bad language here.
No. But yeah, Goodenough just being fantastic. I'm so happy to have landed here. I've really enjoyed these halls, and they've got rooms like this. This is normally our dinner hall, but we took all the tables out for fencing.
All right. And put this together.
Exactly, yeah. This was like 7 to 10 p.m.-ish last night was setting all this up, and then a little bit of work this morning too.
Well, if you live in this place, it kind of it's quite good. You just
absolutely,
you clear it out and you go to bed.
Yeah. And for our practice, we're in that hall we had for the equipment. Is where we usually just train.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, Nima comes on Saturdays. I see him occasionally on Saturdays when he comes in to the UCL.
Yeah.
So, we've supported him.
Nemo, was that a point? Yeah.
Ooh, hit with the side. Leaf, there is the spear right over there, the rod for the blinds. that you can try. So we've got the pull tab pulls the blinds open, but they gotten stuck a little bit. So I was trying with the spear and had no luck. You've got an even longer pull on the other side.
You really don't want to open it anymore, do you?
No, that's the thing. Yeah.
Leaf is tall enough to actually reach up and take it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. If you actually got on his shoulders, you'll be okay.
Yeah.
The two tall guys.
Uh-huh. Yes, if you need a hand leaf, let me know.
Don't break any pictures.
Yeah. Goodenough was very explicit when we set up that they don't want us to accidentally stab any of the paintings.
I bet.
I don't think there's anything I can.
It looks folded behind somewhere.
No, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Yeah.
As long as that beam of light wanders itself to the middle, that'll be
I
fair
think we
again.
just stop. Nima, why don't you just call pause when they get to that moment and just have that kind of like have a shorter piece? Okay. Yeah. I mean, because no, it's not going to work. Okay. Yeah, just stay out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't defend. Attack. Okay.
Some fun environmental effects.
Oh, nice one.
Yeah.
Okay. Eleanor has kit specially made by her coach in Italy. So she has a special kind of like body wire which you can't get in the UK, which has a weird kind of like connection.
Yeah.
So, but she introduced me to that when she first arrived. I don't know whether she changed her kit yet. But,
Yeah.
wow, that was good. Parapost good.
The wires are nothing but problematic. We've had to switch out many of them.
Nemo was 9 points?
Yeah, that was a hit, wasn't it, Nima? No. Parapost, wasn't it good?
I think the other way.
Was it? It was Eleanor's hit. I will actually vouch for it. I'm pretty sure that you said.
Hey.
Sorry.
We initially had a referee signed up to volunteer to come here and do this for us, but they something came up last minute, so we've been.
You see, now that's the
taking
one
it.
line. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. One can referee these matches. It's not too serious.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. We all take it very.
Got to be fair.
Yeah. Some of them we even just had to participants referee themselves, which mostly works. Yeah. And so that custom wire, what's the difference between that and the regular?
No, I don't understand that. I will speak to her about it as well. Yeah. Tell me. So now you've started fencing. Are you going to buy all the kits? Yay! Good hit. Yay! Well done, Sylvia.
I don't expect to do competitions or anything beyond just what Goodenough does, so that makes it easy to just use their kit while I'm here.
Are you not going to carry on fencing there?
I might actually carry on fencing at Goodenough. They allow the alumni and whatnot of people who were here to carry on some of the activities, so I might just keep showing up on Sundays here.
That's good, yeah. Because it's quite an investment, isn't it, once you get into it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, brilliant. Nice duck. Good one.
Yeah.
She's good.
Yeah.
So she's really come a long way.
The one thing I do know I need is new running shoes, because through all the fencing, I saw Magic get just the start of a hole in the toe. So.
Is that Nemo hitting you?
He loves those toe hits, yeah.
I once got hit so bad in the toe that I still feel it when winter comes.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. It's my barometer. It's going to rain today, it says.
Yeah.
But, a friend of mine hit me around about. Ooh, yes, yeah. So, yeah. You see, that was a counterattack into an attack and then parry afterwards. And so that meant that Sylvia's hit was valid.
Yeah.
And there's only 3 hits between it.
So with stuff like that, how often do you see injuries in the fencing?
Not often. I've had in my time only one serious injury. I snapped my Achilles tendon.
Oh, yeah.
I hadn't warmed up, and I was getting old, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been fencing for 50 years.
Yeah. Just one injury's not bad for that.
I mean, actually, you'll get more injuries in cricket or tennis.
Yeah.
Because you get balls thrown at you, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
But definitely cricket, that's a lethal sport.
Yeah.
I've heard people dying.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Just yes, the cricket balls do
Have you
move
not?
really fast.
Yeah, people die because of cricket. Balls to the head. Yeah, I went to college with a guy who'd killed a man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was only, but he'd been trained to go for headshots.
Yeah.
And it was like, so yeah.
Yeah.
Fencing is not a lethal sport.
No.
Yeah. But there have been events where there was one time where a blade broke and it went through underneath the arm.
So like there, and
along
then
the seam.
Ooh, yeah.
In. But that was before
They had
they
the
brought in the
separate-
plastrons.
yeah.
Do you remember the plastrons? You wear
Yeah.
plastrons, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so now they've increased the strength of plastrons.
Okay, yeah.
And so that's where you get the idea of a Newton. 1 Newton meaning 1 Newton is 1 joule. You know this.
Yeah.
So 800 newtons force behind a jacket before it penetrates through the
Okay,
jacket. And it has to be strong. So it's very, very unlikely that anything like that happens.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's the answer.
Yeah.
Cricket.
Cricket is the
Lethal one.
Are you fencing again?
I probably will.
Nice.
Hi there.
I wanna go in. I wanna go in
worries,
again
yeah.
at some point.
Yeah, we got what 1, 2, 3 before ours.
I want to get my name in a second.
Family's
time.
wondering, yeah.
I'm the coach.
Someone to play.
Yeah. So I work with Silvio's one of my pupils. He started 3 years ago. And actually, from Central, you have someone here, Yue. I can't see her. Has she gone? Maybe she's still there. Anyway, she's a relative beginner as well.
Yeah.
And Merlin comes along. He's one of my fencers.
We've got Merlin here, and then I believe Arthur will be fencing
Are
him
you
on the
fencing Merlin or are you? Okay. Oh, good. That'd be a good match. This one.
Yeah.
Worth watching.
I think they've done that once before, haven't
Okay.
they? Today.
No, I don't think so.
No, that's new?
Okay, let's see. I had a kind of chat with Arthur
Yeah.
because I've seen Arthur. He was in the. We
Yeah.
had a challenge against London universities against Oxbridge.
Ooh, very nice. That'd be
Recently. Well, we have it regularly once a year at the Lansdowne Club. And this year, Arthur was in the London team. And I took a few photographs of him and passed them on to him. And so that's how I got to know his style. And you'll always know Arthur because he's the guy with the two-tone socks.
fun. Those are fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's part of his character, and part of his. So we were discussing earlier on about it. Just no, I don't. He admits to never being coached. So this is absolutely his own style,
Okay. Interesting.
and his style is to hit the foot.
Yeah.
But kind of like it's all kind of like one-trick pony, as I said to him. You've got to actually have more than that.
Yeah.
So it's like he's got to go for the hand as well, as well as a foot. And also, he tends to pull his arm back as soon as he tried to do anything.
I've noticed his style was fairly high risk, high reward because with the way he crouches down, twice earlier today, he sort of toppled a little bit afterwards. And so,
Yeah, you've got to have so much energy to do that kind of footwork.
oh, absolutely. And look at that
Yeah.
duck.
Well,
Man.
this
Is
time,
this Arthur on the left?
and
Arthur on the left.
This is him trying to change his style slightly because he went for the foot, but he then extended his arm up.
Yeah. Arthur on the foot and Merlin on the right. Then.
Yeah. And Merlin is a really nice epicist. Good classic style. Good long line.
Nice, yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Ooh, yes. 1-0.
nice hit. Well done, guys. That was beautiful.
Nice,
So,
nice.
yeah. It's about finding the timing of these.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. And the key to fencing, The real key to fencing is that once you've actually lost a hit one way, you don't do it again. You don't, because you understand what the you build on that. You build into your knowledge. So if something isn't working, you change. And that's the key to fencing. It's a progressive and it's a strategic sport.
Yeah. You're trying to learn what your opponent does when they counter different things. You can work around it. Yeah.
So at the moment, he's at a disadvantage against Merlin because Merlin's defensive. And kind of like, he's just waiting for him to come in. And then, but he's always got good arm.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Yeah.
Good.
Very nice.
Thank God you got a metallic piece on this one.
Yeah.
So you'd worry about that. Nice land.
Yeah.
We took a trip out to Leon Paul.
I hear, and you brought it back by tube.
Brought it back, yes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That must be quite a journey back.
With just Nima and I, with the box and
How's it going? Sorry?
Oh,
I can't hear what you're saying, sorry.
Time one.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think he has. Yeah.
So what are you going to do with this live stream? Are you going to actually...
I don't think he's on the list yet. So...
Is that 4-3?
I think so, yeah, sorry.
Is it... I thought that there were a few more hits for...
Well, if we made a mistake, we'd go back to the live stream and update it later, yeah.
Who's scoring this?
Me.
Okay. Sorry, who's actually refereeing?
No one.
Me.
You, I guess, yeah.
This is the first time.
Okay.
He was ill today.
That's what happened, yeah.
So I'm scoring apparently. I have never seen FA in my life before.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I'll tell you when it hit. But I think that Merlin has got about 3 extra hits.
Okay.
So it's definitely.
I've just been doing it whenever the buzzer goes off.
Yeah. So that's Merlin's hit.
Yeah.
Can you give Merlin 2 extra hits, please?
Okay.
Yeah. At least he is ahead. I promise.
Okay.
You.
Okay.
My audience said he needs to be watching closer.
I was trying to change the names as well while trying to keep track of
I'm
scores,
sorry.
so I might have missed something.
Okay.
Yeah.
We close the curtains.
I'm sorry, we can't.
We've tried and failed.
Okay. But what we'd suggest is that
Treat
Merlin,
the center like there.
Yeah. Just
back up a bit.
if you see him going into the light, stop. Give him a chance.
Hello.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we are going to do Kent and Brian are in fence, and then we are going to do GC foil versus UCL's foil.
Ooh.
Okay.
Fun.
As an interesting thing to do today, because I feel like it's time. We're entering into hour 7 of this, and we can do a little bit of a shakeout while people kind of trickle in for the latter half of the day.
Yep.
So we decide on
Okay.
Okay. To the left. Yeah.
Yeah, I gave him the
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what we're going to do.
Had they kind of? What is Merlin? What's your score so far? Have you been keeping it? We've kind of lost track.
I think it's 7-4.
7-4.
Not that. Score more than that. 7-5. I think it's 7-6, 7-5.
I'm pretty.
Give him one more point, and then 7-6.
Sure.
Yeah.
People happy with that?
I don't know, Arthur. You're the one who seems to know the score. So
Sorry?
you know the score better than we do.
No, I didn't.
We lost track. I apologize. We.
We gotta close this window.
Okay.
Yeah. I've tried using the spear, but had no luck with that.
We thought someone else was refereeing. Is there nobody refereeing?
Just get self-refereed because FA is the most human being of the 3 weapons.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the one that's closest to real fencing.
Nima, would you be able to take over score while Brian and I suit up?
I sure can.
Sweet.
We also need to take down the piece again.
Is it coming?
It's moving a little.
You're right. It is just a touch, isn't it? Yeah.
So maybe before teams, we'll go do
Tape again.
intermission briefly. Take the piece.
We have an intermission screen. Everyone can see our cool.
Oh yeah, have you seen the intermission screen?
It's very cool. My friend made a.
There's an actual intermission.
Yeah, he made like a.
Oh, good one. Come on, Merlin. Come on.
Okay.
We need audience participation.
I'll find the thing for you.
What time are we? I've got to leave in about. I promised my wife I would be home around about 5.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not here till 10.
I'm not expecting anyone to be here till 10 except me. So.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
good. Good hit.
It's just an occupational hazard now, dealing with the sunlight. It's an added challenge.
Well, at least you know. You kind of like.
Yeah.
So if you have is this the first big event you've had?
Yeah.
In the UK.
Yeah. I mean, in this hall.
In this hall, yes. We've never done that
Yeah.
together.
So it's just close the. Come on, Merlin. Come on.
Let's go, Merlin. That's our captain. So land on here.
That point each.
Yes. Double. There's no priority in that thing.
That's really nice. I think it'd be. So actually, why do they teach people foil first usually?
Because it's. I always teach foil in my beginners because one, you're doing steam. You know, kind of like you understand what steam is, non-electric. So steam fencing means that if it was épée, everybody would just be clashing into each other. And what you want to do is to teach people to defend.
Yeah.
And the idea that there are two ways of defending is distance and also with a blade. So you divide the elements up. So foil is a really good one to start with because you don't do that much. Also, you can have some fun with foil. So, for instance, a lot of the time when we do the beginners, I introduce them to refereeing quite early on, and then they divide them into groups, and then they referee themselves. You can't really, and then they have to decide whose hit it is, and they have to observe who's attacking, who's defending, and you can't really do that with that one, because if every hit is relevant, how do you? What's the point of a referee?
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good match, guys. Good match. Well done.
Nima or Leaf, can one of you take over the? Cool. Have you been shown how to do this yet?
The points?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, cool. And then if you can just come to. Oh gosh, the cursor's somewhere way off the screen. There we go. Left fencer, right fencer. We're now on Yahweh on the left and Zhang, Sylvia on the right.
Where?
Here.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And then to use the scoreboard, just minus out the points, and then perfect.
Do we need the timer? Are we using it?
You might as well set one for 6 minutes. If they're doing foil, you might actually need it.
How do you do 6 minutes?
Click on the plus on the left.
big fencing soon?
I think I'm gonna do the teams match soon, but there'll be 2 more before then.
You want me to take over?
Sorry?
You want me to take over?
I'm fine here now if you want, just for the next 2.
I'm just gonna sit down. Leaf, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you excited?
I think we need a referee.
We will need a referee for teams.
I mean for right now.
Oh, for right now, I can't. You've seen the disaster that is me
Are
refereeing.
you on again? Okay. Do you want me to referee? Okay, I'm going to referee.
Okay. I will be here. Oh, do you want to do it? Okay. Or Rupert can do it. Either way. Whichever one of the two of you wants to do it. I'll sit on the radiator. This is my seat.
Okay, you understand. Leaf, so I've been watching you and Rupert. I'm a coach at UCL. And I'm very impressed by your style.
Oh, thank you.
So I hear you've only just started recently. Okay, so we're going to start. 0-0.
Leaf has how much experience do you have, Leaf, would you say?
Like a year-ish.
Yeah, okay. So both of these are relative beginners. Sylvia started a couple of years ago. Yue is at Central. She's not actually a student. But she's very keen. Okay. How are you enjoying the fencing, Leaf?
Is that point right?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it should have been if they're restarting from over here.
I think it's off target. Oh, so it's off target.
That's off target. I'm going to actually sit in a real chair. Hello.
So, yeah. Okay, still off
This
target.
is the Sylvia special, I think. She loves that squat parry head.
And it works. I mean,
does.
against Elena, she was doing really
She got a 3 or 4
remarkably well.
times.
Yeah.
I was really impressed. Because I've never been able to make that one work.
Oh,
Ooh, that was
nice
great.
parry report. Well done. Okay, that's good. Did you like that? That was good.
Yeah, the sun is encroaching.
When I first started with Sylvia, she was afraid to hit anybody. It's always amazing how you can persuade someone to hit someone.
Well, that's the sell of fencing, is come and stab your friends, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I also believe that most people have a hidden kind of 2. Is it? I thought it was off target the previous time. Okay, 2. Okay.
This is going to be we're doing, if anyone is actually
that's
watching
3.
this live stream, after this we're going to do a teams match with the GC foil coaches versus the UCL, kind of the foil team. It's like one foilist, one sort of a foilist, an FAS and a saberist.
So, okay, fair
It's
enough.
those 3 and each
Yeah.
attack.
Fair enough.
And it's going to be just absolute carnage, I think.
Yeah. Do you think?
I think so. We are a chaotic group of people, and these are a chaotic group of people, so it's going to be fun.
Did you hear about UCL and Bucks, the women's in the semi?
Yes, Elena was telling me.
Oh!
That's on Wednesday,
target.
is it?
No, yeah. Yes, on Wednesday,
Yeah.
but against Nottingham. And Nottingham have this amazing deal for fences.
Yeah, at the Indies, we went to Indies, they had
Yeah.
quite the presence at Indies. There
Yeah.
was like probably 50 people from Nottingham
Yeah.
in that building.
And you know, kind of like they have scholarships, and they have a piece, they have a Yeah. They have peace, actually, kind of specialist fencing. They have 2 coaches or 3, or you know, kind of like.
Yeah, seems like a good school for like athletics.
I mean, I wish we had better at UCL in a way. Kind of like we have to roll out our piece, and we do remarkably well considering how small the venue is.
I mean, we had a good showing at Bucks. At Indies, like our Epic. I was only there for the Epe day, but our Epes did pretty well.
Yeah.
And Amy Westwell from Sabre did really well.
It's always Epe is always a kind of like it's a bit of a chancy thing, a sport. Foilers you can always kind of like judge foilers are consistent, but Epe is kind of like you never really get consistent top Epes in the same way that you get consistent top Sabres or
I think Epe in the UK, I think, seems to just be less common.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like to me, because like in Canada, Sabre is harder to get more people for. Like it's definitely the smallest one.
Is it?
Yeah, like I know that because like the universities are fencing right now, and I know the people from my university who are fencing, and there's a great deal less Sabres fencing.
Our bags are the 2 bags.
The 2 black ones straight ahead, yes. I don't know if we have enough that are big. I see. Okay.
Well, this is mine.
This is also mine. Yeah. Does Kent have one? Does Kent have one? Okay, good. Can you? Maybe you can borrow Stefan's. Just borrow Stefan's.
Or can we find a smaller one, because that one looks big.
Yeah, actually, Leaf, if you can give yours to Brian, then we can do that, and then he can just give it back to him. Yeah, that's fine. That works. Okay, good. Yeah, I think actually in our Bucks,
there's an extra small one.
There's more than one extra.
In our
small.
Bucks,
Sorry. But that was the one I could see.
Well, but that's because everybody messed up our organization on the 3rd time we've used it.
Well,
because they just threw everything in a big pile.
We
for those
tried.
reasons.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm gonna have to sort that out. Or no, I can't do that.
In the Bucks League,
yeah,
for at least for men's too, we are really the only team that has a full FA team.
Nice leaf.
It's like us and Imperial, I think, and like most of the time Imperial is not a full FA team.
What is the current thing with Bucks team? How are we doing?
What is the score?
We came 3rd in the league.
3rd in the league?
Yeah, we had 6 wins out of 10. We lost to Imperial twice, and we lost to Essex once and City once.
Okay.
The City one was like within 2 or 3 points or something. It was just they have Tom James, who fences for like Team GB, and he just put on a show in all 3 weapons.
Yeah.
He's very good. And then Essex has a guy who fences for Egypt.
I think this is your photographer, is this?
Yes, she will be. We have a few people that said they're coming to take some pictures, so should be.
Oh, so that's good news. You see, nobody ever tells me these things, and I think that we should make sure Ben knows, because only after we actually advertise the fact how well we did in the individuals did they do a WhatsApp post with fencing as the front.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. UCL Sport, or they're kind of like team. So they will give you some good ad. Let me see. Have you not seen this?
No. It is.
Yes.
Yeah. Leaf, do you think you can move the name on the right just down a little bit? Just click and drag it. No, you gotta go the other way. Just down a little bit. Yeah, that's good. Thanks. It's just off center. It was bothering me.
See if I can find it.
Oh, that's gonna be the Champions League.
Yeah. UCL.
Team UCL.
Team UCL. That's it.
Oh.
Some,
wow, what a photo.
yeah.
Wow. Oh.
So there we are on the front.
Very good.
I think this is a new one they've had on with Max, the guy who we never knew existed.
Yeah. There was someone who came to box with us that I was like, I don't think I've ever met you before.
Max Cromie.
We can't close it any more than this. We're trying. I'm sorry.
It's slowly creeping up the piece,
Yeah.
you see. I think you just got to get used to it. Okay.
We can't, like, it's stuck. It doesn't close any more than that.
So if you think about it, you know, kind of like there was so many other things happening that weekend, but we're the ones that they're talking about.
Yeah. That's good, pretty big news.
So anything we can post about fencing, about your achievements, about we should do the team event thing. You're in men's too, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
So we need to know what men's won or the, you know, kind of like how they're doing.
Yeah, well, the problem is we don't know that. So we never see them, right? Because they compete on a different day than we do, so we just...
Yeah.
I know Alex, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
So
Okay, well maybe ask this question.
yeah.
I need to know what their results are.
Yeah. They're doing pretty well, I think. Yeah, I'm going to go and inform Ethan on what we're doing.
Okay.
And then I'll be back.
Given up on commentary for the moment.
Have we? I was going to carry on. I was thinking.
I've been having fun with it.
So so you fence for many years, or?
Yes, I used to fence at Brock University in Canada, and I did that for 4 years as a varsity member, and I've sort of just restarted fencing here in the last couple of months. But,
what are you doing here? What's your major?
so yeah, I'm PhD archaeology at UCL actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have been meaning to check out the fencing club at UCL. I've just been I found myself with very little time and very little money, which is something that's needed, I think, for fencing.
Well, no, we got kit. We you know, we've got. If you do foil, what's your major? Is it sailor or is it?
I mostly fence foil, but I've been looking into switching to epee.
Epee, yeah.
Just because it kind of fits my building style a little bit more.
No, come along. I hear you're the coach here.
Yes, I've sort of taken over a little bit of the
Is this
coaching.
the right one?
That is the correct one. No, that's not the correct one. Where did you even find that? Yeah, but it doesn't have an electric on it.
It doesn't to your right.
I'm pretty sure it's on the table, isn't it?
No, it's actually.
Okay.
I just tried my belt.
Oh yeah, there was one that was working, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
that is a good one, and I'll switch the grip out for it because that
Whoa.
looks like it fits you really well.
There was another one that seemed pretty nice
Yeah.
as well. So I'll
Nice.
try.
Good timing. So Sylvia started 3 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
You know, UA, she's at Central. She's actually not a student. She started just at Central London Fencing Club. But she's the same amount of time. But when Sylvia first started, she was very worried about hitting people.
Yes, I've been finding that with our beginners as well, as they're either hitting much too hard or not hard at all. Nice direct attack. Good one. Yeah, so along with Nima and Leaf, of course, but I've taken over some of the teaching. I'm more this sort of, I'm going to pull people aside when I see they need help with something and give them a lesson or material to work on. I found I'm pretty good at that, to the point where
That was a good fight. It's lovely, from my point of view, coming here and watching my fencers on the piece and in an unfamiliar environment. It was really good. It's like seeing different parts of them.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like Silvio has really come along in the last. It's always interesting how suddenly it clicks.
Yes. Yeah.
And over the last, I think 6 to 8 months, she's changed. She's become much more confident. And I think confidence plays so much of a part when it comes to fencing.
I think it's what I found with some of the folks here at Goodenough is that if we drill the fundamentals, they do eventually hit a point where they're really confident in it. And then, hello.
Hi, I'm gonna say goodbye to you.
Well done.
Thank you. I'm gonna leaving.
Are you leaving now?
Yeah, with Yuri, we're gonna have a dinner or something.
Yeah, yes, I'll be here for another half hour, I think, or something like that. Oh no, I can come. Yeah, but I've got to go home. My wife is expecting me.
Yeah,
I've got food.
Yeah.
So you're leaving now, are you?
Yeah, I'm leaving now.
Okay, I might. Okay.
Yes.
It's nice to see you now.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
I have to get in touch because I would like. I've kind of rediscovered the love of the sport.
Okay, you don't speak to Nima and come along to UCL.
Yes.
You don't need to speak to me.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
just
he
turn
knows.
up.
He knows what it's what.
And there is a fee, but it's we keep it cheap. And you're all welcome.
Thanks.
If you want to come along, Saturday morning, you're all fencers now. You're not a beginner. You can come along. You can, if you want to, some quarrel. We have about 40 people tonight. It's a little bit, kind of like, but come along one time and see whether you like it. All right?
Thanks.
It's nice to see you. I liked your, Neef. I think your timing is good. Use your backhand more.
Okay, in what
At
way?
the moment, it's a dead fish, which is good. It makes you look like a sabreur, which is good. You might be a sabreur, a secret sabreur, but you don't know it. Okay? Because then you keep your arm like this. But if you can use your back, a little bit more dynamically, you can push yourself forward.
Okay.
But you're defensive, and work on that. And then after time, you must introduce much more attacking. So that would be my, and I haven't known you, but I've watched you on the piece. I hope
I
that's
appreciate
fair.
it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, but your timing is good, and so don't worry about that. You tend to do too many counterattacks.
Okay.
When I'm watching you, and you weigh out, you're going to go against you. So I gave my advice to her, fencing you, was attacking. Okay, and make sure you finish. And then what you did was you tacked long and you got out of the way. I thought that was very effective. So do your counter attacks. Don't be hit. That's fine, but don't depend upon it.
Right.
Be able to introduce fast parry posts, which I think you're slightly lacking confidence that you can do.
Right.
But
Yeah.
you can do it. And as soon as you hit that blade, hit the target.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, and you're nice and still. I saw you watching. You're a watcher. You sit and watch. You're very still. You're very contained, and so you have elements about you which you can bring that to the piece.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
No, that's okay. I hope that's okay, Coach.
No, I'm trying. It's a good explanation. I've been trying to do the same thing with him for a while, and he's getting a lot better.
Okay.
Because he's a wall. I struggle, like you saw
Getting through it.
against him. I struggle to get past him.
Yeah. So that's fine. But the way to beat you is to attack you.
Right.
So that's what an opponent is thinking. And when they attack, they should not attack your blade. They should, if they're defensive, they'll just go and hit you. Okay? Because all you're going to do is stick out your arm. Okay? So that's what you've got to be prepared for if you do counterattacks.
Thanks.
So you've got to learn to parry, and you've got to learn to attack. Agreed?
I've got some ideas.
Okay, thank you now.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay. What is the score now?
Oh, right, we have lost track. That was really good advice.
So while we're here, I thought this is Noah back on the mic for commentary again for a little bit before we start our team's bout. So here we've got some of our local Goodenough College fencers, Kent Butt, who you've heard on the mic for the last couple of hours, and Brian Hearn, who is one of our newer fencers, but he's already come a long way. He's only been fencing since January, and we're really impressed with his progress. He's got the advantage of being a big, tall, strong lefty, which is always a very hard thing for others to deal with. Though what you're seeing right now is a lefty-on-lefty bout with two very tall and fairly strong fencers, which makes their styles, but they have very different fencing styles. Kent is a fairly aggressive technical fighter, so he does have a bit of an advantage here just in continuing to aggress. But Brian is really, really strong in the defense, and we're really looking forward to him not telegraphing his attacks a little bit more, and keeping things on target. But I think once he gets that, he'll be a really solid fencer. Yeah, like he had the right idea there. You see, it's an off target, but he does have the right idea. So this is an interesting though, because you don't often see Brian. Keep your foot on the ground, my man. You don't often see two lefties of this size. Who are going at each other quite like this, so it's quite an amusing circumstance and bout on this one. And there's that point again, just a nice parry riposte from Kent. I think actually that Brian may have missed his attack there. It went slightly wide, so that makes it easy to get that counter attack in. And there again, that was just a straight parry riposte. Did he say it was all right, even if you weren't even if you're not at UCL, if you can turn up? He didn't seem to care. That's cool. Okay, that's interesting simultaneous. But it looks like it's been called for Brian. Have we checked donations in a while? Yeah.
Oh, I need a.
So we're just paused for the moment. I think they're only going to 10. We have been going till 15 for a bit now, but sometimes we see people running out of stamina or just only wanting to fence till 10, which is perfectly fine. So we are gearing up for a Goodenough College coaches bout, and we were just having a little bit of downtime while we get everybody geared up, as we are running a little bit low on foils right at the moment. A few of them have gone down throughout the day, so we're just finding new equipment for our next fencer coming in.
All right, folks, I have returned with our latest donation information because we are at a little bit more than what it says on the stream. We are currently at 495 pounds, which is 33% of our way to our goal for the day. Thank you very much to JBK, Alex Salmond, and Chiara for their generous donations. Thank you very much. For those of you who are new to the stream, we are fundraising for 5 charities today. We're fundraising for our host, Goodenough College. They're an educational charity who are hosting Fencing Without Limits London. It's a home and community for international postgraduate students living in London, taking in students regardless of their financial situation or background. We've also partnered with 4 sport organizations, those being Paralympics Great Britain, SportsAid, Sport in Mind, and Right to Play. With them supporting various causes such as, of course, Paralympic athletes, financial and mentoring support to underprivileged youth, and sport as a road to mental wellness. Thank you all for your support of these charities. We're well on our way to our goal for the day, and if you want to pass this to other people who are passionate about fencing, please do. We're just updating our documents here with our next pair of fencers. Again, we have Leif Haley and Jules Burgo, both of the Goodenough Fencing Club. It's on.
You go back. Yeah.
Oh, it did get turned. I'm not sure how. Yeah, turn it back. No, more. Yeah, there you go. That's better. Okay.
How do I
What do you mean? How do you?
increase the...
You mean size?
No, I have to get it up to 6, right?
Well, don't you just, yeah. I just reset that to the little timer there. They'll probably only go till 10. So just set it to, that's fine. Okay, I think that was, simultaneous. 1-1. Okay, sorry folks, we were just getting our tech up and running again. I was the only one at the desk there for a moment. So both of these fencers have only been training for a few months, but we're again very happy with their progress. And so the other side. All right, a nice clean parry hit there. Off target. And that was a nice parry for Leif. Straight lunge, very nice, good instincts there. And let's welcome back Kent.
Hello, hello.
How are you, mate?
Good, good. Coming off a fun round fencing Brian there.
Yeah, that looked good. How'd you feel about that?
That was good. Took a second to get my bearings, but after that, it's went smoother.
Yeah, it's kind of weird fencing lefty versus lefty, to be honest. So
it's the mirror of the righty versus righty I started with.
It is the mirror of righty versus righty. So you're
helped.
almost back to the fencing you originally learned, which is pretty funny.
Yeah. And now we here have what, Jules and
Leif.
Leif. Okay.
Yes, well, and I think Jules hasn't been out in a while. He's maybe a little bit rusty, but he's looking pretty good. He's got the right idea fencing the way he's fencing against Leif, which is to keep up the aggression and and to keep momentum against him, because Leaf's a wall.
Oh, absolutely.
And if you let him do what he wants, then that's going to be fairly dangerous for you, because he can beat your blade out of the way, like he's trying to do now.
Yeah.
He can beat your blade out of the way and then parry riposte into you as you try to come at him. So the trick against him really is keeping your distance and managing your timing correctly, because if you just walk into him like that, he will parry riposte you, no problem at all.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, even I struggle against that, where I have to get very technical fencingly, because if you attack him straight, he's just got such an ironclad defense that you're gonna have a hard time getting past him. But to be honest, I think Jules is doing really very well. He just needs to take a little bit more time. Keep the distance a little bit better, and manage timing a little bit more. That's better, Jules.
Yeah. Oh,
and now he's managed an off target, which is quite good. He's trying he tried to disengage there, which didn't quite go off. It did hit on target, but it did land. Okay.
And for our listeners at home, that disengage where you try to drop your sword around or beneath your opponents.
Yes. You're throwing that into an attack in order to try to avoid a parry. Again, there, Leafs just parried upwards and then dropped his blade into on target, which is a pretty good maneuver on his part. That might be a weapon issue.
Yeah, I can see everybody's pausing, thinking that nothing made contact there. I know we've got some of our blades are still not work, and you've done some wonders keeping them as tuned up as possible.
I've been trying. Keeping once we get the armory kit before, we'll have a lot of a much easier time with
Absolutely.
it.
There'll be so many miracles you can work with that proper equipment.
The biggest issue really is there's these little screws in the connecting joint that if they're not tight enough, the wire keeps getting set off.
Ah, I see.
So and I have no way of tightening those effectively.
Yeah.
Which causes some pretty serious problems. Okay, so we've just hit 5, and I know you've just joined us as our second commentary there again. But I am going to probably have you take over, because now it is time for our teams bout, I think.
Absolutely. And so this teams bout, for those audience that haven't heard of it, is the Goodenough coaches, being Noah, Stefan, Nima, and Leaf, I believe is our
That's correct.
Against a team of UCL fencers.
It'll be very fun. It'll be a little bit chaotic. So we're all very disparate styles and approaches. So
I'm expecting some good fencing,
But they play to 5, so first to 5.
Even if it's not, even if it's a little bit chaotic.
Yes, absolutely.
So they play for 5 points, and it could be 2-3.
For sure. So I'll try to keep you listeners at home entertained. I believe that includes my parents right now. So way to go from Edmonton, Mom and Dad. Love you.
I believe my parents might also be watching the stream.
Very nice, very nice. So that's also kudos to Noah's parents. All right. Excellent. My brother just sent me when my fencing was, so I can send that out to other people. And the teams will just get set up. So yeah, let's see. What do we have here? I think it'll be a second. We're talking about if we need to retape the floor or not. You can't quite see it on camera, but we have this strip across the floor that is conductive, so that if a sword hits it, the machine knows that it didn't hit a person. This is particularly important for epee, the swords where you can hit anything. So as we set this up, I think the decision has been made to not retape the floor, and we'll just see how it goes. It didn't pose any problems with Brian and I, so I think it's probably still fine. And who do we have? Looks like UCL is going to take the left-hand side here. And we have some people coming for support. Now that beam of light right on the strip is a little bit distracting. When I was fencing Brian just a few minutes ago, it does kind of get in your way, but since you know it's there, you can work around it and sort of lead people into it. Once that beam of light switches straight to the center of the room, I think it'll be a really nice, fun little challenge for the fencers here. Now that's because there's a window behind me that you can't quite see, where the blinds don't quite close, and they're so high up that we can't fully reach them. So I grabbed this extremely long pole to try to close them all the way and only got them most of the way there. Now I'm back to thanking everybody for donating to the charity. So we've had a few more donations since then. We had Alex Salmon for £2, so thank you, Alex. JBK for £15, and then Emmond K for £200, saying, "Well done, crew, parry on." So thank you, M&K. Really appreciate that generous donation. We are now at 46% of the way to our goal with $695. Pounds. I should say pounds. Again, I'm from Canada and I keep thinking about Canadian dollars. But for those who are in Canada or other places, what was that, 695 pounds we said? So 695 pounds to Canadian is the equivalent of 1,263 Canadian dollars and 58 Canadian cents, or is also the equivalent of 841 euros for our European viewers, or 0.31 gold ounces for those of you who are mercantilists. All right, it looks like the team is almost, nope, just UCL's ready. Goodenough is still taking another second to get all of our swords wired up. I'm really happy that we have enough Goodenough swords working right now because we've had some issues earlier in the day, but I think we've got it there. Goodenough College has a whole bunch of equipment that we just keep year after year, so we don't have to buy our own equipment, which is great because fencing equipment is really expensive, and I probably wouldn't have started otherwise. That is Noah there, who looks like he'll be the first one on for Goodenough College. So, what else do we have? So, typically the way team fencing goes is every person gets to the next interval of 5 points, and then once you reach 5 points, you switch off to the next person on your team. So let's say Noah here is going to get 5 points, and the UCL gets 3 points. Then the next person on Goodenough will go to 10, and the next person on UCL would also have to push up to 10, so they'd be a little behind. So you sort of play tag to go up and build all the way. Hello. Are you our second commentator?
I believe I have been hired.
Excellent. Why don't you reintroduce yourself to the people listening? We've got at least 3 viewers.
My name is Arthur Giboin, or Giboin, depends on how you want to pronounce it. And today, right now, we're going to do a foil team match. So a team match is essentially 5-point matches, and it goes up to 45, so the first team to 45 wins. And I'm saying that because I've been told to explain how team matches work. So essentially, we're going to go up to 45. And yeah, essentially here, those two guys, they're going to fence up to 5, and then next match, it's going to be up to 10, the next match after that up to 15, 20. So even if, so yeah, essentially that's going to work. And oh my God, the guy on the left, on the right is slaying. Yes, queen. So, and yeah, that's the nature of foil. It's just two men grinding against one another. Totally never seen that one before. Yeah.
Yeah, when you get that infighting where they're fencing really close, changing their hand position, it gets messy.
Yeah, it gets really messy, and it's quite a spectacle to watch. And obviously they're going to wave their blades like whippy ass noodles everywhere because that's what foil is, I guess. It's not an actual sport. It's just
spin.
Oh yeah,
the spin by Noah, and it worked too. Oh, and the UCL fencer has a GoPro. I'm gonna love to see the footage from that at some point.
That's so gonna get stabbed at some point.
No, there's no way.
I'm waiting for the camera lens to just get flicked into,
absolutely.
And then it's gonna shatter into pieces.
We were worried enough about our projector getting destroyed. Never mind the GoPro.
Oh yeah, no, the GoPro. Yeah, that's quite dangerous, right? I mean, dangerous for the GoPro.
I think it's fine for the fencer.
Anyone's gonna die from it, but I mean, the GoPro's 200 pounds, 300
it's gotta
pounds,
be.
it depends. So I would not trust anyone, fencing anyone with a GoPro.
No.
Unless it's got a little cage or something to protect it, but even then, how do you cover the lens?
I don't know.
You can't do that unless you got those screen covers, but for a lens, if that's a thing. I don't know.
There must be something. Our GoPros are pretty indestructible. But back to the match, we see again Noah with such infighting. He loves to close that distance and fight really close and pull up just little crafty tricks. Look at that. He just won't back up. And
really wants to grind into a man.
That white light again is off target, meaning that Noah hit, but not. Oh, sorry, that was on the left. So that is UCL's team hit. Do we know who's in for UCL right now?
No, isn't Team UCL? Oh wait, the actual foilists.
Yeah.
Is on the left. The wannabe foilists on the right. Okay.
Yes. So.
Because Nima does not do foil.
Nima fights with something called epee, where he can hit any part of the body. So Nima's used to poking people's toes for points, but in this style, you can only hit the conductive vest to complete the circuit. Yes. So Nima's had to change his style a little bit, though he often keeps his jumps and leaps.
Well, he's pretty upper body anyway as a whole, though. like in terms of his hits.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I don't think it'll be that big of a problem. He mostly goes high, so it shouldn't be too bad for him.
Yeah. And he's overall very skilled, and he's been coaching for the past.
Very nice as well.
Yes,
And
that absolutely helps.
Those shoulders can flick so many blades.
Yeah, with enough power, you can sort of knock somebody's blade far enough out of the way they can't recover it, which is incredibly frustrating. It's one of the things with fencing Brian, where I had to make sure I dodged my blade because Brian earlier big enough to do the same. So.
And they're using a saber mask for the fencer on the left, but normally it's meant to be like an epee mask, except I'm just explaining for the viewers. Essentially, it's like an epee, the foil mask, like epee mask, except there's a little sort of silver conductive thing like on the bib at the bottom. You call it a bavette in French, but this guy visibly does not have a foil mask and is using a saber mask, which is a problem because then the whole face becomes a target.
Yes. So Nima could score some points by poking him in the head.
And on the other hand, Nima doesn't even have a foil mask, so the whole head of Nima is not a target, which might provide him with a significant advantage.
Yes. The beam of sunlight looks like it has mostly moved out of the way, though, so at least that issue is... Ooh, do we have more sword issues?
Oh, yeah, in typical foil fashion, none of the weapons are working.
Yes, especially Goodenough tried to save money by buying the cheapest swords available, and then it turned out that they are the cheapest swords available, and we've had nothing but maintenance issues with them.
Oh, apparently I heard something really bad. So, like the Leon Paul carbon blades, you know, like the really basic ones you can buy. Apparently they don't tighten the barrel enough, and that's what causes them to break all the time.
Yeah.
Like, cause like they're notoriously terrible for like not so much breaking quickly. I've got one, and it's like surprisingly lasting a long time.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that like they essentially unscrew the barrel kind of, so the weapon will fail and it will need a rewire, or you'll have to readjust the springs in the tip. It's an absolute
Yeah. We had a few of these blades that we had to send back as soon as we got them because the wires immediately came out.
Came out.
A mess. We haven't had any blades break.
Where'd you buy them from?
Ooh, I cannot remember. Yeah. I wasn't part of that.
Was it like, okay, that exact, okay.
Yeah. No, I help move equipment around, but I don't know enough to order swords yet. Ooh.
Post, and yes, sir, it is a point for Team UCL.
So UCL is up 4. This is not an ideal start, but we still do have, a few more strong fencers.
Go, Nima, go. We're rooting for you. Well, I am at least.
I am as well. I'm, as much as a commentator should be impartial, I'm a good enough resident at heart.
I just don't like foils, so like, if the actual foilists lose to people who aren't foilists, right?
Yeah.
It feels good. It makes me happy. I mean, I do foil as well.
Yeah.
That's another topic.
I'm all here for epes, I think. Or sabers look the coolest, but sabers, they so often just hit at the same time. Epes seem...
Saber is the most
boring
ass weapon you could ever fence. It's just like crash into each other.
Yeah.
Then the ref's gonna like just pick a side and just be like, okay, that's for you.
Yeah.
And that's...
I've heard that even in professional fencing, there's some bribery scandals as the saber refs get paid off, right?
Yeah. It was particularly bad actually in the Junior World Cup last year, I think, where Uzbekistan essentially paid their way into victory. I don't know if it was junior or cadets, but it was like men's saber, and they just so much ref paying, just normalize tipping your ref at the end of the match.
Just normalize tipping, normalize corruption.
And yeah, it was also bad for like actually even Olympic qualification, right?
Yeah.
So you had this guy called Youssef Amshaman, I think. I'm not sure. I'm destroying his name. But essentially, he got qualified into the Olympics by bribing his way through it, and his dad helped because his dad is he's a Kuwaiti fencer, and his dad is the president of the Kuwaiti Fencing Federation.
I see no conflicts of interest there.
Who actually just got arrested for money laundering and corruption.
Oh God.
I wonder if those two things are linked at all.
Yeah.
Rubs my chin as I think about it. I think there might be something. So not great.
Aside of switching to foils, how do you fix that? How would we even consider to crack down on corruption in fencing?
Foil doesn't get that much corruption.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
Yeah, that's...
We'll switch all the sabers away.
And epee either.
Well, epee, you can wreck yourself,
you get really, like, epee gets, like, the weirdest sort of situations sometimes. But, like, it's only, like, it's 1 in 1,000.
Yeah.
Like, you always get I don't know if you saw, like, the 2012 Olympics. It was like the semi-final against like German goalie and like a South Korean girlie, and there was like a weird thing with like giving the other person time, and that caused the South Korean girlie to lose, even though she had a lead or something.
Yeah.
And it was like kind of like very controversial, essentially. But yeah. Wait. So what was your question? So how do we fix?
Yeah, just.
I think we just need to pay the refs more and actually.
Yeah, that's the easy way. Make it harder to bribe them. To have actual.
Because I don't think being a ref actually, is worth the money. That's what I hear at least. Like I heard a lot of people being unhappy, like, refs don't get paid enough. So as a result, obviously someone slides a little €50 bill, and then it's just like, you win, and then it's just like, okay.
Yeah.
So what up? But apart from that, I don't really know how you can fix corruption.
No,
probably not have someone at the head of a fencing federation who does money laundering. I think that would help.
That would be an ideal first step, yeah.
But there's not that much control we have otherwise.
I wonder. Oh, there we go, Stefan. Very nice. I wonder if fencing will end up in the Extreme Games. Have you heard of the Extreme Games? So they're a take on the Olympics, but instead of checking for steroid use, they
it's
encourage
just like unlimited. Like
Yeah.
it's free, not free for all. It's anything goes.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, I heard about that.
I was talking about that with a friend yesterday, and except for it destroying athletes' bodies even more so than it already does, it'd be interesting to see exactly what a human body's accomplishment with the power of modern science.
How would that translate into fencing?
I don't think that is fencing. Like, what is fencing? A game of reaction time and mental skills. You figure out what your opponent's reactions.
It's about so many things at the same time, right? Like reaction, speed, creativity, adaptability. There's so many things that I don't feel like steroids would make that big of a difference.
I don't think they would here. Yeah. Are fencers even checked for steroids at high levels, or are we just not bothered?
Yeah, they are. They are. Like, you actually had the scanner with Sora Tebus, who's like a French fencer, and essentially she was banned from competing because she failed a drug test. And then there was a whole thing of like, it was my I think it's her boyfriend or husband who gave it to her because he takes it. He's not an athlete.
Yeah.
And they kissed, and obviously that's where I don't know, transmitted some way essentially.
Yeah.
And she's like, that was the way. And then apparently they forgave her, but some people are like, this is bullshit. They're just covering up the story. We don't really know. We don't really know what happened. But no, they're rare, like steroids, like drug use in fencing, but sometimes you get the weird little.
Yeah. And there's Stefan got another point. It's interesting to see him catch up a bit. He's hasn't fenced for a while, but he fenced as a child, my understanding is, and then took a break and is now back at Goodenough.
The guy on the left or on the right?
The guy on the right.
The right. Okay.
And he's got quite some skill here. Was that another? Let's see what the judge calls it. Off target. Okay. I didn't even catch it on the light. They're just playing right now. Let's see. Point to the left. Okay.
Team UCL is about there's still more.
Yeah, one more. Yeah.
Whoops.
Tired, wants a break, but got to keep going.
I was just like,
Stefan's unstoppable.
Stop, please.
And so this is first to 45, right?
Yes. And we're in the third period, so now it's first to 15.
Excellent.
So essentially, in that case, the guy, let's imagine this guy didn't score right now, but essentially the guy on the right could theoretically go up to 15 himself, even though he's only at 5. But obviously, that's very hard.
Oh, you get so tired. Yeah.
And pulling such a big clutch is requires godly skill.
It does.
Unless you're Chun Kalon or something, I don't think you'd be able to do that.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but our Goodenough fencers are all kind of hobbyists, except for Nima, who does a lot of fencing outside of this, but Nima uses a different weapon. Nima uses epee and not foil, so he's out of his element.
The two are somewhat transferable, but you get a lot of not so much even if the blade work can be somewhat similar in some cases, the kind of reflexes to adapt to right of way are very sort of weird to implement.
Oh, absolutely.
Can I go piss?
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
I can deal with this by myself, for sure.
Okay, I'll be right
and
back.
that's definitely on the audio. And now we have the non-stop beeping of a disconnected weapon. So let's see if they got that working. And it looks like we're game. So that is Noah on the right. And again, I don't remember the name of the person on the left. Noah is an excellent fencing coach of Goodenough. He's been fencing for, I wanted to say he said 6 years. He likes tricks. He likes to fight close and he likes tricks. And in that case, the trick was getting stabbed. Trick was getting stabbed again. All right, no, I'm rooting for you, but you got to pull off something better than getting stabbed. Let's see if he pulls off some more of his infighting. I think his opponent realized that Noah likes to get in, though, and is so being more aggressive from a further distance. Oh yeah, there we go. Noah had some infighting, but he couldn't keep it closed. And, oh, impressive play, but Noah did not manage to pull it past the UCL fencer. Now Noah could play it dirty and poke the guy in the helmet, because again, the guy's wearing the wrong helmet for the sport. But we're all pretty polite here. It's all fair and friendly competition. Okay, I think I'm going to check the donors again. Has anybody else donated recently? Oh, and we've got another donation. Nima's Crew saying Fletch away for £50. Thank you, Nima's Crew. That brings us up to a total of £745 and 10 pence. With 27 supporters so far, we're halfway to our goal with, we're fencing to 9, 5 hours left. So that's excellent. And again, this goes to 5 different charities. It goes to Paralympics Great Britain, supporting British Paralympic athletes to compete at all levels. It goes to SportsAid, which provides financial and mentoring support to young British athletes. It goes to Sports in Mind, which uses sports and physical activity to promote mental health, recovery, and well-being. And it goes to Right to Play, which empowers children in vulnerable communities worldwide using sports to break down barriers. And finally, it goes to Goodenough College, an educational charity that provides low-cost and subsidized housing for UK postgraduate students and is kindly hosting us in their Great Hall. This is the Great Hall of Goodenough, where half the time we'll be eating dinner. All right, looks like we are waiting for the UCL fencer to get finally equipped up, and Stefan on the right needs his helmet on. They're testing the weapons there to make sure they both set off. You always got to do this because our weapons are incredibly inconsistent. Yes, just did. We had Nima's Crew at £50. Nima does not know who it is, but we thank you to Nima's Crew. Fletch away. Oh yeah. Oh, total update. Yes, we are at £745 and 10 pence. Which, if you prefer your Canadian dollar, Nima, I will pull that up to you. Nima is also Canadian. He is from London, Ontario. Absolutely. I like the enthusiasm. When we get to 1,000, so keep those donations coming in. Anyways, Nima is a fencer from London, Ontario, Canada. Now moving to London, England. So I guess they moved from London to London. Another fun fact, I was chatting earlier today with a fencer from Kent. And since my name is also Kent, it was great to have someone from Kent talking to Kent. I am overly fond of puns. I like to think I'm punny, and you can't stop me. All right, back to the match. We have, an amazing parry by Stefan, and he's moving up. Oh, back into a corner and pushing back. But 1 point off. He did not manage to interrupt the priority there. Quite incredible. Oh. And they're in a bind? That's some serious infighting. And Stefan loses that point. Infighting is a really hard thing. It's the thing that just started teaching us Goodenough fencers because it's much more challenging than the irregular range because you cannot get out of the way the same way. Another part of fencing is lots of lunges. You sort of put your sword first at the target, try to dodge around their blade, and then lunge in. So we'll see if anybody has any nice lunges this time. Nope, they're binding again. Oh, I don't even know what that was supposed to be. Very cool, very cool. And we're poking. There's a bit of a retreat there behind the judge, so now I've got to watch that too.
They did not score a single point since I
came. It has been kind of unfortunate for the brave fencers of Goodenough. We are the underdogs, and I think we're just going to lose. But I won't tell everybody else that yet. We still have another 20 points of UCL to make up 40 points. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, guys, we can totally make the 20-point gap.
Yeah, you know, maybe UCL is just working so hard to get those points they'll tire themselves out.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going to crash out. And then it's going to be over for them.
I think I should just get up there and then... Nah, I just lose 5 immediately.
Let's be real. Save the day.
Yeah, you know, I know where I am. I have fenced for, what is this, 6 months now?
I was Team GB, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you'll notice that throughout the day I've only the other new fencers, because honestly, at some point I should fence one of the really good UCL fencers just to see if I can get a single point on them, because it'd be interesting. And as a lefty, you've got enough chaos in there to kind of throw people off.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens. And then in case any of my other extended family are watching this, who will call me on being left-handed.
And how many people are watching the stream right now?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's pull that up.
Can you see?
You gotta go, if you got the link, yeah.
Right.
I don't know who's all watching, but we've had some reasonable viewership.
That is not it.
That is not it. That is something else. Anyways, I'm not actually left-handed. I'm somewhat mixed-handed. I like brush my teeth left. I stand left, but I write right. So about a month ago, I switched from fencing right to fencing left because left is much harder to fence against and much more chaotic. So just for kicks, I'm now a lefty when it comes to fencing, which is a lot of fun. And it means if one hand gets too sore, I can switch back.
Oh, we got a huge donation boost as well. 464.
Okay.
695, and now we're 700 something by now.
Yeah.
745.
745. We're at 745 still. It's great.
I'm gonna donate at some point.
Oh, we're even better than that. We're at 826 pounds and 64 pence. Anonymous mom and dad gave $151. Dollars meaning either American or Canadian dollars, but if I had to bet, that is my mom and dad. Thank you very much. That's probably 151 Canadian dollars.
Thank you, Canadians. Very cool. How many Canadians are in here? You've got him, you've got you, you've got...
So Canada is the second, tied for the second largest cohort at Goodenough.
In UCL.
And at UCL too. Is that true?
Wow. Is it?
No, it's true at Goodenough. I know about UCL. But yeah, a lot of Canadians here. That's for sure.
I see that.
So yeah, 826 pounds, which in our friendly Canadian dollars is... Oh, what did I say? 826? It is a lot. The currency exchange rate is horrific right now. Canada, with all those potentially incoming tariffs, the exchange rate is not good. Yeah. I'd say you won't get me talking economics here, but it's really easy to get me talking economics.
Are you an econ student?
Yeah, I'm studying local economic development right now, which is urban and regional economics. So why does a city grow or shrink? Why does one region grow versus another?
Okay, is that as a bachelor or master's?
Master's, yeah.
Master's.
This is my second master's, actually.
Second master's.
Math and stats master's before this. Anyways,
that is weapon right here.
Oh, yeah. It's 1,500 Canadian dollars. University of Alberta. Yeah.
Okay. And for bachelor's?
Same thing. University of Alberta, yeah. So that was, Alberta's the province where I'm from, and so just went to the local university. Yeah, it was great. Really enjoyed University of Alberta, but being here in London's a whole other ballgame. It's incredible, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's change of pace is crazy. I was in Lancaster for my bachelor's.
Yeah.
Like Lancaster, really tiny place up north, right? There's nothing, no one. It's a tiny ass place. Then all of a sudden I'm in London, and, you know, it's much bigger. So many more things happening.
Yeah.
Like, I got to rethink my whole social life, right? Because like Lancaster is kind of just like, you know, there's some stuff, you know, it's pretty chill.
Yeah.
Now London, there's like free things every day of the week.
Oh, yeah.
So it's quite a oh my God, Nima making a comeback. Go Nima, go!
Nima's got us up to 8. We'll see if the Goodenough fencing team can pull it off.
God, I love impartial commenting.
I love impartial commenting. The best thing about being a commentator is you don't have to be impartial like the ref has to pretend to be.
Yeah. There's actually no impartiality rules for commentators.
I mean, like sports commentators, nah.
Right.
I don't think so. Political commentators, absolutely. Though. You know, they've all got there.
Definitely.
Yeah. Nima's pulled off his jumps. I love to see it.
He tried to go for the back flick. Nima, the back flick god.
And he got it. The judge gave it to him. Oh, amazing. So the rules here, for those of you who are recently tuned in, is whoever has the attack has priority, and if there's 2 points at the same time, whoever has the attack gets it.
Parry.
Now we're arguing with the ref. We'll see where this goes.
One of the favorite activities of right-of-way weapons.
Yeah.
So foil and saber is to argue with the ref. Even in saber, actually, it's probably the most determining factor. It's not your actual fencing, right? It's how hard you can yell at the ref to intimidate them, so that they give you the point.
So
that's what. Sorry.
No, yeah, exactly. So what Nima has to do here is stay on the offensive if he gets the point at the same time. So to be on the offensive, if you're parried, then you lose this priority, and it's the other person's hits the right, so you hit at the
or
same
if
time.
you just miss the point as well.
Or if you just miss it, yes, exactly.
But like it's
Yeah, and it goes so fast. I don't have an eye for watching it. I don't know about you.
Nima going for the flash attack. I mean, I'm not wearing my glasses right now. It's just blurry, so it's like slightly blurry, but like it's hard to keep up with.
Yeah.
All the movements. Oh, and Nima
Oh, absolutely.
goes off target, unfortunately, but he has scored a lot of points so far, especially compared to his years. Oh, and sadly, that is a single light on the left. It is the end of the Nima.
Yeah.
The Nima.
With a round of applause from everybody for a very impressive showing. 4 points. That was all 4 points all him, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice. We're adding some more time to the clock, of course, for the next bout of fencers. And, what was I going to say? Oh, yes, my brother spotted earlier that I have a different set of glasses on. That is true. They are absolutely a different color because these are my sports glasses that are made of titanium and they got scratched up. It's fine.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you wear them inside the mask?
I can wear them inside the mask? Yeah, exactly. A little smaller. They've got these anti-strip slides. I believe so, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, do it. They are fantastic.
I've tried to get into like glasses for fencing, but I got some really, really shit ones.
Yeah.
Like first of all, they look awful in terms of like purely from an aesthetic standpoint. And then I try to look, because how much did you pay for those? Out of curiosity.
That's a good question. These frames have got to be 6 or 7 years old. And at the time, it was probably like 200-ish Canadian dollars plus the extra stuff for the fancy lens. No idea what that means here, with the inflation and all that. Yeah.
Right. But this is the shit.
Yeah,
those did not fit well in the mask.
No.
Every time I take the mask off, essentially the glasses would go with it.
That's not it.
And they were ugly as fuck as well.
Yeah.
Just, like really cheap plastic. They didn't really feel good. And also they fucked up really badly.
Yeah.
Do yours fog a lot?
No, never.
No fog. Do you is it like you just don't sweat, or is it like you sweat, but it still doesn't fog?
It still doesn't fog, yeah. I've had no issues with these.
Probably they just use some like coating for the glass. Which they
put some coating on it. And I also when I teach swimming lessons, I would wear these in the pool all the time too. Okay. And so these are gonna be placed down and scratched up and are pretty fine and drop them off in the swimming pool. They're just durable, yeah.
What if I have another one?
Yeah, go for it. These are the same glasses, crowd that I was talking about earlier when my brother swung a foam battle axe and pushed my glasses into my face and cut my nose with them. It's these titanium frames that withstood the foam battle axe and those glass windows. And my brother, who's in the room right now, does not appear to have heard that to counter comment, otherwise I'm sure he would. So I'll have to send him this section of live stream. But we still both blame each other for that incident because I probably shouldn't have been wearing them.
Titanium, you say?
Yeah.
This is really nice.
They're great, yeah.
The mechanism looks very sort of solid as well. And they're not intrusive, like the branches are very thin. Right?
And they've lasted for a while and they've been hit with a foam battle axe. I think it was this set, maybe in a different set, but I believe it was this set.
And it just holds on.
The
glass is also just very... 7 years, right? You've had those.
I think these were 7 years. They might even be older. My family, if they're listening, Mom, let me know when I got those glasses because you probably got them every memory you can have. Yeah, I might
go for this, to be honest. Oakland as well?
Yeah.
I'm very fond of that brand. I don't know, I just like it. Then it's got the little grippy cushions on the side. Wow, this is really good, thank you.
I had to replace the grippy cushions, but that's it. Oh, and the nose piece, but that's just how it goes.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn, that's
a
nice piece.
And I've stood up for, a long, I don't know how many hours of chlorinated water these have been in and just the works. So.
Did you ever have to recoat them with some products in the glasses to prevent fogging or something? Or just stay wow.
I've changed the lenses out as my eyes have gotten worse over time.
Right,
a few times, but that's about it.
Okay, right.
Yeah. And these are currently actually a weaker prescription than my real glasses. So my other ones, I have progressive lenses, which is the earliest tier of bifocals, because my lenses are now so strong that to read a lot, I get headaches unless I have the progression. Yeah. So these work for sports, but I wouldn't take them to school anymore.
Okay, I see. Yep.
That's another point. Dang. And that is even Leafs' impeccable defense was a quick loss to the UCL team. This is what happens when you've been fencing since you've been 11 or 12. They're good. They're definitely good. Yeah, I think we're putting up a fair fight at 9. I'd love to see us get maybe 15 points.
Yeah. Will Nima or the one afterwards make a comeback? We will see.
Nima and Stefan have both been doing very well. Noah's bag of tricks hasn't quite been enough for these. Getting in close hasn't quite worked, but we'll see if you can do that.
Because we're dealing with infighting professionals.
We are, yeah. People who actually train it very often. All right, and as always, everybody's font of wisdom is their mother. My mother got back to me and said these glasses are 10 years old. So
Damn.
More congrats on this set of glasses. Can you quickly flip
selling
the
those
camera?
very well.
So there's, if you... Now back to the fencing. Here we are. Ooh! That was almost certainly less point. Let's see what the judge says.
Yeah,
Left, okay.
Easy. Yeah, you can see the guy, like the way he moves.
Oh, yeah.
He clearly knows.
And he's figured out Noah's strategy, too. As you're fencing, you sort of learn what the other person does, and you figure out how to counter it. Or in my case, you have one strategy, and so if it gets countered, you're out. But in this case, these guys all have... Yeah.
Close.
Noah got that hit, but it was that on a leg?
Yeah, I think it was like kind of too low.
Oh, again, that was a leg.
Reminds me of that Malaysian fencer that was in Surrey Uni that we had for butt fixtures, because I'm in Kingsman seconds, and you had that pretty short guy, but his like blade work was insane and like so strong, and he like pretty much beat everyone like very easily. And he tried to do the actually the Malaysian guy from like Surrey is an expert in that, like the sort of like attack and then like sort of turn as he attacks.
So
it's a really cool move.
What does turning help with? Why does anybody try that?
Essentially, it's like not only you hit, but also you, in the case where you don't have priority, you're essentially redirecting your opponent's blade into just like nothing as you turn. Like you're essentially, it's like a parry, and then you turn to like move your target area so they don't hit you. And that's usually a move you pull when you're not the one with priority. Like you kind of extend and then just like, and then they just like flash or lunge into you, and you get the point. They don't. Haha.
Nice.
So it's a nice move. It's hard to pull off, but like if you can pull it off, chef's kiss. I'd try to pull it off when I would start train, but I would always end up essentially like twirling into like someone else's piece.
Yeah.
And just like fall on the floor, or both at the same time.
Or both at the same time.
It was great.
Yeah. You took a few spills earlier today, didn't you?
Yeah, 1 or 2 falls. Like it happens. Like since I move a lot and I do a lot of very eccentric actions, sometimes I just like kind of just fall. And it's just like not a big deal though. I've got a fat ass, so like it just cushions everything.
Hey, there you go. And let's see, did they fix their sword issues? Looks like we're good.
Yippee.
Yeah. At some point, we're gonna run out of swords.
Sorry?
At some point, we're gonna run out of swords.
Yeah, just the stick out. It's such a common issue in like university. Like, all my experiences in like university fencing clubs, there's always at some point, or even like all the time, just a foil issue. Like just the foil's not working. I think there's there's 5 different foils in rewire in like the rewire case, and all that's left is like 2 left-handed foils, but obviously no one's left-handed, so they're essentially useless.
Yeah.
Like it's so common. It's so common.
Yeah.
Across clubs.
That's why I feel like more people just become lefties, you know?
Yeah.
It's the way to do it. Oh!
Especially with like clubs like buying really shit blades that are not properly assembled. So they just like break essentially like 2 after 2 uses.
Yeah.
Actually our club is starting like getting like merging blades now. Since
Very
they're
nice.
probably a lot more durable long term.
Yeah.
But 1, they won't break, and obviously 2, they're much better. Like the assembly is like a lot stronger. So
You gotta buy good stuff, honestly.
the hope is, even for club use, right? Like
Yeah.
Sometimes the nicer stuff is probably worth more. Like,
exactly.
worth the money more on the long term.
Well, these blades will last us, a year if we're lucky, just because we've had so many issues, so to get good stuff that can last...
I mean, even like, it's like for beginners, right? They're not going to really use the blades super hard, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So merchant blades still make sense, like even if, you know...
Okay, yeah.
Like, they're not going to bend them as hard as like professional fencers would.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not really that big of a deal.
Yeah. 37-12, I hope you get a 15. I think that would be a good score here. Which gives Noah 3 more points to get 2 points. I feel like he's got this.
Afterwards, so it's possible. We can make it happen.
We can make it happen.
Ooh, the bend. That's a typical foil thing as well. Just blades bending like 90 degrees just with nothing.
And Noah brought his hand out in front of him, which is not ideal.
Oh, and he tried to do the spin, but that failed. Uh-oh.
I don't think... Yeah, off target, I see. I was going to say, I don't think anything even hit there, but... And we got...
And that is a single light, so just points left. No discussion.
Very straightforward there. So our foil's much more bendy than the other...
Every other weapon, yeah. I mean, Saber, you can obviously flick with épées and stuff like that. And Sabers don't really bend that much, but none of the two weapons essentially will ever bend as hard as the foil.
Yeah.
So yeah. Kind of like the habit blades like foils as well. They're not épées are not meant to flick super hard because you still need.
Yeah.
You know, while foils you really want as much bend as you can if you can.
All right, so now we're here with Nima, who needs to get
3 more points to redeem.
3 more points to redeem himself.
The non-UCL foil.
Or 33 points to win.
Or 33 points to win. Or come on, Nima.
Come on,
33 point comeback.
33
It's
points!
happening.
Let's go!
Go, Nima. Go, Nima. Oh, he's so funny.
Yeah. I don't know what odds you'd put on this, but
I
they'd
think
be pretty
if
low.
I was on the opposing team and like the last guy did a 33 point comeback, I wouldn't kill myself.
Oh, you'd be
like,
so
quite simply,
embarrassed.
I would just murder myself.
Yeah.
Oh. Like I've seen like really big comebacks in teams.
Yeah.
Or even like individuals. And like those just hurt, right? Like
Yeah.
they just like for the other person, the person on the receiving end, obviously. Like
My whole day has been big comebacks. I've always lost the first like 5 points and then came back from there to win. So it's been good for me. I just need to be able to warm up.
I've had a bit of the opposite happen to me.
You've had good leads and then...
Good leads, yeah. I was against a UCL guy during Bucks Indies.
Yeah.
I was leading 7-2. And he kind of just figured me out and we got into some really awkward situations.
Yeah.
And also my foot broke. That caused other problems. But essentially he beat me 15-14.
Ooh, close.
And it was a very, very painful considering I was leading 7-2 at some point. But oh well, you know, it's the nature of the sport. It happens.
That's how
Firm
it goes.
handshake between the two. Let's see how it goes. The fencer on the left has an AirPod in, which is technically not legal.
Yes, he's been doing that all day, which like... I'd say I worry about a coach feeding him information, but he's probably just listening to some
just listening to
groovy
music.
tunes, yeah.
But even then, I feel like it could be like, is it like a health hazard?
It's probably a health hazard. If you hit on the side, it gets pushed into your ear, it's probably a health hazard.
More in the sense of like, oh, if the ref tells you to stop,
you don't
you
hear?
could get injured, you don't hear, and you just keep going.
Yeah, it's probably also a hazard. I don't care enough to let it...
Yeah, we're not going to do it.
Hug it out, boys! Hug it out!
They didn't even pass right. It's just like, he was just like, we're not going any further, just... Oh, that reminds me. I've seen this really funny confrontation, like occurrence in FA where it was like, it's in the light.
Yeah.
It was a while ago, but it was like in a 2019 tournament between two FAs, like a Czech one and a Polish guy. And essentially, what happened is that they kind of went core, and the Polish guy was just trying to like keep like scoring the point, even though like it was clearly like core, like you should stop. And the Czech guy just like kind of like looked at him, and the Polish guy was still like this, right, trying to get the point for reprieve. And the Czech guy just got pissed and like pushed him away because he was like, "Stop running over immediately! Like, come on, it's over." And then he started running.
And he was jumps stuck in.
But it's funny.
And we lost another wire. Let's go. It's fixed. Perfect.
Foil
or
and he tries to. Oh wow.
And failed the run. The run feels like an épée thing that ends up in foil. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, somewhat. I'd say like the way he attacks and moves is very épée-like.
Yeah.
Oh, that's my foil. Okay.
Shuffle. And soft target. Ooh. Get 2 more points, Nima.
Go, Nima, go.
You got this. I feel like losing by 2/3 is at least a reason.
Oh, he tried to go for the back flick, but oh well. That's, yeah. Didn't have the priority sabre anyway, so even if he landed a back flick, probably wouldn't have been.
Tried the back flick again. He wants to do some fancy stuff, playing up off target.
Yeah. What a shame. Shame. I wanted to do foil mainly because like I have a foil that I just want to break. Because essentially I got the foil blades I have right now,
Yeah.
I got them for like really, really cheap because I wanted to start out foil. And
Oh,
one of them was
Nima!
like really, really broken already, so I was
Yeah.
like, hey, I'm just gonna get a nice one so I can like just break that one and just replace it as soon as it breaks. But it doesn't want to break. Like it's a really shit, like, you know, the really basic carbon blade from Leon Paul, right? But it just doesn't want to break. It's already like bent, it's all rusty, it's almost black, you know, it's like dead. But like, and I've been trying to break it for like the past few weeks to just put the nice one on. It just does not want to. It's just holding on.
Yeah.
Desperately. Oh, Nemo with the point. Nemo with the point. He
All right,
made it
30
to 15.
more.
How much further can he take it?
I think you can get one more, maybe two.
Is the 30-point comeback possible?
Is a 30-point comeback possible? Can you imagine fencing there for 30 points?
Oh, I would probably be past that by the end of it.
On the floor.
Oh, and of course, the foils are not.
Yeah.
And that's a single light, unfortunately, for the opposing team.
44 to 15. Oh, and the dancing.
You know, the guy on the left is just toying now. Ooh.
Oh.
And he misses the back
Misses the back flick again. Well, I gotta say, not bad for good enough, but not good enough.
That was an honorable. It was honorable. It was an honorable fight, you know.
I'm glad you appreciate my puns.
Obviously, we knew who was going to win.
We
but
did,
it was still
yeah.
an honorable attempt, you know.
It was an honorable attempt. Yeah. All right, and let's check back in at the donations. Has anybody donated to Good Enough, who obviously needs to spend more on the fencing team? Now we're still at 826.
826. God damn.
Yeah, we're close.
That's pretty
The
good.
goal is £1,500. At this rate, I'm thinking maybe we get 1,000 tonight. Yeah. And somebody should shut off that machine because that is annoying me.
That's such a
We
foil
have
thing.
4.5
We
hours
don't
of
have that
fencing
problem in
We do
FA.
You don't know that? No. Ah, perfect. Leaf's got it. Thank you, Leaf.
Our savior.
Our savior. Yeah. And some of our guests are heading out. I appreciate everybody for coming and watching. We've still got actually quite an audience. The audience is growing.
Right now? I think that guy asked me to fence out.
It's got 11 guests. Oh, let's see who's left on the match. We've got no one else signed up, so you're welcome to sign up if you want to fence.
Oh, is that it? Oh, there's no. Okay.
See you.
Bye-bye.
That is my brother and my brother's girlfriend who are here watching, who are
very
heading
cool
on
friend.
out. Mathilde is not on the list at all.
Are they both in London studying as well?
They are. My
What
brother
are
is
they
here
doing?
studying finance, and then his girlfriend is actually teaching nursery school. So,
Damn, that's cool.
yeah.
In UCL as well, your brother.
LSE, both of us.
LSE,
Yeah.
okay. Wait, you're LSE?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were, sorry, I felt like most, I know like 90% of like, the people here are UCL.
Yeah, they
but, like,
are.
There are a few other unis, yeah.
LSE, I mean, only does economics and political science, right?
Yeah,
So they've got a
so,
bit of a limited
Mhm.
purview. Yeah.
You know, I'm the only Kings guy who showed up, even though there meant to be some more people, but oh well,
Yeah.
what can we do?
Whenever I hear Kings, I'm like, King's University College of Edmonton? This is this tiny, like,
Tiny ass,
low-grade Christian university in
Right,
Edmonton that's
okay.
like, sorry, King's barely a school, and then here it's a real university.
And it's a proper,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
like
a proper,
here it's a big like,
a big deal, yeah.
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 You guys demolished us in Bucks, by the way, for because we were our last match so essentially for a league. I'm in the Kings went seconds.
Yeah.
It was essentially whoever won the match between LSC and Kings would win the league, and you guys won.
Nice.
Like, because you've got like your foil is goated.
Okay, there we
you've
go.
You've got like Xavier. You know Xavier?
No.
Wait, who do you know in the LSC fencing?
Honestly, no.
Really?
I would not place any of those names. No, I don't fence
You
with the
don't?
team. I just
Oh,
fence
right,
with good
okay.
enough, yeah.
You don't? You fence in a what?
Just with good enough, yeah.
Okay. Oh right. Okay. Oh, but they don't. The LSE men's team doesn't fence during regular sessions. Just saying.
Like, I've never interacted with them. I've only
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Never fence with them.
never fenced with them. I've never gone to any tournaments outside of this thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Right. Okay.
I'm like fresh at this.
Right. Okay. Makes sense. Because your foil, your LSE's foil is really good,
Okay,
so,
cool.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. Now we're currently figuring out who is fencing next.
Two Sibras. Is there a ref? Question mark.
Is there a ref? I mean, I can do my best, but it won't be good.
Do you have a ref saber?
Do you have a ref saber? No, we never even like do saber here. Good enough, only his foil.
Right.
Yeah, so.
It's good enough. No one made that joke before. Sure.
Oh, we make that joke weekly.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's just such a funny name.
Right?
It actually reminds me, like, there's that French YouTuber who does like those reviews of like retro video games.
Okay.
And he reviewed one that was really, really shit. Like very, very like the pinnacle mediocrity essentially. And the lead like developer of that game was like called David Goodenough.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just like, and then he made like a whole sketch afterwards of essentially the guy like some employee talking to him and was like, oh, this is shit, you know. And the guy's just like, oh yeah, it's good enough. It's very the name Goodenough is so funny.
It's so funny. Yeah. And that were like, in my opinion, the best residents in London is really funny too to have gone up to call it that.
Wait, this is what is this place exactly? The Goodenough House. It's like an accommodation.
Yeah.
This is accommodation.
It's like it tries to be like an Oxford-style college. How you know how they like do your educational stuff and the activities. But since none of those in London, this is sort of the closest thing you get to that.
Closest thing you get to that. Okay. So you reside here?
Yes.
Isn't it UCL only?
No, it's any London university.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it's just okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So this.
So you actually live here? Wow.
Yeah. I'm in the building just across the square, the other one, but yeah.
Okay.
Between the two buildings, there's 700 of us.
Damn.
Yeah.
How big are the flats? Are they like those streets or?
Mostly really small. Yeah.
Oh.
This building is all just individual bedrooms, just little small things. The other building, I'm in an ensuite, which is great. I love having my own bathroom. And then there's a few actual flats. You saw the family here there today with their kids. Yeah. They live in the other building. They've got a room with a few bedrooms.
Are they students as well?
Yeah, that family's mom is studying anthropology at can't remember which university.
So she's with she's got a family.
And so her family moved in here with her. Yeah, and they're from the States, so they all trucked around for the year. Yeah.
So what is this room usually used for?
This room is used for all sorts of events, from dances to this, but mostly it's the dining hall.
The dining hall.
So we got a bunch of big tables that we luckily didn't have to move. Facilities moved into the kitchen and then down into the gear room. You can see the big wooden table that's underneath the projector screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Boxes. Okay.
And then
is anything going to go on that screen?
It was supposed to be the time, but it went into your eyes when we had it projecting.
Oh yeah, right. So that's not movement.
And so we could have taken it down, but at this point, we'll just let it go until tonight.
Just keep it. Yeah. No, fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah.
This is a super cool place.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Like the big hall like this. It reminds me. I don't know if you've seen like the Diamond Cup at Lansdowne.
No.
It's the same. It's very similar vibe. I have got some pictures, but like.
Yeah.
This is what essentially Lansdowne runs this event called the Diamond Cup, where they invite. Essentially, it's Oxbridge against London unis. The London unis being UCL, King's, LSC, and Imperial. And the venue kind of looked like this essentially.
Oh yeah.
So like same style.
Same style, same aesthetic.
Big, nice aesthetic, and then like all the chairs, the piece in the middle, and then here.
Yeah. Oh.
And I was since I there because literally everyone else in the first and second team said no, and I was the last pick, but I could, so I went for it.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, this hall is just so great. Even the Flash movie, one of them was filmed using this hall. The light fixtures actually,
like the DC character,
the DC character movie.
Why was it filmed here?
They wanted to use this hall for some
like
thing.
A fight.
Yeah, and so all the lights along the wall, like the lower lights, were switched out. Do you remember what year this was, Noah? For the movie that was filmed here, that switched out the lights.
The new one or the old one?
Whichever movie was filmed here in the Great Hall. Anyways, when that was filmed, they switched out the light fixtures, to my understanding, to make them move better, and we just kept them because they're great. So, yeah. And then the building was originally built, I want to say it was the 1930s.
1930s, okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
Noah here is the Goodenough archivist, so he's got all the details on our history.
So I think it was 36. They built this, or at least the initial version of it. It took a fair bit of damage in the woods.
In the woods, right.
So it had to be rebuilt a little bit, and though it was kind of beneficial to Goodenough because
all of the buildings around, like Mecklenburg Square is basically deleted.
Right, like gone. Okay.
So where London House is right now, so across the road, is all was all townhomes before.
Right.
And
Okay.
then it got blown up and
Rebuilt.
Well, some of it was already owned
there's
by
Atlas.
the Dominion Students House, which was Goodenough's predecessor, or well, it's the same organization, just under a different name. So it all got bought out and replaced.
Right.
By what's now Goodenough College.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's wow. Okay. So this is post Second World War. This place, or
I'm pretty sure the Great Hall is an extension, though don't quote me on that.
okay, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the one across the street, the Willie G, is going to be all post-World War, yeah?
Yeah, it's all post-war. It's 1955, I think.
Okay, yeah.
So it took a while to get set up, but we did eventually get it working.
They originally built the other building to be a women's hall, and this was the man's hall.
Yes, that's correct. It was women only for the longest time.
And now this is just single rooms. The other one is en suites and some small flats and stuff.
Yeah.
Cool history. So you should probably like replace half the light bulbs here.
So those light bulbs,
are they like not meant to be working or?
yes, they turn off in
There's a control
layers.
panel that has like a dozen different switches. So
Oh, so you can choose which ones you turn on. Okay, yeah.
Three rounds?
Right.
I think a couple of
Between each minute.
Right. Okay. I see.
They're doing heats. Yeah.
What's his name?
Right is Nima. Left, haven't a clue.
It's not in the sheet anymore.
No, we're past the sheet.
We're past the sheet. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
I have to ask Matilda to put it back or something.
He's supposed to be Merlin, but he's...
Fencer on the left. Fencer on my left. Who are you? Even Chen. Thank you. Even Chen. Oliver, Matilde. I'll go over and talk to them. We can probably update the spreadsheet for now. Oh, and speaking of the lights, we're gonna switch them right now.
Like on or off?
I think on. I think we want more
Wait,
light.
the wall ones or the top ones?
We'll see what they decide. That panel is a...
It's the control panel for the lights.
Yeah, and it is a mess.
Exciting.
It's ancient, as you might expect.
Right.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, there we go. So they turned off the bottom row for that one. Wait, what? No, that was not. That was not a point. No, that was not a point. It was just a forehead. Yeah, that was a point.
Oh, we got some comments on the YouTube chat. What are people saying recently?
I think those might have been from a couple of hours ago.
Okay.
Or
yeah.
are they not?
They may have been. That's the one thing I've been following well.
I need to see some patented maneuver flashes. Your backhand to look like a dead fish.
Oh,
Way to go.
That's one like an
Hey.
Fence FWK? What does FWK stand for?
They may have
I
just.
think that's a relative of Neymar because the name
That
is.
might have just been a mistyping of FWL.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I will thank 4 minutes ago, Cookie Biscuits gave us 10 pounds. So thank you, Cookie Biscuits, bringing us up to 836 pounds and 64 cents.
Good stuff.
Which you'll correct on the screen after the spout.
Let me know whenever you want me to tap back in for commentary. Just get me set for a minute. I stand.
That'd be great then. Actually, I'll tap out now if you're ready for it. Yeah.
Neiman
All right, I'm going to give this back to
some
Noah,
fat
and I'm
hits.
going to go and have a bit of a break.
Want me to?
Like move on to second. Sneak by, or at least here's fire.
Comfy chair.
Yeah, that one's a bit better. All right, so we're back to epee, are we?
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately.
Well, fortunately, actually.
Well, maybe after the show our foil team just put on, then it might be for the best in the end.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. Let's just forget about what happened before just...
I trained them wrong as a joke.
Point?
Yeah. Right, ooh, Nima. Ooh, an inflation to a flick. Gorgeous hit from Nima right here. Oh. Yeah, that's a pass. That doesn't count.
Yeah. It's always
Oh, and beautiful head on the arm. The arm? Ooh. Hit on the arm again. Wow. Wait, what was it? Oh, shit! The slut drop onto the leg.
That's something I've noticed watching today is
like
that
the drops like this.
The drops, but also that sort of that infighting that that the UK fencers seem to really like, as opposed to what I'm used to in Canada, which is a little bit more straightforward from what I've experienced at least.
Yeah, no, that's a very like UK move like that. Apparently, I think I've got a friend actually who like popularized it in this kind of like area club.
Yeah.
And like the moment, and it was really effective at first, right? Because like no one used it.
Yeah.
But in the moment everyone started like doing it, it became like a lot less effective because it's like because it's efficient as long as like the person has no idea it's coming.
Yeah.
Like the moment you kind of like know it's coming, it becomes completely useless because it makes you so vulnerable. Like super high risk and not that big of a reward essentially.
No.
So like it's hard to pull off, and like the moment you kind of know how to counter it, it's like you're done. You know, I feel like the UK has a big problem of essentially fencers doing weird shit because they've just been left unattended by coaches. Like they've never had any coaching. And they've kind of just developed into some sort of like their fencing just developed into some sort of like weird amalgamation of like a bunch of things.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't make sense, and it's just odd.
Yeah. Today I'm just fencing some of these guys. I'm like, I don't recognize this style. What am I dealing with?
Yeah. Where does this come from? Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, a lot here.
But that's the thing. I'm like, they're coming at me. Oh my god.
Essentially.
Yeah, the aggression, the infighting is definitely a little bit different than what I'm used to.
Than what you're used to in Canada, yeah.
Which is a little bit more restrained, a little bit more technical.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm coming at that expecting it. I'm like, okay.
It's not just run into the opponent and just free your way through.
Yeah.
Oh, he does the move again. Oh! Sadly that was too much.
Sorry, you fence at UCL?
No, Kings.
Kings.
I'm the one Kings recruit into this.
That was a point each.
Yeah, that was a point. Oh, and sadly that does not work. Are you UCL?
I go to UCL. I'm not on the team
Right
at the
okay.
moment. Too much going on. PhD.
Right. Oh,
PhD.
PhD. Rough. What are you doing it in?
Archaeology.
Archaeology. Okay, right. How big is that workload-wise, actually?
Sorry?
How big is that workload-wise?
That's a good question.
It's like I do history, but I have no idea how different archaeology is from history.
I'm in a bit of a weird spot because I'm doing digital archaeology, so making games.
Archaeology, okay.
And then, so the workload is odd because I'm sort of setting my own terms in a lot of cases, and I'm also doing a lot of 3D modeling and game design, which doesn't really feel like work to me.
Right. Yeah, that's very interesting. So are you making, what kind of game are you making then?
Yeah, so I mostly do Roman archaeology.
Right.
So I'm making a game around ancient Pompeii where you
So one more round of
where you sort of try to convince your friends and neighbors to escape the city before it's destroyed.
Oh.
So it's like a social puzzle game.
That's interesting. Man. So you've got to convince as many people as you can to like leave, essentially?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and you're kind of manipulating real like social structures and historical concepts. You kind of have to learn as you go. So it's sort of for education. It's a teaching game.
Okay. Wow, that's really... Are you going to release it or something, like on Steam or whatever?
I'm thinking... I don't know yet, because it's in very early development. I'm not going to get it done for...
Your PhD.
It's going to be a long-term goal.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's going to be something free for classrooms and museums or something on Steam or something in between. I don't know yet.
So you're not sure what to make of it, essentially, yet?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. But no, it's a really cool project. So what are you doing for your PhD then, exactly? What's the topic for that?
So it's a framework of historical game design. So using historical and archaeological theory to make games, or to inform game design.
Right, okay.
So that's sort of side one where I lay the theory out and then I use my game to sort of demonstrate and
say how you can apply that framework. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And your history, undergrad, masters?
I'm doing, I did history and international relations as an undergrad, and masters I'm doing war studies.
Okay.
At King's, essentially.
Okay. War studies.
War studies.
We're
not warmongers, I promise. We just study war. We don't actually want to, nuke whoever.
My co-supervisor teaches archaeologies of modern conflict at UCL, which might be of interest to you. Kind of combining those
those two aspects. Okay.
Well, it's kind of three almost, because it's history, it's international relationships, and it's a war studies. So that might be of some interest to you. I can see if I can't pull up the syllabus or ask him for it, because there might be some interesting stuff in there for you.
Sure, I'd be quite interested in that. I've never. Modern conflicts is in how modern are we talking?
So I think he was talking about a lot of the heritage assets that are at risk or have been at risk in, say, Iraq and Syria. And
those, right.
And then obviously the stuff going on right now in Palestine. There's plenty
a lot of historical monuments being
there's plenty of archaeology there. Ukraine has plenty of anywhere that's kind of a modern conflict that has significant historical assets. I think he was talking about. I haven't sat in that class.
Right.
He ran it last semester.
Okay, that's right. Oh, okay.
So
it's a whole module just on that.
Yeah.
Is it like solutions on how to preserve it as well?
I think that was sort of his intent. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, I'm not sure if our live audience appreciated that little digression.
It's fine.
We've been here
talk about other things.
We have been here talking about fencing for it's 5 o'clock.
So 8 hours now.
Yeah.
You can take a break. Nothing wrong with that.
No, I'm happy. I'm happy sitting here and commentating. I just. Right at the moment, I don't have a whole lot to commentate on because I don't know how to call Saber.
Saber just does not make sense.
Honestly, Saber's always just looked at these guys have run at each other, and they have hit each other, and one of them gets a point, and I'm not sure
and
exactly.
What the other one screams at the ref so that they could try to get the point on their side.
Yeah.
And essentially, whoever screams the loudest at the ref,
or
whoever bribes them better, which determines who gets the point. Because as we discussed earlier with the, I forgot the other guy's name, but we talked about bribing. The big bribing issue with Saber right now going on.
Wait, really? I didn't hear about this.
So it's a different levels, right? So first level was during the Junior World Championships in Cairo. No, not Cairo. Somewhere in Saudi Arabia, I can't remember. And essentially,
Sorry. We know they're running. Where's the page to get the?
Oh, yes. You can scan that.
866.
866. Yeah. Well, that's going well. I think Nima's target was 1,000. Not actually. The target's a little bit of a lie. That's our very hopeful metric. But if we get a grant, I think that would be nice. Yeah, it's good to get fencers together from different parts of the city as well. See, that's completely arcane to me. I'm like, okay, yeah, they hit.
Yeah, they hit. It's just he's jumping at him.
Well, that one's easy.
That's straightforward.
That
right?
one's
But,
straightforward.
Like,
yeah.
Everything else, like no.
I won't say the Goodenough fencers held their own, but I am very happy with how they've done today. They've put on a good show for people who have only been fencing for 4 months.
Yeah, no, it's an honorable attempt, definitely.
Yeah, there's been a really good try here, and obviously it's all been foiled because we don't have epee or saber.
Mm-hmm.
I can't train people in saber.
In saber because you don't know how to do saber.
Because I've never done saber. It's a completely different skill set, almost.
Mm-hmm.
But
hey, let's go. I've made my donation.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah, I just thought I might as well should. This is a nice event. Because Kings did a 24-hour fence event as well.
Oh, did they? I can imagine.
In the sense, I did like the night shift,
Yeah.
which was essentially I'd fence. Well, I didn't fence the whole thing, but I'd stayed there between like 8 at night, and up to I think 9 in the morning. So like a whole, or maybe like 7 in the morning. I can't remember. But yeah, like essentially 12 hours, and I didn't sleep at all. I just fenced, and then like the next day I just like crashed down and just like slept for like the whole day. Oh.
Do you want a fence?
Sure. Alright. My commenting era has ended.
Well, thank you for filling it.
Of course, I enjoyed this. Was fun.
You've been here a while. Do you want a break?
Yeah, but you don't have anyone with you, so.
Yeah. You can might. I'm not sure. Leaf might be able to help. He's done a good job with it in the past.
And 2 people fencing.
Right. Yeah.
Ethan Shen.
I'm thinking it might not be a bad idea just for the next little bit to just take the names down and not bother switching them for a little bit until we get more people again and have them sign up. Do you want to fill in as commentator?
No, I'm fine. But I just like this point of view.
Yes.
It's a very prime point.
Yeah, it's a nice view. Good, clear.
The icon seats. Are you commanding?
You want to give some shout outs on the.
Yes. Okay, we have some new Yes, we have some new people who have fenced today. Thank you very much, Arthur, who leaves us 20 pounds and the comment "defund Saber," and also thanks to Merlin, who leaves us a comment, "Mystery Man donating on behalf of Tots Merlin," and he's left 30 pounds. Thank you both very much, and I'm not sure if we've called out Cookie. Oh, have we? Okay, well, thank you again anyways. So, we are now at 886.64 quid. Thank you everyone again for donating. We appreciate it, and so do the recipient charities. We're here still. It is now 5 o'clock or 5:05 UK time. We are going to be here until 9. So if you're enjoying the stream and still watching, we will be here for the next 4 hours. Hopefully, we'll have a second wave of fencers rolling in a bit, and we'll keep the stream up until 9. We're doing all right for this.
How do you leave view my switch?
Also, I'd like to give a shout out to Siddharth, who has been behind the screen running our tech for a good chunk of the day. We're very grateful for his support. Thanks, mate.
Thank you so much, Siddharth. Honestly, what a champion.
Yeah, honestly, what a champion. And back at the commentating desk with me now is Nima.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Here I am. My Nubix is pulling on my right.
Oh.
I am okay.
I haven't been paying attention to the score of this, so they'll have to tell me in a moment.
Yeah. How's it going?
It's going.
Good to see you again.
Yes, I'm back. I'm back at the desk. We haven't had people signing up, so it's been harder. I think what has gone on there.
I don't know what's happening. It's not the third. What?
I think he accidentally put in a date.
No, it just assumes that it is because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, I beat him on the 14th of December. No. Okay. Yes. We may actually go. We might actually be able to go for an intermission.
Yes, yeah, that might
give
be
everybody a rest.
That might be a good idea.
We've been going at it since 9:15 this morning. Oh, hi, Omid. Yes.
Points, please.
What's the score? Oh, it's on this computer. That's why it doesn't work.
There we go.
Sorry, thanks. That's my code. Omid says, let's go in. Hi. How are you? Can you hear me? If you're still listening. Love you very much. Miss you. That's my code.
Nice. Shout out to Nima's cousin.
Yes, big shout out to Nima's cousin.
Score?
Oh, sorry, I'm really not paying attention. What? Who got a point? Is it 2-1?
It's theoretically Nima.
It's 2 for everyone.
2-2. Ah, what happened to it?
What
Where
did
is
you
it?
do? There we
go. Okay, I'm paying attention now.
We're falling apart at the seams.
Oh, he says he's good. Omid, I'm so glad you're good. Oh, we're on a bit of a delay. That's why.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. I think the live stream is like 30 seconds delay.
Yeah, it is. Has been for a while. That's okay.
There we go. I'm paying attention now. We also don't have a clock, but...
Yeah, that's fine. We don't know what time it is, and we'll just let them fence until they're done anyways.
Yeah, and then, I don't know, maybe we go... Everybody have kind of get a snack. And then,
Yeah.
And then we keep going.
Yeah.
We have more fresh legs. Oh my god. Arthur, are you okay? What happened? Oh my god.
Do we have another round of people coming in?
We should have fresh legs coming soonish.
Okay.
More people are coming.
Jesus.
That almost broke. Ethan, you okay? Yeah. Is your blade okay, Arthur? Yeah. All right. All right. Here we go.
That's epee for you sometimes.
So some context on who these people are. Ethan fences for UCL with me, and Arthur fences for Kings. Not with me because I don't play Kings. and we, UCL and Kings, have a friendly that was supposed to be Wednesday, but it didn't happen on Wednesday. So we have a friendly at some point in the future that we're going to fence against the Kings team. It's really fun because we don't get to fence them really ever unless we go to tournaments.
Yeah.
In my life, I have fenced Arthur now 3 times.
Yeah.
And one of them was today. Yes. I also haven't fenced Eden that often because we're teammates, so we don't know each other. But yeah, they're both very good fencers, I think.
Arthur previously starred on this show as a guest commentator.
Yeah. He's a nice guy, honestly. Love that guy.
We've had lots of guest commentators today, which has been very fun.
It has been fun. We had Rupert for a while. It was good to have Rupert in because it's good to have a real adult that's coming.
Yes.
Not that you're not a real adult, no, but Rupert is a real adult.
Well,
that was beautiful. That was a beautiful lunch. It's really weird having my mouse on the wall.
Yes.
People who are watching this on the stream, I don't know if you could see the fact that my computer is being projected onto the wall. But I didn't start to play. I don't know what's going on anymore. I haven't fenced for 8 hours. Oh my god.
yes, I think it's been a marathon of a day so far. I haven't fenced even a fraction of the same amount, but I've been here at the desk, which has been actually really fun.
Yeah, it's been good to have you here. And we're gonna have Baz is coming. I just saw he's outside.
Yeah.
We have more commentators coming later. Yeah, and hopefully more people coming later to fence.
Yeah, and hopefully a few more spectators as well. Once people get out of dinner and they come wandering around and they're looking for something
I have to do my work. So do we, but here we are.
Yeah.
So.
I know. I tell you what. I feel like people get so wrapped up in their work that they're not doing productive work. They're just working.
Yeah.
And I find that doing stuff for fun and just taking a day off and doing something fun, you come back with so much more energy the next day and so much more motivation. Whereas the people who work all the time, I feel like they're prone to burnout. So there's your postgraduate student tips.
There you go.
With Noah.
That's a PhD student. Oh my god.
No, don't take my advice. I'm like the most lackadaisical PhD student.
But you made it to a PhD.
I did.
Means
it's true.
You must be doing something.
I must be doing something right.
Yeah.
And I think actually, to a certain extent, it's taking things easy and not getting stressed out is actually one of the things that, like, not doing things right really comes down to.
Any impressionable young folks at home, if you want to get to do your PhD, that's what you got to do.
Well, what you actually got to do is you got to pick one topic and you got to focus on it with single-minded devotion, because that's what I did. I picked one thing that I'm good at because I'm only good at like 3 things, and I picked one of them.
Fair. That's fair. You're good at a couple things.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. I'm good at like at least 3 things. Just.
I feel like that's a good
one. Such a silly game.
Where are you going?
Did he? What?
He's getting his water. I thought he was just gonna leave. Don't take the reel with you. He's still like it.
We've only got one of those. We can't afford another one.
Yeah. Well, one of us already broke.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like half an hour in, we broke.
It just needs some WD-40. It's just not. It's not coming back.
Yeah.
It's not reeling in. It just
not
needs to be
boomerangy.
Yeah. It just needs to be. It just needs to be oiled.
Housen says fire. Housen, can we get #Merlin in the chat, please? We need #Merlin. Merlin's still here. He's playing Clash Royale over there. Yeah. Are you winning, Merlin? Okay, he's winning. As long as he wins, it's fine.
I've been really interested, and maybe you care to comment on this. That the guys around here.
#Merlin. We got #Merlin. Merlin, it happened. We got #Merlin from Housen. Yeah, #Merlin. You really did not get on camera. You were on camera the whole time. You were on camera the entire time.
We just saw you go through.
I appreciate the
No.
11? Oh, it was a double, right?
Maybe we should just ask everybody to Naruto run through the camera.
Yeah, there he
from
is.
now on.
What a champion. All right. Do you guys want to break at 3 minutes? Arthur.
So something I've noticed about fencing.
What? I put the point. What happened? Okay, I didn't put the point. I'm busy, man. I got stuff going.
We're
The time ran out. See, they're not gonna respect the timing. What is he doing? Big level of what is this guy doing? Okay, honestly, I don't know how Ethan didn't hit him on that one.
Yeah.
I think Arthur is like part liquid, because that doesn't make any sense.
He's just rubber.
That's Lance, by the way, walking in the middle. He is the only person in this room to not have fence, which means that some absolutely crazy stuff is going to happen because Lance has energy.
Oh yeah, he's coming in fresh.
Yeah. We are entering. Oh, we've just under 4 hours to go in this event. Do you think we can make it?
That is an excellent question.
I don't like that you didn't say yes.
That is an excellent
I appreciate your faith in us, Noah. Do you think we can make it?
I don't have a lot of faith in me is the problem.
That's okay. It's not just you. You can do it, Ethan.
Are they going to let us tear down tomorrow? We got
No, we have to tear down tonight. There we go. I can't clap very loud; it'll peak the microphone.
Yeah.
Can we do a? We can check. Let's check donations real quick.
Yes.
Any donations? 886. We are so close to 1,000 pounds.
We really are. It's impressive. I think that's the same as the last time we checked, so that is up to date.
I just didn't know that.
Yeah.
That is up to date. Well, it's 886 plus this 5650. I feel like we should include that. That's gifted. So apparently, any UK taxpayers want to chime in because I don't know how this works. As far as I know, gift aid is if you pay taxes in the UK, the charity you donate to can claim extra on donations. Do you know how gift aid works, Arthur? Okay. Hey, anyone from the UK know how gift aid works?
How gift aid?
Gift aid.
They sort it out themselves. Essentially, if you pay tax, you can have gift aid, but it doesn't really. If you tick it and put your address in, they'll automatically reject it if you don't pay tax. Whatever.
Yeah, okay, but if people have, is that money that's going to this, or is it something else?
Are you a registered charity?
The 5 charities are registered charities.
Well, then they'll get that and split.
So then we can add that to the donation total.
That's included in the donation.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is. There's like an option to.
It says it's a. Wait.
No, it does say, yeah, it's like an addition.
Yeah, it's like, well, because when I donated.
So then that 56 will get split between you.
Yeah, but we can add it on to the 886. Oh, great. Okay, hang on. Let's do some math, everybody. 1 second. Anyone at home want to do 886.64 plus 56.5? I don't really. 943.14.
We're almost there.
That's pretty fire. Oh my god, where is my mouse? Thank you for making my mouse really big, by the way, Noah.
Yeah, well, it's the only way you can see the timer.
Yeah. 943. 14. Oh my god, we are so close. Who is fencing?
Do we want to take an
You
intermission?
and Merlin. Which side are you on, Robert?
No, I'm going to keep going. Okay.
Yeah. Finish again.
Okay. We're back. Oh, and then I have to.
It'd be nice if there was a way to reset that too.
I feel like there must be.
There must be, but this works.
We don't need to clock for Saber.
No.
I'm putting a clock up there. No, Saber doesn't need a clock. They don't have timing in Saber.
Yeah,
Time doesn't exist when
yeah.
it's in Saber. It's all crazy. The world stands still. Merlin, did you win Clash Royale? He won! Let's go. Hashtag Merlin. He won Clash Royale. Alright. We entered 5:20. There are people who are supposed to be here, or not.
Do you want to hold down the fort for a second? I gotta.
Yep.
All right. See you in a minute.
Oh. Is Bowen coming? Rish. Oh, he might be coming. Yeah. If he can make. Where's Molten? Where's Molten? Yeah, wherever Elite Epic is.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Are you leaving? Okay. Ethan is heading out. Back in the booth. Do you want to? You don't have to. Okay.
Hello everyone, this is Arthur back once again.
Yeah.
Today we're looking at Saber right now.
Lance is
and
actually a ref, so we
so
don't
we
have
might
any.
have-
Pretty fire.
That was a nice, almost skyhook-ish action. So
It's
very
the one, I think that's the one thing that we know.
Yeah, I just know skyhooks.
I just know
like,
skyhook.
Oh! Aye, turning.
believe
That's
that.
a yellow
That's
card.
crazy, Merlin turning.
Without waiting for the ref to call halts, that's insane.
That's criminal. I can't believe
He's
that.
filling out the cards. He's
Oh, wow.
filling out the cards.
Wow, the production value of
Excellent.
FWL just increased so much. That was crazy.
Damn. The
We
quality.
actually have the cards.
We're getting not only like a real Saber ref, but on top of that, a guy with the cards. Like, wow. This is essentially like, I don't know.
Alright. So Merlin, if you'll notice, Merlin has sent all three weapons today.
He's done 3 weapons right at this point.
Yeah, he's done all 3 weapons. He does all 3 weapons for UCL as well. It's pretty fun. That's why he's the captain, because he just does whatever.
He just knows everything.
And he's like equally good at all of them.
Yeah.
Like there was, you know, Mega Amen from Imperial, the Imperial guy from Malaysia with the curly hair.
Oh, the really, really big foil guy?
No, he's like a small epic.
Oh, an epic. Okay, no, never mind. I'm thinking because like, oh no, you guys, like in your first team have a really, really like big Malaysian guy, right?
We do. He's not big.
I don't know how.
He's
no,
from
he's
Malaysia.
he's big. Like he's strong.
I've met him like twice, so I don't know.
Right. But no, like he I've seen him at the Diamond Cup. Like bro is built like a shelf, right? Like he's huge. I mean this in like a good way, by the way. Like he looks like he could literally whip my sword out of my hand like with a small parry. Like he's like
Oh
just
my
this.
god!
What?
Robert, that was crazy. Yeah, no. So Merlin, like we had a match where like this guy beat me, and like he beat I think it was Ethan that day. right? And then Merlin like stepped up and got like 6 or 7 points on it. And like this guy had like compression socks and like, no, he didn't have compression socks, but he was like, he had like the Malaysia on his kit, which, you know, when you see a country on his kit,
Yeah, surely he's kind of good.
it's like, you're like, okay, this guy is good. He fences for his country. And like,
Well, you could, to be fair, in some countries you can just get like the patches, like, without
well,
even
yeah,
needing anything.
but like, there's kind of an unwritten rule that like you don't have the patch unless
You're kind of good, yeah.
Yeah.
Like you've got to be at least kind of good.
Like I don't have the Canada patches because, how does he keep getting away with that?
Saber, am I right?
I want to see the Robert, he can't keep getting away with it memes being made. We might want to go have a little bit of dinner at some point. We can all go have dinner.
How far is dinner?
Like downstairs.
Oh, it's the calf as well. It's still open. Cool.
Yeah, yeah. It's gonna be a roast.
Slay. Ooh, roast. 'Cause all I've had today was just a croque monsieur for breakfast, and then just some bananas and tangerines, which is in fact not a healthy diet. Who would have thought? The guy reffing, what weapon does he fence?
Foil.
Foil.
Yeah.
Okay.
He has fenced Saber and Epic.
Is he first team?
Second team. Second team. Yeah. Most of the people here are from the UCL second team, just because we all know each other.
Is the first team kind of like its own thing? Same as Kings?
Like they're separate. We don't really see them.
Right, yeah, so no, we get the same at Kings. Imperial is the same as well, apparently. Which is weird. Like, back in Lancaster, it wasn't like that.
Alright, we are. Hopefully, there he is. Hi, Vlad. How are you? Good. Glad you could make it. Glad you could make it. We're on live stream. The camera is here, so you can be on camera. Just want to let you know. Yeah, just down the stairs. And then. Have you heard from Adrian or Ted? Okay. Just following.
Yeah, he's got the jacket. He's got his markings, his jacket.
Yeah, I know.
Like as in below the lawn.
Yeah.
Maybe he did Epee first.
Maybe. Just should have counted. Saber moment. Hashtag Saber moment. All of Saber happens on like wishbones and moonbeams, like rainbows and unicorn tears. Like that was so early.
So those two guys are second team, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Is he okay? Nice, Merlin. Sorry if I deafened anyone by screaming just now.
How has UCL done, like your team in your league?
We came third.
Came third? Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, who were the two first? Imperial seconds were Essex.
Essex, like midway through the season, had like a guy on the Egyptian national team just come and fence at Essex. So like,
Yeah,
the first time when we traveled to Essex, we beat them. And then when they came to us, they really like Epee won, but we won in a team bout 32-28.
Right, so it didn't give you that big of a lead, and then Foil came and you got steamrolled.
like he was a foilist, so
yeah,
it was rough. But we won 6 out of 10.
Right. Okay.
And actually, I had record attendance in the league. I am the only person to fence 10 matches in the league.
None of your other fencers fenced all matches?
I'm the only one that fenced all the matches. Merlin was there for all the matches. He just didn't fence them.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
How big? How many people are in your men's seconds then?
Like 10, I think.
Okay.
10 or 11.
So no Abraham.
No Abraham.
That's a shame.
How do you know?
We met him at the Diamonds Cup.
Oh.
We were teammates against the oppressive Oxbridge force.
All right. I guess we're having Rish and Lance now.
Should I fence Foil?
I'll fence you an Epee again.
Sure.
Okay.
So wait, what is the current item right now? Alright, so there's you and then that, so that's 14. What are you doing with the scores, by the way? Are you
It's
just
just
going to be
nice
like
to know.
posted just to know? Okay.
Yeah.
So then it's him, and then it could be us two.
Yeah.
For FA?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's do it. Which side do you want to be on?
Whichever, it doesn't matter. So I'm on the left then. Oh.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Oh wait, actually, sorry. This should be.
And then after our battle, move switch to foil.
Okay.
Because I like inflicting pain upon myself. Also, I want to break my blade. Get it over with. It's got a really shit blade I just want to break. To put like a nice blade on it, like on the foil. And I was thinking like this blade was not going to last long anyway. But like it's just been like surviving for some reason. What's happening? Is no one else gonna come? Well, what is your schedule? Are there more?
There are, yeah.
But are not coming.
No, I think they are. They're just not here yet.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. If you go out, right again, back kind of the way you came to get here, and then there's like a door to go in, but there's like a cafe looking thing, and there's on the right, there's a water fountain in there, and there's cups.
Yeah, it's
I'll just check and see who else is.
How many fence-a-thons have you done before this?
This is the fourth one. Right. Yeah. So the first one, I guess this is some FWL history for anyone who is listening.
Yeah, sure, tell me.
FWL history. Oh, Lance is here.
Who?
Lance. Okay, so
What
we're
is this
scratching. This is all the people. Actually, most people have come.
But a lot of them
like either left or they came at a time that wasn't what they said.
Right.
So we're gonna get to the end. We might struggle to the end, but we'll get to the end.
I'm here until the end.
Good. Thank you, man.
So we will do.
Great.
I'll do a pain foil.
Okay.
Essentially. Every little helps.
Yeah.
I'm pretty energetic. I'm not that tired as well. I'm just a bit hungry, to be fair.
We can probably go on a dinner break. I think that might be helpful. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I want to count. I want to count. You guys can fence to whatever you want, but I'll count. It's important for the end of the charity event. I'll fence until you guys fence until you're done, but I'm gonna count. Yeah. So FWL history. Some FWL history. The first FWL was not FWL. Was Relay for Life. Do you know about Relay for Life? Relay for Life is a thing in Canada and apparently also Australia and probably other places in the world too. But I've never lived in those places.
Like
or Australia.
ex-Commonwealth countries, or
No, it's just like
friends.
I just know it's in those two places specifically.
Right. Okay.
And what it is, Relay for Life is all night. You and a team of people. One person is walking around a track for 12 hours, so from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. or whatever the time you pick is. And the idea is like cancer doesn't sleep, so neither should you, and it's to raise money for cancer research. So I did it like in high school, and then my friend was on the team organizing it at my uni. So she was like, "Do you want to come?" And I was like, "Actually, what if we come as the fencing team?"
Right, and they do fencing.
We do a fencing specific. So we were like, "Yeah." So they just gave us a room and we fenced until about 5:30 in the morning. Right. Hello. Awesome. Thanks for coming. Oh, I'm from Canada. Where in Canada are you from? Oh, you're from Montreal. Okay, cool. I lived in Montreal for 4 months. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I live like by McGill, so. Yeah. Sometimes. Yeah, it was nice. But yeah. Anyway, FWL history. So
you did a fencing event.
We did a fencing event. We raised like Sorry. We raised like something like $2,000.
Okay.
I don't remember. But that was kind of the first like template of it, and then the next year everyone was like, "Oh my god, are we doing it again?" And I was like, "Listen, I don't want to do it again because it was a lot to organize." But we were like, there was a lot of interest for it, and I was like, "Oh, we're good." So we organized what became FWL. Like that's what we call
Okay.
Fencing Without Limits.
So essentially, you did an event, and then you decided to create the association.
Yeah, we kind of made like a thing on it at Western University. So the first one was at Western University. We raised $4,000 Canadian, which is like 2,200 pounds.
Okay.
2,240 or something.
Okay.
I did the math. And yeah, so it was really good. That one was for supporting both the university and the Paralympics in Canada.
Okay.
So we did wheelchair fencing and normal fencing.
Right. Okay.
Or I shouldn't say normal fencing. Wheelchair fencing and body fencing.
Wow.
They're both
okay.
normal fencing. Yeah, jeez.
But no, I get you. Don't worry.
Yeah. So we did both of those, and I really hope that we're not recording this. So I really hope that the video saves on YouTube. I just noticed that.
Nima being able is on stream. Arrested. Joking. But it's an honest mistake.
Yeah. So one of the people on our team is Amber Breyer, and she is on Canada's wheelchair team.
Okay.
So she kind of like taught us all how to do it, and then we did it at the event.
Okay. Like a wheelchair fencing event.
Yeah. So it was like we alternated between wheelchair and able-bodied. It was really fun. And then the University of Waterloo did a similar event. So they did their own FWL. They also had wheelchair fencing for a bit. Although they don't have like a wheelchair fencer on their team. It was fun and they wanted to do it.
Right.
Because it is really fun. Have you ever done wheelchair fencing?
I see what it looks like. What?
You're
just tired, okay?
Just a sleepy
Been
old
here
guy.
all day.
So we did that. Robert, I appreciate the effort, but you were fully on camera. It's okay. It's really low, so just don't worry about it. Yeah. So then they supported Kids Sport, which is what it sounds like, kids in sports.
Okay.
And so their money went to helping kids play sports. So like 3 kids could play a year of sports. Was what they got.
Okay.
Yeah. And so this is the 3rd official FWL. We got 5 charities. Yeah, it's pretty good. This is the first one that hasn't been hosted at the university.
And you're technically the sort of president of FWL.
Yeah, if it like I'm the director of the organization.
The director,
yeah. That's what I put on my resume. You know, I'm the director.
Is that in your LinkedIn?
I think it's on my LinkedIn.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna look you up.
Give him a yellow card. Give him a yellow card. Yeah.
How does one spell your middle name?
I don't have my last name.
Your last name.
SZADEH.
How do you even pronounce this?
Oh, hi. How are you? You're fully on camera. Do you want to be on camera?
Oh, I've already had it actually.
That's Lance, and that's Christian. Oh, I didn't change them on the live. Thank you.
I already have you actually.
Hang on, 1 second. Let me do the score, and then thank you very much. Until just let me know that I don't know. How's it going, Ted? We can. Do you need a foil or an apple? Saber. Okay, then talk to Robert. Yeah. There we go. That's the right names. Okay. That's me.
Wait, but you're
Arthur
not
found my
showing up as a connection for some reason, even though we're connected.
Are we connected on me?
I think so.
Are you sure?
Well, like it says message, but it should, wait, unless it's...
Yes, point or no point?
Oh, connect. There we go. Never mind. I did not. Invitation to connect. Sent.
Yeah, I have to respond. Give me 1 second to connect with you on it. Sorry, we're networking, guys.
Networking, yes.
Oh, I got a message. Oh, Rupert messaged me. That's what he meant.
Also, I just realized you know Elias.
I do, yeah, he's in my program.
I knew
Oh, yeah,
him
he
from
knows
like
you,
a summer camp, like from a really long time
He
ago.
was like, do you know Arthur Gibbon? And I was like, yeah. And he was like,
He's
oh,
like,
yeah.
how the fuck do you know him? So yeah, no, funny little coincidence right here.
Yeah. Oh my god. Lance is putting on a bit of a foil thing.
Why do they have fucking Instagram Reels but on LinkedIn?
You need content.
Sorry about that.
LinkedIn has games?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they're actually kind of fun. I play the LinkedIn games.
There's like the Crowns game I've played.
That one's
It's
fun.
the main one. It's alright.
That one and I like the Tango also. Big fan of the Tango.
Tango?
Yeah. It's like with the sun and the moon.
Damn. Yeah, there's just been a bit of a comeback here, or like a widening of the gap.
Yeah, the opposite of a comeback. Come down.
A come down.
Come away. Come from away. It's a musical.
I have no.
Happens in Canada.
Oh.
Yeah. Big Canada fan.
Are you a big Canada fan?
That's
you
where
love
I'm from.
Canada?
I do.
Right. Splendid.
Yeah. Okay. Lance is a ref, so he gets to.
Oh wait. Oh, he tried to get the highlight. Tried to go for the highlight.
What happened to the GoPro? Where's the GoPro?
I assume the guy on the right.
That's a really good flash.
The guy on the right is the anchor for Phil, right?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes Housen anchors.
Right.
Yeah. Housen is really good. He's just not here today.
Right.
Yeah, that was a good flash from her. She doesn't flash that often, but I like it when it's excellent. Yeah, I got the call right. Oh my god.
Wait, that was a simultaneous.
Yeah. I've been reffing foil all day, and I don't really know what I'm doing. So it's been very interesting. Oh, actually, while we're doing this, let's check. All of my friends are fencing in a tournament right now.
Oh yeah. Still the Elite Taipei?
No. At the Ontario.
Oh, in Canada. Okay.
In Canada. Is that it?
Wait, let's see the
15-5.
Elite Taipei results actually. Who won? And the winner is William East, who beat Hugo Smith.
Who is surprised that William East?
He's good. He's good.
Hang on. They came third out of pools. Good vibes. Love to see that.
And then Antoine came second. Third.
Good vibes. We love to see them come third out of pools.
Also, Smith slamming Walmsley is crazy. Have you ever fenced Walmsley?
No, I have not.
It's insane. He's so good.
Hang on.
Are you fencing?
I'm going to explain the rules of fencing. How do I get out of here? I'm in prison.
Nima? Reset the. How do I do that? Sorry, I do not know. I do not know.
There's also a priority rule where it's whoever has the attack gets the point, which is a little bit confusing, and they understand it and I don't. Yeah. Thoughts about fencing doubles? I don't think we have the equipment to fence doubles, but we can do teams of two. Two people at the same time. We need a bit of kit that we don't have to plug two wheels together. And we've done it in Canada before. We did 2v2 in Canada.
Right. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, sorry.
No, it's okay. Wait, you're trying something.
We did like 2v2 at the same time.
Okay.
Because you can connect two if you have a wire.
So like the other matches stop.
No, as in like on one piece, two people versus two other people, and you can hit anybody.
That's so weird.
It's a little bit wild.
Oh, I can imagine.
Actually, you know what we could do? We could do. Hey Merlin, do you want to do a pentathlon ladder?
What?
Pentathlon ladder. I'll explain later. Okay. Do you know what I mean?
Point right, by the way.
Oh, okay. Do you know what I mean by pentathlon?
I do not.
Everybody fences épée, and everybody fences each other to 1 point.
Oh, right, that sort of thing.
And then we make a ladder out of it.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, it's really loud? What? Yeah, it's like off by like a minute. Yeah. It's off by a bit. Bye. Thanks for coming.
I remember if these guys national team fencers.
I don't think so. Vlad might be.
The guy on the left is first team or second team?
I don't know actually. He's not on the second team. He may be on the first team. I don't know. But he may fence for Romania. He has the Romanian stuff in his kit. But I don't think Robert fences for Romania and he has the Romanian stuff in his kit.
Right.
I know. Yeah, I fixed it in the middle. Sorry. Oh, I should fix that now also.
I got confused.
Yeah, sorry. I just need to spell his name, right?
Right, click right.
Is it? What's the score now, Merlin? 1-3? 1-4. 1-4. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm doing like 3 things at the same time.
Yeah, no, I get you. Maybe Unman's going. It's a bit hard.
Oh, we didn't even fence.
Yeah, no, they just.
Okay. We'll fence after.
Fine. We'll just
Yeah.
do
But then we need someone to take over scoring. But hey, Leaf, can I ask you to take over this when we fence? Okay. Not right now, but how much do you want to fence to?
15.
All right. That's so tired.
Sorry?
You said that's so tired.
Well, you know, I want to still get my fair share of fencing out of this, even if I'm exhausted. It's point, yeah, point left.
I don't know, Lance held up his finger, so I didn't know what he meant.
Point right, by the way.
Okay.
Keith Thomas says a number of other countries are considering joining Britain and France and sending soldiers to Ukraine as part of a coalition of the willing. That's interesting.
Do you just have like the news?
Yeah, just check the news once in a while. It's I try not to check it too much because it just gets depressing at some point and very just overwhelming. But like also I kind of study this, so I'm kind of just like, you know, I can't just ignore it, right? Yeah. This is my degree. This is what I was made.
The part of the day that we're at. 8.5 hours into an FWL, we start talking about the news.
The news, yeah.
The weather is the next conversation. But it has been really nice out, actually. Like
Yeah,
this
no,
week,
very
I
pretty.
don't know, did someone win a bet or something? Like, it's been super nice. What do you mean we've had 6 days of sun this week?
Yeah, no, it was good. It was good. It was so good.
It hasn't been gloomy and rainy. We have like 2 other cameras to go to. We have all these like
So you got the laptop.
the laptop webcam. Yeah. We have all these transitions that my friend Alan worked really hard on, and so I hope we get to use them today.
Right. We used them a bit, I think, at some point when we were showing something.
It's a very nice point.
But wait, what's the first camera then?
This one. Oh, the third one is there's no camera. It's just for like if we need to go have dinner.
Oh,
We have,
right.
like,
It
a
just
screen
cuts
that's
it
like,
out.
Hey, we'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we should do some interviews about why we're doing this.
With who?
I don't know. I will ask Noah to, when we go first, I'll ask Noah to set it up, pick someone, talk about our mission. We can talk about the charities a little bit. Yeah, that'll be good. And then we can go eat, because I think people are hungry.
Yeah, I'm starving.
Yeah. Oh, you've been here since 11, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
11:30-ish. Something like that. To be fair, I could. I've got a quite mixture from this morning. I'll just munch on that.
Good. How are you? The camera is just right here, so if you want to be on it, then be on it. I just, I don't know. Yeah. How's it going? No. We usually have just like a practice session on Sundays, but this is a charity event. Nice, Lance. Hi. Good. How are you? Do you want to come sit? We're doing commentary. All right. Sam has joined the commentary team.
I'm behind the booth.
Behind the booth, you can see all the tech that we're doing. What happened? Yeah, my laptop is being projected onto the wall to be the scoreboard. Yeah. How's it going?
Good. How are you? Good. Is this the commentary?
This is the commentary.
Okay.
We had like actual commentary about the fencing.
Yeah.
Now we're just having did you have like a full, what is that? Like a
It's a
stand?
hook mystery that I got from this morning. I didn't want to waste it, so I couldn't finish it.
Okay, great.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, that's kind of, I'm so jealous. Wish I was you right now. We're going to go fencing in like a second, so sorry to just leave.
No, this is very exciting.
Yeah. I got to bring some energy back. Yeah. We got to start yelling.
Because we reached talking about politics kind of low, because we just don't know what to say about what's happening here.
We talked about the weather for a bit, talked about the news.
So funny.
Yeah.
What's the latest fashion and fencing outfits?
Yeah. Well, actually, here, some latest fashion. There's a shoe brand that people have started wearing that Robert doesn't like. And we can do, Azza. Robert doesn't like it. We can do a whole thing on that. Noah and Leaf are going to take over for me because we are going to go and hit each other with swords. Sorry, we'll be right back.
All good. This is fun.
We're gonna fence. Okay. Yeah, pass off that.
go another level on the ceiling as well. Brighter if you want.
Oh yeah. It's like the sunset already, so we're
Yeah.
Alright, shall we?
That's better.
No? Okay.
Just a second before you.
Nice foot hit there.
Taste your own medicine.
Nice foot hit. Mess around, find out. Invade his personal space. Oh, that was very silly.
Have we set the timer, or doesn't that matter?
No, just let them finish up. They'll be done before 3 minutes. Yeah, they're done. Yeah. So yeah, because I'm out. So you can take the big chair because I'm gonna go on my dinner break soon. But I'll let you get started. I'll sit.
Nice one. Cheers. I should begin like I was chosen first. That's funny if someone doesn't know about fencing. If you disagree, I can leave.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have our evening commentator who has just joined us because I've been here for 9 hours and I'm very tired.
That's very fair. Yeah, I will be offering commentary on my impression of what seems to be going on.
Yes, indeed. This is the we have brought in your average layman.
Yes.
Who knows next to nothing about fencing, and so it will be quite entertaining to have him give his impressions of what's going on.
Hopefully, I look forward to watching some people fight with sticks. It should be.
It should be quite an enjoyable time, and things should start picking up again since the dinner time hour is starting to wrap up. So we'll have more people trickling in over the next half an hour or so as people finish dinner and come out to check out what's going on. And we've actually got we've got a saber bout going on now. Have you been filled in about the three weapons?
Somewhat. I'm aware that the sabering is a lot faster than the other varieties. It involves, I believe, it's the entire blade.
Yes, so it's a slashing weapon rather than a stabbing weapon.
Excellent. So sort of what would be on a cavalry,
yes,
but is now
in the hands of two
Yes,
normal people.
because all of the weapons in fencing have historical counterparts. So, of course, as you've just said very correctly, the saber is the descendant or the training weapon of the cavalry saber. So, and then the épée is the more or less the training weapon for a rapier.
Well, thank you for making me immediately less of a layman than I was about a minute ago.
And then finally, the foil is the training weapon for the small sword, which sort of replaced the épée as the weapon of the ground officer.
And you were saying this is a saber match.
And this is a saber match, and you can tell because they've got the whippier edged weapons with the basket handle guards.
Excellent. Well, this should be.
And they're also wearing, you can see the full jacket that covers their entire torso, and the slightly shinier metal mask, because all of it is electrified and all of it is illegal in Target.
Now, it seems like the two are...
They are having some equipment issues, which has been a bit of a theme for the day.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. I was going to say, that seemed like a very gracious point from one to the other, given that they did essentially hit them with the other person's sword. But...
See, the problem is right now we don't have anybody who's calling the hits, and so it's very hard for us to tell who's actually getting the points with saber. In this case, it's our left hand man.
Excellent. Yes, it seems like, again, each bout match, or at least sort of clash, I suppose, seems to end very quickly.
Yes, this is a very quick, high-action, high-tempo form of fencing. Oftentimes, even to my eye, because I don't train saber, it does seem like they're just going at each other and hitting each other. And
yes,
it's very hard to tell what's going on.
It looks to be the closest to how I would approach fencing, i.e., just thwack the other person with a sword until it's something. Oh.
See, that's quite interesting because he's changed up his angle.
Yes,
he's hit him more down the side.
It also that struck me as a lot of the hits I've seen in this last 30 seconds have been quite dainty, quite gentle. If these were real swords, that one would have hurt.
Yes. With saber especially, it's sensitive, so really you just need to touch a little bit. Whereas with the other weapons, you have to push a little bit more to get the button to fully depress. That's something we find with beginner fencers, is that sometimes they struggle with hitting too lightly, and so sometimes the buzzer doesn't go off when they need it to.
I don't know for a fact, but I feel like that happened twice against Kent. I definitely hit him. He was at the end of my range, and I didn't hit him hard enough.
Yes, and that will happen. Whereas it's harder to do that in saber, because the blades are more sensitive. You can even tell, like this. His is a little bit. Yes.
No, just from observing this, it seems like the right hand person. Remind me of the right hand athlete's name.
So it is. Are these right, Leaf?
Yes, Ted.
Ted Mikolov.
Ted Mikolov seems to be expending a lot more energy than their opponent. They seem to be sort of at least going on the attack a bit more. Do you think this is a strategy that's paying off?
Is
there priority?
So it's, to start with, it's to get priority. So if he's initiating an attack, then he has priority. It also really comes down to style.
Yes.
Right. So some people approach fencing very differently, and I've talked to a couple of people about this throughout the day. But this is a good refresher for those who are just tuning in, or for those who are new at commentary, that people approach fencing with very different styles. You can have very technical fencers who want to do a lot of really interesting blade work, and you can have very aggressive fencers who want to rush you down and engage you in infighting, so very close combat. And then you've got more defensive fencers who like a solid, strong parry and a riposte. And those are sort of your three core approaches, but you've got very different,
So
styles.
fancy offense, defense, to boil it down to
Yeah,
the simplest
yeah.
possible terms.
So,
would you say that? Could you play Saber in a defensive manner? Because it seems like
there really isn't such a thing as defensive Saber. There isn't really such a thing as overly technical Saber as well.
Yeah.
There is. I'm not saying it's not a technical, but the technicality comes less from the blade work and more from the footwork in Saber. Right. So people are trying to be lighter on their feet. They're trying to be more agile, and they're trying to be more agile than their opponent, which is why I could never do Saber, because I'm not an agile fencer.
Fair. So essentially, what we're witnessing here is raw aggression.
Controlled.
Sport.
Well, yes, control. Well, it's very controlled aggression, because raw aggression, fencing mad means you're not fighting with your head. And I made that mistake earlier today.
Oh, did you?
Yes. Well, somebody stabbed me in the groin, so I got angry.
That. In fairness, I think if anyone has been stabbed in the groin, they would agree with you.
Yes,
it's quite...
that one kind of ticked me off. So it was maybe a bit understandable that I got angry and stopped thinking with my head at that point.
It would take a saint to be stabbed in the groin and go, you know what?
Fair play.
It all happens.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. I know.
Of course, this is also a very casual environment, so people are goofing off, and they're trying different things, and of course, people can also get very silly and very serious fencing. I think a lot of fencers, especially in the UK, take things very lightly. They do like to play around a little bit, which is you get some very serious stick in the mud fencers, especially in different countries. But I think it's sort of the British spirit that there's a little bit more of a gap.
Yes, I suppose when it's something as sort of on the face of it serious as sword play,
yes,
you have to approach it with a certain amount of levity.
We've had some equipment issues. I think it's either coming from the wire, but every time he moved his blade, he was setting off the off-target a little bit. Which is,
I can imagine, not ideal.
Yeah, and I think he's got a couple of hits where they would have counted if he hadn't had faulty equipment. So it really should maybe be 5-4 rather than 5-3. But they're going to go to 15, I think. So it's not going to be it's not going to be too much of an issue.
It seemed like a pretty. I mean, obviously the score isn't even, but in terms of the skill, as far as I can see, it seems like a two evenly matched. Again, with Robert Marin seemingly a more defensive player.
Yeah, with the more defensive, it's often the mark of somebody who's controlling their distance a little bit better. So he's allowing him to approach, but he's keeping him at the distance that he needs to be at to properly parry.
Yes.
Of course, that didn't work out that time, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's just the luck of the. Let's see, he's got his weapon. He's got his weapon in a low guard, and he's ready to bring it up, and that will happen. So what he's done is he's re-angled the blade and then hit him on the counter swing. Because foil, because it's an edged weapon, has a lot more switching angles and then making a hit. And as I've said, the wiring on a saber is very sensitive. So the angle, even just a little switch and a hit, can make a lot of difference.
Hooray!
Woo!
I like to think that's me joining the live stream. Presumably it's my
your
influence.
sheer charisma.
Yes, exactly. I think. But again, Marin's very.
The amount is. So I can...
Yes. So let me just pull it up because I've lost it on my phone again.
Okay, impressive. What I would call an economy of movement from Marin.
Yes, and you'll see that a lot more with him, is that he's being a little bit more economical.
And it's so far, at least as the scoreboard is concerned, it seems to be paying off.
So with the addition of gift aid, I'll need to add this up on my calculator.
Now, this strategy of bunny hopping is fascinating to a layman, as in.
Which point was that?
So that little hop that they sometimes put, so that changes up the tempo. While he might be moving at the same speed, his tempo has changed. The way he's coming at you has changed. So you can shift that sort of, and that's part of being a defensive and offensive fencer. If you're not really just running at them. You're running at them in a way that is either you're trying to confuse them or throw them off and get a.
Are we at 11 now?
I think we're at 11.
I can't work out how to change the amount.
It's in the text boxes. Just wait till they're done.
That's fine,
Yeah. Do you think that, because, again, how long have you guys been going for? 9 hours? 6?
So we started at 9 in the morning. So we're, we've been here for about 9 hours.
About 9 hours. Yeah. There's just something, I was going to say that it feels like, especially this late in the day when a lot of these people have been, fencing aggressively for a good long time, I can see why the economy of movement strategy is paying off.
Yes. Yeah, and you'll see that even as bouts go on, where we've gone up to 12 points now, where people are being a lot more conservative with their momentum because they're tiring them. They're starting to tire. They're running out of energy, and So we've got a few shout-outs to the people who have helped us to make £1,000 today. Thank you very much to Ellie, who donated £50.
Thank you so much.
And thank you to Babam, who also donated £50.
Excellent.
And then and so those are our two most recent donations, and that was the £100 that kind of brought us over the peak. So we've got another 3 hours to go. We've got fresh commentators. We're getting fresh fencers coming in, hopefully. They're just starting to trickle in as the day ends. And we'll hopefully get a few more spectators, so the energy in the room should go up, since the 5 o'clock blues seem to have finally passed us by.
Yes. I mean, the energy in the room, that's it. No, that's not what we've seen from Marin beforehand. That was a aggression and energy, which is...
Yes,
he hasn't needed up until this point.
He's changed his tempo and sped it up a little bit because he's trying to finish the bout. He doesn't. He's ready to be done. Now,
equally, Mikolov is. I mean, it only takes one slip up on Mikolov's part, but he is catching up.
He is catching up. It's kind of do or die, sudden death now.
Completely.
But with Saber, it's easier to make those sort of turnarounds than you'll see with Epee. With that sort of deficit, it's very hard to make a comeback. And with Foil, it's possible, and I've seen it happen. But it's usually because somebody's figured out their opponent's really big defensive weakness.
Yeah.
But see, he's really starting to turn it around, and now they're just goofing around.
Yeah.
But that did finish it with that flesh, as it's called, or a kind of a modified flesh, downward flesh. And that brings us to 17-13, with only a few minutes left on the clock.
It is always beautiful to see a jumping attack actually work in real life, as opposed to...
Yes, and it's a very high risk, medium reward, actually. Sometimes it just fails and your opponent gets a point on you.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just get an off target.
But like you said, he wanted to finish the match. I suppose that was the best way of doing it. Lovely.
Okay, so I think I'm going to go on my dinner break.
That's entirely
I'll be back in an hour or so, just for the last couple hours of fencing, I think.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to having you back.
Yes.
Commenting will now be a bit more layman's impressions, I will have to say.
Well, it will be quite entertaining, surely.
Yes,
so,
hopefully.
Thank you all very much for your attention so far. Thank you for being in the stream, and thank you for donating. This is Noah signing off. If I'm not back on the mic by the end of the night, thank you very much for spending the day with us. Cheers, mate.
All right.
Yeah, I've been getting a good warm up, so
yeah, thanks.
Right. Right, if you're just joining the stream, I am Barnaby, and this is...
My name is Hamza.
His name is Hamza, and we will be offering people who know nothing about fencing commentary.
Close to nothing.
Close to nothing. Yes, I think we can both agree that that swords are involved.
Swords are involved.
Yes.
Violence, speed, space and time,
skill. It seems.
Well, here we go.
Now this is. I believe the scores are yet to be updated, as are the names. But I will say these are. Compared to the last match,
beautiful.
A beautiful point, but a lot slower, a lot more careful. I don't know if you were here for the... And it does feel like even as I'm saying that, they're trying to prove me wrong by being as aggressive as they physically can.
Let us go, yes. Okay, there's 2 lights up now.
Yes.
Indicating that they touch at the same time, perhaps?
I believe when the light goes off, it means that one of them has won a point.
But they were both lights up.
Yes, I do believe that's one of them.
Beautiful.
Touch the other one.
That must have been clean. It's red and bright and screams of danger.
No, what I do like here is there's a sort of the athlete on the left is doing a sort of twiddle before they stab. It's sort of it's almost like a. It's almost like if you've seen Harry Potter, it's like a swish and flick mover, which
the abracadabra here, though.
Exactly.
I'm
not sure what I was thinking, to be honest.
Is it Arma on the right?
Yes.
Mystery
Vlad Arma. What a name. I was wondering if that was a Romanian flag. Well, he's got a heritage of stabbing as he is the impaler. Let's go, Vlad the Impaler. Oh, wow.
I just had myself.
We have Mystery on the left. And his style is a bit of a mystery as he sort of almost crip walks towards his opponent menacingly.
I think you might be the first commentator in history to describe a fencing technique as a crip walk. I'm not going to disagree.
I couldn't. I'm just a watcher.
Yes.
The only violence I can conduct is with my fist or with my face.
Which are both of which I believe are now banned.
Yes.
Now again, I don't know if you were here last time, but this is a lot more parrying is going on. I believe that the last match was a test in who could hit the other one the quickest and with the most aggression. Well, this match there seems to be a lot more parrying going along, a lot more testing each other's weaknesses.
Vlad is very good at sort of keeping his composure. See how he presses up.
It was a smooth walk forward. I don't think
that was almost like a catwalk.
I don't think his head changed altitude at any point.
Not at all. The balance.
Yes. Oh,
wow.
That was a shame because I liked Mystery had a sort of again a flourish to it, but flourishes can leave you open, I suppose.
I think the sort of paradigm that is being set up here. Mystery skedaddles towards his opponent.
Mystery
skedaddles very menacingly towards Vlad.
See, I think the skedaddle does seem to it's at least scaring Vlad, I will say. Vlad is
definitely. Vlad is meant to be the picture of sort of technical poise and balance.
But when you see a man skedaddling towards you,
I mean, that was nice.
That was truly. Yeah.
The skedaddle is damn near unbeatable at this point. But I think
for two people moving on a straight line, I haven't seen. Not expecting so much twirling.
Exactly. I think what Vlad does so well is sort of pacing, and this is something we do in boxing as well.
Oh, you box?
I do box. I've boxed once or twice, even won a gold medal here or there. But one thing that is very important in any sort of combat sport is to sort of set a pace where you do something repetitive, and you get your opponent biting on that, where they see that pattern, and they start reacting to it in a predictable way, and then you use that reaction as the basis of your next attack. And I think Vlad
sort of lull them into a false sense of security, and then
it's a very good data collecting method, and that's what Vlad does. But I think what Mystery is doing so well is
just the sheer variety of movements. We have the crip walk, we have the skedaddle, we have the hopscotch there.
The hopscotch is a strong move from Mystery, but it doesn't seem to be working. I will say
Well, he is leading by 11 to
by
6.
no, it is a.
So I would say this is where Mystery is rather mysterious.
Yeah.
In fact.
Well, he is. He's unreadable. You get. What's he going to do next? He's going to jump in the air. He's going to fall on the ground. Will he throw his sword at an opponent? Is that legal, folks? We don't know.
We're not sure if Mystery knows that either.
Oh,
that was a fantastic block. Oh, another jump.
Again.
They both touch.
Left touch.
Is that left? Nima, was that point left?
Okay, nobody is sure what happened.
No one has got.
Which is fantastic.
Yeah.
That makes all of us in the room now. But I think, Mystery is back on top. 13-7, a pretty commanding lead here.
I would say so. It is.
What would you recommend that Vlad the Impaler does? Would you recommend more violence? Unorthodox behavior?
I think violence is always going to suit you well in a fencing match, given that it is essentially ritualized sword fighting. Honestly, if there's one thing I think Vlad could do, it's more impaling. And there you go. He does seem to be on the defensive somewhat, and I think defense is a perfect strategy when you're in the lead, but he's not.
Yeah, I think he needs to sort of put it on.
And there, in fairness, we saw a little bit of aggression. He's testing the waters.
See, Mystery is just pretty sharp. His nervous system is on fire, as we say in Russia, which basically means he is like a cat on some chemicals.
Now, how often have you seen a cat on chemicals that you can compare?
Well, as part of my pharmacy degree, we did have to look at a few videos of cats kung fu fighting.
Of course, and your main takeaway with watching these fencing bouts has been this reminds you of the cats on camera.
Especially Mystery.
Yeah.
See, Vlad is all about perfect poise.
Yes.
You see? Whereas Mystery is all about just, honestly, a variety of moves. He was good on the offensive. He was good when moving back.
Like you said, they're a mystery. They cannot be.
They really are a full mystery. I think that was very, very impressive. In every sense of the word.
Yeah.
That was a nice warm-up, I think.
It was. Yes, I think so.
A contrast of styles. And as they say in combat, styles make fights, because...
Do they say... When you say they say that in combat...
It is said, believe me. I did not
in the broad remit of combat being
everything
ranging from war to boxing, they say it quite often, do they? Yeah.
Yes, of course. I think Alexander the Great was the first person to say it.
What styles make?
Yeah, as he destroyed the Persian army and empire, in fact, at the Battle of Gaugamela.
Now, do you think many of the fencers here tonight will be borrowing strategies from Alexander the Great, Sun Tzu, any others that I can't think of?
You have Clausewitz, who was the... If there are any Germans here, surely they must deploy some...
I'm going to, for the purpose of the stream, maybe stick clear of...
No, Clausewitz was during the Napoleonic time.
Oh, okay, right.
So we are fine to mention German military
that's fine. That's so
before
fine. Good. Right.
the
Excellent.
19th century, 20th century. I
Just
think.
wanted to make sure.
Oh yes, of course. This is a politically informed stream, guys. I mean, you and I would never ever say anything politically incorrect. Surely.
Of course not. And briefly, before we go down this rabbit hole too much, we should say that the next fencers are due to begin soon. I believe is
Marlon is on the scene. We have,
and this is from the looks of it, is this a saber match?
Yeah, it is a saber.
This is interesting. So this is another saber match, which I've been informed as of. Well, I was informed it was a saber match about 10 seconds ago. Thank you. And I've been informed about 5 minutes ago that saber matches are characterized by their aggression.
Okay.
Defensive technique. Fancy footwork is secondary to just how hard you can hit the other person with your stick. Again, not hard, but quickly.
Quick, speed.
Aggression is very much the name of the game in Saber.
Momentum.
Yes, which will potentially mean a quicker bout, but also a more violent one.
Of course. We'll see what happens, because I think the first sort of contrast here is one of them is wearing shorts And I'm not sure if that is meant to be some sort of taunt to your opponent, because surely, if I'm all dressed up and glammed up and you come up to me dressed in shorts, I will automatically take that as some type of disrespect.
Well, it does remind me of the Celtic warriors who would go into battle wearing absolutely nothing. It's a power play, if nothing else.
But they had tattoos, though.
Yes.
The tattoos were some sort of clothing.
Yes, and in fairness, he has shorts, which is also a form of clothing. Hard-hitting analysis from these commentators. Yes.
You wouldn't get this anywhere else, guys.
No, you wouldn't.
And the socks as well are also a nice contrast.
Yes. I have been informed that hits only account above the belt. So
I see, so at least that is...
Yeah. Now you can see already that this...
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You're off to a very
Points come
start.
fast and thick.
You have Mikhailov on the left, and Letka? Letka?
Yeah.
Letka? Merlin. You know what? Let's go for the first names. We have
Let's go.
on the left.
And Merlin on the right.
And Merlin on the right.
Oh, and
okay,
it does seem to be that Merlin is off to a quite commanding lead, but again, in Sabre, apparently, you can turn things around very quickly.
Let's see
which
what
is
happens. Ted has got one back.
Ted is.
Well, Marlin is moving like the fish. Marlin, he's sort of dominating the blue arena just now. Oh, wow.
It's the taking knee out of sign of respect, or taking knee out as a
exactly. Is that knee surrendering almost?
It is fun to see that jump attacks are in some way viable in real life in this match,
Exactly.
which previously considered to be only the remit of Dark Souls. We now have some genuine jump attacks happening.
Okay, now Marlin is up to a commanding lead, 10-1 in just 27
Some would
seconds.
say commanding. I would say. Oh. Now it's possible that Ted can turn this around, but bearing in mind you do have to get to a 15. So.
Okay, Ted is at 3 now.
Ted is up 3.
I think what Ted needs to do is attack less, because he's got height advantage, and in boxing, when you've got the height advantage, often you want to let your opponent come onto you, and then you at least buy yourself time. In that, you can be more relaxed. You already have the de facto advantage in terms of reach. And I'm not sure Ted is using that accurately here, although Marlin does seem to be as quick as another cat.
Yes.
Yeah, and the flicks are accurate. Precision is quite...
A lot of the points I've seen where Marlin has won, it's Ted leaving himself open to something. He makes an attack, it's a bold one, it's meant to catch his opponent off guard, but Marlin's too quick for it.
Yeah.
But again, this aggressive style does seem to be playing well for the moment.
Exactly, he's back up at 6 points.
And again, it only takes 2 mistakes.
Exactly.
One mistake now.
Okay, yeah. So Marlin is really going to have to try to lose this.
And again,
yeah, his socks have come down though, which is some sort of comfort that Ted can take.
A leaping attack, which has left him wide open.
Of course. Okay, that was a quick 1 minute blitzkrieg.
2 minute blitzkrieg, but definitely something like 1:59. No, 1 minute, 2 minute. Who are we to say? But if you're just joining us on the stream, this is you're open to donate. All of this is to a good cause. We're being supported by ParalympicsGB, SportsAid, Sport and Mind, Right to Play, and Goodenough College. All very worthy causes. So if you want to donate, donations would be very welcome to the stream.
Please do.
Yes.
These guys are putting their bodies on the line.
Bodies, minds, and souls.
In fact, they have sold their souls. I have heard to Nima, who organized this, and we'll see how much is given. We're currently above £1,000.
Above £1,000, yes.
Which is quite an achievement, but I think we can do another £500, ladies and gentlemen.
We have 3 hours left, I think, and it's only going to get more exciting from here, folks.
Many more bouts, and yeah.
If you like what you're seeing and want to donate to a good cause, why not? Yeah. So, as we wait for these 2 athletes to prepare themselves, in your boxing days, did you ever consider using a sword?
I did once. I had an opponent who was quite vicious and dominating. I genuinely did not see a way of winning the fight beyond extra
weaponry.
and Unfortunately, before I could reach under the ring to get a sword or a spanner or a screwdriver, the referee called a halt to it.
That I can imagine. Well, it's thinking outside the box, which I think is important in this kind of thing.
Indeed. Okay, now we have on our left Lance.
And on the right, Arthur.
My good, Lance, sir, is that Lancelot and King Arthur here?
I think we may be having an Arthurian-style match here between these. If there are any fans of the Vulgate cycle here, we have a match that might have been seen outside Castle Joyce. Any fans of Le Mort d'Arthur watching? I hope you got that reference, and I hope that reference was correct.
I think it was correct.
Thank you. So,
I think it was Sir something Mallory. His first name is something, by the way. His last name is Mallory.
Again, one of the greatest books of English mythology written in French.
Of course.
So, and again, amazing fencing technique, refusing to fight until someone's given them the say-so.
Of course.
Exactly.
They are polite gentlemen. What I
will
love
say-
about Arthur, first and foremost, is the drip.
Oh, completely. The drip
is dripping.
You do have to, and you've got to respect that from a man, from this side of things.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
do you think he wears that around? Like not in a fencing context, because I would.
Well, I mean, if you actually look at the tip of his sword and his right foot match,
yes,
in orange, and then the mask and the back foot match in turquoise. This is a man of style.
He's coordinated both in hand-eye coordination and style.
Of course, and then if we look at Lancelot, Sir Lancelot,
please.
You can see his socks are not up to his calf.
No, and the relevance of this is...
The relevance is that we are watching a king fighting a knight.
Yes.
And thereby, their attire is sort of a distinction, because you can tell who's in which social class. Although that has got nothing to do with their skills, as Lancelot is up to a pretty fast lead.
Lancelot's up to a very good... Again, in the Mort d'Arthur, Lancelot was always a better fighter than Arthur.
Again. But Arthur had more drip, so...
Arthur... And really... Oh!
That
was a rare spinny move.
No, that is called a 360 no-scope.
Ah, yes, a 360, yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Now, I have not seen or heard of a 360 no-scope occurring in fencing before. Do you think we've made history?
I think we have made history,
in
a number of ways, but Sir Lancelot provided all of it.
Definitely.
I think...
Now, he seems to be... It was an impressive move from Lancelot, attempting to scare away his opponent with the very concept of his sword.
Concept of his sword.
Hey, again,
I love how you put it.
Thank you.
I mean, there's a certain bounce I think that is missing. You see,
he seems to be offering his sword.
He is.
Yes.
He's got this sort of very weird rhythm.
Yes, I think it's like what you were saying earlier. That the trick to this seems to be to establish a pattern and then break it, and I think Lancelot is doing that very well.
It works like a charm. I mean, it is a tool used in parenting as well.
Interesting. You know what? Let's dive into that. What do you mean?
So basically, I mean, therapists now are making a killing because parents often establish a pattern and then break it.
Yes.
And thereby confusing the kids, and that has led to a lot of therapists making a lot of money, but also putting some sort of plot for the kids' lives, and making them sort of main character material.
Well, I'm glad that you're drawing a link between combat and the art of parenting. I think
the art and science of parenting.
Of course.
Please.
Yeah. I apologize.
Now, to come back from that digression, which probably made no sense.
I don't think it did.
Oh, well, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
We're watching Lance at a 62 lead. I mean, one contrast. Compare this to the previous bout, where by now it was done. All 22 points were taken, whereas we're here sitting at 9 points in total. This is a slower paced bout, and that just shows you, the kind of variety you can have when the temperament of the fighters are different.
Though I should point out it's also a different kind of match. These are not sabers. I believe they're... Sorry. Foil, thank you. Yes, this is a foil match, which is...
Because they're wearing this metal lame.
Oh, of course. We should say again on this area. Thank you.
We are getting some...
Saber, you'll see them wearing silver helmet.
Yes.
And the foil that they're wearing will extend to their sleeve.
I see.
Thank you.
This is foil where only the vest area is fair game. And in any contact you make is fair game, so they don't wear foil.
Yeah. It does speak to, I think, a sort of a slower pace. Where they test each other's defenses. They're not
with a smaller target, I suppose.
Yes.
That was beautiful. That was a dip. That was a
slunk under the defenses, and that's
beautiful.
And Arthur does seem to be making something of a comeback. Again, the drip really does seem to be working out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just needed a bit of time to get warmed up. But I think he's fine.
Ooh.
Okay, that doesn't count. I love what he does when he swings the sword all the way to his back. See how he sort of puts it across his body and swipes his left?
Again, it's a flourish that you would think leaves yourself open, but it distracts the opponent.
Of course. I mean, you would think the color was distracting enough, but obviously not. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had one of the unfortunate events in all of sports. That is
the most unfortunate event, arguably.
Of course.
The groin shot.
This is where all generations are concerned, and Sir Arthur is writhing in pain on the ground.
Yes. You would think potentially that Lance and his...
Can we please get some Fs in the chat for this?
Some Fs in the chat and maybe some helps.
So, yeah, Niwa is
for
going
Arthur,
there to look at him very helpfully.
Yes, this may...
Now, who gets our point, by the way? Let's start at the...
I do believe that points are now immaterial, as a man has been speared in the nuts.
It is unfortunately one of the risks of the game.
What?
Okay, the camera is going to come. As you can see, we are about to switch the camera mode to interview as Sir Arthur takes a holiday. He's resting because, of course, he has been.
That is a lovely transition script.
Beautiful.
Okay, we are now back in play. And can I just say, the bravery of Arthur to do something that I would never have done.
Of course, he is back up, and I think,
if anything, his play is more aggressive.
Yeah, he's more aggressive now. He's scored a point.
And it is playing off.
Take care. Okay. I suppose sometimes all you need in life is a good kick.
Okay, it's not.
Well, he is on fire. He's got another one.
On fire.
I think.
I believe both hit simultaneously.
I see.
I wouldn't be able to call the point.
Wow, how did nobody get a hit there?
I believe there needs to be a certain level of force purchase on the other person, and I don't think that's...
we're secured.
Yes. We have someone who very much did not... Hello.
Come to sit on the radio.
Oh, perfect.
Does your bum need a bit of warming?
The radio's not on.
Don't worry.
It doesn't answer our question.
Exactly. That was not
he's okay.
He does seem to be okay. He's back on track.
It's one of those kind of like getting the wind knocked out of you. Like it just takes you a second, but you're okay.
Has that happened to you before?
It has.
Yeah.
And
adrenaline helps it hurt less than you think.
I see.
But also, like, it doesn't hurt that much. It's fine.
Ah.
Yeah. It's just kind of a shock, you know?
Yeah.
It's like if you fall kind of on your chest,
Yeah.
it like doesn't actually hurt that much. It just takes you a while to like regain your senses.
You heard it here, folks. It doesn't actually hurt that much.
It doesn't.
Which begs the question as to why Arthur was on the floor riding for 10 minutes.
Well, that's not. I mean,
Because it's just like, yeah.
a better question is
I also think Arthur
how
got
the hell that move that Arthur just made worked. Again,
Yeah.
jumped fully into the air like a salmon in flight, and then proceeded to score a
I mean
point.
this in the best way possible. Arthur is a bit of a lunatic. Like,
yes.
Just, you should see him fencing me. The man is crazy.
Have we seen?
Somebody's
Excellent.
daddy. Somebody's daddy is in the room.
We were gonna
always
have. Speaking of dad, we were gonna have a father-daughter duo.
I remember.
I don't know if they're actually coming.
I see.
8.
Nice.
Yeah. 2 yellow cards. Yes.
Arthur, the comeback is on.
The comeback is on. We do have.
For being a goofy goober.
And that is a point deduction.
The point given to his opponent.
Of course, which mathematically speaking is the same thing.
No, it's mathematically not the same thing.
Thank you.
So it can put you further close.
Thank you, man.
Wow.
Thank you, Nima.
He smells really good.
Okay.
I'm just like here, standing nearby.
So your book did need some more.
You don't have to smell it, but I am.
We have fun in the commentary room here.
Exactly, we do have all sorts of things.
We have some great times.
Now let's bring our attention to the calf muscles that are on display here.
I know. That's what I was going to say. When you don't wear socks, you can see the fact that our calf muscles go crazy.
Yeah.
When I say our, I mean theirs.
No,
I don't know about mine. But
I can feel them here, and I assure you, folks at home, the calf muscles are on point here.
Yeah. Again, the amount of jumping and twiddling you guys do, I would expect nothing less.
Twiddling is not a word I've heard, but
I mean, I would call.
it's a fair assessment of these vibes.
I think Arthur's point you just made was a twiddle.
It was.
It was a twiddle, a flourish.
With the flick of the wrist.
Yes, it was a.
That was what sort of put the pen on paper to say, definitely a twiddle. I love what he does with the across the body movement once again. It is very unique as he puts his sword completely in the opposite direction of where it should be. But his sense of balance and timing means he can get away with it.
And it does off-put his opponent to a certain
Almost
extent. I
certainly.
think it like.
Arthur, I think one of his skill sets is his beard.
His beard.
It's weird. He's weird. Like, his timing is super weird. And the way that he moves, you're like, what is this guy doing?
I think
so it's just like you don't know when he's coming, which means you don't know when you need to defend yourself.
Yeah.
I think it's a similar thing with Mystery as well, who was very unpredictable.
Yeah, the mystery man.
Exactly.
He is the mystery.
Most certainly. Wow, that was
Very
good.
nice, Lance.
Okay, Sir Lancelot is.
Arthur, you got 6 seconds.
Sir Lancelot is about to put his liege away.
Again, that's not what happened in Lord Arthur, so we're hoping that.
Okay. No.
Oh no! Yes, sorry, I miscalled that point.
Exactly. Yes.
King Arthur is still in the game.
Oh my God,
Yes.
Wow. Another fantastic.
We have Arthur and Lance.
Yes.
And Merlin. We have
We,
one.
you have an impressively Arthurian.
This is a lot.
Yeah.
This is quite a lot, as you say.
Oh my
Oh.
God.
Wow.
Jesus.
Now that's I believe the lesser known hug your opponent tactic.
And then stab him in the back.
And then stab
I
him in the
wouldn't
back.
give that one as a point.
Why not?
They hugged a little bit first.
Yes.
But the stab in the back, I think, always counts.
In the back. It goes to show that even if you're friends with someone,
Mystery.
you can stab.
Are you fencing right now?
I could read your name,
at some point?
and you were a bit of a mystery. So you were. It was fascinating watching you deploy.
He's the youngest one here.
Oh,
Yeah. Who's our oldest fencer?
probably you.
Giuseppe, I think.
Giuseppe?
Giuseppe is, I think, is he 30?
And how old are you, Mystery? 18. Oh wow! So we've got a nice age range.
Yeah.
We were supposed to have the father-daughter duo that was coming.
Yes.
She went to a tournament yesterday, so she probably retired.
Yeah.
But
Entirely fair.
yeah, that would have been fun.
Yeah.
We would have to find another parent and child to fence.
Well, Baz can count as my father, and
Okay,
you
great.
can just.
Again, what do you mean by I would count as your father? I think you're older than me.
How old are you, Hamza?
Yeah, so
How old are you, Hamza?
Me? I'm currently sort of. No.
Hey, how old are you?
Me now? You mean like how old am I now? Like 'cause
Yes.
No,
Four,
how old will
4
you
years
be?
ago I was 22. Plus 2. But that was 4 years ago.
Wait, what? 4 years ago you were 22 plus 2.
Yeah.
So you're 28. You're 28?
I guess so.
Told you.
Is that what the
So
mathematics?
realistically, you are my dad, not the other way around.
Well, I suppose so, but age is just a number nowadays.
Age is just a number, yes, but I think when establishing who is the dad in this relationship, I think age is quite an important number. I do, however, agree that I think I give more dad energy than you.
Yeah, 10.
Perhaps, and my Zoomer vibes are palpable.
Yes, for those.
From a mile.
Robert? Yeah, they live here.
I live here, unfortunately. They
Apologies.
can't get rid of me.
Yes.
Yeah, they
It's a nice place, and thank you once again.
It's not bad.
Thank you once again to Goodenough College for helping us,
Hosting.
giving us a venue. Yes.
Of course. Just been
Yeah, the
fascinating.
majority of the commentating team today has been people who live in Goodenough College. With the exception of Rupert and Arthur.
No,
Yeah, here.
trust me, it
That's
is
over there.
it is good enough.
It's not French.
I was pronouncing it good no, and people corrected me.
He is not French.
So those are joining us. This is Robert against Merlin.
I think it was.
Simultaneous, no point.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Robert and Merlin. So, funny Arthurian legend story.
Yes.
As established, we have Merlin team wins.
Yes.
And he went to Colchester, defense against the team from Essex. Colchester, according to myth, is the ancient Roman name for Camelot.
Oh, wow.
So we went to Camelot to do a sword fighting competition with a guy called Merlin.
Did you guys win?
We did.
Oh my goodness.
When
You had-
Essex came to us, we lost.
Ah.
But it's okay.
Which again is not.
We beat them at their ground.
You beat them at their ground, the historical.
Were you there for that? Oh, that was the time that Hans got
Again, there are about 17 different candidates for where Camelot is. Most of them.
But for the purposes of the story and
purposes
the
of the
narrative
story,
that
Let's
we're trying to
destroy
drive,
Yes,
they went to
I know,
Camelot.
but I think,
With
like,
Lass and Murder.
listen,
Where did he go?
Arthurian legend is fun, but only when it's grounded in accuracy. Okay.
Okay.
We don't want to be putting out misinformation on the stream.
See, Baz with his Cambridge University education always insists on historical accuracy.
Ooh, and we do not have to go there. Let's turn to the match at hand. Now Merlin seems to have a strong but not commanding lead, and is
That was a jump by
the
Robert.
only way I can explain that is psyching his opponent out. That was a lot of. It was almost a come at me, bro move.
It was, and then he came at him actually.
Yeah.
So,
And it somehow worked in Merlin's favour. So
again, now this is Marlin
This
with
is
Merlin.
like a Merlin masterclass right
yeah,
He's on
That's why he's our
7.
captain.
He's the captain.
now. He's the UCL captain.
Captain Merlin.
that makes sense.
It used to be. Now he's an FAS. Sabra.
Oh wow, that was beautiful.
But he looks a lot more natural.
Okay, I know. I think what Robert needs to do is perhaps not attack so much.
Yes, but though again, correct me if I'm wrong, Hamza, but the attacking is what gets you
What Robert
points.
needs to do is not get hit so much.
Well, that is one way of looking at it.
Oh,
See, Merlin.
Lovely Merlin.
all Merlin needs is
What
one
happens?
opening, and then Merlin capitalizes on it.
Yeah.
He is a substitute captain.
Well,
UCL?
yeah.
That's my guy.
Do you know a guy called Kamal?
Who doesn't know Kamar? Who doesn't know Kamar? Kamar is a G.
What's your opinions on him?
I love the guy, man. Kamar is amazing.
Do you see his stories?
Maybe not all of them. Just private ones, perhaps. All the stories I've seen have been good.
And Kamara, if you're tuning into the live stream, just know that you've got apparently a lot of fans.
Exactly, you do have a lot of fans,
Yeah.
Kamar.
If by some miracle. I had a whole conversation with my cousin on the live stream.
Really?
Yeah, he just responded in chat to things I was saying.
Oh, beautiful.
Amazing.
Howson was in chat. He gave us hashtag
There
Merlin.
actually is some chat
Can we get
over
hashtag
there.
Merlin? If anybody's in the chat, can we get hashtag Merlin?
Can we get some hashtag Merlin?
Hashtag Merlin. Please hashtag Merlin.
No audio.
Oh, what?
No audio. No audio. Is that us or them or who's?
It's coming in.
Well, it does seem like yes.
Noah says no audio.
Yes, no one's been saying it. But it does seem to be.
We are having technical difficulties, but
Yes.
that sentence is redundant if we are having the difficulties, as nobody heard
That's
that.
crazy.
Yeah.
You commentators are so much better than the last guy.
Yeah, but he wasn't.
Yeah,
Oh,
in fairness,
yeah,
that's-
yeah. Okay, we are live here.
I mean, we've been live for a while, but we're still live.
How much
We are
time we
still
got?
live,
2
we are
hours,
still
20
alive.
minutes.
2 hours left. Let's see if we can
Okay,
hit.
we might actually start mobilizing for a superhero.
Ooh, yes.
A superhero. Can you
Superhero,
explain
yeah.
what a superhero is?
So teams fencing. Teams fencing works by 3 on 3, not at the same time.
Yes.
And so 3 times 3 is 9, so we do 9 matches.
Of course.
And everybody fences each other. The
Yes.
superhero bout is 1 versus 9.
I see.
And one person, me, fences 9 people in a row.
I see.
Right.
Wow.
Now,
what is? Sorry, on you go, guys.
I was going to say, are you up to it, Nima? Do you feel ready? Do you feel pumped?
ready.
I think more importantly, Nima, before you head off, what is your superhero name?
Why can't I be super myself?
8310.
No,
Super Nima.
8310 is my passcode. Who wants to be on Ox?
Yeah. Are you putting? Oh, this is for you. This is your ox. Okay, give him to him.
I got you.
I
I
don't
got you,
know
man.
what I play.
I got you. I got you.
Makes him absolutely.
Okay, we are
we
about
have a
to
lot
put
of.
some songs in for my friend. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play some music he has never heard before.
Hi.
We have a lot of power here because
all
we
the
can
power.
just.
What do you want to play, guys? What do you want to play?
It's very much up to you.
I think we're gonna play Queen. We Will Rock You
Yes.
for a nice start. You see?
Yeah, I think what we want is to have like the strangest combination of music. So I think we're going to start with Queen, We Will Rock You, and then if you can find Jerusalem, the hymn.
Is it coming at 6?
Just for
Baz, the first thing that came up was a choir of King's College, Cambridge. There must be something in the air.
one of the better colleges, I will have to say.
But obviously not the best that you went to, which was.
Now we're gonna move on from this. Now I believe after this next match there will be gathering for a, as I believe you may have heard, superhero match where our organizer Nima will be facing against
Super Nima.
Super Nima,
Well,
as he has insisted we call him.
He did
for
insist.
the moment. He did
At
insist.
sword point, might I add.
We asked him to stop and he wouldn't. So
Yes,
Super Nima will be going up against 9 people consecutively in a team match. Very much Nima v.
Nima v Mystery, Nima v Arthur, Nima v Lancelot,
Nima v everyone. Now,
Nima v the world.
Now, do you fancy Nima's chances, Hamza?
I think even if he were Sir Arthur Dwayne from the Game of Thrones series, or even the Legend of Zorro, he would have a chance. But what makes it difficult is the fatigue element.
Yes, and the fact that it's Nima.
And the fact that he is him. Of
Yes,
course.
exactly.
And that's why I started with him being Zorro.
No, I do agree. There are 2. Well, you also liken him to Arthur Dane from Game of Thrones, which is not what I expected you to.
Isn't he supposed to be the greatest?
Yes, he's the best. I've read the wiki. He's the best swordsman. I didn't peg you as a Game of Thrones wiki enjoyer.
Because I am a man of many talents.
You are.
You see, you must never underestimate what can
Now,
come
here
out of
we
this
have-
mouth.
Now, this is going to be an interesting match because both Arthur and Mystery have previously. They've been known for their erratic styles. So this is very much the battle of the jesters.
This is the battle indeed. I love how
Yes.
you put it.
Yeah.
Except one of them is a king and the other is a mystery.
Yep.
I
will
think,
say
however,
though, Arthur's back foot is coming up quite a lot in. I'm not sure a flourish or a attempt to get more space.
But then Mystery's front foot is coming up a lot as well as he lunges in.
Yes.
I think it's called an advance in English. Now he bounces.
Do you know what it is in other languages?
No, actually.
No, I don't either. So,
but
it was worth a shot. I
It was
suppose.
definitely worth a
Yeah.
shot.
Oh, now
that was a nice lunge from Arthur.
it was a nice lunge. It was a nice lunge that continued a
All
good
the
couple
way
of
through.
feet past. Yes, it reminded me of
intended
yeah.
A bit of an overshoot.
And again,
Oh, wow,
this is
beautiful.
ooh. But again, we're seeing Rikash Mystery. not exactly going on the defensive, but being a lot more cautious than we've seen in previous matches.
That's a very good observation.
Where is the feral energy that we expect from this man?
Exactly, I love feral energy.
Yeah.
Somebody give him a rabies vaccine.
Now, when in history has a rabies vaccine given you feral energy?
Well, that's a very good point, Buzz. And I'm supposed to be a pharmacist, but
you are meant to be a pharmacist.
There you go.
Yeah.
But I know diddly squat. I think to go back to the action though.
Yes.
The skedaddle is now.
Oh
wow.
That was a very extended skedaddle.
It
if I have
was,
to
it
say,
was.
They were in the trenches. They were down to tooth and nail. and a very sporting point from the king himself, Arthur, of
letting himself get taken.
Oh,
Arthur charges his
and
man.
again the hug strategy,
which worked previously.
It has worked previously,
but I think Mystery is going to be hug resistant.
Potentially.
He has that energy that says you shall not hug.
Would you consider yourself to be hug resistant, Hans?
I'm not hug resistant actually. I am hug positive.
Excellent.
Nobody needs permission to give me a hug. From the front, from the back, from the sides, strangers or family and friends. All welcome.
Well, I'm gonna have to stop you there, as that was an impressive point, and I got you onto a weird topic. So yes, that was what could have been a spectacular point from Arthur, but he seems to have, again, testing waters.
Beautiful. The
beautiful.
dip, the change in elevation.
Yes.
The change in elevation. You see, there's a concept from air combat maneuvers, aka World War II dogfighting.
Yes.
Which requires you to understand the three axes of attack: the X, the Y, and the Z.
Yes.
And fencing, if you think of it as a 2D platformer, then all we have really is the X-axis, where they're moving left and right. Left and right. Now, once you add in the elevation changes, the Y-axis, that makes it 10 times more difficult for your opponent to anticipate and deal with your attacks.
Yes, it reminds me somewhat of Ender's Game.
Of course.
Where the central conceit of that film was, other than that bugs are people too, is that in order to win in a multi-directional combat, you've got to consider all directions. Up is no longer up. Up can be down. And I really do think that with the feral energy, both of Rishikesh and Arthur, we're seeing up is down and down is up.
It's happening because Mystery is liable to jump, whereas Arthur is likely to dip.
Exactly.
And
what I thought was an interesting move there from Rishikesh was he drew his arm back before stabbing, and what almost seemed like a telegraphed attack.
Oh wow!
Oh.
That's a good observation, Buzz.
Thank you.
Can you actually see that far, or did you just make that up?
No, I can see that.
Amazing.
Do you need glasses, man?
I actually do need glasses, Buzz.
Excellent. All right, so we have one commentator who can actually see what's going on, another commentator who's seeing funny pictures and blurs.
Yeah, of course. Which is why I have to resort to historical tales.
Yes.
And digressions at every second.
Again, you aren't alone with that. I brought up Ender's Game about 2 minutes ago.
Now again, I think Mystery needs to jump some more.
Mystery,
he is losing the battle of the Y-axis.
He is, but again, he's winning the battle of who's got the most points,
which is arguably a bit more important than the Y-axis.
It is arguably a more important point.
But personally, I think the last angle, I've not seen them work, is the angle of death. They're not moving side to side enough for my liking.
No, but again, they are on a very thin platform. And the hug strategy that we have seen from both of these players previously does amount to something of a depth move.
That's a good point.
Something like that, arguably. The shoulder hug. That was more of a sort of, and that's it. That's a yellow.
That's a yellow card.
It's a yellow card for using the shoulder hug.
Thou shall not do that again, is the message of the yellow card. And it also means that it is on site if you do it again.
Yes. What's on site?
Well, the referee here is saying that if Mystery does any more shenanigans, any more unauthorized, unrequired moves, he will get immediately penalized.
Yes. Which is unfortunate because arguably most of what we've seen from both of these fencers is shenanigans for most of this match.
I mean, Arthur looks apart with the color combination.
Definitely.
You see, in Nigeria we call that a color riot.
A color riot?
Of course. When you have multiple colors sort of jumbled up together.
Is that a colour riot?
Yes.
That's a very good one.
Indeed, there you go. Nigerians are known for their combinations of concepts, and yeah, sometimes something reasonable comes out every now and then.
I'm really intrigued to ask what happens otherwise. So the two players seem to have given up on.
What happens otherwise is a Nigerian phrase called "beautiful nonsense."
Oh, but that's a good phrase. That's a very good phrase. Oh, again, that was some beautiful sword play.
Okay, it's sort of all poised now.
Yes, it's interesting. We're seeing less like of the grand psyching your opponent out back and forth, and it's more simply a matter of twisting their blade around the other person's.
The sort of artistic flair is diminishing.
Yes.
Is that I think. But then, having said that, Arthur jumps in, he squats, he jumps up again,
almost deliberately.
Indeed,
to make our comments seem worthless.
It is a curse of the commentator.
It is.
And it happens. The action is back. The
action is back.
Ignore what we said.
It's because up until recently, we were watching something vaguely similar to Thumb War. And I'm happy to say, ladies and gentlemen, the Thumb War days have passed.
We're now back into the era of Blitzkrieg.
Yes. Or jumping jacks. As again, both players seem to be attempting to jump at and over their opponents. Ooh, again.
Wow, how did nobody get a point there? Okay, wow.
Yeah.
Mystery.
That was
just puts a bit more weight into the attack, I suppose.
No, I've said this before, and I'll say again. A lot of the hits in fencing do seem to be sort of technical. The last couple though have been right to the neck. Like some of these shots would have hurt if these were.
Of course, and Arthur is, best place to talk about shots hurting, as he has been victim of a nut shot.
He has, but his form following that injury is spectacular. He's back fighting.
He is better than he was before.
Arguably, yeah. I think we're seeing energy, but also we're seeing control. I think he's perhaps being more cautious, but also knows when to channel that aggression. Still though.
Mystery with the flourish, but Arthur with the point.
There we are.
This is very close, folks. This is
very
close.
Both players do seem to be, even though we're late on the day, top form.
Indeed, which is miraculous. You've done very well. What now? That was unbelievable. That was unbelievable. That was the X and the Y axis coming together. Mystery just went straight.
It was an interesting. Both players went for it, and one player succeeded.
That's all you need.
That's all you need.
I'm unable to change the music for Mystery here, although now we'll play it again.
I think he.
Sorry, I forgot.
It's fine.
Did you actually play Jerusalem?
I wasn't able to play Jerusalem by King's College. Is that the one you wanted me? From Cambridge University?
Yeah, apparently.
Was that the one you wanted me to
That's
play?
one of the versions you could choose.
But it was only one on Apple Music.
It's one of many. That's fine.
That was the only one I saw.
Well, that's
King's College. But it wasn't Trinity. But anyways, we will move on swiftly.
Get excited, everybody.
Super Nima is about to fence 9-on-1. Not yet. Okay,
Nima, we are unfortunately
this
not
is not
yet.
Super Nima. This is
not Super
basic Nima.
This is normal mid Nima.
Yes, this is like the Charizard before the upgrade.
Yes. Before it becomes a butterfly. I don't know Pokemon.
A Charizard becomes Pokemon afterwards.
Sorry, a Charizard becomes Pokemon.
No. A Charizard becomes a Pikachu.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, so now you know Pokemon.
I know enough Pokemon to know that fire doesn't turn into electric. Again, misinformation on the stream is something that we need to avoid. So, for any young, impressionable children out there, this is fake Pokemon advice.
Yes, from the person who says he knows nothing about Pokemon.
I know very little about Pokemon. I was always more of a Magic the Gathering kid.
And I was more of a playing with sand kid. There you go. Different.
I mean, we all played with sand.
I know, but that was my forte though. My sand castles were legendary.
Excellent.
I would go
crenellations. You do the full
crenellations. I would actually even get my army men. You know, the green army men.
Oh,
Remember
nice.
Them? Those were the good old days when you actually had to put work in when you were playing with your toys. Kids nowadays have it too nice. They just sit around and play video games. We used to have to go out into the wild. Dangerous wild. Remember? We had snakes and spiders around us as we played with our toys. But here they go. We've got Nima now. This is average Nima. Not
average,
super Nima.
average mid Nima.
Basic
up against Vladarima.
Basic Nima. We've got somebody walk in with his gear and he's coming into applause. He's carrying his gear with him.
No, I believe
he'll be fencing soon. Now we have Vlad versus Nima. Nima walks up, nice poison balance, and scores a point.
And has immediately scored a point.
Nothing fancy about it.
Once again, Vlad the Impaler could be doing more impaling.
Of course.
And what's interesting here about Nima's footwork is it's just aggressive. It's just annoying. It almost seems like he's trying to anger Vlad by sort of quietly two-stepping towards him.
And if there was ever somebody you don't want to anger, it is a man called Vlad.
Yes.
Who has an impaling device to hand. But one thing I would say about Nima is when he's going back, his legs cross.
Yes.
And from my experience of somebody who does boxing, if you cross your feet, that is often not a good thing because you're off balance. But he's gotten away with it thus far. That was a fantastic move again by Nima. Beautiful.
Again, with a little flourish to scare him away. I think Nima is doing quite well at those little minute flourishes to just say, "I've got a sword. Don't test me right now.
Don't test me, bro.
Yeah,
you don't want the smoke, as they say in Canada."
Do they?
Oh yes. As he's proving.
Yes.
He's up to a 5-0 commanding lead.
A commanding lead.
He really has not looked in trouble.
I think, but again, such technique from.
Oh, beautiful. Here we go. Okay, Nima is basically near the end of the limit, and he has to go forward.
Yeah.
And he makes some ground, but he is still cornered by Vlad.
He's back into a corner. This might be Vlad's point.
But again, Nima,
and it is not.
That timing.
Again, it does feel like Vlad's defensive style is coming back to bite him.
Of course. Let me tell you a phrase we have in boxing.
Yeah.
Speed beats power.
Interesting.
And timing beats speed.
And power beats timing. To create a delicious scissors, paper, stone arrangement.
Now, nobody in boxing has ever taken it that far. I suppose the quote was meant to, sort of highlight the primacy of timing in combat sports. And I think Nima is a master of space and time. Well, maybe not even space. He concedes space, but he takes is his friend.
Again, Nima something of a Time Lord. And again, a Time Lord that is commanding an impressive lead. A TARDIS-worthy 9 points. I don't know why I'm going down this route. Just...
Again, Vlad doesn't get the point. I think he deserves a point.
I think he deserves a point.
Vlad
has been...
There we go. Vlad gets a beautiful point.
And again, it was a well-executed point. It does seem like Vladimir has been playing very well. It's just, whenever he tries to attack, he opens himself up.
But again, when you're discussing the dark arts with a master of time, you really must come with a lot of space. Again.
Yeah.
Look
and
at Nima's
he's letting Vlad come to him and is just going, you shouldn't have done that. Tap.
Pow. You see what's happening? Nima's reflexes are quite impressive, and he is doing that footwork thing that I told you I dislike, the crossing of the legs. But can you punish him? No, because he is very good friends with time.
He's too quick. 1 minute he's there, in the next minute he's somewhere else. Having said that, he did just lose that point, so can't sing his praises too hard.
Exactly, but... Wow, Vlad comes in with a...
That was an excellent shot from Vlad. That was very, very well impaled.
A charge.
Exactly. Do you think that Nima is getting cocky in this moment?
That's a very good point.
Because that was a jump leaving himself open, and it didn't feel like it was necessary.
It did not.
If I was Nima, which I'm not, and I'm significantly worse at fencing.
Because you're better than Nima at
these things. At some things, yes. I would just be paying defensively at this point.
Yeah, he's on 13-3. I think, he doesn't have to really risk so much. He's having a very good time.
He is.
Really, he is. Okay, I mean, look at that. Nima's excellence is sort of in the 1 to 2 move attacks, where he can block and then counter fully.
A riposte, I believe, is how it...
Yes, sir, the riposte. I mean,
now, that was an interesting...
That was beautiful.
But
Vlad
again,
just walked him down.
for most of the attack, Vlad's sword was pointed in the other direction, which is not a technique I've ever thought of, but
it doesn't matter. As long as it points in the right direction at the right time,
yes,
the point counts, and it is beautiful. Vlad is now putting up... Okay, Nima finishes them off with a 10-point differential. But a very respectable performance.
But still
from,
a good...
from Vlad.
Yes, exactly. There didn't seem to be, other than the points, there was no commanding lead by Nima. It seemed that he seemed to get lucky.
How you say other than the points?
No, I know, because definitely, don't get me wrong, Nima thrashed him points-wise. But every single point, it could have gone the other way, it felt. It was a...
Yeah, I mean, I think Vlad was on the front foot for most of it.
I would agree.
But again, Nima's problem is he is in cahoots with time. And I must repeat, if you are friends with time, you will have a good time in combat sports, of any description. Because once you have time on your side, you can manipulate space. And you can do things with space that people might not, believe is possible. Like, again, he is consistently on the back foot.
Now, Hamza, once again, have we strayed into the territory of astrophysics? Or quantum theory? Well, you seem to be recommending that you get in cahoots with time, and that once you get in cahoots with time, the powers of space are open to you. Now, this might require some kind of collider.
Well, of course. We have one not too far away, actually.
We do. We are at Goodenough College, well known to have many small hadron colliders knocking around in the basement.
Yeah.
That is, of course, a joke. However, Goodenough is one of the many sponsors of this stream, along with, as we've said previously, ParalympicsGB, SportsAid, Sport in Mind, and Right to Play. So any donation to the stream will go to all 5 of these great causes. So
and please do feel charitable, as you can see these athletes, these supreme athletes, even though they're dressed differently, as again we have the shorts on display and the calves even more so on display, are putting their bodies on the line. So do feel charitable and donate to the beautiful
They're putting their bodies on the line. They're putting their minds on the line.
They're putting their future generations.
And they have been,
Arthur had to
as some of them, they have been playing now for coming up to no more than 10 hours. This tournament has been going on for. So at this point, tiredness has got to be setting in.
Oh, of course.
Have you ever boxed for 10 hours or more?
I have not boxed for 10 hours, as that would render one unconscious.
Yes.
Many times over.
And possibly permanent brain damage.
Almost certainly. I think yes. But a game that I have played for a long period of time, which was 7 hours, is a game played all the way up north in Orkney.
Is it Civilization 4?
You caught me off guard with that one, man. You caught me totally off guard.
Thank you.
No. I'll give you that. Had you said Civilization 3, I would have had you covered.
Oh, completely.
But Civilization 4 is, just off left field. By the way, Nima.
Hello, Nima. We were discussing
your skills,
or somewhat lack thereof.
Of course. Now, I said you were in cahoots with time.
With time?
Yes.
Time.
I'm in cahoots with time.
Because of how you were manipulating space.
Oh.
So.
Well, my theory was more that you're good at riposting.
Nah, I don't buy that.
That's a good word to know.
He knows that. He knows stuff. He
Again,
went to Cambridge University.
My knowledge of this more comes from Dark Souls than it does any fencing background. But
So foil is like the difference between speaking French and Spanish. So you can kind of do it, but not really. So priority is confusing for me. The blade is a lot lighter. The target is different. Like there's a lot going on. So what I was able to do, what I know in priority is, if you have priority, don't let them beat your blade. Then they take it from you. So that's why I'm coming in and I'm swinging my blade around, because I'm desperately trying not to get it taken from me.
I see.
One thing we did not see a lot from your game, which I have seen a couple of other, what I would call thumb war, where the bout essentially gets down to who can get past the other person's blade.
I'm really bad at that in foil. In epee, I'm a little better at it, but in foil, I'm really bad at it.
I guess it's a heavier blade.
He won 15-5.
Speaking of, we do have Lancelot back in the ring, and again, well, not ring, back on the line.
Back on the line?
Back on the line, but his victory is not on the line, as he has a commanding 7-point lead.
Over Ted.
Ted Mikulov.
Is that Lance? That's impressive.
Of course. Yeah. And again, there's almost a sense of sway to his movements as his footsteps very much say, "Hello, I'm here, and I'm going to stab you, whether you like it or not." And I think it's that commanding energy that I think is.
You describe that as though you've had that experience before. Have you been in South London recently, Baz? Is there anything you're telling us?
I have actually been in South London recently.
And did anybody walk up to you with that energy? Or would you rather not say?
We'll save this for after the stream.
Okay, we will come back to this later, guys. Stay tuned. Yes. As Baz has a story to tell.
I think yeah.
Oh, Baz, my dad says you're funny.
Oh, thank you.
Nima's dad.
Shout out to Nima's dad for enjoying my commentary.
Hi, Nima's dad.
Just to say, I don't think Nima's dad said your commentary is funny. He said mine was.
Yeah, I'm saying thank you on your behalf because you went to Cambridge University. You went to Trinity College, Baz. This is all like.
For the purpose of the stream, I did not go to Trinity College. Now, just returning to the match at hand, Lance still has a commanding lead, but the lead has lessened somewhat. Ooh. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, we're back to sabres. Nima?
Pretty sick.
We're back to sabres with this one?
Sabre?
This is
Sabre?
This is Sabre?
This is Sabre.
This is Sabre. We are back to Sabre. I'm beginning to... Ladies and gentlemen at home, I'm beginning to figure out what the swords look like and how they do, but again, this is...
Baz is the resident expert now.
Yes.
Ooh. Oh my goodness, that was a jump.
That was a kangaroo hop.
That was a kangaroo. That was the Australian special attack.
Yes, and yet... The land down under did not save him on that point.
It did not, unfortunately.
Ooh.
I think he needs to come over.
Is someone Australian? Neither of these guys is Australian.
Sorry? No.
Oh, kangaroo, sorry.
Yes.
I was just like, well, because Adrian is from Australia, that's why.
Oh.
We have an Australian kangaroo.
Australian. That's another country to add to the list.
That is fantastic. This is a really multinational affair.
Yeah, it is. It is. Oh.
Because Baz, you're from Slovakia, right? Unless I'm mistaken.
Why? No. I am.
Is it Slovenia?
I'm from Wales.
You're from Wales?
I'm from Wales, yeah.
Of course.
Well, by blood, realistically, I'm from London, but you know.
There we go.
Yeah.
Australia, China, Japan. Ted is Russian. Who's Japanese?
How many nationalities do we have in the room, Nima?
How many nationalities? We're counting right now. India. Oh, come on. Do you think that's for India?
Yeah, it is. Come on. A billion and a half people. What are you talking about?
There. You say that. Name one Indian footballer. Name
one. There we go.
Get shit on.
Yeah.
Name one Indian basketball.
Oh, and that is a resounding but less resounding win than I was expecting from Lance.
Name one Indian cricket player.
Everyone can name cricket player. That's what I'm saying.
Are we going to be?
Let's go.
Are we still just discussing whether? Yeah. Anyway.
Yes, Baz. There are digressions in this, because some of us have the attention spans of goldfish on a sugar high.
But that match was great for people with short attention spans. Because again, Sabre, it's quick, it's violent. They kept hitting each other with sticks. What more could you want?
Not much more, to be honest.
Yes. I do feel somewhat how a Roman emperor would feel after watching various people being forced to fight to the death for his amusement, except they don't properly die in this.
Which is, one might argue, a good thing.
One might argue a good thing.
Depending on who's arguing, but that is...
But it does lose a certain frisson,
it does.
I think, to the match, knowing that people can walk away from it.
Of course, because where's the elan?
Exactly. Where's the verve, the drive, the passion?
You know.
Although I don't want to ever claim that any of these athletes lack passion. But, they don't have the raw desperation they would if these swords were sharp and they didn't have armor. Is all I'm saying.
Yep. Hands 4-3. Who do you support?
Barcelona.
No. Yeah. I am back.
2-on-2
He's
foil.
back.
Okay, Brian has just challenged Nima. We have a challenge. The gauntlet has been laid.
Oh.
I need to get changed, so no rush.
Brian is going to attack Nima.
No, offensively first.
He's challenged them all.
Challenging Leaf.
He is a PhD in mathematics, challenging people to Mortal Kombat. That is new.
Very much how mathematics used to be done.
Of course. Pythagoras was actually a G in his hood.
So I've heard.
He was known, he was renowned.
Hood being Hellas.
Of course, what else would it be? He was the rude boy.
I think there are many ways you could describe Pythagoras. Rude boy is not one of the ones I would go for, just because. You know, he believed that people's souls used to go into beans. When they died, we would be reincarnated as beans, and therefore he refused to hurt beans because they were believed to have the souls of the dead in them. And he was actually captured at the end of his life by refusing to run through a field of beans.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the kind of story you get from a Cambridge University education.
Why are we doing this?
Trinity College. Thank you. Thank you.
Studying?
He went to Trinity College, Cambridge. Baz did.
I did not. I absolutely did not. This is.
But moving
this is
on.
slander. This is slander because it's spoken.
30. Okay, we have a match till 30.
A match till 30. This is going to be a long, stressful match, and I believe
it's a barn burner. Are we going to have double the time? Double the time?
Oh, we're gonna have to
Triple the time.
Can I ask is this Saber again, or is this? This is
epic. This is everything is allowed.
Everything is a target. Whoever hits first gets the point.
Everything is a point.
Okay.
That's what epic stands for.
18.
EPE.
You want to do it in groups of 3? Okay.
Technically, they should have 6 groups of 3. With 1 minute gap.
Is this Super Nima?
Yes.
Super Nima. Oh, Super Merlin. Okay.
Hashtag Merlin in the chat.
Hashtag Merlin in chat, folks. Hashtag Merlin in chat. The more we get Merlin in chat, the more it will be important.
Exactly, because
a lot of aggression.
Please drop the law for the people at home.
The law. Merlin is our captain, and he's the GOAT. Sometimes he performs better than Nima at his own sport. So Merlin is a man of many talents. He does saber, he also does foil.
He also seems to be doing.
This guy, on his day, will beat anyone.
Wow.
I know Nima's getting points here, but do not cut this guy out ever.
Nima's getting one.
The captain.
From anywhere.
The most talented.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to look like I'm doing something.
Exactly.
What I will say about Nima's performance just then, there was a lot of synchronized jumping from both fences.
Nima likes to jump.
Yes.
Ooh.
That was nice. That was nice.
He did have to have a. It reminds a bit of the Christmas truce in the First World War, where people briefly stopped hostilities to have a little fun game of football.
By the way, do you know who actually won that match? The football match?
I think it's not recorded in history.
It was.
Oh.
Yeah, because as usual, it was the Germans playing the English, and we all know how that goes down.
What, Germans won a penalty?
Yeah, the Germans won on penalties, obviously. I mean, I wasn't there.
Again, let's maybe steer clear from this and focus more on.
No, again, that was before World War II. We can talk about it, and you brought it up. So
just for ladies and gentlemen at home, both of us were given strict instructions by Nima to keep the stream.
Yes,
normal.
we're talking about the 1917 football match, which is arguably the football match of the century.
We're in the middle of a match now, but sorry.
So I think.
You okay?
What's going on?
Yeah.
It's all good.
I think Noah.
On guard.
He might be back soon.
I think there may be some technical difficulties at the moment with.
Sure.
We're having some conversations.
Conversations and technical difficulties are. Now both fences are back. That's it.
That was nice. That was nice.
Oh. Now, do you think that the brief thigh slap by Nima, do you think that helped?
The thigh slap is a plus
look at
5%
that.
speed. I mean, look at that.
Look at that. He's in cahoots with time.
More fencing law and thigh slap usually, because there's no one reffing. Thigh slap is like start of the match. But you can think of it.
Normally you would say it was a 5% speed boost.
It is.
You cannot convince me otherwise, Mr. I just saw it.
He's acting like the group leader because he's initiating the fight. He knows when he's going to go. And right now he's showing it.
And again, it is a commanding lead. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Nima's main weapon is the thigh. So this is.
He is
an
epicist. That is where he is.
He's back in his comfort zone.
That was beautiful. That was fantastic.
That was an impressive.
The captain is showing why he's presidential.
Exactly, but both of them swordplay.
That was nice.
Either one of them could have won that
The
one.
last 4 or 5 points, we've seen Nima do what Bruce Lee used to call the single direct attack.
Mm-hmm.
Because Bruce Lee had that.
There it is again.
That was
something of it. Oh.
Now the single direct attack is as simple as it sounds. It's one attack that you do directly. But what Nima did
was from an athlete here, I could see him slow down a bit. And for half a second, you were not sure if he was going to stay where he was and bounce or move forward. And he induced some hesitation in Martin and then attacked. Thereby winning the point.
Yeah. Oh!
And Martin is good in close quarters.
Martin,
I wouldn't want to take him
Merlin's excellent in close quarters. Oh, and it's an undulating move from Merlin, potentially to
undulating.
And Nima is having none of it. That was the most disrespectful slap on the blade I've seen
He's like, "Get out
for
of
a
here."
good long while. Exactly.
He sends him away.
Nima is very much saying, "Not today, thank you."
See what's happening? That was a toe tap if I've ever seen one. That was a toe clap, actually. That was a clap toe. Okay, do you think Nima's getting a bit tired, perhaps?
Oh, he's done it again.
I think, bluntly, I think that Nima has come out strong, but with a match as long as this, again, they're playing to 30, I believe.
They are.
Nima is, you can see him, he's conserving his energy.
He is still, that was a big point.
It's paying off in some parts, but
yeah, but he had a 7-point lead, which has now been eroded into a 3-point lead. What we've seen.
2-point lead now. 2-point lead now. Has anyone going? I do.
Gentlemen, I love the tie.
Thank you guys for everything.
No, thank you so much for participating. We are very grateful.
I was listening to live stream and you were commenting. I'm like, yeah, I was intended to do all that.
I'm so glad.
Right.
Cheers, man.
That was a good one. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Excellent.
Okay, Nima's just stolen another 3 points.
Nima's lead is back to.
He
Again,
just walks him down.
It's the disrespect with the slap that I think has to sting for Merlin. It's the I see your sword and I raise you. No.
Okay. Nima is halfway there. Merlin is only a third of the way there, and Bon Jovi is having a good time.
He is. Oh, again. That was impressive. There was something about the guard in that. You see.
But that was nice. That was a headshot. That was a headshot. That was a headshot.
It was a good move. It was a good move. And again, it does feel like Nima is using he's almost using his lack of energy to his advantage.
Again, I tell you, the man seems to be in cahoots with space and time.
And again, I ask you, what does that mean?
I mean, they're like buddies. They're like, they
Do you
hang
mean
out.
he's fast?
No, I don't mean he's fast.
Oh my god.
What happened?
You did not just see that hit. We can watch that back.
No, but like,
just hit the wrist from beneath.
Oh.
That was a flick of the wrist. I must have missed it.
The one chunk of the hand that is
open and vulnerable.
It was a strong move.
You see, I need to replay it. He hits the underside of his hand.
Oh wow. Ah, my, that was beautiful.
Which would, if this was a real combat, be an incredibly impressive move. But,
as he would have sliced the whole hand off.
Yeah.
But thankfully, the blades are not sharp.
Nima's fencing days would be over. But look, he's back in the game. He's looking strong. He's looking powerful.
16 and 12. It's all to play for.
It is all to play for, but
yeah. I might have a phone. I'm not sure who it belongs to.
No. It's alright. Back in.
Back in play. It's all
And Nima is back with energy that we haven't seen from him for a good number of bouts. He started off this match strong.
That was beautiful. Okay. Now Merlin is really turning up the heat here because we must remember this is like wow.
Nothing.
Wow.
Just so quick.
What we have.
It's getting intense now.
Yeah, it's getting intense. Neither side want to make a move. You know when it's going to happen. It's going to be quicker than lightning. There we are. No.
Wow. There were 7 different ripostes. Each riposted in turn. Another one. 9, 10, 11.
Neither is giving quarter. Neither is giving quarter.
That was unbelievable. That was all action.
Merlin is closing the lead and deserved.
The last
An
time I saw
impressive
that
fight.
was when I watched The Legend of Zorro, Nima with the dip.
No.
He
Oh, sorry, got it.
sportsmanlike behavior from the man.
Exactly. And again.
He's going for it again, Merlin.
Ooh.
Beautiful to see.
And again, impressive. It's reached over the sword.
This is a very intense affair.
It is.
Nima is a bit more comfortable on the front foot. Whereas Merlin is better with the counter, it seems like.
Well, again, it seems like Merlin is the captain of the team, so potentially has everything to lose, and Nima has everything to gain. Now, is it true that if you beat them, you get their title?
I'm not sure that's true because I've
What?
beaten Captain multiple times.
Well, that's okay. So one.
That was no
one likes
shade
to show
being
off.
thrown.
No shade.
No shade being thrown. He's just saying the captain sucks, and he.
Oh, did you see that bounce?
Was that a bounce again?
It was worthy of a Cossack dancer.
Oh!
But it wasn't enough.
It
wasn't enough.
Wow.
Nima came out here with the Cossack moves.
But that's why he's our captain.
That's why that's why
He does
he's
stuff like that.
He's unfazed by Nima's
unfazed.
Cossack attempts.
No, he fears not the light horsemen of.
There lived a certain man.
Alexander the First.
There lived a certain man in Russia long ago,
I-
and Merlin does not care.
Rah rah. Indeed, yes.
Oh, no, it's a very gentlemanly
No,
move
he
there.
was trying to set him up. And, oh my God, that was beautiful. Now that is what I talk about. In boxing, we do that. You hit him 4 times, you get the nervous system flinching, and at the 5th time, you switch, and it was beautiful.
It was beautiful. It was arguably ungentlemanly.
I think not. He set him up and diced him up.
Merlin's playing goofy.
Yeah.
He's aiming. You can see he's aiming for the shoe. He's pointing for it. He's going for it. Oh! And it
The
plays
lead.
up for the first time. Merlin is in the lead over Nima.
And he has
This
been
match.
commanding over the past 15 points. Nima has not really had much to say. He's wavering.
This is a new level of.
Oh wow! Nothing. Oh, Nima
Ah,
with the beautiful.
That was disrespectful.
That was beautiful. That was a another headshot.
strong disrespect.
Another headshot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Another headshot.
They are currently neck and neck, testing the defenses. Let's see if they can break through. Oh!
Beautiful.
And
Nima gets it.
he did. So I think when Nima wins points, it's a light tap, but it's a light tap just through the defenses.
Of course. See
Yeah,
how Nima is
circling.
on the.
Circling his opponent's sword, the swish, and indeed the flick.
Of course. Nice. That was nice.
Doesn't seem that too many points Nima has just, or rather Merlin has just extended for a shot, and Nima's just reached over.
Exactly. But again, you remember with Epee, everywhere is fair game. So if you over defend one side, the other side becomes open. If you go high and they go low, that's unfortunate for you.
Economy of movement.
Hear
And
that comment from Nima.
What did he say?
He just added to Merlin, I know your tricks now.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Nima is talking trash. And I'm not speaking about a mixed recycle bin. This is pure going to the heap.
Yeah.
Trash being spoken.
This is landfill that we
This is
burn in a
landfill
trash
that-
fire, folks.
Now they're just
Oh,
waiting
look
for
at.
times they can have a rest.
Exactly. Marlin comes.
Oh!
Okay. Okay. Again, Nima declaring his knowledge of the tricks.
1 minute.
They are gonna have a break.
And they were. They
And
are
well deserved.
a well-deserved
this is
break,
nip
but
and tuck.
they are
Nip and tuck.
closer to both. Both players have scored a lot of points. We are closer to one of them reaching 30 than I would have expected in the first round.
Exactly. Now, I have a question. How does Merlin's glasses not fog up in that mask?
They do.
They fog up.
I don't know how he backs wearing glasses. I have to wear contacts because it gets foggy, and then if they get dislodged and they move a bit, you can't just take off your helmet mid-fight to just push them up.
And
I
why
don't know
not?
how he backs it.
Is it safe to say he's sometimes fighting blind then, in essence? Because with
Maybe. I think that's a stretch because you adapt to the conditions, but there have been times where you forget your glasses to training and then you don't have any contacts in your bag, and you got to make do. So,
how have you fared in those circumstances?
oh, it's ridiculously hard. I try not to use it as an excuse, but it always comes to, oh yeah, I'm not wearing my glasses.
I think the best excuse for losing a battle is, sorry, can we have that one again? I wasn't seeing straight. Now,
works every time.
Now this.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
See,
It almost looked choreographed until it wasn't.
It did. Merlin voluntarily conceded all of that space.
Oh, standoff.
A Mexican standoff?
And is galloping like a horse.
He galloped like a horse, passes. And that was actually... that was true to life.
And he's been put
Come on,
down.
Merlin! Merlin getting some support.
Merlin's getting some support from the commentary booth, which some might argue is unfair.
Nah, only unbiased commentary.
Only unbiased commentary. Come on, Nima!
Go on!
Yes.
Oh, wow. Nima with the dip again.
Again, it's the twiddle. It's the twiddles that seem to be doing it for
What
Nima.
I love is, again, that whole of setting the rhythm. They touched swords 3 times.
And then
they didn't. Oh, wow. Oh, that was fantastic.
Both have backed off.
Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. One thing I've noticed, Baz, is Nima often is on the outer side of the mat, meaning he is standing further away from us.
Yes.
Oh, good hit, Merlin.
It's possible that both...
Whereas Merlin stays in the center.
Is that because both players are right-handed and lead from their dominant hand?
No, but then Merlin doesn't quite come off to this side. Unless I'm hallucinating once again, which I do at least twice a day.
You do. Almost like clockwork, it's quite fun.
See, look at Nima's feet.
True.
Towards the outside, but look at Merlin.
Merlin is dominating the centre, while Nima is trending one side.
Of course. Now, what is the strategic import of that?
I wonder if it's a political statement.
It might. Oh my goodness, that is. Okay. Nima, the right-wing athlete. He will not be happy to hear that, but he will be happy to hear he is 5 points clear.
5 points clear with a
commanding lead.
And an impressive command of the space, I will have to say.
I think he's going to see it through. It's been a real effort from Merlin, but at the end of the day, I think Nima being in his element, as this is his primary sword, maybe showing...
Again, you say about Merlin, he has a control of the space. He has a control of pretty much every kind of sword. I have... A comeback is not out of the question here.
Well,
I have spoken too
You
soon.
spoke too soon.
I have
because
spoken much too soon.
Nima just hit him on the toe. But Merlin is still getting support from the crowd.
And is playing with a new level of aggression.
I think if only King Arthur was more vocal. Nima with a beautiful finish. Beautiful finish. That was fantastic. That was fantastic.
A long, arduous match from both players, but what a match, what a match.
Very, very fantastic. Once again, I think...
Did someone else take over?
That side, how does it work?
Can you do it?
I was about to head over.
Oh.
How does it work?
We could maybe get someone...
I mean, I don't mind taking over.
Yeah, well,
you can
sorry,
say help me.
ladies and gentlemen,
It's just I have no idea what I'm taking over or
we're
what I'm
attempting
to
to
do.
figure out...
we have a professional IT
Excellent.
engineer here.
Hello. Would you mind helping us doing the scoring and that? Thank you.
I'll do it.
Excellent.
Well,
scoring is back on.
This is that was a philosophical question there. Who do you want to keep your scoring, a statistician or a lawyer? That was the question.
That is an interesting question.
And
I would say lawyer.
You would trust a lawyer more than a statistician?
Obviously. A statistician is good at cooking the books. A lawyer is bound to tell the truth. The whole truth and nothing. I mean, that's witnesses technically. But they have a duty to not mislead the court, and that's the tennis court, the law courts, and indeed
you heard
the
it here,
fencing
folks.
court.
You heard it here first, folks. Lawyers are
a trustworthy group of people,
And they are preferred-
definitely worth giving your money to, but not quite as worth giving your money to as the various charities which are supporting this live stream.
Of course.
That was possibly the best segue I've ever done.
And it was the best segue I have ever listened to, Baz.
Yes.
Now name them out for us.
Once again, this is ParalympicsGB, SportsAid, Sports in Mind, Right to Play, and of course our gracious hosts, Goodenough College. So we've already hit 1K, but we'd love to just hit that 1.5K mark by the end of the stream. So if you feel like donating to some good causes, why not?
Indeed.
Get through and donate.
Please. And we will come back in a bit, hopefully with another amazing segue.
Yes.
And talk about each of the individual charities in a bit more depth, that you may know where the money is going to and what it's going to be doing. But
Exactly.
before we do that here, we have a very interesting matchup. To our left, we have Brian.
who is currently doing a PhD at the London School of Economics, but he is not doing it in economics or any other dismal sciences. He is doing primary research in mathematics.
Pure mathematics, I believe, as well.
Pure mathematics. He's not applying it to anything. And
there is absolutely no use for Brian's research project.
And he's going to publish a paper. I think it's in review. Within 4 weeks of starting his PhD, he found a proof worth publishing, which is very impressive.
That is excellent. Do you think his skill with proofs and pen will translate to his skill with footwork and swords?
That is an excellent question.
Theoretically,
theoretically, one would imagine that he should have the ability to calculate deep into the future and perhaps even into the past, and sort of put together all functions and sort of data points we've seen into a huge equation.
So you think Brian can outthink his opponent in this?
Well, if Brian cannot outthink him, he definitely doesn't look like he's going to outmove him. And that is no shade being thrown.
I don't know if that's. I will grant that Leaf does seem to be an agile fencer.
He is. He looks sort of nimble.
And again, I believe this is a. I'm trying to have a look at the swords. Oh no, this is not. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought this might be a saber match, but it's not. I believe
it's a foil.
This is a foil match.
This is a foil match. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, please applause in the chat. We are learning. We woke up today as a layman, and by the end of the night, we will be Olympic level.
We will still be laymen, but we'll be laymen who have learnt a couple of things by the good people of the tournament shouting things in our ear. So,
no, Brad, the other head. It's the other way. No, the names.
The names. Oh,
yeah. What we have, by the way, is Leaf is an analyst. I'm not sure what kind of analyst, but I know he has an analysis of the laundry system of the Goodenough College, and he provided guidelines as to the variability of laundry cycles in summer, winter, and autumn.
Interesting.
And that is not even a joke.
I didn't think it was. I think if it was going to be a joke, it would be the weirdest joke I think you've ever told. so by process of elimination, I think we can assume that this is a true fact. But do you think Leaf's analytic ability versus Brian's also analytic ability? It's looking like a very technical match, folks.
It is going to be a very technical match, but I think Leaf has got what we call in boxing the light-footedness of Mercury.
But also just...
Yes. Brian just made a fist. Did you see that?
Brian's style has a level of raw aggression to it.
Did you see him make a fist?
I did see him make a fist.
Now, that does not bode well.
I think it bodes very well. It means, yeah.
That is a fist.
Look at that. That is a level of anger.
Leaf is more relaxed. Brian is attacking with both feet. Okay. Touch?
Yes, there is a certain level of... Ooh.
Oh wow, that was fantastic.
That was fantastic.
You see what he did there? He circled over the sword. That was Brian.
It's a control of space. Leaf is, again, it's an economy of movement thing. Leaf is letting Brian come to him, and
I think
as long as he gets the parries in, he knows that he's in no danger. Oh, again.
I think the most important thing with foil is that the right of way is very important. Unfortunately, we do not have a red light, green light system to tell us who exactly has the right of way. But what I gather is, fundamentally, if you are attacking and advancing, you have the right of way unless and until your opponent parries or riposts. Then they take over the right of way.
Which makes a lot of sense in what we're seeing here.
Because what happened is, Leaf got a hit in, but he was on the back foot and he did not parry the sword first.
I think there was a brief pause as Leaf requires
a new sword.
A new sword, yes.
Well, maybe he did get in, and maybe the sword just wasn't functioning. In which case, ignore everything I said.
Exactly. Because it did seem like that last exchange did have a lot of hits on both sides, but nothing on the scorer. Nothing on the scorer. Okay.
Now Brian is also coughing, but again, I mean, Brian's hands-up technique is, oh my goodness.
There's
sword circling.
There is a sort of anger to it, which is, I think it could come up quite well.
It really could. Brian is displaying sort of. How did Leaf not get in there?
I don't know. Doesn't like Brian just through the sheer power of aggression is He's not letting Leaf have a look at it.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a full minute and we only have 1 point. Again, the curse of the commentator, we now have 2 points.
Yes, it does seem that whatever we say is happening, the fencers will do their best to frustrate.
Of course.
In which I will say there is currently no cake on the fencing match. Go on. Go on. A potentially more interesting cake fall has been replaced with a impressive level of aggression from
Brian. And it counts for Brian.
Yeah, that was a point from Brian. I think it just goes to show that if you continually hit everywhere near your opponent, one of the strikes will land. That is no shade to Brian. It is a flurry of blows technique.
That is what they used to call in World War II strategic bombing, which they did over civilian areas as well.
Yeah,
now, moving on very swiftly.
Yes, please.
Moving on very swiftly.
Very swiftly. There was a...
What do you think Leaf needs to do to sort of take charge of this?
Here's the thing. I think Leaf is attempting to play defensively. Leaf is attempting to almost exhaust Brian to wait for him to find a gap in his attacks. The problem is Brian seems to have boundless energy and no gap except... There we are, though. This is what we were looking for. Leaf being slightly more on the attack. And look, you can see as Leaf even begins to give the tiniest bit of attack, Brian begins
Oh, that was beautiful, though.
That was great.
That was a beautiful hit from Leaf.
Brian begins to flail, and Brian, I don't think, has a very strong defense. I think it's a very smart
defense.
Exactly. I think it's telling that Brian's strength is all in the attack.
There we go. I think Brian's footwork does lend him to sort of being an attacking.
Yeah. He almost falls into his opponent,
there we go.
Which
is not a disadvantage.
Okay,
but
I think now Leaf has figured out Brian's strategy. He knows how to bait him and he knows how to go on the attack.
Have you noticed both of the points Leaf has just scored have been from the outside in? So he sort of almost backhands it in to the chest.
Which makes sense again.
Which has happened again.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I maybe know something about fencing now.
You might. Hands up might be learning.
I might be learning something. Whereas Brian wanted to go over the top, but Leaf realizes the inside is open.
Yes.
And if he has the balance on lockdown, then he can stab him right in the guts.
Oh.
Again, I think Leaf needs to focus on the guts. Sort of right where the pancreas is where he needs to aim for. Oh, Brian got the point.
Brian got the point.
Yeah. Brian is sort of aiming for the lungs.
Brian is, again, just it's pure aggression, which I haven't seen from foil fences, but I do think it's paying off.
I would argue Leaf is almost too relaxed.
I would agree. I think it's all very well to adopt the strategy of, let the opponent come to you, economy of movement. But when you have boundless energy and aggression on Brian's part, I think the only strategy you can have is to do what Leaf's doing, i.e. the best defense is a good offense.
Of course.
When your opponent comes to you, offer every blow with a blow. And
he does have a fantastic defense, to be honest. But we have a saying in boxing, which is sometimes you need to move into your opponent and give them a big old hug. So if somebody
that's a quite long saying in boxing.
Again,
and that was a good shot. That was a good shot. It seems that Leaf he's using the space more.
I think energy has something to do with what we're seeing here, because Brian probably used up a lot more energy in the first sort of 33% of this match. And of course, in fact, let's talk in percentages, as this is the battle of mathematicians.
Of course, yeah. In that case, I would say that for all X, Brian, open brackets X, and tired, open brackets X, there is definitely a dip in energy from the start.
I think.
Are you regretting putting this in mathematicians'
I am not,
terms?
because as the Leaf comes over, he's almost sort of painting a curve. Ooh. And if you can differentiate the area of the curve, integrate the area of the curve, or the area under the curve. Hey, go away, man, Misha, get out of here, bro. We're not engineers. I sell drugs for a living.
Oh, we should clarify that he means he's a pharmacist. Hamza is doing a degree in pharmacy. That's not a bit. He's genuinely doing a degree in pharmacy. He just likes to describe it in ways that might worry people.
And
Brian gets a very good point there.
He does. He very much does.
Okay, now this is period 2.
wanting...
We've sort of boiled over. I think... Yeah, see what Brian does there. Just watch the feet.
He's going for... Again, it's energy, it's passion, it's... Oh! Something happened there.
But this wasn't
none
enough
of the
force.
energy...
Brian gets in again.
Brian, can I just say... We've seen a lot of fancy footwork.
We have.
We've seen a lot of delicate ripostes, parries, parades. This is not that. This comes closest to what I would refer to as shanking as a strategy of fencing.
Well,
but honestly, it's more fun to watch to a certain extent because this is this is raw aggression.
It is.
This is.
Now, Brian the Shanker. But Leaf is trying to
Leaf is. This is the thing. I think Leaf is playing this like a fencing match. And Brian is
exactly
1,000 blows a minute, and it is all just a matter of can Leaf block every single blow that comes for him. And mostly the answer is yes.
To be honest, yeah, he has a very reasonably good defense. And I think with Brian being a lefty, let me offer some sort of general advice that we give in boxing.
Okay.
Which is, if you're a lefty facing a right-handed opponent, you want your feet to be outside of them. And the reason for that is, you then have footwork, like you have what we call foot dominance.
Yeah.
If your foot is outside of them, you can attack into them. So essentially, Brian should be trying to pierce Leaf's left lung.
Move around, basically. Get the side you can't so easily defend.
Exactly. Whereas Leaf should be going for the pancreas. This is sort of the anatomical dimension of this game.
Almost like in baseball, when you get a left-handed hitter, you'll shift your fielders to the other side.
Exactly, because of what you expect. That is what we're having here.
I used to play Little League.
You used to play Little League?
I used to play Little League in the States.
I don't believe that.
I was a proud member of the Berkeley Bears. We lost every match. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. We only won matches where I played on the other team to make up numbers. And that's 100% true. And again, this is a slog of a match. The points are coming not exactly thick and fast, but every point is hard fought.
Very hard fought, especially because the sort of precision that we were seeing on display earlier. But then having said that, Leaf realizes it's under and inside. Really, under and inside, and he is more or less attacking the descending colon of Brian. That is the anatomical part of the body he seems to be targeting. You know, the pancreas has been chefed up.
Completely. And I think it's a strange level of cautiousness we're seeing from Brian now. It's possible that he knows that if this was a 10-point match, he would have just lost, and is therefore attempting to try and sort of shore up his defense. But the problem is, Brian's defense is his offense. I'm not sure this is a good strategy from the mathematician.
Exactly. I think there we go. There we go.
Again, back to the normal attacking form.
Exactly. I think what Brian has to do is calculate his strengths, divide his weaknesses, put them all in brackets, and multiply that by the odds of success, and put that against Leaf's capacities, and what that should tell him.
That comes out 7, right?
That's how many points he has.
Ladies and gentlemen, I entirely made that up, but that's an excellent fortuity. It does come out as 7.
But what he has to do is be constantly on the offensive.
Yeah.
Leaf is what we would describe in boxing as a slick operator. And if somebody has...
I do believe you're making up half these terms, but keep going.
I mean, that's the beauty of being able just to claim stuff. But I think what Leaf needs to do, or rather, Leaf has won. The time is up.
And that is, I believe, the first time that, at least we've been commentating, that time has been called in the middle of the match.
No, this is the second round.
No, I think they're playing to 15.
No, but this is minute 6.
Ah.
So remember how we had 22 points in 1 minute?
Yes.
When it was Mystery versus the other guy, Vlad.
Yes.
Or was it Arthur? Anyways, one of those.
There's been a lot of matches.
Yes, exactly.
It's not that again. It's what I would refer as. I have not seen as much sword-on-sword combat. They're really testing the limits of each other's blades here.
Exactly. Something might snap soon.
Exactly. It's not so much the strength of the players as the strength of the steel that we're seeing in this.
The swords are holding up.
They are.
And so is the flooring.
Ooh.
Okay, Brian gets in.
And in. I don't want to say a lucky shot because I do think Brian's strategy is as many shots as possible, one of them will go through.
But if you notice, Brian keeps scoring from shots that are going over the sword. Leaf is getting success with shots that are going under the sword. Yes. And I wish they would factor this observation into their analyses and come to the conclusion that they should spam whatever move is working. Surely.
The perfect strategy in all places, spam whatever move is working.
Spam it.
Yes, I do think though, we had a lot of setup for this game as being a highly technical, sort of analysis-driven match. That's not what we saw.
Or we saw a level of analysis that is incomprehensible.
Oh, yes.
To the mind of laymen like you and I.
It's like how if you're sufficiently good at rock, paper, scissors, it looks random.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because the Nash equilibrium says it should be random.
Yes, yeah, right, yeah, sure.
That actually is the best thing you can do. Pick a hand, randomly throw things. That's even a joke.
I'm with you. I think that makes sense. All right, so that was it. I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting to see which fencers are willing to test their swords against each other. I'm sure that's not the correct way of saying it, but you know,
but that works.
It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun.
But we have just watched, how shall we say, a more entry level.
I wouldn't say entry level. I would say violent.
Violent.
I think that was.
I like how you put it.
It was because again both fencers had strategies. Both fencers executed those strategies very well, but the strategies we saw were where the blows came fast and thick. I think the blows came fast and thick,
and perhaps sort of beyond our realms of comprehension.
Possibly somewhat.
Especially seeing as we are laymen.
We are very much
so
laymen.
I think it all sort of tallies.
Yeah. Would you like to talk about a couple of the charities that we'll be supporting? So one of the charities I've been talking about a bit is SportsAid. SportsAid is a great charity, provides financial and mentoring support to young British athletes, and it helps them reach their potential. And it's worth saying that many of Team GB's top athletes have benefited from their backing. So it's a great charity to support, and you will be with your donations.
Indeed, another one that I think I personally really love is Sport in Mind. They use sport and physical activity to promote mental health recovery and well-being. And their programs are catered for people experiencing mental health challenges to improve their confidence, connections, and overall health.
It's a great charity.
Especially for young men who have been known to suffer from mental health issues. And as a young man myself, who has a history of mental health problems, I think it is a fantastic charity. And in many ways, sports and physical activity did help me overcome it. So anything to help with that is something that I would highly encourage you to do.
It's a great set of charities. We should also say that as well as those two, we have ParalympicsGB.
Of course.
Our sponsors of this. Right to Play is also receiving money. They empower children in vulnerable communities worldwide, and they use sport to break down the barriers in education and equality. So if you want to support them and support any of the charities we've mentioned, I again would urge you, donate to the stream.
Team go?
Fantastic, Brad.
It's going well. It's going well. That was a very fun match to watch, I will say.
Attack.
Yes.
You know what I loved most, Brian? Was your right fist that was up.
Who's ready?
You were ready to go. You were like, come at me, bro. But it was a very sort of difference in styles. You were good. He was.
I felt like the only way I could score points in him was by sheer determination.
It's good because this is what we were theorizing. It was a flurry of blades technique, but it was fun to watch. I was saying it came down to closer to shanking, I think, than any other kind of.
There was one where I got an actual
I saw.
It was.
Did you notice that he was hitting you more in the lower abdomen and you were hitting him more in the higher abdomen?
Yeah, I think I could work on getting lower better.
Yeah, because he was all up in your pancreas.
Yeah.
That's what I saw.
And so part of it was, and I'm still working this out, is so when I was fencing last week at practice, Noah pointed out I was doing a lot of like leaning in on my shoulder.
Yeah.
So I was kind of trying to get at people and like extend as far as possible, like kind of going like that.
Yeah.
And the problem with that is that an experienced fencer will just tap you there.
I see.
And even like when you flick the blade, it bends. So like it's actually easier than you think.
So they can just go above you and
Yeah,
sort
they
of.
can just
I got you.
So when I lean in, they just step to the side and go boop and then support. So I was trying not to, but then I need to figure out how to not do that, but also stay low. So kind of like that kind of movement.
I see.
Yeah. So
now, of course, this is the beauty of commentary. We can just criticize you all day while sitting on my bum.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, my knee's hurting just watching you guys do this.
I mean, to be honest, it is making me want to give it a go.
Me too.
Yeah. We should try it. Consider 2 laymen fully converted. Now that was an interesting point because I think
there was a 360.
I'm not sure if the camera could see, but there was a 360. There was a twirl from Lance, which I believe cost him the point. Oh, again, this is a
foil.
This is a foil, and this is a twiddle heavy match. I have to say, there is a lot of flourishing, there's a lot of flicking, there's a lot of just twirling the swords around. Which
Lance, my view of Lance is somewhat obstructed, but you can see Adrian, right?
You can see Adrian.
And if you can't find anything, you can use this. Like,
okay, great. Oh, okay, it's a referee, which you obviously need.
Yes.
On guard.
Somewhat, I mean.
Also, Arthur is warming up. I love that.
Yes. You can actually, if you're on the stream, you can just see in the corner Arthur is
King
Arthur practicing his moves. And what a again in that fencing drip.
Exactly.
You've been known to comment on.
I love it.
It's great. It's great.
Indeed. So we have Lance here, and Adrian. And it's all sort of poised nicely. It's a mega round with 6 minutes instead of 3. So they might be playing to 30. Or perhaps not.
That they might be. Ooh.
Lance with the fancy flicks. Did you see that?
I did see that. There was a lot of, like I said, there was a lot of fancy flicks going on as well. Oh, but I will say both these fencers seem evenly matched, but playing very similar styles.
Exactly.
One strikes, the other ripostes, one strikes the other, or parries rather. The other parries. Both fast. Oh!
Okay. Both count.
And again, both count.
Oh no, but the referee gave it to Adrian actually.
But
I see.
But they aren't.
That's not true if there's a parry.
Yeah. They do seem mostly mirror images of each other, at least
They
in
actually
strategy.
do. They even have a similar stance. The balance is similar.
Except that's fun.
Yeah.
That's to say, I will say Lawrence is having at least from what we've seen so far, Lawrence seems to having slightly more fun with it.
Yeah, with the flicks behind. Oh yeah, okay, that was nice. That was nice.
It's very nice.
Maybe he's sort of figuring him out, which is something I think that is hard to explain to non-athletes. The longer you're in there with somebody, the more your nervous system just incorporates their twitches and tendencies. And before you know it, if you have the better learning system, then by the end of it, you will have more or less figured out their playbook from A to Z. And something tells me Lance has a pretty good learning system. But I'm not sure.
Well, I think so. I mean, that last point was... He saw an opening, there was an overextension
Indeed,
by Adrian, and he capitalised on it.
Straight into his guts.
Again,
have some deviations
a series of twiddles. But it looks like these are twiddles that are paying off.
Indeed. Oh wow, okay. I would say then, would Adrian get that point as he was on the floor? Yep, he did get that point.
He did get that point.
We are beginning to comprehend the right of way concept.
Yes. And I don't think it's called right of way.
Is it left of way?
Priority, I believe.
I was on the Olympics channel before I came in here.
Were you?
And yes, I was. and they called it right of way.
Ah. The right of way I'm most familiar to knowing about is when you need to walk across a field. Which happens more than you would think.
How many fields have you walked across?
Too many. Too many. 3.
You've walked
3 fields. I've walked across 3 fields. And I regret every single one of them. There was one field. I was in the Lake District. I was having a lovely time. I was having a walk by myself, a mental health walk.
Of course.
And I had my characteristic red jacket on. I don't know if you've seen it. It's my characteristic red jacket.
I think I have actually.
And as I was walking into this, I saw a field of bulls.
Oh.
Now I know the red thing is a myth, but it was still not a fun walk.
So
this is a true story.
How quickly did you evacuate?
Impressively. It was essentially hop the fence, check for bovines, hop the fence again. That walk took me 2 hours longer than it had to because that was a long diversion. And speaking of diversions, we should get off this one and back to the game.
Aha! Lovely segue.
Thank you. Ooh, and what a lovely point as well.
I think my theory of learning systems maybe is sort of, paying dividends here, as Lance has taken a commanding lead.
He has, yes.
In a myriad of ways.
But do we think it's learning, or do we think it's... And once again, I think they've made pointless the point I was about to make. I was going to say that Lance seems to be having more fun with the point, seems to be sort of playing around with it, but then we saw a sort of a playful sword flick from Adrian, and it's like both players are testing each other's defensive, but also testing expectation. Oh,
that was nice. But again, the concept of sort of the athlete's learning system I was referring to,
yes,
is that it is largely subconscious. So when you download the information, it is conscious, but when you use it, it is subconscious because of the speed factor. So in boxing, if I notice that my opponent has a tendency of dropping the right hand whenever I flick out my left, then I'll flick out 2 lefts, and I've downloaded that information.
Yeah.
And what happens is I will find myself throwing a fake left hand and a left hook around his right hand
without even knowing what you're doing, just from
having downloaded the information.
Interesting.
So I think that is what I'm crediting Lance with here. Just a general sort of downloading of whatever Adrian is doing, and the scoreboard is showing he is scoring points in many different ways.
To put it a different way, he sort of absorbed Adrian's attack patterns.
Yeah, he's downloaded them, and his mana, he's sort of got the force now with him, in essence.
And I think we all wish that we had the force with us.
But Lance does have the force.
Lance does. You can see.
But then having said that,
again, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we try and make a point, and the fences frustrate it.
It is a curse.
Yes. Yeah, it's such a shame that neither of us in the commentary box have 100 quid right next to us. Go on.
But if you do have 100 quid, then feel free to donate it to one of our
that would be a much better cause than giving it to us directly.
Yes, exactly. Indeed.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Again,
Adrian has sort of.
Do we think that Adrian has absorbed the attack patterns of his opponent, and now there's an element of reactivity from both players? Do you think?
Perhaps, but seeing as I have placed an informal bet on Lancelot, I will back the person I have put money on.
And with good reason, because as another point to Lance, it's upsetting that I have made a similarly uninformed bet on Adrian, just out of simple game theory.
And
one of us has to lose.
And the other has to win.
Yeah.
Look at what Lance is doing with the sword positioning. He is far away. That was beautiful. I think Lance should get that. Because Lance hit him first. And I think he gives it to Adrian. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start a riot here. I disagree with the referee.
I do not disagree with the referee. That was a...
Who's he going to give it to?
Better not have counted. Better not have counted.
Who is he going to give it to?
Everything is still to play for in the abstract. Lance is clearly going to win this one. But again, it's some fancy footwork. It's some feinting.
Oh, there's a lot of feinting
from Adrian. Yeah,
not just feinting, but if you actually look at what Lance is doing.
Yeah, but you see, there was a hand move from Adrian to accompany the shot, but that shot was itself a pain. You talk about subconscious take on the opponent's attack patterns. I think Adrian knows exactly what he's doing. Oh,
I mean, that was beautiful.
That was.
You cannot deny it was beautiful, especially because I won my bet. But
that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
The most important factor in that for me was Lance was deploying this tactic that I also deploy in boxing, which is you leave yourself in an open position.
Yes.
For your opponent to capitalize on, and then you make them realize, haha, you thought.
Like revealing your queen and then taking their king.
Bam.
Kind of, yeah.
That's it. Yeah. A fantastic chess analogy.
The image of weakness is the truth of strength.
As they say, oh no, my queen. I don't know if you've heard that before in chess.
I have not actually.
Okay. Well, so Lance was the oh no, my left arm master there. And
very good, very good.
It has worked beautifully for him. We have Vlad the Impaler with his signature Romanian flag.
Yes.
Which also is the Chadian flag.
Yes, I do.
When looked upside down.
Is it?
Well, it very well might be. I think I'm making that up. But those three colors look familiar to me. Especially when Chad borders Nigeria, which is where I am from.
Yes, I do like the confidence with which you said, I'm not making that up. I probably am. But still.
Of course.
It's worth saying.
Can somebody verify if that is the Chad flag?
We don't have fact checkers on hand.
Can somebody fact check how close to the Chadian flag, the Romanian flag is? Well done, by the way, Lance. How close to the Chadian flag is that Romanian flag?
The Chadian flag?
Yeah, from Chad.
Like the African country.
Yeah.
Chad.
Yes.
I've no idea, mate.
Well, we have our resident flag expert here. Is that close to the Chadian flag?
What? Excellent. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on 1 hour left, so this is really the time to get your donations
our
in.
Resident flag expert.
Wait, I was going to say, we've got an hour left on the stream, we've got an hour left, so this is really the time. If you're umming and ahhing, you're not sure whether to donate to these 5 great charities, this is your time to get in there. It all goes to a great cause, and we can support fencing, we can support sport, and we can support everyone. So
Indeed. You are correct. Ladies and gentlemen, apparently I was correct, apart from the fact that it's the other way around. It's flipped.
It's the opposite.
Well, there we go.
And if you want any reason to donate for the fact that Hams was right in the
for once.
For once in the Chandra.
I've said 1,000 words. 999 were wrong.
Again, I think that the bearer of truth is propositions, not necessarily individual words. But what do I know?
Again,
I only went to
Trinity College, Cambridge education coming in handy.
Oh, such a terrible education at Trinity College.
Would you mind saying that favorite word of yours, Baz? Was it non-defeasibility or something?
Defeasibility, I think.
There we go.
It's a good word.
Defeasibility.
Yeah. And I have something of a defeasible assumption that. And it is a defeasible assumption because I was about to say that I think this might be Vlad's game, and he just lost a point.
If anybody in the chat knows what defeasible meant, before Googling it, please put that down. If not, donate a penny or donate a pound.
Yeah, don't.
Or even more, because you are learning high quality Trinity College, Cambridge education and words right here on
Trinity
stream.
College. Anyway,
there we go.
Back to the match itself, and it does seem like it's a brief pause for. There does seem to be something of a technical hitch.
Indeed.
As they're attempting to figure out why their swords aren't poking each other in the correct ways.
Which is a problem.
Sorry.
What are you laughing at, Baz?
I'm laughing at absolutely nothing. I'm laughing at the It's a brief respite here, but they are back in the game. Oh. Again, a good move from Adrian. I cannot figure out who I think is the favourite for this one. Because on the one hand, we have Adrian has a clear level of skill, but then there's a sort of a tap on the head.
Oh yes.
Of Vlad. This is a. Am I correct in saying that It looks like Adrian has slightly more reach than Vlad, and that might.
That is an
come into-
astute observation, Baz.
Thank you.
Congratulations and well done.
Thank you, and it does seem that Vlad is attempting to play with that. He's definitely going further in, being more aggressive until this brief relapse where they want to have a discussion on something.
I can theorize to you how Vlad should probably impale his opponent better.
Yes, go on.
I think the first thing is you cannot rely on a first contact attack.
Okay.
So my opinion is Vlad should always go in with a feint. Always.
Yeah.
Always a feint. And then rely on the scrappy nature of the riposting game to get something going.
Potentially.
And because it's a foil, he should always take the risk and be on the offensive.
But
and then he goes.
And indeed, it was.
He puts it into practice.
That was, and indeed, we've seen Vlad previously have a very good defense, a very cool, calm head, but we haven't seen him go on the attack. And I think, do you think this is going to be the match, where we see Vlad finally on the offensive?
I think he needs to, because Adrian is a smooth operator.
With more reach, crucially.
Exactly, with more reach. And although he lost his last match, he was also against another smooth operator. But I think here Vlad can make it scrappy.
He is quick, Vlad.
Vlad can put those paws on him, as they say.
Oh.
But again...
Although, again, you try and make a point, and the fences prove you wrong.
Adrian is spilling away, but I think Vlad really has to put them...
Ooh, what an amazing strike. And it paid off. That was absolutely beautiful. Sidestepped, one step, two step, almost got behind his opponent.
He almost did.
Successfully
now
stabbing
you see
him.
me, now you don't.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's what we saw.
It's magical.
Amazing. Are we going? Oh wow, that was a single direct attack. Bruce Lee would have been proud of that move.
And if it hadn't hit, we'd arguably have fallen right past him. That was a make or break attack.
It was.
Oh,
wow,
and that was a interesting.
Wow, I'm not even sure how he got him, to be honest.
Huh?
I was fencing left earlier today, but decided to switch to right now. So.
Why?
Because I can. My left knee's a little sore, so I figure my left should be right hand.
Can you?
Yes. I've done both, yeah.
Wow. Well, we have here somebody who's flexing on us casually.
Completely.
He's an ambidextrous fencer. And
ambidextrous fellow lad, as some might say.
And he's also a statistician.
I'm also a statistician.
Now, do you think that statisticians make good fencers on the whole?
Why or why not?
Yes.
Fencing is probably not a sport where...
Heard it here first, fencing is not a sport.
Somebody's maneuver assists us.
Right.
So I think fencing, I am just as good as the average bloke, with the advantage of being able to do left. Because lefties do an advantage of fencing.
Interesting.
So I mostly switch to fencing left.
Do you think that there is any subject that would have, other than like sports science, that you think would have an advantage in fencing?
Other than sports science or even athletics themselves?
Yeah.
So to be able to think on your feet and think creatively is important. Because you want to watch what somebody does, get a feel for how they react so you can adapt to it. So you know, sometimes people will start by losing and they'll come back really well when they figured out what their opponent is.
Yes. Which we
have discussed the theory of learning capacity, or whatever the hell I called it earlier.
Yes.
And here we have a real fencer, not a fake one like me, telling you. This is what we call in science a validation of the evidence.
I believed you at the time, and now
Did you?
yeah, of course. It seemed legit.
Did
now
it?
I know it. Yeah, mostly. I don't know. You were speaking with a certain tempo, and I'm gullible. Oh,
we're gonna have a sword switch. Adrian's class is, alas, shining through.
It is.
As
alas, it's a well-deserved victory. Although
it is a well-deserved victory, and he finishes him off with a beautiful.
Finishes off. That's it. Yeah. With a commanding 8-point lead. That was a strong match.
That was a
very
very
strong match.
Who do we have next? I think the distance, the timing.
Kent and Will.
Brad just wasn't able to close the distance up in time.
No.
But you know a matchup I would like? A nice fantasy matchup?
Yeah.
I would like to see Vlad versus Brian.
Ooh.
I would like to see that.
I would also massively like to see, because arguably Vlad is the very picture of defense.
There we go.
And Brian is the very picture of offense.
There we go.
Exactly.
This is the immovable object
versus the unstoppable force.
Hey, the classic. Isaac Newton couldn't solve that formula.
No.
You know, that's why we have it now.
I don't think Isaac Newton wrote that much on fencing.
Did he not?
No, it's mostly alchemy.
Was it alchemy? He was, of course.
Mostly alchemy.
Yes.
Mostly.
And you know, he classed his greatest achievement at the end of his life to be his lifelong celibacy.
Really?
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Which shows you, even great men might have unrealistic understanding of what they've achieved.
Well, I think he was very proud of that.
Do you
and
think
it's not worth? Yeah.
Would you agree with him?
Oh, I haven't read his scientific work.
I personally think the optics sort of takes it over.
Optics are fun. Optics are fun, certainly, but there's nothing. You know, it's your personal achievement.
Dare I say, just the orbital mechanics he worked out? No,
it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm gonna be the first one. I'm not gonna be the first one to deny that. I think it's pretty cool. He's done some good stuff. And I'm not going to deny that. But
okay, the
I
big guns.
My point is, let him enjoy and appreciate what he wants to appreciate.
Okay, the big guns. What about gravity? Yeah.
Okay, gravity's pretty useful.
Yeah, before Newton, things were just floating around. Did you know that?
Well, the entire. I did actually. I did.
The world before gravity.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. The sport of fencing could not exist before gravity. If you think about it, people would just sort of float vaguely in the direction of each other and hope they would meet in the middle. Exactly. It was like the weirdest jousting you've ever seen. and now, thanks to Isaac Newton's amazing invention of gravity, we have a floor and limited dimensions in which they can stab each other. It is arguably gravity is vital to this sport. So if we get some appreciation of Isaac Newton in the chat,
who of course went to Trinity College in Cambridge, which is where Baz hails from as well.
I do not come from there, but
we will exactly. Zero-G fencing would be amazing.
Zero-G yeah.
I think you would be amazing at that.
There are a number of sports that could exist if NASA wasn't so late.
Exactly.
I remember one of the societies in Oxford was some sort of sport that you play underwater.
Oh wow!
But they advertise it as the world's only 3D sport, and I was like, I don't think that's how this works. So there was a society, and I remember like the freshers' fair.
Right.
There was some like sport. I can't remember.
The world's only 3D
like
sport.
Underwater.
Now this is going to be a match between Will and Kent.
Now Kent is the ambidextrous.
And I know what they're getting.
Lefty, righty.
Yes, he has claimed that he can play with both hands just as well as each other, and
that he would clap his opponent no problem.
He has been trash talking his opponent no end, and let's see whether it pays off. Bluntly, my money is on Will. I think Will has a certain.
No.
There's a will, there's a way.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Where there is a will,
I
there is
have had a very long conversation with Kent about statistics. And I am sure you're fine. You're fine. We'll make it better anyways.
Why is Kent? I'll be back. Kent switched to right hand.
Yeah, because he's ambidextrous like that.
I know.
He is flexing on them.
But yeah.
No points have been scored yet.
No points have been scored. It's a very gentlemanly thing to test stabbing with each other.
Exactly.
It's the kind of thing you wouldn't see in a real battle.
Or in South London. Nowadays. Moving on very quickly.
Yes, moving on very swiftly. Back to the match at hand, ladies and gentlemen. Crossing of swords. Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
And again, that was a flurry of blows technique from, I want to say, both players.
It was.
Oh, yeah, I think we're seeing something of a pattern where the mathematicians just go for it as their strategy.
But what I love about Kent is the Jack Sparrow vibes you get from him.
I completely know what you mean.
Look at the left hand.
It isn't flailing, but there is a level of almost class, class to that other hand.
That is a man who knows every character in all 5 Pirates of the Caribbean movies. I am certain of it. There is no way he doesn't know them all.
Yeah. I'm less certain.
He doesn't look like a pirate, but I'm sure he would make a fantastic pirate.
He has the power of a pirate.
He has the power of a pirate. He's got the moves of a pirate.
Yes.
But
that would be another way of an interesting form of fencing on a ship.
It would actually be.
Yeah. So I believe I interrupted you.
They used to have fencing on ships in the Napoleonic times, except it was for real.
Yes, it's
the Battle of Trafalgar was a huge fencing exercise with an interruption of cannons,
which is somewhat unfair. But
yeah, but I mean,
Admiral Horatio Nelson was that his name? Horatio Nelson?
Horatio Nelson?
Mm-hmm. Was that his name?
Yeah, what the Admiral of the Navy in the Battle of Trafalgar? Yeah, it was Admiral Nelson.
Oh, okay.
Horatio.
And the WWE move, the full Nelson, was undoubtedly named after him. I'm sure.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, there we go. Which is funny because you need 2 arms to make that move work, and he didn't have 2 arms.
Aye.
Or was he missing a leg?
I don't actually know.
He was missing a limb.
He's missing something.
Maybe more than 1 limb. He was missing an eye.
Well, Kismet.
Yes. What else was he missing, Brian? Probably his wife while he was at sea as well.
His statue in Dublin is missing everything.
And you know what? That's not surprising in the slightest.
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Then put a giant metal spike in its place.
Oh, there we go. Oh man.
Now,
this is the tallest thing in Ireland.
Brian, I'll show you the song I was listening to as I walked up here, and you'll love it. Now, maybe don't say it out loud.
Yes.
Maybe don't say it out loud, for it might be a pretty.
We're not gonna do
We
that.
have Senior Alejandro here.
Now, if you could-
Senior Emilio. This is the commentary team.
Commentary team.
How are you doing, Sergio Ramos? You're being told to leave.
Sorry, I stole it.
You saw it.
All good.
How are we doing?
How is everything?
So everything is fantastic until you came, bro. Everything. How you doing, man? You good?
You are not doing the comments.
It is it. You are live now. Do you want to say any messages to the family at home?
No.
You sure? To the GC community, say it. Come on.
We also don't.
Very shy guy.
What about all the ladies you're speaking to?
Anyway, returning to the actual fencing match that we are meant to be commenting on.
Of course. But segues are part and parcel of what we're doing.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's a segue, more of a diversion.
I don't think it's
Yeah, we're not counted.
There are 5 people, but we appreciate all 5 of you. I do want to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dad.
Now,
for watching.
excellent. Well, we appreciate all 4 of you in that
All
case.
4 of
Live
you.
on YouTube.
Oh yeah. Now,
4 people.
Now 5 because I started.
Thank you to everyone, guys.
Exactly.
again, they do. Both these fences, they've. Ken has been amassing points as of late.
Amassing points. I like how you class him as a hoarder.
Well, I mean, he's gaining them, and it seems like both. Every single time there's a clash, it's very close, but Ken always seems to come out on top. Why do you think that is?
I genuinely believe it's a Jack Sparrow theory.
What's like the task of the referee?
Now that is something of a.
So there's a thing. So normally, if I hit you, my light goes off.
I think the genes are not helping Will.
No, I can imagine they wouldn't.
Because unless they're one of these newer stretchy elasto genes, then his knee movement and flexion will be restricted.
It's true. I would not like to be.
Having said that, though, he's crossed the point as I mid-sentence.
Once again, it's the curse of the commentary box, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as we say something, it gets proven wrong by the fences.
Every single time, without fail.
Yes.
Which sucks.
It does suck.
I would say.
The ref shot and figure out like that.
But
most of the time, it's just
Could you check it on the screen?
things are sort of finely poised.
You are the ref. Can you say like, okay, let me see the before the side?
I think Kent is going for the pancreas attack as well.
Yes. Ooh.
Although that was more for the upper intestine. The small intestine,
I mean, your knowledge of anatomy is better than I am. It
The
just seems
jejunum,
like
actually.
they do seem to be stabbing each other, and that's all I can say. But
leaves much better
which is all that matters.
but there was
I ran it in. I got a few walking from the camera.
You got all points, right?
Yeah, I got
8, 9?
Yeah, it was 8:15 or 9:15.
Yeah. No, the time is 8:30.
What about you, Hamza? You are not competing?
No. Because I have bad knees. A golden boy. Ballon d'Or, yeah?
Ballon d'Or. What about Thursday play?
Thursday, man. I have to go to Luton.
Luton? To what? To the airport?
See my friend.
Where you go?
In Luton on Thursday.
Oh, you're actually going to Luton up here.
Yeah.
What?
I have friends all over the
You
place.
guys.
Guys,
Enjoy.
I'll see you on Wednesday maybe. It depends on how it works.
I wasn't doubting your friend all over the place. I was doubting the existence of people in Luton.
If anyone in the chat's from Luton, we apologise for the
Brian is
conversation.
Evidently there isn't.
Brian doubts your existence as a community.
No, we love you, Luton.
Luton does exist, and we love you, Luton. There we go.
Luton is top. Ooh.
Again, this dude seemed top 10 airport in London.
Top.
Famously, the 7th airport in London. There do seem to be a lot of half points. In this. And I'd say Kent seems to be winning. By default is a strong word, but
that is such an accurate way of describing what I've been seeing for the past 4 minutes.
And indeed, he didn't get to 15, but they shook on it, and that was a victory, I believe.
Is that sort of like a? I don't want to say the French S word.
And I would stay clear from it, yeah. But
is that what we just saw?
Oh, that word. I thought it would be something so much worse. I don't believe so, but I think only time will tell. Hamza. So
Which is the name of a fantastic book by a man called Jeffrey Archer. But there we go. More segues.
More segues. So if you're just joining us, we are on the final half hour of our stream. We've been going for 12 hours. I say we. Fencing has been going for 12 hours. The stream's been going for 12 hours. I've only been going for about 2 hours and a half.
Afterwards. That's all I'll say.
We are waiting on...
Vlad the Impaler is at it again. Will he get his first victory?
I'm hoping. And I believe it is...
What do you expect to see from our fencers in this?
I'm interested. I'm very interested to see how this goes.
The ambidextrous Kent with his victory.
Yeah. Kent, how do you feel that match went while we've got you here?
How did you feel about that match while you got me here?
Yeah.
Will leaves a nice opening under his arm when he goes forward. So all it was advantage by priority and getting that.
That upper, I told you, the upper intestine
It does work. It works.
Absolutely.
It's called the jejunum, where you were going for.
The jejunum.
Yeah, just below it is the ileum, but you were precise enough to go for that part of the small intestine consistently.
Did it feel to you as well that there were a lot of sort of clashes, but you where it's a close run thing, but you kept coming up just on top?
Yes. So that's the thing about being fighting on the same side as somebody else.
Yes.
Is that you get those clashes.
Almost
and
thumb war kind of things, where it's like, see if we can get that.
Your bodies are both aligned. So
Yes.
it's hard to find those openings. So that's where priority is so important. Where you both hit, but I was the one advancing, so I got the point.
So basically, would you sort of chalk that win down to just being on the attack?
Yeah, I made sure I was always going forward and I try to parry and then keep going forward. So I always had that priority there.
Excellent. Well, it was a fun match to watch. I will say.
It was fascinating. Yeah. And here now we have the classic Vlad versus Chapman. Noah Chapman.
Now, how will... Noah's actually, I believe...
Where's your money? Where's your money going, Baz? Come on, Baz.
My money is on Noah. I think Noah has... Sure. I'm going off nothing other than technique, but Noah was actually commenting with me earlier this evening.
I see. So
showing me the ropes, and
you're honor bound.
It's not just honor bound. He displayed a good knowledge of what's going on, the skill, the technique. I would say that.
What are you saying about me as your current co-commentator, Baz?
I think you're a great co-commentator, and I love you to bits, and I wouldn't choose anyone else. However, you haven't fenced before.
Well, I have been attacked, by a sword in South London once.
Again, let's moving on. So, we're and again, having said that, it looks like Vlad is.
My money is on Vlad.
Why on the lead? I can see why you think that. Oh, but see, it's that kick from Noah. There are glimmers of. And this exchange is some of the best we've seen.
And Vlad the Impaler impales once again.
Just clenches it. I wouldn't call that an impale. I would call that a nick.
Well, but because of the ancestral sort of,
Oh, and again, it's a.
Noah gets a
it
point.
keeps coming down to brief clashes. They'll trade blows for a while, but it's just the one that slides over and click. Oh,
that was beautiful.
Oh, but that was a beautiful shot. That was an absolutely
Noah
beautiful
caught him
shot.
off guard. Now, even though the referee says on guard, he caught him off guard.
Hey.
You know?
I am very surprised it's taken us this long to. And again.
Yeah,
I told you.
actually, yeah, to be honest, Baz,
It is,
we should be ashamed, I think.
We should be very ashamed. We've been doing this for 2.5 hours minimum, and neither of us has made an on-guard, off-guard joke. Either be ashamed of us or the fact that we're doing very well.
Exactly.
Yes.
I mean,
now see, this worries me actually, because I think Noah has found a technique, but I don't know if it's a technique that'll keep helping him.
I think Vlad needs to find a way of deflecting as he's going in.
I think this is.
Oh, there we go. Vlad needs a scrappy bout.
And Noah is going on the attack. Oh, nice, and that was nice. I've seen Noah a couple of times actually just win the initial goal. The other person doesn't even get a chance to attack. It's just
it's
goes
the speed.
for it. Yeah,
it's the speed.
Again, like that. It is the speed, and I think that's why I'm saying he's going to win. He has that ability to just sort of strike through the defences. Doesn't need to get past the sword because the opponent's sword is nowhere there.
Excellent description of events here, Matt.
Thank you.
Because I think Noah seems and is very balanced.
Yeah.
He's got a relatively wide stance, and he seems to be not necessarily on the balls of his feet, but somehow the balance is there. As you say, he eviscerates the defenses of Vlad, but I still believe in Vlad because my money and house is on the line here.
Your money is on. I begged you not to put your house on the line. Oh, and again, it looks like the family home is getting gone. All thanks to the wonders of Noah Chapman. Oh, and again, it's just. I'm not sure if it's a reach advantage, an aggression advantage, or just knows exactly where to put that sword, but he is going into a commanding lead here.
Yeah, I think he's sort of getting into his element now. I fear he might have his man's number here. He might. He's sort of entering a flow state.
And another one. I don't actually know if that was a point, but it was definitely a nice shot. It was not a point. The one person on the commentary booth who knows about fencing has informed me that indeed wasn't a point, which is upsetting because it was a really good shot.
Yeah, I know.
Why can't you just give him a point?
Alas.
It was really cool.
It was pretty cool.
Anyway, fencing is not yet beholden to the rule of cool.
Well, I mean, King Arthur was.
Honestly, the Arthur Lancelot
plot. Yeah,
was great.
Vlad
with a cheeky point, but I think every time that Vlad gets a point, he gets.
Well,
another one? Okay,
yeah.
thank you. Thank you, Curse of the Commentary Box, really, for coming in there.
Mom, stop unpacking the stuff. I think we're fine.
Oh my god. Have you noticed that was 17 different flurries?
It was.
None of which seemed to count as points.
And then somehow Noah gets it.
Noah gets it.
At the
and
back
I'll tell
end.
you why Noah gets it. It's the reach, it's the skill of knowing where to put the blade.
That last phrase there, knowing where to put the blade, is sort of a de facto requirement.
I know, but it's positioning, I suppose, what it comes to.
See.
Oh, but that now we've seen that.
Beautiful, Vlad.
We've seen that from Vlad before. The holding the sword at completely the wrong, counterintuitive angle, and then just styling on his opponent.
I mean, just think about it. The sword is literally not even, in your area of focus. But you know what that does? That hides the shot coming. Because I do that in boxing too, where I drop my hands, and I'm looking at my opponent's eyes, but my hands are low. And of course, the hands are doing the damage. And just the sort of sheer gap between where my head is and where my hands are means that there's a lower likelihood they'll see where the shots are coming from.
Yeah.
And I think that is what Vlad is trying to do.
That I can see. That I can very much see.
With some level of success as well.
It was another side shot. It's another side shot that seems to have gone decently well. It didn't amount to a point, but again, it was a strong display of aggression from Vlad's part.
But Noah is just so well balanced.
It's well balanced. He's very.
I don't think he has tumbled once.
I don't think he has. In fairness, I haven't seen Vlad tumble. These both seem to be very well balanced players. Can they? Yes. Again, it's another one of those. Just clinches through.
sort of right-of-way problems, or priority, as they say. But I like to say right-of-way
I like to say
because the
right-of-way.
Olympic page said right-of-way.
And I don't like to say right away because it reminds me of that time I got stuck in a field. Oh, again, it's the... There's a word for this and I can't quite remember it. The art of drawing your sword so quickly.
Exactly. And no one gets a W.
No one gets W.
Vlad was very close.
And you lose the house.
The house is alas gone, but that is fine because...
Is it? Sorry, the house is gone and that's fine.
Well, it's fine because I've already lost the car.
Myself and young Adrian.
And the first house...
What are we doing? 10?
This is my grandmother's house.
Leave in Kent.
Leave in Kent? Okay, never mind.
We are deciding who's going to get chefed up. And...
Christ.
This is...
Right. Well, first, I believe what we're doing for the benefit of the stream is taking a brief picture.
Indeed.
Which is important for documenting this for posterity.
Of course.
And it is a... And we've got fencers from...
All fencers on the mat, please.
But all fencers report to the mat
Please.
for a picture. We're fine.
Why
thank
not?
You. Oh, go on.
Yeah.
It's like it's spot the non-fencers.
Exactly. Just. At you live.
Back coming in. A brief moment of vanity there for the rest of us. And I really think the real winners here is the commentary box.
The commentary box definitely is. I mean, we've had a good time today.
We've had a good time, and I hope you on the live stream have had a good time. And anyone watching the stream afterwards, I don't know if it's going to become available just sort of, to be viewed afterwards. But anyone who sees this afterwards, we hope you have a good time as well.
Indeed. I mean, I've been wined and dined. I mean, we both had steak and lobster, tomahawk steak.
Yes,
is that what you had as well?
No, I got a packet of crisps.
Okay.
Fairness, prawn cocktail.
Hey.
Yeah.
Now I was wined and dined.
Oh, were you? I very rarely get wined or dined.
Alas.
Wine. That's a very different story.
Okay, Baz, have you ever been hit in the nuts? Going back to the Arthur incident.
Wait, you're obsessed with that. I believe.
I do love Snickers.
I don't think I've been hit in the nuts. What I have done is, in cartoons, if you step on a rake,
of course,
and it goes, that's actually happened to me.
No way.
Yeah. I've stepped on a rake and it has gone. The lever action has occurred, and I got a nosebleed from it.
Oh my
first
goodness.
and only ever nosebleed.
How old were you?
I was, I believe, 8.
Wow, was that after watching a bunch of Tom and Jerry, or?
It wasn't. It should have been. It would have made it more fun. And so here we have Mid Nima.
He's not yet super yet.
He's not super. And honestly, based on the time, it looks like we might not be having a superhero match. This might be about as super as we get. But
exactly.
Nima, I want to say fresh from his victory over the president. I don't know if it's fresh over the victory, but definitely he's got to be glowing.
He is. And, but
but
Adrian.
glowing, but not succeeding. Adrian there seems to have. He knows the way through. He knows how to push Nima's buttons and get through that defense.
Adrian is a classy operator, but I think Nima has displayed a level of class today that I have not seen.
Rarely
Firstly,
seen him.
he is undefeated in my eyes. He's not lost a match ever since I came on board.
I have also not seen him be defeated. It's also the economy of motion you've got to admire.
There we go.
Yeah,
I love it.
He's not moving any more than he
look
needs to,
at
but
that.
as soon as he does.
Look at that.
It's like a scorpion. It's nothing, and then
This
it
man
strikes.
is in bed with space and time, I tell you.
Again, it was cahoots, and now he's in bed with space and time, and you have still not given us a proper explanation of what that means.
We'll come to it at the end of the stream.
We'll come to it at the end of the stream. Stay here till the end of the live stream, folks, because then Hans will give you a proper explanation for what the hell he means by in bed with space and time. But before then, we've got a very exciting match for us. Nima there, wiggling the sword around, attempting to. Ooh, and it. And Adrian has managed to scare him. You can see Nima's on the back foot. Nima's running away. Nima's terrified. Oh, and Adrian's letting him know
Adrian
it.
with a taunt.
Oh, but I think that might have
angered him.
Oh, that might have angered Nima.
And it very well might have.
He came back through. That was an impressive. I don't want to say impressive. It was a good point.
I mean, look at that, though.
Oh, that was good. That was good. He is going for the legs, which I think is a strong move.
He's going for the legs, the feet, the hands, anything and everything. A target.
As soon as you go down, you leave basically so much of your defense, your back becomes a target.
But what he's doing, though, is he is doing it at the absolute limit of his range.
Exactly. Oh,
look at that second attack. Forget the first.
Yeah.
Focus on
I've
the
already
second.
forgotten.
Exactly.
That was the first attack.
Look at that second attack.
Yeah.
His nervous system was so on point. And I actually have no idea what happened there or how he got that
I have
point.
no idea what happened there. No,
was just
it did look completely like Adrian stabbed Nima.
Exactly.
But somehow he stabbed him in such a way that Nima won. Possibly, we're witnessing the moral victory here more than any kind of.
The moral victory, of course.
But moral victory points spends just as a nice stab through and a nice
Everybody
level of
gets the
aggression
point.
as well.
Nima, he taps him sort of.
I believe they were playing to 10, but that was a good match.
That was a very good match.
And a commanding lead.
Classy display from Nima. With I think 3 points that were from foot shots. Not that we're counting, but it is impressive to see the
someone
knees
is quite
fire.
literally counting.
What?
Well, not foot shot necessarily, but there is a score.
No!
We're not just making this up.
The scores don't matter. This is all about...
The scores matter a little bit.
No! King Arthur walks by and we say, hey.
King Arthur, we've
been... I'm your biggest fan.
Your commentary is amazing.
I love the socks.
We have been enjoying the
socks.
I've got to say that the battle between you and Lancelot had to be
it was
one of the most fun matches we've seen.
It was alright.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't been doing food for that long, so I'm happy.
It was top 10 anime moments.
I have to say it was top 10 anime moments.
Because
lucky my moves were worth moving. You're right.
Yeah, no, you really were sort of like, you had different angles. You were not predictable.
Yeah. So you're gonna see me in Epay in a bit.
Oh, excellent!
I cannot wait.
I'm doing the last match with Nima.
Fantastic. Yeah,
that is gonna be fun to see.
That'll be lovely.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, go on.
I cannot. Please. Thank you so
really
much.
Nice of you. Cheers.
That was lovely. King Arthur.
He is a magnanimous lord
Showing
as well as
his
a skilled
generosity.
one. Exactly.
Exactly.
I really don't need any more ego boosting.
No, yeah, you know, but. Well, what
Is this a tangerine, a clementine, or something in between?
Tangerine.
That's fine.
And those of you watching on the stream who want to know how to get into the hearts of the commentary box, offer us fruit.
Offer us edibles.
No, don't do that.
He's dying.
Oh, I almost. No, I'm good. Don't worry.
I just saved King Arthur's life.
Right, you have. Now, Arthur. You said your ego is quite big at the moment, isn't it? More inflating. How do you think that's gonna last after you face Nima?
How do you see that going?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Have you?
Oh my. Okay.
As far as we've been commentating, as long as we've been commentating, Nima's undefeated. But I look forward to. Looking forward to skilling him. Do you have any sort of tips and tricks, any ways to get under his skin?
Just fence. He's a very good. He's like a fence.
Yeah.
Like his flickers are a lot stronger. He's like a lot better in like parries and like remis and shit.
Yeah.
So I just
Weird shit.
Just freak him out, and he will not know what to.
Pulling on him is moving forward while retracting my arm, and then just like diving onto.
Oh, he did see that. It was like telegraphing.
You mentioned it,
I did, yeah. It was like
bang.
you draw back the stab.
Like a Stuka bomba, you know. Back
Yeah.
in
Oh,
those days.
you know what we said? We had promised to avoid World War II, but now that you mention it,
No, we're still avoiding World War II. We're
the
still avoiding World War
the
II.
Stuka bomb- I love history though. I'm not just a student.
He's a student of history, but he's not a history student.
The Stuka bomber with his siren, which is now synonymous with all bombing guns.
Yes.
I love how you describe yourself as a Stuka bomber, but I think maybe you are, how should I say? You know the IL-2, the Soviet ground attack aircraft.
Is it like propel? It's got like the.
It does.
I'm not sure. Like I'm not. Is it like the fat one? Like
It is.
one that's really
The
fat at
chunky one.
front,
Yeah.
And it's got like some sort of biplane structure.
That is the other one. That is the Po 2.
Yeah, I know. I know
yeah.
my knowledge. Not that good.
Now, why
you
did
play
you?
War Thunder by any chance?
I'm like a water.
I saw that coming.
I'm like an OG War Thunder, 2013. Like,
Fuck.
yeah,
Damn.
OG. Yeah.
What do you play most?
Germans.
Craft, I presume?
German, yeah, okay.
Germans, okay.
There were no tanks before. I'm saying OG before you were born.
We interrupt this brief.
Not that far, come on.
We interrupt this brief fencing commentary to discuss. What was it? Sorry, World of Tanks.
War
Thunder.
Thunder.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Hate this game.
But we all got into it because King Arthur chose a Nazi plane to describe himself as.
Yes. So I think if we're rooting for anyone in this final combat, we're rooting for Nina. But anyway, thanks for.
Actually, like the blonde hair, blue eyes. I'm not beating the allegation.
Well, anyway, Arthur, thanks for coming to the show.
Cancelled forever.
We like to give people the opportunity to present themselves in the best light they can.
Exactly.
And I think you've definitely done that. Now, if you want to join us in commenting the Kent and Leaf match, we're watching a match between
left,
Kent on the
Leaf
left
to your
and
right.
Leaf on the right. Any thoughts on their technique so far?
Before you give us a thought, let me give you some lore. These are both statisticians and mathematicians.
Right, so nerds essentially.
They are nerds.
Some might say.
But then tell me who in this room is not a nerd of some description. Everybody's a nerd.
Yeah.
But they are super nerds. You're right. There is a distinction here.
Power too.
Exactly. Which is, as I said,
Which is itself quite a nerdy thing to say.
I mean,
Yeah.
Their legs are too straight.
their legs are too straight.
They're not.
So, do you want them to be a bit more bouncy?
Not so much bouncy, just like deeper on your leg, like deeper on your squat. It's like if you're straight like this,
So like a wider stance?
wider, and then just like more bend in the knees.
Giving them more space so they can move, kind of thing.
So
Yeah,
here's the
essentially.
plan.
Yeah.
We got these two.
Yep.
We have two newcomers.
Oh.
Squeaking in at the last second to fence one bout, Bowen and Howe, who both were at Elite FA tournament today
Oh,
in Moulton.
Wow. Elite Epee tournament.
Elite FA tournament.
And then,
Not to be confused with the non-elite Epee tournament that happened in Glastonbury.
Yes.
and then
The
finally,
one for nerds.
myself and one Mr. Arthur Gibon are going to fence.
King Arthur has said some things
Yeah, King
about you, but
yeah, if you want,
we're not here to sort of like start anything.
No,
Not starting beef.
we're not
Arthur's
just-
better than me, I think.
We're not starting anything.
See, we've
What do you have to say?
my money's on you, Bluntly. My money's on you. You've been doing very well this tournament. We've been calling you Mids Nima, but you're not living up to the name.
That's crazy. What a
Well,
crazy name.
well, just
Because Super Nima was meant to fight
you
nine
were
people.
going to be Super Nima, and then we're like, oh, we're not doing the superhero match, so it's been Mid Nima as a result.
We have to put you mid, and like
And you've been winning every match, so arguably it's working.
exactly.
Again, one thing we've noticed is as soon as we say that there seems to be a pattern occurring,
It's broken.
it's broken.
Yeah.
So by calling you Mid
Maybe just go
Nima,
back to my actual name for the final, just to just to see.
If you want to end being called Nima.
Yeah, because that kind of is my name.
Is it?
That's an interesting.
Yeah.
That is an interesting way
I'm not
of
sure I
doing
agree
it.
with that characterization.
I already have one.
I don't know. You can't just reinvent yourself, like, and just, yo, nah.
Mid Nima there.
Exactly. Trying to claim he's something he obviously is not.
Exactly. Although, I mean, we do have to acknowledge here that the one thing that Mid Nima is definitely not is mid. He has shown impressive levels of skill, and
He is the seducer of space and time.
he is the seducer of space and time.
But you must
It
seduce
gets
space
worse
time
every
first.
time you say it. Now,
Now this is finely poised, by the way. We've sort of ignored the action for a bit.
we have,
But
which
it's-
we apologise.
Indeed, but it's sort of boiled up nicely to a lovely paradigm here, where we have the statistician versus the statistician,
And once again, but like you would expect from statisticians against each other, very technical, very skilled game. And this is quite violent.
There is a lot of attacking.
There's a lot of attacking.
You know,
And maybe there is something about statisticians in that like the statistician knows that you've got to try as many times as possible, knowing that one of them will hit.
and by the way, that was a 1-point game. Leaf and his phenomenal defense have come on top of Kent and his cantankerous attack.
Exactly.
And
But
it was
only just.
only just.
Only
There
just.
really was nothing in it.
No.
There really was nothing in it.
Folks, we are, I believe, about to watch our penultimate match.
Oh yes, that's the big word.
Thank you.
The big word.
Thank you. It's okay.
Trinity College, Cambridge kind of word.
Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, just for the record, I didn't go to Trinity. And just to remind you, we are reaching the end of our stream, but there is still time to donate. Again, we are taking donations that are going to be in support of ParalympicsGB, SportsAid, Sport in Mind, Right to Play, and Goodenough College. So it's all going to a good cause. So I'd urge you, even in these last couple of minutes, get those donations
Please
in.
feel free to do it. And that was an amazing performance.
That was an excellent.
1 point in it. He has a deceivingly good defense. That is my sort of assessment of it.
Absolutely.
It was an interesting
Did
match.
you ever feel that you could have sort of slowed the match down? Because you know what happens in boxing, it happens as well, where you find somebody who sort of is de facto a defense-minded individual, and they sort of psych you out to being more attacking than you otherwise would be, because you can't handle the boredom as much as they can. Do you think that happened at all?
You see, I did the opposite. The last time I fenced Leaf earlier today, I was slow and more defensive. Then I saw Zara fencing, and she got a lot of points for going as aggressively as possible.
Got you.
Just push Leaf back and eventually go on the defense, but just continually attacking. I tried that same strategy.
I'm going to have to stop you there because this is the most aggressive.
Yeah.
We were talking about aggression earlier. This is the most aggression I've ever seen. This does not look. This does not look like fencing anymore. This looks like violence.
Well, they did come from an elite fencing tournament.
They did, and I will say
out
that
in Glastonbury.
That Bowen.
It wasn't Glastonbury.
It wasn't Glastonbury. Bowen. The marks on his legs don't look miles away from blood. He is giving the impression that he has just come from the battlefield in his look, and just the footwork here. There is a level of a calculation seems to be made with every single step.
Indeed, and then Howe has got the red shoes, which again signal blood. This is a high level.
Well, I'd say they're pink shoes personally, which symbolises peace and love.
Peace and love,
which is itself a feint.
Of course, as he carries a sword trying to impale.
If there's one thing that Howe's bringing, it's war.
Exactly.
It's not peace.
He is. War and Peace is a book written by a man called Dostoevsky. I have to know.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that piercing insight, Hamza.
Of course.
So this is what you're getting, folks, on this live stream. We're getting insights. Well, I say insights, I mean facts of who wrote various major Russian literature books and some impressive fencing.
I said Dostoevsky, you know.
No, it wasn't Dostoevsky, was it? Tolstoy.
Trinity College, Cambridge. Here he is.
Didn't do Russian literature, and I didn't go to Trinity. Now, that was something I don't think we've seen before. He turned around to deliver that shot. Do you think that was a sign of disrespect or a technique in itself?
No. I think this is very high level stuff, and one thing that characterizes the high-level guys from the sort of less experienced fencers, I think, is just how little time they spend in the attack or defense. Like once the attack begins, somebody's gonna get a point so quickly because they're just lightning quick. And it's impressive to watch, honestly. It is beautiful to behold.
Okay, that's
another display of sportsmanship as somebody declines a free point by admitting they hit the floor. Which is obviously something you would not do, Baz.
No, I would take every single point I could. Lying, cheating, stealing, thieving. Give me those points. Nom 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 nom. But it's definitely true that these are sportsmen in the traditional gentleman honourable sense of that word.
Of course.
But also in the skill. I cannot. One thing that we're seeing from this match that we haven't seen in a lot of the other matches is just the sound of the blades clashing and such. These are two people putting passion into these draws. They are putting strength into every swing and thrust, which is we've seen passion, we've seen strength, but not to this level.
Yeah.
Oh
wow. I think it was the inverse hit.
It was inverse again from Bowen. We see twisting in an orthodox angle to deliver that final crushing blow.
Oh wow, that was beautiful.
But then also a light tap point.
I like that. He is pretty versatile.
He's got versatility.
And quite frankly, at the elite level, you just have to be able to do everything. You can't be sort of a master of defense or rely on the pancreas shot.
Yes.
Or the left long attack.
As are the technical terms for them. Yeah.
Almost certainly.
Don't Google them.
Please do not.
Yeah.
But here we see a wide range of body parts being attacked and subjected to pain.
Yes, but also with a sense of, at least in this. Oh, that
was
a ballet technique.
I saw that in a Michael Jackson movie. I think it was Thriller.
I was going to say, I also think it's, or possibly Bad. It has an element of.
I saw that movie in a Michael Jackson video. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, do you think it's common to see Michael Jackson moves in a fencing tournament?
Well, he almost moonwalked there.
He did. There is a.
How managed to get in there?
And he did it by what I thought was going to be an overreach. I was sure Bowen was going to get the point, but no, how he won on the stretch.
Indeed.
I wish I, for the life of me, could remember the name of the Japanese martial art, which just consists of how quickly you can draw your sword.
Oh yes, that's called judo.
No, it's not called judo.
Well, then why do you? Are you sure?
Yeah.
It's Bushido.
No, Bushido is honor.
It's obviously arigato.
We're going to stop there.
Okay.
I wish I could remember the name because a lot of the strikes that we've seen in this match are like, it's not a question of it's purely a question of speed of the draw.
Yeah,
how quickly you can get your sword into your opponent's range before he even registers that it's there. And I think that's where a lot of the technicality is.
They are displaying amazing stamina as well, considering they're at a tournament.
They were at a tournament earlier today. They've come directly here, and they are still giving so much energy into this point.
Fantastic.
You can hear them.
That was an amazing display. Well-deserved victory from
Bowen.
The cat-like Bowen.
But equally, though, Hal's skill was good. He did a couple of feints, a couple of risky shots, but I think they paid off mostly.
Yeah, I mean it was a 2-point game. At the end of it, very tight.
You know, they say fencing's a game of two halves. They don't say it accurately because it's not.
Exactly.
But I think presumably someone says it.
Indeed, and I'm sure they were wrong as well.
I'm sure they'll be wrong. Now we are about to see.
Oh, is that Bowen versus King Arthur? I thought Nima was going to get shoved up.
I thought yes.
Okay, this is going to be good because this is
King.
Bowen seems to be fundamentally very sound.
Yes.
If you look up sort of Olympic fencing, you see Bowens.
Yes.
Whereas King Arthur, he is a man of flair. He does things differently.
You can see they're beginning to square dance at each other.
Exactly.
Aggressively. And again, something almost close to a plie from Bowen.
A plie, is that from ballet?
That is from ballet.
Yeah,
yes.
there we go.
Yeah.
I only know the pirouette and the dive bomb from ballet.
The dive bomb. Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
An impressive shot that I did not see coming. Do you think Arthur's drip is gonna help him in this match? Because it can't be denied that he has drip.
The reality is, Arthur's drip will help him at every stage in life, including and especially fencing. That he is a gentleman conceding a point.
He's a gentleman conceding a point.
Against a high-level fencer. I'm not sure you can afford to give away points.
I don't think but that's the thing, he doesn't want to win by false pretense.
Okay, we just had a shout from Mid-Nima here.
Saying,
yeah. Now,
Yeah, because we just hit a milestone.
we have... Oh my goodness.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've just hit a donation milestone in the midst of this thrilling match, which I believe is now fairly 1-1. After a series of floor points graciously ceded. Sorry?
Huh?
£1,200!
Ladies and gentlemen,
£1,200 we've raised
we are
for
saying
5
a good day
excellent
at the
charities.
office. Fantastic. Beautiful.
I heard you're doing a great job.
Well, yeah, I think you might have heard wrong, but
You
we're
may-
definitely doing something.
Do you want to guess?
Oh.
I have a coupon for a hearing test
Uh-huh.
that you can get for free. Not
Okay.
too far from here. But yeah, Mid-Nima is so good.
Do you actually have a coupon for a free hearing test?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that's cool.
As a pharmacist.
Oh. Nice, but equally, Arthur is giving him a run for his money.
Bowen and Bucks?
He was. Well, when I finished 24th at Bucks, and Bowen finished 26th.
Oh, wow.
So we went out basically at the same time. He went out to the gold medal winner, and I went out to the bronze.
Wow.
So
there we go.
Two pretty decent fences.
Yeah.
If I'm being completely TBH. What time is it?
It is 9.
9:10.
Yep.
Perfect time.
Oh, a game of 5 which Bowen won. As
won,
we
but,
hear, he is ranked, somewhere between 26th and 2nd in the country.
Which is quite a wide margin of error, but also impressive.
Well, because he went at number 26, but lost to number 1. There is nothing to...
Logan, 40 seconds time.
Okay.
A counter, that we can do.
Okay.
Right.
There is nothing to say he would then have beat all of the other 26 schmucks.
Yep.
Okay, this is King Arthur versus Mid-Nima. King Arthur versus Mid-Nima.
King Arthur versus Mid-Nima. And I do want to say, we've had some fun games here, but Mid-Nima has shown himself to be anything but mid. So
Yeah.
this will be a...
I mean, to be honest, I have been quite vocal in my praise of him.
I know.
As I said, he is the Romeo. He is the Romeo, while time is the Juliet. He has quartered time.
Please stop with this analogy. It doesn't make sense.
How does it make sense? It is obvious to see that Nima and Time are on like a first name basis.
I tell you what doesn't make sense. This bout. Because,
there we go. Finally, King Arthur with a foot tap.
I was going to say, they were testing each other's defences, playing around each other for far too long, that one. It was only a matter of time.
It was
till one-
40 seconds of 4 action.
And it feels like...
Or 4 fencing. But Nima with a direct attack.
Yeah. It felt like Nima was... Nima also tried to go for the feet there and missed. It looks like he was trying to do what Arthur did to him.
Of course. That was nice.
Nice.
Arthur with a chest tap.
Do you think Nima could benefit from some of those single shot strikes that Noah benefited from it? Ooh!
Oh yeah, oh wow.
It's a lot of... I don't believe so.
But the thing is, remember, Arthur is such a cagey operator. Look at him. Look at him. Pulling his hands back. I mean, you're not quite sure where the blade is because of how much he's moving it. He is using the x-axis beautifully.
He's doing it. Oh!
Look at that. Look at that. King Arthur is putting on a masterclass here.
Well, no.
I thought. Yeah,
Oh, no, right, sorry. It was a... I thought I had misunderstood fundamentally the rules of the game, but no.
No,
the
thankfully
point,
you are.
point was put on the wrong side.
Indeed.
I pretty much thought it was a question of how much
You
could
were
get
correct,
hit.
Spaz. You record.
What?
We have 1 minute and 40.
On there, but 2.5 minutes on the stream.
2.5 minutes on stream.
That's the one that he's considering.
Okay, right.
Because he can see.
Gotcha. So here we have a thrilling display. Nima with a fantastic point. This is like a grudge match. They know each other. which complicates things in combat sports.
Yes.
Because when you know the person you are, let's say, fighting, then you've already downloaded their attack patterns and they've downloaded yours. And what you're doing is playing 4D chess.
But equally to a certain extent, I think.
Oh my goodness!
That
was a mid-air.
That was a feint and a half.
Wow.
1 minute 50.
1 minute 50.
He just jumped in. He jumped up, drew him in, and then finished him off.
It was a Super Mario Bros.
Oh my
jump,
goodness!
and it
I
played off.
It was a Super Mario. Oh yes, I love. How you
He's
describe
playing
it.
ba-da-ba-ba-da-bap.
Bam.
I believe
Arthur.
it was Arthur. Testing the waters.
Arthur is benefiting from some
Arthur
3
is-
points.
Oh!
Aha! Nima
Any other points?
somehow
And
managed to get that.
You see, these are, I think, both.
Minute 16 seconds.
1
minute
1 minute 16 seconds. We'll let you know at 30.
Yes.
Yes. We'll let you know at 30, man.
Now you can clearly see Nima has no clue what time it is.
No, which again
sort of
massively discounts your point of him being in cahoots bed in a Romeo Juliet arrangement with space and time.
Okay, maybe time versus X. But I'm sure space.
So you're saying there's definitely some chemistry with time. Oh, that is a strong attack. There's a strong, and there's a little bit of Cossack dancing with Arthur.
Arthur is just so good on the y-axis. It's unbelievable.
I think what Arthur knows is how to just bamboozle, befuddle, and confuse his opponent, and it's paid off.
It is paying off.
30 seconds. Okay. 30 seconds left on the stream.
Yeah.
Give me 20 and I'll start counting.
Arthur is the arch discombobulator.
20.
I mean, look at
19, 18, 17, 16, 15.
Baz can
14.
count.
I can. 13.
That's what Cambridge
12,
does for you.
11, and we are reaching the end of the screen. Less than 10 seconds left, but thank you so much to everyone who's donated.
Thank
we
you.
will see you soon.
We are
5,
good.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Nima with the last point of the day again. Woohoo!